Xuanzhen found himself transported to a fantastical realm, where he assumed the role of a blacksmith. Lacking any innate talent for cultivation, he initially resigned himself to a life as an ordinary mortal, destined to fade into obscurity upon his demise. However, to his astonishment, as he forged his 100th firewood knife, he awakened an infinite synthesis system. In a courtyard to the west of Xiaofeng village, the rhythmic sound of hammering echoed. Xuanzhen, bare-chested and muscular, wielded his hammer with strength, striking the almost finished knife. Sweat cascaded down his body, pooling on the ground, creating a tableau of raw, powerful beauty. With one final blow, the knife was complete. He set the hammer down and wiped the sweat from his brow with a towel. After drying off, he picked up the finished knife, its dark blade glinting ominously. A fine weapon indeed. Satisfied, he nodded appreciatively. Excellent, a fine knife, he murmured as he swung it a few times, a look of contentment gracing his features. Xuanzhen was recognized as the most skilled blacksmith within a 10-mile radius, specializing in the creation of knives, particularly firewood knives. This region, dense with forests, especially Xiaofeng village, supplied firewood to nearby cities, resulting in a high demand for such tools. Consequently, his business thrived. Placing the knife on a rough iron table, an unexpected voice resonated in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, on forging your 100th firewood knife. The infinite synthesis system is now activated. Xuanzhen was taken aback. A system? He exclaimed, astonished. While the people of this world might be oblivious to such concepts, he was not, for he was a traveler from another realm, Blue Star, who had inexplicably arrived in this world known as the Zhenwu realm, a place brimming with unimaginable martial prowess. Upon his arrival, although merely a blacksmith, the allure of this fantastical world filled him with dreams of becoming a martial artist himself. After all, in the Zhenwu realm, martial prowess held the utmost respect, and cultivators enjoyed a status far superior to that of mere mortals. Only through martial cultivation could one access the greatest resources and extend their lifespan, potentially living for thousands of years. Of course, those who achieved such longevity were typically the supreme beings of this world, a fact Xuanzhen had only heard in tales. Yet he had witnessed firsthand that even the lowest tier of martial apprentices far surpassed ordinary mortals, even wealthy individuals. Thus, the once unremarkable office worker, now reborn in this new world, harbored dreams of martial cultivation. However, his fantasies were swiftly shattered. In this realm, the path of martial cultivation required a soul jade, an innate gem lying dormant within those endowed with martial potential, awakening before the age of 16. Without a soul jade, one could not cultivate, as true martial arts were predicated upon it. Arriving in this world at over 20 years of age, he had long passed the age of awakening, confirming his lack of a soul jade. This was commonplace. Not everyone possessed a soul jade, or else anyone could cultivate, diminishing the exalted status of martial artists, who could dictate the fates of mere mortals. Recognizing his fate, Xuanzhen, after a brief period of despair, resolved to make a living as a blacksmith. A year passed. The voice in his mind now startled him from his acceptance of fate. Could it be a system, the fabled golden finger of traversers, arriving at last? What kind of system are you? What purpose do you serve? He eagerly queried the voice within. Though silent, a stream of information began to materialize in his mind. He read the information with wide eyes. The infinite synthesis system can synthesize all things in the world without limit. Current proficiency, 0, capable of synthesizing mundane ironware. The essence of the information struck him as significant. He quickly grasped the concept. A system that could synthesize materials by combining two items, resulting in a new creation. With increased proficiency, he could synthesize higher-tier items, though he was currently limited to mundane ironware. Xuanzhen felt a tinge of disappointment. This was not a system to enhance talent or bestow extraordinary abilities. It merely allowed for synthesis. Despite the grandiosity of infinite synthesis, he wondered about its true utility. Wait, there are no useless systems, only a useless host. This system must possess some hidden potential. He thought. Resolute, he decided to experiment with synthesis. Looking around for materials, he spotted 10 newly forged firewood knives on the table, and an idea struck him. Firewood knives are surely mundane ironware. I will use these. He took 2 knives and focused his consciousness on them. Fusion begins, he declared inwardly. Suddenly, the 2 knives on the table radiated a glow visible only to him. The light intensified as they collided, merging into a singular, new item. Ding. Firewood knife *2 synthesized. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a black iron knife *1. Proficiency increased by 2 points. Before him appeared a knife with a jet black blade, emanating an aura of chilling power. Undoubtedly a remarkable weapon. It really works. The thrill of his first successful synthesis filled him with exhilaration. He felt as though a turning point in his life had finally arrived. Chapter 2. Spiritual Artifacts. The Black Iron Sword, meticulously crafted from the finest quality black iron, stood as a testament to Xuanzhen's year of apprenticeship as a blacksmith. With the memories of his original body fused within him, he possessed a unique discernment regarding ironworks. This singular black iron sword, devoid of any embellishments, could fetch no less than 100 gold pieces in the county town alone. What had Xuanzhen sacrificed for such a creation? Merely 2 mundane and inconsequential woodcutting knives. The ability to forge a black iron sword worth 100 gold pieces rendered the cost utterly negligible. With this in mind, it was evident that Xuanzhen could amass immense wealth solely by crafting black iron swords, paving the way to becoming a wealthy man without much difficulty. However, this fleeting thought was soon tempered by the reality of the fantastical world he inhabited, a realm where martial prowess reigned supreme. Simply accumulating riches would not grant him significant standing in such a society, even if Xuanzhen were to acquire a fortune through the synthesis of black iron swords. Any martial apprentice could easily seize his wealth, and the pursuit of riches could very well lead to the forfeiture of his life. Thus, Xuanzhen regained his composure. Realizing that he could not solely focus on selling swords for profit, he needed to explore whether he could utilize this synthesis system to embark on the path of cultivation and become a formidable martial artist. Cultivating martial arts and enhancing one's personal strength were the true means to gain respect in this realm of genuine martial prowess. Gazing at the black iron sword in his hand, he set it aside and retrieved 2 more woodcutting knives, initiating the fusion process once again. Ding! The fusion of 2 woodcutting knives was successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 1 black iron sword. Proficiency increased by 2 points. Having acquired yet another black iron sword, Xuanzhen wasted no time and placed both swords together, concentrating his thoughts on them. Fusion. As Xuanzhen's intent resonated, the 2 black iron swords silently merged into one. The fusion of 2 black iron swords was successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 mysterious iron sword. Proficiency increased by 3 points. Before Xuanzhen appeared a mysterious iron sword, radiating an ethereal glow. Its elongated blade exuded an aura of imminent danger, and a mere glance led him to believe that this sword was far from ordinary, verging on the realm of divine weaponry. While the black iron sword might be considered a standard weapon for martial artists, this mysterious iron sword was undoubtedly a precious treasure, suitable for auction at a grand event. Of course, this was merely Xuanzhen's perspective. The true nature of the sword remained uncertain. At that moment, Xuanzhen could hardly afford to admire the mysterious iron sword. His mind was consumed with a singular thought. The synthesis system was genuinely formidable, having produced a divine weapon like the mysterious iron sword after just 2 syntheses. What wonders could lie ahead if he continued further? It was important to note that this system was named the Infinite Synthesis System, though its true nature remained a mystery. It was safe to assert that it certainly could not be limited to merely 2 or 3 syntheses before reaching an impasse. At this moment, Xuanzhen was consumed by a singular thought: to forge yet another black iron knife and subsequently merge it to discover what new creation would arise. Without hesitation, he combined the remaining 6 ordinary wood-cutting knives into 3 black iron blades, which he then fused into a mysterious iron knife. His proficiency surged by 9 points. Before him materialized 2 black iron knives, and Xuanzhen commanded within his mind, merge. This time, the fusion took slightly longer, perhaps a few extra seconds. Then, a swirl of metallic liquid emerged, coalescing mid-air into a long blade engulfed in crimson flames. Fusion of the black iron knife successful. Congratulations. The host has acquired a level 1 spiritual weapon, the Caro Blade. Proficiency increased by 50. As the triumphant announcement echoed in his mind, Xuanzhen was left in a state of disbelief, unable to fathom the message resonating within him or the reality of the flaming blade hovering before his eyes. This was a spiritual weapon. Only martial artists of the 10th realm or higher could wield such a divine armament, transcending all mundane weapons. To have synthesized such a formidable spiritual blade from merely 9 ordinary wood-cutting knives was nothing short of astonishing, an unimaginable feat. In that moment, Xuanzhen glimpsed a potential turning point in his journey as a martial artist, perhaps even a glimpse of his future as a formidable warrior. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully synthesizing a spiritual weapon. Special Task 1 completed. Proficiency and Personal Information panel unlocked. The system's voice resonated in Xuanzhen's mind. It was then that he regained his composure, and a white luminescent screen appeared before him, displaying several lines of text. Host, Xuanzhen. Level 1. Strength, 20. The average value for an adult male is 10. Fusion Proficiency, 66. This attribute and proficiency panel was a reward for completing what was deemed a special task. and it was undeniably beneficial to Xuanzhen. In terms of the 4 primary attributes, he far surpassed the average male in all but speed. Notably, his mental attribute was exceptionally high, likely a result of merging 2 consciousnesses, which was 5 times greater than that of an ordinary person. And this was despite Xuanzhen having never practiced any mental techniques, as the enhancement of mental prowess was notoriously challenging. After glancing at the panel, Xuanzhen chose not to dwell on it further. Even the so-called special task, which had yet to be unveiled, was not a concern for him. His sole focus now was to forge enough wood-cutting knives to continue the process of synthesis, ultimately culminating in the creation of the Karo blade. Xuanzhen eagerly anticipated what remarkable outcome would arise when the 2 Karo blades merged together. This was the fusion of spiritual weapons, and he was filled with boundless expectation and desire for what was to come. Xuanzhen hesitated not. He was left with but a single black iron knife. To forge 2 Xian iron knives, he required 3 additional black iron knives in conjunction with the one he possessed. Subsequently, 2 Xian iron knives could be combined to create a gallows knife, and ultimately, a spiritual weapon could be formed. Thus, Xuanzhen needed to craft 6 more firewood knives to meet this condition. Upon surveying the remaining materials in the smithy, he calculated that they were insufficient to forge the required 6 firewood knives, which left him quite discontented. Yet, he had no alternative. Despite his fervent desire to synthesize a spiritual weapon, the lack of materials compelled him to suppress his yearning for the time being. Alas, it seemed he had no choice but to purchase what he needed. Chapter 3. The additional functions of the synthesis system. Xuanzhen only engaged in smithing when there were customers, and thus he would procure materials as required. Otherwise, if he bought materials without securing buyers for his knives, they would remain unused, which was hardly ideal. Moreover, Xuanzhen did not possess an abundance of funds. While he was the finest blacksmith in the vicinity, business was not particularly thriving. After all, iron tools are not consumables, and a single knife can last for a considerable duration. Furthermore, he had previously expended a significant amount of money on martial arts manuals and materials for testing his cultivation aptitude, which had depleted his savings. Considering all these factors, alongside the necessity of his own sustenance, Xuanzhen knew he could not afford to spend excessively on materials. At that moment, he resolved to conceal the gallows knife and set off with all his savings to procure the necessary materials. In Xiaofeng village, there were no establishments selling smithing materials. One had to travel to the town for such provisions. Thus, Xuanzhen made his way towards the town. After an hour's journey, he arrived in the town. Upon arrival, he decided to forego a meal and instead head directly to purchase iron. With a slight scornful huff, he proceeded to the local vendor of iron ore. This place was well known to him, and he felt quite at home. It was an unbranded establishment, simply an enclave associated with a nearby small mine where iron ore was refined and sold. Familiar with the route, Xuanzhen entered the yard, which was cluttered with various iron ores. Upon his arrival, a young man orchestrating the laborers in the transportation of iron ore recognized Xuanzhen and greeted him. "Old Four, I require 100 pounds of refined iron." Without further ado, Xuanzhen stated his intent directly to the young man. 100 pounds? It seems Master Li is here for a substantial order. Old Four exclaimed, somewhat taken aback. He was aware that Xuanzhen typically only purchased refined iron when there was a pressing need, and his maximum previous order had been 30 pounds. This time, however, he sought a considerable quantity. Xuanzhen offered a simple nod. "Enough chatter, provide your price. I must return promptly." "All right, Li the blacksmith. For 100 pounds of refined iron, considering you are a valued customer, and the large quantity this time, I will charge you 1 tael of silver per pound, totaling 100 taels. What do you think?" After a moment's contemplation, Lao Si replied, 100 pounds for 90 taels. Li Xian, ever the negotiator, retorted, very well. 90 taels will suffice, but you must keep this confidential. After a moment's hesitation, Lao Si agreed, that is acceptable. Li Xian then produced a pouch containing precisely 90 taels of silver. Lao Si took the pouch, counted the coins, and declared, all is in order. I will have someone fetch your refined iron. Lao Si summoned a worker to bring forth 100 pounds of refined iron. Despite the weight, the bulk consisted of merely 10 iron blocks piled together. Li Xian approached and meticulously inspected the blocks, affirming their quality as refined iron. He then placed the blocks into a cloth bag, slinging it over his shoulder like a garment, and nodded to Lao Si, saying, I shall take my leave now. Lao Si, farewell, Li the blacksmith. May your business flourish. Lao Si responded with a nod. Thus, Li Xian set off, burdened with 100 pounds of refined iron. For one endowed with innate strength like Li Xian, carrying such weight posed no challenge. Though the distance between the town and Xiaofeng village was considerable, even a robust adult would struggle to traverse it with such a load. Li Xian was different. Although he lacked the talent for cultivation and had not awakened his soul jade, he possessed strength beyond the ordinary. Yet, in this world, such mortal strength was hardly noteworthy. Once one awakened a soul jade and cultivated martial arts, even an ordinary martial apprentice, though perhaps weaker than Li Xian, could easily overpower him with a mere finger. Moreover, those above martial apprentices, the warriors, possessed strength exceeding 10,000 pounds. Li Xian's innate strength, at most, equated to 1,000 pounds, serving little purpose beyond his blacksmithing. After some time, Li Xian returned to his dwelling in Shaofeng village, entering the forge. As he set down the 100 pounds of refined iron and prepared to craft a hatchet, an idea struck him. If this is a synthesis system, might it also be possible to synthesize this refined iron? This thought ignited a fervor within him as he gazed upon the neatly arranged 10 blocks of refined iron. Why not give it a try? I have more than enough iron to forge dozens of hatchets. Losing a block or two won't matter. With this resolve, Li Xian concentrated on 2 blocks of refined iron and intoned, synthesize. Ding ding. 2 refined iron blocks synthesized. Congratulations, host. You have received 1 Xian iron. A voice resonated within Li Xuanzhen's mind, as a peculiar metallic substance materialized on the ground, emanating an extraordinary aura. It was a rare or known as Xiantai stone, typically found in iron mines, yielding only a minuscule quantity of precious minerals. Success! Li Xuanzhen exclaimed with delight. He pondered whether other items might also be synthesized. As he surveyed the smithy, he sought additional materials for synthesis, but found none suitable. At that moment, his gaze fell upon the trees in the courtyard outside. Could leaves be synthesized as well? He mused, contemplating a test of the synthesis system's purported ability to create anything. Without hesitation, he stepped outside, gathered 2 leaves, and endeavored to commence the synthesis. The synthesis failed, accompanied by a system notification indicating that the required materials must possess intrinsic value. Alas, a failure. Li Xuanzhen sighed in disappointment. If this synthesis system truly had the capacity to create anything, its potential would be astronomical. However, he quickly grasped the crux of the system's message. The materials must indeed hold value. Surely, this should suffice, he thought. Rummaging through his belongings to retrieve 2 pieces of broken silver, weighing perhaps less than an ounce. Synthesize. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Xuanzhen opted to combine the 2 fragments of silver. Synthesis of 2 broken silver pieces complete. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a silver ingot. A silver ingot, worth at least 10 taels, appeared in his hand. It truly works. Chapter 4. The Ring of Power. Li Xuanzhen was filled with astonishment. It seemed that the synthesis system held numerous other avenues for exploration. Yet, for him, the mere synthesis of silver felt like a waste of the system's potential. He had no intention of amassing wealth through silver alone. His primary objective was to ascertain whether this synthesis system could assist him on his martial journey. Never mind. Let me forge a chopping knife first, then synthesize a gauro blade, and see what the outcome will be. Li Xuanzhen was resolute in not forgetting his most pressing task. Thus, he began the process of crafting his weapon. As darkness enveloped the sky, Li Xuanzhen finally amassed sufficient materials to synthesize another gauro blade. He eagerly anticipated the moment of synthesis. Synthesized 2 chopping knives. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1 black iron blade. Synthesized 2 black iron blades. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1 Xiantai blade. Synthesized 2 Xiantai blades. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1 gauro blade. After a flurry of activity, Li Xuanzhen successfully acquired another gauro blade. Now he possessed 2 gauro blades, 2 spirit weapons, the quintessential arsenal of a martial immortal, attainable only by the most fortunate of peak warriors. Li Xuanzhen was uncertain of the outcome from synthesizing the 2 spirit weapons, but he brimmed with anticipation. Commence synthesis. With a focused thought, Li Xuanzhen initiated the synthesis of the 2 gauro blades. A brilliant light suddenly flashed, converging within a small area for several minutes, followed by a series of chimes. Gauro blade 2 synthesis. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a strength ring, yellow quality. This time, no weapon materialized. Instead, a seemingly ancient and ordinary black ring appeared before Li Xuanzhen. What is happening? Why is it not a second-level spirit artifact? Li Xuanzhen's eyes widened in confusion. According to his expectations, the synthesis should have resulted in an upgrade. Thus, combining 2 first-level spirit artifacts, the gauro blades, should yield a second-level artifact. Why then did this peculiar ring emerge? A strength ring? What on earth is that? Li Xuanzhen skeptically picked up the ancient black ring. Hidden attribute item detected. Would you like to expend 1 mental power to unveil the hidden attributes? Current mental power, 500. The system's voice echoed in Li Xuanzhen's mind. What is this? Hidden attributes that require mental power to unlock? Li Xuanzhen furrowed his brow but did not ponder further, simply responding, yes. After all, it was merely 1 point of mental power. If it was expended, It could be restored with a short rest, nothing too concerning. Ding. Dragon Power Ring, yellow quality. Level requirement, 1, strength, 100. Constitution, 100. Xuanzhen gazed at the text that appeared in his mind, utterly astonished. This is actually an 8-keepable ring that enhances attributes. Moreover, it boosts 2 attributes simultaneously, each by 100. How extraordinary. Looking at the dragon ring in his hand, although it still appeared black and unremarkable, only Xuanzhen knew that this small ring possessed astonishing capabilities. After recovering from his shock, he eagerly adorned the ring. Upon wearing it, Xuanzhen's attributes were as follows. Host, Xuanzhen. Level, 1, strength, 120. Speed, 10. Constitution, 130. Mental, 50. Synthesis proficiency, 206. Attack power, 1500. Defense power, 2500. Attack power. Defense power. Xuanzhen was utterly amazed to see these 2 new attributes appear on his attribute panel. It felt as if he were in a game where such attributes materialized. Xuanzhen murmured to himself, pondering whether these attributes were stronger or weaker compared to those of martial artists. He had no frame of reference to ascertain their true significance. Since arriving in this world, Xuanzhen had been forging iron in Xiaofeng village. Even when he ventured to nearby cities, he merely watched martial artists from afar, never daring to provoke them, completely unaware of the true power of martial artists in this realm. Thus, upon observing his attack and defense values, which had risen to the 4-digit range, Lixian was still uncertain about how he measured up against those martial artists. Nevertheless, he found some solace in the realization that he possessed a modicum of self-preservation ability. Since arriving in this world and becoming aware of the existence of martial artists, he had only recently begun to feel a semblance of security. However, the very fact that the synthesis system could create items that directly enhanced attributes implied that he could forge an abundance of equipment, thereby infinitely augmenting his capabilities. In such a scenario, even without the soul jade or any cultivation, he should at least be able to hold his own against the lower-tiered martial artists. The thought of comparing himself to the formidable warriors was daunting, for it was said that these masters could move mountains and fill seas, shattering stars with their might, an unfathomable terror for Lixian. Dismissing such thoughts, he resolved to continue his forging endeavors and synthesize more gear, hoping to create additional attribute-enhancing items. In the village of Xiaofeng, the area where Lixian resided was already a cacophony of clanging iron, and at this moment, it resonated even more vigorously, continuing well into the night. Fortunately, his forge was situated at the village's edge, distanced from the homes of others, thus sparing them from disturbance. Lixian tirelessly crafted chopping knives, followed by synthesis. He soon created a black iron knife, and then a mysterious iron knife, ultimately forging 4 mysterious iron knives. Without hesitation, he combined these 4 into 2 gallant knives. By now, it was already midday on the following day. Lixian gazed at the 2 gallant knives in his hands, his eyes alight with excitement. He had finally acquired 2 more spiritual weapons. He wondered what they would yield upon synthesis this time. Despite having spent the night forging without rest, he felt invigorated, perhaps due to his enhanced physique or the anticipation of once again synthesizing a spiritual weapon. Combine, he proclaimed, and the 2 gallant knives fused together, radiating light that filled the entire smithy. Gallant knife 2 synthesis. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Dragon Power Earrings, yellow excellent quality, 1. Upon hearing the familiar sound of successful synthesis, Lixian's expression brightened. Although he had yet to achieve a Tier 2 spiritual weapon, it appeared he had synthesized another piece of equipment. Let me see what this is. Before him appeared a seemingly ordinary silver earring, devoid of any ostentation. Chapter 5. Set items. This earring was silver, adorned with small raised patterns resembling dragon scales. As Lixian picked it up, a data panel materialized before his eyes. Power earrings, yellow excellent quality. Power 50. Constitution 50. Wearing requirements. Strength 100, Constitution 100. Xuanzhen gazed at the earring, unable to suppress the joy swelling within him. Once again, it was an item capable of enhancing both strength and constitution. Unlike the previous Dragon Power Ring, which required mental energy to unlock its attributes, it appeared not all equipment possessed hidden properties. Some items, once crafted, had their attributes activated immediately. However, the wearing requirements for this earring were not based on level, but necessitated a strength and constitution, both exceeding 100. Upon seeing this information, Xuanzhen breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, he had first crafted the Dragon Power Ring. Had he created this earring first, his original attributes of strength and constitution would have rendered him unqualified to wear it. What a fortunate turn of events. Yet, this earring was typically adorned by women, and the notion of a man wearing such an accessory felt somewhat incongruous. Xuanzhen pondered. Nevertheless, this was an item that could bolster his strength and constitution. Such a minor sacrifice was inconsequential in the grand scheme of things. With a resolute spirit, he carefully placed the earring in his right ear, and an invigorating chill enveloped his entire being, his mind becoming remarkably clear, an experience unlike any he had felt after donning the dragon power ring. What could this mean? At that moment, a voice echoed in Xuanzhen's mind. Detection complete. Host has equipped 2 or more set items. Set effect activated. A set effect? Xuanzhen was astonished. He opened his attribute panel. At that instant, his attribute data read as follows. Host, Xuanzhen. Level, 1. Strength, 170. Speed, 10. Constitution, 180. Spirit, 100. Proficiency, 409. Attack power, 2250. Defense power, 3750. Set effect, Spirit 50. As he gazed at the blue text displayed below, Xuanzhen's mind raced. So, his spirit had increased by 50. Previously, while the enhancements to strength and constitution had not evoked any particularly extraordinary sensations, the activation of the set effect and subsequent increase in spirit imparted a distinctly different feeling. It seemed that since spirit pertained to the brain, it was only natural to experience something unique. Xuanzhen mused to himself. It was akin to a game, yet this world was undeniably real. How could such game-like phenomena exist? Though perplexed, he soon found solace in the understanding that, regardless of its nature, it was ultimately beneficial for him. At this moment, Xuanzhen clenched his fist. Although he did not experience any overtly dramatic sensations, he could distinctly feel his strength augmenting. However, the specifics eluded him, as there were no references to provide a tangible sense of comparison. Regardless, since he could synthesize items that enhanced his attributes, it signified that he was indeed capable of becoming stronger. In a realm rife with terrifying forces, my singular pursuit remains the quest for strength, an insatiable desire to grow ever more formidable. Thus, I shall continue to forge my equipment. Xuanzhen paused momentarily before resuming the creation of firewood knives, hopeful that he might synthesize a complete set and discover the accompanying effects. Xuanzhen felt no trace of fatigue as he labored. In the past, even with considerable physical prowess, the relentless forging of iron would have left him utterly exhausted. Yet now, he felt invigorated, brimming with vitality and devoid of weariness. At that moment, Xuanzhen was certain that his body had transformed due to the adornment of rings and earrings. He had indeed grown stronger. As the day wore on, Xuanzhen tirelessly crafted numerous firewood knives. His skills extended beyond mere knives, yet firewood knives were his forte, requiring minimal resources. Instinctively, he continued to forge them. His mind persistently focused on synthesizing the dragon coil set. With the addition of the rings and earrings, he yearned for further pieces, hoping to unlock additional set effects. Uncertainty lingered regarding whether the dragon coil set could only be synthesized from the Gaoro knife, but the likelihood was significant. Failing that, the synthesis of the Gaoro knife remained the most promising avenue, leading Xuanzhen to favor the crafting of firewood knives capable of yielding the Gaoro knife. The villagers of Xiaofeng soon noticed that Xuanzhen's forge, situated at the village's edge, resonated with the relentless clang of ironwork throughout the day. However, they deemed this behavior unremarkable, as the forge had always thrived in business. Xuanzhen had few close connections in Xiaofeng. In truth, the villagers held a slight apprehension towards this muscular figure. Unless absolutely necessary, they refrained from disturbing him. Thus, he spent the day forging iron implements undisturbed. As night descended, Xuanzhen found himself surrounded by dozens of firewood knives. The village lay silent, its inhabitants in slumber. He secured the forge and commenced his synthesis. Firewood knife 2 synthesized. Congratulations to the host on obtaining black iron knife 1. Black iron knife 2 synthesized. Congratulations to the host on acquiring Xian iron knife 1. Xian iron knife 2 synthesized. Congratulations to the host on producing Gaoro knife 1. Continuously synthesizing, he transformed all the firewood knives into Gaoro knives, ultimately amassing 4 of these exceptional weapons. Gazing at the 4 Gaoro knives, each emanating a faint flame, Xuanzhen felt a flutter of excitement, even though this was not his first encounter with their creation. These were spiritual weapons, albeit the most rudimentary of first-level artifacts. However, they were possessions reserved for true martial immortals. Each Gaoro knife, if exchanged for worldly riches, could command millions in gold and silver. Yet, Xuanzhen fully understood that wielding these Gaoro knives for wealth was an impossibility. Ultimately, he comprehended that in this world, one's own strength is of paramount importance. Wealth, in all its forms, is merely an external possession. True power resides in one's intrinsic fortitude. Should Xuanzhen attempt to sell the Gaoro blade without the foundation of his own strength, he would be vulnerable. If others were to learn of his possession of a spiritual weapon, he would face dire consequences. In a society where virtue does not match status, He could easily meet his demise, his lifeless body discarded in the wilderness, vanishing from existence. Aware of such realities, Xuanzhen chose to continue synthesizing the Gaoro blade, hoping to forge equipment that would enhance his attributes. For Xuanzhen, who could not cultivate, these enhancements were his sole means to grow stronger. Chapter 6, the fourth set, Synthesis. With his consciousness focused on the two Gaoro blades, Xuanzhen initiated the synthesis. The blades entwined, radiating a luminous glow amidst a swirl of chaos, transforming into a sphere of light. Gaoro Blade 2 synthesis complete. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the Dragon Power Necklace. The system's voice resonated as anticipated. Upon hearing this, Xuanzhen's face lit up with joy. Another piece of the dragon set. This was precisely what he had yearned for. On the table, where the two Gaoro blades once lay, now rested a silver metallic necklace, emanating a soft yellow luminescence. Dragon Power Necklace. Xuanzhen grasped the necklace, and its data attributes instantly materialized in his mind. Dragon Power Necklace, yellow excellent quality. Strength, 150. Constitution, 150. Wearing requirement, level 1. Observing the necklace's attributes, a subtle smile graced Xuanzhen's lips. Indeed, it augmented both strength and constitution. It seemed the dragon set consistently enhanced these attributes. However, with the emergence of yet another set piece, he was eager to see if he could activate the set effect once more. The increase in strength and constitution had been expected. What thrilled Xuanzhen more was the anticipation of the three-piece set effect. The earlier two-piece set had provided a boost of 50 to spirit. What would the three-piece set yield? Without hesitation, he adorned the necklace around his neck. Detection complete. Host equipped with three-piece set. Three-piece set effect activated. Xuanzhen promptly summoned his data panel. Host, Xuanzhen. Level, 1. Strength, 320. Speed, 100. Constitution, 330. Spirit, 100. Synthesis proficiency, 605. Attack power, 3900. Defense power, 5000. Two-piece set effect, 50 spirit. Three-piece set effect, 90 speed. Beneath the original data, a line of blue text appeared, revealing an acceleration effect from the set. Xuanzhen was overjoyed. Previously, his speed had been akin to that of an ordinary individual, leaving him apprehensive about being hindered by a lack of swiftness. Possessing strength, yet unable to strike effectively. However, the only shortcoming has now been addressed. With the effects of the three-piece set, speed has reached triple digits. Excellent. At last, I can claim a modicum of self-protection. As for Xuanzhen, he remains uncertain about his own strength, lacking any benchmarks for comparison. He does not know whether he surpasses those warriors who have awakened their soul jade, matches them, or falls slightly short. Although he cannot ascertain this, he understands that through the infinite synthesis system, he may indeed stand atop the pinnacle of martial arts in this world, provided he continues to synthesize without pause. Having achieved this remarkable equipment with less than 10 synthesizations, and of merely refined quality, this familiar pattern evokes a sense of nostalgia for Xuanzhen, who has played numerous games in his past life. This suggests that the current quality of equipment has yet to reach its limit. Further synthesis might yield unimaginable results. Excitement surged within him, yet he quickly shook his head. I must remain steady, calm myself, and regain composure. Xuanzhen steadied his thoughts. Recognizing that although he has acquired this system, a tremendous opportunity, he must not lose his equilibrium. This world is no game. Should he allow his mindset to falter due to his newfound abilities, the consequences would surely be dire. The most crucial aspect is that in this world, death is final. Even with the system, if others were to discover his extraordinary capability for infinite synthesis, he would undoubtedly attract unwanted attention, leading to potential threats against him. I cannot reveal my abilities. Even before I possess substantial power, I must conceal the fact that I have suddenly grown stronger. Otherwise, should I attract the attention of formidable adversaries, I would be inviting my own demise. After calming himself, Xuanzhen resolved that for the foreseeable future, he must continue to live as an ordinary blacksmith. He cannot expose his strength, otherwise. If others were to learn of his transformation from a mere mortal to someone possessing extraordinary prowess, speculation and peril would inevitably ensue. Thus, he must persist in synthesis. A sense of urgency now filled Xuanzhen's heart. Had he remained an ordinary person, he would have felt no such urgency, for he would be of no concern to anyone. But now, he is no longer a mere mortal, endowed with the extraordinary opportunity of the synthesis system. The future, as foreseen, promises to propel him onto the true stage of this world. Consequently, before embarking on the grand narrative of his life, he must find every means to enhance his strength. For Xuanzhen, who cannot cultivate through traditional methods, the only path to augmenting his power lies within the infinite synthesis system. Taking a deep breath, he resolved without hesitation to continue synthesizing the remaining 2 Galro blades. Hoping this time to manifest the dragon power set, Xuanzhen's gaze was intently fixed upon the 2 Galro blades. A dazzling light, visible only to him, emerged as he concentrated. Closing his eyes, he awaited a moment, during which the familiar sound of the system's notification echoed within his consciousness. Galro blade synthesis successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the power gloves, yellow excellent quality. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld a pair of black gloves materializing before him. Power gloves? Xuanzhen picked them up, only to discover a hidden attribute item. Would you like to expend 1 mental power to unveil the hidden attribute? Current mental power stands at 999. A notification reminiscent of the one he received when he first synthesized the dragon ring resounded. Another hidden attribute item. Naturally, Xuanzhen opted to reveal the attribute. Ding ding. Dragon power gloves, yellow excellent quality. Requirements for wearing. Strength 300, Constitution 300, Mental 50. The system's notification arrived as expected, accompanied by a data panel. Dragon power gloves, yellow excellent quality. Strength 500, Constitution 500, Speed 100. Gazing at these figures, even though it was not his first encounter, Xuanzhen's eyes widened in astonishment, his face reflecting sheer surprise. The enhancement provided by this equipment was truly staggering, granting a remarkable boost of 500 in both strength and constitution, along with an increase of 100 in speed. After his initial shock, joy surged within him. Without hesitation, he donned the dragon power gloves, which emanated a unique aura. Upon wearing them, he felt as if the gloves had seamlessly melded with his hands, rendering them an intrinsic part of him, devoid of any foreign sensation. This peculiar feeling was utterly extraordinary. At that moment, his data panel underwent a transformation. Host, Xuanzhen. Level 1, Strength 820, Speed 200, Constitution 830, Mental 100, Synthesis Proficiency 657, Attack Power 7900, Defense Power 9000, 2-piece set effect, Mental 50, 3-piece set effect, Speed 90, 4-piece set effect, Activate hidden equipment effects. Chapter 7, Testing Strength. Activate hidden effects. Xuanzhen's eyes widened at the last line of blue text. The ability to conceal equipment was indeed remarkable. This 4th set effect, while not augmenting attributes, granted a unique capability to hide the equipment. Previously, after acquiring several pieces of gear, he had felt a twinge of anxiety. For though these items were merely rings, earrings, and necklaces, unassuming trinkets, they could draw attention once worn, while no one would suspect them to be extraordinary items that enhanced attributes. The potential risk remained ever present. The gloves that have now emerged possess an astonishing effect, the ability to conceal one's equipment. For Xuanzhen, this is akin to a timely downpour, resolving a lingering concern. Splendid. The effect of this set is nothing short of perfect. Xuanzhen could hardly contain his excitement as he approached a basin of clear water just outside the courtyard. The tranquil surface reflected his visage and physique, rugged yet imbued with a unique allure, complemented by a muscular build that radiated strength. As Xuanzhen stood bare-chested, he gazed at his reflection, noticing the absence of the earrings and necklace that should have adorned his ears and neck. Lowering his gaze to his chest, he saw that the silver necklace remained, yet it was not visible in the water's reflection. A sudden realization dawned upon him. This must be the effect of the equipment concealment. Others could not see it, yet he himself retained the ability to do so. Xuanzhen raised his hands and placed them upon the water's surface, observing that the black gloves were absent from his reflection. Instead, the image depicted is rough, larger than average palms, with distinct lines etched upon them. Indeed, the black gloves were not mirrored. A wave of relief washed over him. The ability to hide such equipment meant that even if he were to create peculiar and eye-catching gear, such as armor or helmets, he could still conceal them. This alleviated a significant worry in Xuanzhen's mind. The synthesis system was incredibly considerate, truly anticipating the desires of its host. He praised the system, though it offered no response. It appeared that this system lacked its own consciousness. Shaking his head, he concluded that it was for the best. He was not particularly fond of verbose systems. A straightforward one, devoid of self-awareness and solely focused on providing the means for its host to grow stronger, was the ideal. As for the remaining tools, they had all vanished, leaving no possibility for further synthesis. Moreover, it was already quite late, precluding any chance to procure iron ore. Xuanzhen pondered briefly, glancing up at the pitch-black sky. The entire Xiaofeng village was enveloped in silence, devoid of human presence. Perhaps he should venture into the mountains to test his current strength? With this thought, he resolved to proceed. Well then, let me ascertain just how far I have progressed. Despite having a data panel, the cold, unyielding numbers lacked context, making it impossible for Xuanzhen to gauge his true prowess. Therefore, finding a suitable place to experiment and assess his newfound strength was indeed necessary. With a determined spirit, Xuanzhen departed from his humble abode and headed towards the back mountains of Shaofeng village. At this late hour, when wild beasts roamed, no one would be present in the mountains, alleviating any fear of being observed during his trial. Moreover, Xuanzhen intended to delve deeper into the secluded areas of the back mountain, places where no one would venture even during the day. At the foot of the back mountain, this location was approximately several kilometers away from Xiaofeng village, where Xuanzhen resided. For an ordinary person, traversing this distance would typically require over 10 minutes. However, at this moment, Xuanzhen accomplished this feat in under 5 minutes, traveling at a speed of 1 kilometer per minute, and this was without exerting his full capabilities. My speed has indeed enhanced significantly, and I sense that I can move even faster, Xuanzhen sighed, although he had yet to truly test his strength. This singular aspect of speed alone affirmed that he had surpassed the capabilities of the average individual. However, he pondered how the speed of those who had awakened their soul jade and truly embarked on the path of martial arts compared. The lack of understanding and exposure to genuine martial artists rendered Xuanzhen incapable of making any comparisons. Unfortunately, during the years since his arrival, the farthest he had ventured was merely to a nearby small county. This small county housed very few martial artists, and those present held esteemed positions, rarely appearing before ordinary folk, let alone revealing their skills in front of them. In Xuanzhen's memory, martial artists were akin to mythical dragons, seldom seen. His previous incarnation had never encountered one. The chasm between martial artists and ordinary mortals was so vast that it created a palpable divide. They were, in essence, inhabitants of different worlds. As Xuanzhen ventured deeper into the back mountain, he soon arrived at a valley he had never visited before, only having heard tales of it. This valley was adorned with numerous colossal boulders. His purpose for coming here was to utilize these rocks to test his strength. Throughout his journey, Xuanzhen had been eager to encounter fierce beasts, yet regrettably, the path had been utterly tranquil. He felt a twinge of disappointment, for he believed that battling a wild animal would provide a more visceral demonstration of his prowess than mere stones. Alas, such beasts were not easily encountered. Upon entering the valley, Xuanzhen beheld a scattering of towering rocks under the night sky. Most of these boulders stood at least as tall as a person, with some reaching several times that height. Despite their towering stature, they collectively occupied a vast area, easily large enough for several individuals to embrace. These rocks must have weighed several tons. Xuanzhen, exercising caution, approached a relatively smaller boulder, yet still one of considerable size, weighing approximately 2,000 to 3,000 pounds, roughly equivalent to 2 tons. Gifted with inherent strength and years of training, his physical prowess far exceeded that of the average person. However, his limit remained just above 900 pounds, never surpassing 1,000. A strength exceeding 1,000 pounds marked the threshold into the first realm of martial arts, the distinction between a martial apprentice and an ordinary individual. Xuanzhen had previously only approached this limit, yet had never truly attained it. In other words, if Xuanzhen can exert a force exceeding 1,000 jin, he would be considered to have reached the realm of a martial disciple. Should he manage to lift the boulder before him, weighing 2,000 to 3,000 jin, it would signify that his strength is at least at the third tier of martial discipleship. Although he has never encountered a true martial disciple, he possesses some rudimentary knowledge of martial arts. For instance, martial disciples are categorized into 10 realms, with the most apparent distinction between them being their strength. A force of 1,000 jin corresponds to the first tier, 2,000 jin to the second, and so forth. As for those who surpass martial disciples, they transcend the limit of 10,000 jin. Undoubtedly, true martial practitioners, beyond mere strength, are said to possess other extraordinary abilities, though Xuanzhen remains unaware of those. Testing his own strength is quite simple for Xuanzhen. He merely needs to ascertain the extent of his power. There is no other method. This is the simplest and most convenient way. Chapter 8. A fist of 100,000 jin. Xuanzhen gazed at the imposing boulder before him and took a deep breath. With a hearty exclamation, he embraced the stone with both arms and effortlessly lifted it. How light! As Xuanzhen cradled the boulder, it felt as if it weighed no more than a feather. Akin to lifting a mere chair, he attempted to hurl the stone into the sky, and to his astonishment, it soared over 10 meters high with his throw. Upon its descent, he caught it again, feeling no strain whatsoever. Even as the stone fell and he caught it again, its weight would typically increase several-fold. Yet Xuanzhen remained unperturbed. Steadying his grip on the stone, he gently set it back on the ground. After a series of such actions, he still felt no fatigue. My strength must be at least 40,000 to 50,000 jin, Xuanzhen mused in astonishment. It is worth noting that he possesses no cultivation whatsoever. He has not awakened any soul jade, and has never practiced martial arts. Yet, Even so, he could wield such formidable strength, perhaps even more. This remarkable ability is entirely due to the 4 pieces of the dragon power set he has equipped. Should anyone become aware of this, it would undoubtedly evoke shock. For there exists nothing in this world that defies common sense, whereby mere equipment can augment one's attributes. Xuanzhen felt parched, realizing that the gear he had synthesized was indeed effective and real. Initially, he assumed that his journey into this world would be futile, as he lacked the awakening of a soul jade, and thus could not cultivate martial arts. However, the emergence of a synthesis system offered a glimmer of hope. In addition to his astonishment, he felt a surge of trepidation. The existence of the system must remain a secret. Even the fact that he can synthesize equipment must be kept confidential, even from those closest to him. Xuanzhen swallowed hard and resolved within himself. Once more, I shall ascertain the full extent of my strength. He approached the largest boulder in the valley, a colossal stone standing 5 to 6 meters tall and spanning several square meters. The weight was undeniably immense, exceeding at least 100,000 pounds. Aside from those who had delved deeply into the martial arts, attaining the realm of the true immortal of martial arts, ordinary martial artists could hardly hope to move it. According to Xuanzhen's understanding, the pinnacle of martial arts was the realm of the true immortal, capable of facing thousands alone, even single-handedly toppling nations or defending an entire kingdom. Such individuals, in Xuanzhen's eyes, were akin to deities. Now, however, Xuanzhen yearned to ascertain whether he could measure up to the legendary true immortals he had only heard about in tales, solely in terms of strength. Gazing at the colossal boulder before him, he extended his hands to grasp one edge, summoning all his might. "Huh," he exclaimed, his voice low yet powerful, as he channeled strength into his arms while firmly anchoring his legs in a stance reminiscent of a warrior's stance. With unwavering determination, he began to lift the massive stone. Gradually, under Xuanzhen's exertion, the boulder was raised, leaving a deep impression in the ground beneath. Although he felt the strain, he was not overwhelmed. Even this weighty stone did not push him to the brink of exhaustion. In fact, he felt it was within his grasp, with the boulder fully elevated. It hovered at least a meter above the ground. As he took a few tentative steps, each footfall stirred dust and left imprints in the earth. The ability to walk while lifting such a daunting weight, even for just a few paces, attested to Xuanzhen's formidable strength. His arms revealed sinewy muscles, and his bare torso showcased the activation of every fiber of his being. After walking a short distance, he returned the boulder to its original position with precision, lowering it gently and effortlessly until it fit seamlessly into place, appearing as if it had never been disturbed. In that moment, Xuanzhen took a deep breath, standing upright. Astonished as he gazed at his own hands, a glimmer of divine light sparkling in his eyes. "I did it. I truly did it," he murmured in a hushed tone, overwhelmed by excitement. 100,000 pounds of strength. This was Xuanzhen's current limit. Moreover, this weight marked the threshold of the true immortal of martial arts. Thus, in terms of sheer power, Xuanzhen had reached a level indistinguishable from that of the true immortals. From an ordinary mortal lacking any martial prowess, possessing only a trace of innate divine strength, he had ascended to wield the power of a true immortal, merely aided by a few pieces of equipment synthesized through an infinite synthesis system. This was astonishingly simple, a realm that might take others a lifetime to attain. Xuanzhen had effortlessly achieved. How could he not be exhilarated? As he stood there, momentarily lost in thought amidst the starry night sky in the valley, his figure appeared diminutive beside the massive stone, yet within that small frame lay an inconceivable reservoir of power. After a brief pause, Xuanzhen took a deep breath. Grounding himself in the moment, Xuanzhen, exhaling slowly, calmed his emotions. At this moment, he realized that in terms of sheer strength, he had already attained the realm of a true martial immortal. However, the martial path encompasses more than mere power. It also demands an assessment of his practical combat abilities. Xuanzhen called forth his data, observing a prominent line that read, "Attack power, 7,900. This figure left him perplexed, as he could not ascertain its significance. He understood that this data panel quantified his strength, akin to the games he played in his past life. Yet the system did not explicitly convey what this 4-digit number represented in terms of mastery. Everything required Xuanzhen to explore and verify on his own. He glanced at the data once more before turning to the massive stone before him. Clenching his fist, he stepped back and then, with all his might, delivered a powerful punch to the stone. A resounding crash echoed as debris flew and dust erupted. Before him, the once solid stone was now enveloped in a cloud of dust. Maintaining his stance, Xuanzhen awaited the dispersal of the haze. When the dust finally settled, an astonishing sight greeted him. A gaping hole, nearly half his size, marred the surface of the colossal stone, revealing a faintly discernible scene beyond it in the night's darkness. Xuanzhen's punch had pierced the stone, creating a translucent cavity. The sheer terror of this was overwhelming. Were this strike to land on a person, even a seasoned martial artist would find it unbearable. Their flesh would undoubtedly be pulverized. As he retracted his fist, excitement surged within his eyes at the magnitude of his power. Chapter 9. Explosive impact. A massive stone weighing 100,000 pounds had been breached by his fist, and all this was accomplished without him exerting his full strength. At this moment, Li Xian found it difficult to maintain his composure. From someone who had not even been a martial artist, he had ascended to such a terrifying level of strength. This caliber of power surely belonged to a genuine martial artist. No low-tier martial disciple could achieve such feats. Although Li Xian had never truly encountered a martial practitioner awakened by a soul jade, he had heard enough to understand that even such practitioners, upon awakening their soul jade, could at best contend against 10 ordinary strong men. Yet, he knew that those who had awakened their soul jade could wield extraordinary abilities, albeit with limitations. Li Xian was certain that despite lacking a soul jade and its mystical capabilities, his attack power and strength had undeniably reached a certain threshold. At the very least, he posed no threat to an average martial disciple or even low-tier martial artists, regardless of the peculiar methods employed. One must rely solely on one's strength to break through myriad barriers. With a single punch, any adversary becomes inconsequential. Li Xuanzhen gazed at his own fist, and then at the colossal boulder he had shattered, his heart brimming with confidence. At last, I possess the power to defend myself and ascend in this fantastical realm. Gradually calming his emotions, Li Xuanzhen departed from the site. On his journey back, he yearned for an encounter with a wild beast to engage in genuine combat. Presently, Li Xuanzhen felt assured that he could effortlessly confront a pack of wolves or a ferocious tiger. Regrettably, he did not encounter a single beast until he returned to Xiaofeng village. It was as if all the creatures had conspired to remain in their lairs, refusing to emerge. Li Xuanzhen felt a tinge of disappointment. How strange that not a single beast appeared. He found the atmosphere of the mountain unusually tranquil. Having never ventured to the back mountain at night, he was uncertain whether this stillness was typical. Ultimately, despite his regret, he continued directly back to the village. He had contemplated searching for a beast's lair, but upon reflection, he dismissed the idea. After all, dawn was approaching, and lingering to hunt for beasts might result in unforeseen consequences if spotted by others. After Li Xuanzhen left the back mountain, the eerily quiet area soon saw the cautious emergence of nocturnal beasts. Unbeknownst to him, the animals in this world possessed a heightened instinct for danger, surpassing that of ordinary humans, and even some martial cultivators who had awakened their soul jade. Although Li Xuanzhen donned the panlong set, outwardly appearing unremarkable, the beasts instinctively sensed his formidable power. Even the mightiest creatures on the outskirts of the back mountain, such as a spotted tiger and a giant white-eyed wolf, felt the terrifying aura upon his arrival. Both refrained from making any rash movements, opting instead to remain within the safety of their dens. It was only after Li Xuanzhen departed and their sense of his presence faded that they dared to venture out. If such powerful beings were so intimidated, one could only imagine the fear instilled in lesser beasts, who trembled under the oppressive aura Li Xuanzhen exuded. Within a radius of several miles from his location, ferocious beasts were subdued by the aura of strength that night, imprinting Li Xuanzhen's presence in their minds, recognizing him as a formidable entity capable of effortlessly claiming their lives. Li Xuanzhen returned to his blacksmith shop in Xiaofeng village. Inside, apart from some iron materials and a few sickles and hoes, there was nothing else to be found. Li Xuanzhen observed within the forge, realizing that he lacked the necessary tools to further craft the panlong set. He resolved to procure materials the following day. At this juncture, he also had the option to synthesize silver coins, thereby amassing considerable wealth. With the entirety of his savings at his disposal, he could engage in synthesis to acquire a multitude of iron resources. However, having purchased 100 pounds of iron or just 2 days prior, he was wary that excessive purchases might arouse suspicion, given that his previous demand for iron had never been so substantial. A sense of unease plagued him as he pondered the rationale for his impending purchase. Yet, he reminded himself that he was no longer the feeble blacksmith he once was. Even if he drew attention due to peculiarities, it was unlikely that formidable enemies would pursue him. Should challenges arise, he would face them with resolve, eager to test his burgeoning strength. As he contemplated his current capabilities, his worries began to dissipate. His mindset was gradually shifting. At that moment, he surveyed the interior of the blacksmith shop and noticed several sickles. Curiosity piqued, he wondered what equipment might emerge from synthesizing a sickle. Although his primary desire was to forge an axe to complete the panlong set for its synergistic benefits, he was equally intrigued by the potential of creating other equipment. With this thought in mind, he could no longer suppress his eagerness to experiment. Thus, he resolved to give it a try. Meanwhile, in the valley behind Xiaofeng village, Where Li Xuanzhen had been testing his strength, dawn was breaking. The darkness of night receded, revealing the mountains shrouded in mist, through which trees and landscapes emerged, accompanied by the sound of howling winds. The colossal boulder he had shattered stood resolutely on the ground. As time elapsed, cracks began to form upon the surface of the massive stone, radiating outward from the point of impact. Two shadowy figures leapt through the air, arriving at the valley's entrance. Through the mist, it became apparent that these were two men cloaked in black robes. They paused at the mouth of the valley, engaging in conversation. "Brother, we have pursued for an entire day and night, and yet we have lost our lead. I wonder if the elder brother has made any progress?" One queried. "Rest assured, our elder brother will find her." The woman fled into the mountains, leaving only two paths. "If we have not found her here, she must be with our elder brother," the other replied. At that moment, a sudden explosion reverberated from within the valley. Boom! The boulder Li Xuanzhen had shattered erupted violently, sending shards of stone flying in all directions. What was that sound? The commotion in the valley caught the attention of the two black-cloaked men. They swiftly dashed into the valley, appearing amidst the debris of the colossal stones. What is happening? As the two figures gazed upon the cluster of colossal stones, they found only a heap of rubble remaining at one particular spot. The two men clad in black robes exchanged solemn glances, perplexed by the occurrence. The scattered stones suggested a recent explosion. However, they had sensed no presence in the valley moments prior. How could these stones have detonated spontaneously? Their confusion deepened. Both men, fifth-level warriors adept at sensing energies, were particularly attuned to the essence of living beings. Yet, they had detected no life force in the valley before or now. The sound of the explosion and the debris before them clearly indicated human intervention, yet they had perceived nothing. This was indeed baffling and frightening. What on earth is happening? One of them exclaimed with a grave expression. "Brother, I sense something amiss here. We should leave at once." The second man, equally troubled and gripped by an ominous premonition, nodded in agreement. Thus, the two departed. In the forge of Li Xuanzhen in Xiaofeng village, the voice of the system echoed. "Scythe 2 successfully synthesized. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a sharp scythe 1. Even sharper scythe 2 synthesized successfully. Congratulations, host. You have obtained an even sharper scythe 1. Li Xuanzhen stared at the several scythes shimmering faintly before him, utterly speechless. Alas, it seems these scythes cannot yield equipment with enhanced attributes. What could be the reason? Li Xuanzhen pondered, bewildered, as he recalled the chopping knife that could be synthesized into the dragon power set, while these scythes merely resulted in worthless items. What nonsense is this? Sharp scythe, even sharper scythe. After wasting several scythes, he decided to abandon the endeavor. Never mind. I shall procure iron materials tomorrow and continue forging the chopping knife. Creating the dragon power set is of utmost importance. With a shake of his head, Li Xuanzhen resolved to leave the forge and return to rest. Having gone 2 days and nights without sleep, even with the enhancement of the dragon power set, he felt a tinge of fatigue, not physically, but mentally. His mental attributes were the weakest among all his qualities. Just as Li Xuanzhen turned to depart, his gaze was suddenly caught by a dark object. His attention fixated on it, illuminating his thoughts. This infinite synthesis system, reputed to be capable of merging anything of value. Could it also synthesize fire? What he was observing was none other than the furnace he typically used to ignite and forge iron. At that moment, the flames within had been extinguished. The notion excited him further. Having read about the special power of fire in various texts, he now realized that with the infinite synthesis system, he might be able to create something remarkable involving fire. What could he possibly synthesize if he could indeed merge flames? Very well, let us give it a try. Li Xuanzhen spoke as he activated the furnace, attempting to synthesize flames. Within the furnace, the extinguished embers quickly reignited after he introduced a flammable substance. Observing the surging flames, Li Xuanzhen focused his consciousness into the fire. A chime sounded, indicating the synthesis of a common fire. The system's prompt echoed in his ears. It truly was possible. Upon hearing the system's notification, Li Xuanzhen realized that the flames could indeed be synthesized. Without hesitation, he commanded the synthesis. The synthesis of the common fire was successful, and congratulations were bestowed upon the host for acquiring the blazing flame. Suddenly, the flames in the furnace diminished by half, giving rise to a sphere of intensely hot blue fire, while the previously crimson flames dared not approach, forming a barrier around the blue flame. A blazing flame? What is this? Regardless, he decided to continue the synthesis. Li Xuanzhen, experienced in such matters, understood that the first synthesis would yield something relatively rare but not overly precious. Only after multiple attempts would truly useful items emerge, excluding scythes and the like. He initiated the synthesis once more. The synthesis of the common fire was successful, and congratulations were again given to the host for obtaining the blazing flame. The second synthesis commenced. At this moment, only 2 spheres of blue flame remained in the furnace. Xuanzhen swiftly proceeded with another synthesis. The blazing flame synthesis was successful, and the host received a low-tier fire seed. The system's success notification resounded. A low-tier fire seed. What could this be? At that moment, the 2 blue flames vanished, leaving only a wisp of faint white fire seed. Xuanzhen gazed at this flickering fire, perplexed by its nature. The system chimed again, revealing a hidden attribute item. The host could expend 100 mental power to unlock its attributes. Another hidden attribute item, however, it required 100 mental power to unlock, while the previously synthesized dragon power set only needed 1 mental power. Why did this low-tier fire seed demand so much? Xuanzhen felt a surge of surprise. Regardless, I possess 1,000 mental power. 100 is inconsequential. Let us unlock the hidden attributes. Xuanzhen promptly spent 100 mental power to unveil the hidden properties. A chime sounded, and congratulations were announced as the host acquired the low-tier fire seed. The Flame of Demon Extinction. The Flame of Demon Extinction. A special item capable of growth, non-synthesizable, of ordinary white quality. It can be fused with the human body to awaken the fire attribute spiritual vein. A series of system prompts followed. Xuanzhen stared wide-eyed at the white flame before him. The Flame of Demon Extinction. A special growth item, non-synthesizable, ordinary white quality. He absorbed a wealth of information, only to be struck by the final statement. Awaken the fire attribute spiritual vein? What could this mean? Xuanzhen was left in bewilderment. In this true martial realm, was there not only the concept of soul jade? Why then did the notion of spiritual veins arise? Shouldn't the awakening pertain to the fire attribute, soul jade? How could the spiritual veins exhibit such a divergent artistic style? Xuanzhen was now beset by a multitude of questions. System, what is the essence of these spiritual veins? Please elucidate, he inquired of the system. Yet, the system remained unresponsive, maintaining its customary aloofness. Fine, if you choose not to explain. Then I shall embark on my own exploration. Xuanzhen pondered that his system's frosty demeanor might not be entirely beneficial. If I wish to comprehend this, I can simply merge, can I? With that thought, Xuanzhen concentrated his consciousness into the flame of demon destruction, commanding within his mind, merge. Before long, a strand of white flame soared forth, swiftly integrating into his being from the vicinity of his heart. A chilling sensation enveloped him, leaving him bewildered. What on earth is happening? Why is it so cold? Is this not a fire attribute spiritual vein? Could it possibly be ice attribute? As he grappled with the frigid aura surrounding him, confusion took hold. However, he soon felt a surge of searing flames boiling within his heart. Yin begets yang. Huh. A mysterious, resonant voice echoed in Xuanzhen's mind. Suddenly, a brilliant blue flame erupted around him. This flame blazed fiercely yet inflicted no harm upon Xuanzhen. Instead, it merely created a spectacular visual display. Gazing at the flames enveloping him, he was filled with astonishment. Is this the flame of demon destruction? Stretching forth his palm, he beheld tendrils of blue fire dancing atop it. Though this flame posed no threat to him, he sensed an undeniable potential for immense lethality. Moreover, he realized he could wield this flame, directing it to strike his foes. Does this signify the awakening of my flame soul jade? Xuanzhen mused, observing the flames in his hand. Gather, he commanded, and the flames encircling him vanished in an instant. Rise, he shouted once more. The blue flames surged upwards, illuminating his face with a satisfied smile. Excellent, quite excellent. After retracting the flames, he turned his gaze towards the roaring fire within the furnace, his eyes gleaming with wonder. He had not anticipated that ordinary mortal flames could amalgamate into such a remarkable entity. What more can I say? I shall continue merging without pause. Xuanzhen focused his consciousness into the fire, attempting to synthesize the flames once again. Suddenly, an unexpected system alert rang out. Ding. Detected that the item has lost its synthesis value and cannot be merged again. What is happening? Why can it not be synthesized? Xuanzhen was taken aback. System, what on earth is going on? Please explain. He reached out to the system. Lines of information began to materialize in his mind. Flames are unique substances. Once a flame has produced a fire seed through synthesis, it will lose its synthesis value. The explanation of the system is consistently succinct. It is indeed surprising to learn that such a notion exists. Xuanzhen came to an understanding. Well, if synthesis is not possible, then so be it. After all, he has already acquired the spark of fire. Xuanzhen quickly found peace with this realization. He considered himself a person easily contented, and since it was not feasible, he decided to let it go. Time for sleep. Xuanzhen extinguished the flames in the furnace and returned directly to his chamber, falling into a deep slumber. The following day, he awoke leisurely, just as the sun had ascended high in the sky. Dawn has arrived. After a restful sleep, Li Xuanzhen felt completely rejuvenated. He rose and went outside to the courtyard for a brief wash. Subsequently, he gathered the few remaining possessions he had, along with a black iron knife, and made his way back to town. Li Xuanzhen intended to sell the black iron knife to procure funds to purchase fine iron, as his resources were dwindling. He had deliberately retained this knife for the purpose of exchanging it for money. Although it was merely a single synthesized black iron knife, in Li Xuanzhen's discerning eyes, it held a value of at least 100 gold coins, equivalent to 10,000 taels of silver. In this world, where martial prowess thrives, weapons such as swords and knives, particularly those of superior quality, are always in demand. While Li Xuanzhen could synthesize silver, he lacked the necessary materials. He possessed only a single tin-tail ingot, and synthesis required identical substances. With just one silver ingot, synthesis was unattainable. Large-scale synthesis of wealth also necessitated a substantial supply of materials. It was possible that, at that point, Li Xuanzhen would lose interest in synthesizing wealth altogether. After all, it was unlikely that synthesizing riches could yield more than selling a few pieces of weaponry. Nevertheless, a vague thought lingered in Li Xuanzhen's mind. After synthesizing gold and silver a few times, could he perhaps create something extraordinary that might aid him? This notion was merely a fleeting idea, and he soon set it aside. For Li Xuanzhen, the most pressing matter was to sell the black iron knife, acquire the funds, and then purchase iron materials for further synthesis, eventually crafting the Gaoro blade and the dragon power set. Currently, the entirety of Li Xuanzhen's strength, aside from the unexpectedly acquired ghostly flame, relied solely on the dragon power set, which, once equipped, would enhance his attributes. Upon arriving in town, Li Xuanzhen proceeded to a renowned treasure shop, the Treasure Pavilion, carrying the black iron knife wrapped in a simple wooden scabbard. The Treasure Pavilion is a significant organization within the empire, with branches in any area of town level or above. It is a complex entity primarily engaged in the trade of treasures, and it is said that the wealth of the pavilion's owner surpasses even that of the imperial family. This Treasure Pavilion is also one of the 3 major royal powers in the empire. All this information was entirely beyond Li Xuanzhen's reach. He was acutely aware that if he wished to sell the weapons he had forged, the Treasure Pavilion was undoubtedly the place to go. It was the only establishment with the financial capability to procure his goods in one fell swoop. In this impoverished little town, apart from the Treasure Pavilion, Li Xian could hardly conceive of another venue to part with his black iron knife. The Treasure Pavilion was situated in a modestly elegant 4-story building within the town. Clutching the black iron knife, Li Xian approached the somewhat unadorned entrance, and without hesitation, he stepped inside. At the entrance of the pavilion, a few strikingly beautiful women stood on either side. Upon noticing Li Xian's arrival, these well-trained attendants refrained from judging him based on appearances. Instead, they warmly welcomed him, expressing their hope that he would enjoy his time within the pavilion. Li Xian nodded in acknowledgement to the attendants. Dressed in coarse clothing that left his chest exposed, and with rolled-up sleeves revealing muscular arms, he exuded a powerful and potentially explosive aesthetic. With such a physique, had he been in his previous life on Blue Star, becoming a world bodybuilding champion would have been a trivial pursuit. Unfortunately, this was the true martial world, a realm devoted to martial cultivation, where few could appreciate the beauty of such muscles. As Li Xian entered the Treasure Pavilion, he beheld a spacious interior adorned with crystal display cabinets showcasing priceless treasures, items that once belonged to the destitute and miserable version of himself, which he could never have imagined encountering. Yet now, faced with such opulence, Li Xian regarded it with a disdainful air. After all, he was now a person endowed with a system, possessing a strength that, while difficult to quantify, at least placed him at the level of a martial artist. Moreover, it was clear that with the assistance of the infinite synthesis system, Li Xian would not remain stagnant. A more illustrious and radiant future awaited him. Thus, an imperceptible air of superiority began to envelop him, not one of arrogance, but rather a confident demeanor that commanded respect. Chapter 12. 500,000 taels. Such an attitude emanating from someone who appeared to be an ordinary member of the lower class naturally drew attention. Within the Treasure Pavilion, individuals clad in opulent attire initially regarded Li Xian with barely concealed disdain upon his entrance. However, after observing him more closely, they soon discerned an unassailable aura of dignity emanating from him. These individuals were well acquainted with worldly affairs, though not martial artists themselves. They could perceive that Li Xian was no ordinary man, perhaps even a legendary martial master. Some martial masters possessed a carefree spirit and preferred casual attire, and this man in coarse cloth might very well belong to that category. Consequently, those who had initially looked down upon Li Xian swiftly altered their demeanor, adopting expressions of humility and extending gestures of goodwill towards him. Yet, regardless of how the people within the Treasure Pavilion regarded him, Li Xian remained unfazed. Li Xuanzhen strode directly to the counter at the treasure pavilion, where an elderly man with a goat beard was admiring a white jade ring. Upon noticing Li Xuanzhen's arrival, the old man lifted his gaze and cast a glance at him. In that fleeting moment, the old man perceived an intangible sense of pressure emanating from Li Xuanzhen. This individual is a martial artist. Only a martial artist could exert such an influence. The old man felt a jolt of astonishment within. He was the manager of this branch of the treasure pavilion and a practitioner of martial arts himself, although he was merely a ninth-tier martial apprentice. Forever barred from reaching the realm of true martial artists, his years of training, coupled with his keen insight cultivated through experience, allowed him to immediately discern that Li Xuanzhen was indeed a martial artist. Realizing he was in the presence of a martial artist, the old man dared not be remiss. He promptly stepped out from behind the counter and, upon reaching Li Xuanzhen, bowed respectfully, inquiring, "Esteemed martial artist, may I ask what brings you to our treasure pavilion?" The old man's deference alerted the other patrons within the pavilion to Li Xuanzhen's identity. A martial artist? A true martial artist, no less. Such individuals are a rarity even in the county town. How could one possibly appear in a mere township? The onlookers were taken aback, bewildered, yet simultaneously relieved that they had reacted in time, avoiding offense to this martial artist. Otherwise, as common folk, should they incur the wrath of a martial artist, no one would intervene on their behalf. Their families possessed only martial apprentices, while a martial artist represented a higher realm, possessing the strength of thousands. 100 martial apprentices would find it nearly impossible to contend with such an entity. Amidst their astonishment, a fervent desire began to stir within these individuals. A martial artist had emerged in their small town, a true dragon. Might there be an opportunity to forge a connection? Li Xuanzhen, however, remained oblivious to the thoughts of others. Caring little for their intrigue, he simply addressed the manager of the treasure pavilion, stating, "I have an item to sell. Are you interested?" Understanding that a martial artist wished to sell something, the manager of the treasure pavilion readily acquiesced, replying, "Of course, we would never refuse an esteemed martial artist. Please follow me." The manager respectfully led Li Xuanzhen into a private room. Once they had both taken their seats, a maidservant brought forth tea and snacks. Li Xuanzhen, however, displayed no intentions of pleasantries. He directly unfastened the black cloth bag slung across his back and placed the scabbard upon the table. Observing Li Xuanzhen's actions, the manager immediately grasped that this was the item intended for sale. As Li Xuanzhen unveiled the rough scabbard, resembling a child's toy, it became apparent that it housed the black iron sword crafted from a chopping knife. The manager's expression shifted slightly upon beholding the scabbard. Nevertheless, he refrained from speaking hastily. A martial artist of Li Xuanzhen's caliber would not attempt to deceive him with such a shabby scabbard. He lacked the stature for that. Thus, all answers lay within the blade concealed inside the scabbard. Li Xuanzhen cast a glance at the shopkeeper and declared, "What I wish to sell is this black iron sword." With that, he grasped the scabbard, while his other hand firmly held the hilt. A resounding clang echoed as the blade was drawn from its sheath. Before the shopkeeper's eyes appeared a sword, its blade as dark as ink yet shimmering with a cold, silvery light reminiscent of moonbeams. "What is this?" The shopkeeper stood in stunned silence. Although he was aware that a martial artist selling an item would undoubtedly possess something of great value, he could not have anticipated the appearance of such an extraordinary sword, radiating an aura of unmatched sharpness. This remarkable weapon seemed to possess an inherent majesty, capable of unleashing a fraction of the power of a divine artifact in the hands of a compatible warrior. Such a sword was undoubtedly a coveted treasure, sought after eagerly by both martial apprentices and seasoned fighters alike. It was worthy of being showcased at an auction. He could hardly fathom that such a weapon would manifest in their humble town's treasure pavilion. It seemed more fitting for a county auction or a provincial treasure house. The shopkeeper stared at the black iron sword in Li Xuanzhen's grasp, feeling overwhelmed by its brilliance, and quickly averted his gaze. "Well then, esteemed shopkeeper, what do you estimate its worth to be?" Li Xuanzhen inquired nonchalantly. "Ah, esteemed warrior, there is no need for an estimation. This divine weapon, we at the treasure pavilion shall purchase for 500,000 taels of silver," the shopkeeper said, his eyes gleaming with anticipation as he observed Li Xuanzhen, secretly gauging if he would be dissatisfied with the offer, ready to increase it slightly if necessary. 500,000. Li Xuanzhen was taken aback by the shopkeeper's proclamation. Before his arrival, he had estimated that his black iron sword might fetch a mere 10,000 taels. Yet here was the shopkeeper offering a staggering 50 times that amount. How could this be? Wasn't it merely a serviceable black iron sword? Such weapons were commonplace among martial apprentices, hardly rare. Why then were weapons in this world so exorbitantly priced? Amidst his astonishment, Li Xuanzhen was engulfed in confusion. His understanding of this martial realm was still severely lacking. Previously, He had only heard tales and retained fragmented memories from his former self. Lacking any genuine exposure to the world of martial artists, he had never even encountered a high-ranking martial apprentice, rendering his comprehension of this realm riddled with inaccuracies and devoid of any reliable reference. Little did he know that in this martial world, those who had awakened the spirit of their weapons sought to cultivate themselves by integrating divine weapons into their soul jade, thereby enhancing its quality and increasing their chances of ascending to higher realms. The weapon spirit jade was, in fact, a rather common type of soul jade among those who had awakened. This phenomenon contributed to the perpetual imbalance in the market, where any sufficiently high-quality weapon would be quickly snatched up, resulting in a persistent state of demand outstripping supply. Xuanzhen regarded his black iron knife as nothing more than an ordinary, broken blade. Yet, how could a creation of the infinite synthesis system truly be a mere broken knife? It could only be said that Xuanzhen lacked discernment. In Chapter 13, Buying Iron, the shopkeeper addressed him, "Esteemed warrior, this is the highest price I can offer. Should you desire a greater sum, you would need to attend an auction." Noticing Xuanzhen's silence, the shopkeeper presumed his dissatisfaction with the price, and thus felt compelled to elaborate. "There's no need for that. I accept this price," Xuanzhen replied, coming to his senses and shaking his head. The notion of selling the knife at an auction was out of the question. He was eagerly awaiting the opportunity to sell it and procure iron ore, and had no time to wait for an auction to commence. Straightforwardly, he declared to the shopkeeper, "I shall sell you this knife at this price." "Very well, my lord. I will fetch the silver for you immediately. Please hold on for a moment," the shopkeeper said respectfully before departing. Xuanzhen remained there, waiting, while several beautiful maidens in the establishment mustered their courage. They gazed at him with longing in their eyes, hoping for his attention, desiring to catch his eye. If this esteemed warrior were to take notice of them, it would elevate their status beyond measure, far surpassing their current roles as maidens in a mere treasure house. Alas, their flirtations were akin to casting glances at a blind man. Xuanzhen did not even spare them a glance, choosing instead to sit in solitude, waiting. This left the maidens profoundly disheartened. Although Xuanzhen was aware of their advances, he held little regard for these superficial women. Just days prior, before the awakening of the synthesis system, such women would have thrilled him. After all, he had once been an ordinary mortal without wealth or background, merely a blacksmith, and any attention from women had felt like a stroke of fortune. However, now that he had awakened the synthesis system and achieved the strength of a quasi-warrior, he believed himself entitled to seek higher standards. The women worthy of being his companions should not be these trivial distractions. Moreover, at this juncture, Xuanzhen yearned more for the enhancement of his own power than for the company of women. He aspired to grow stronger, to reach the pinnacle of this world. Such ambitions were the rightful aspirations of a man. Women, in his view, were but a distraction that could hinder his swiftness in wielding his blade. Ignoring the maidens, he continued to wait. Eventually, the shopkeeper returned, holding a card that shimmered with a luminous glow. "Esteemed sir, this is a crystal card worth 500,000 silver taels. You may use it to withdraw your silver at any treasure bank established by our treasure house," he said, presenting the card with both hands in a gesture of reverence. Xuanzhen extended his hand to receive the card, an object reminiscent of a bank card from his previous life, which he had encountered for the first time. After examining it for a moment, he raised his gaze to the shopkeeper and inquired, "Could I withdraw some cash? Is it possible to extract 10,000 taels of silver from your establishment?" Upon hearing this, the shopkeeper responded promptly, "Of course. We at the Treasure Pavilion are delighted to serve esteemed warriors." With that, he clapped his hands, and a maid entered, carrying a tray adorned with gold ingots, each valued at 1,000 taels of silver, totaling 10. It was evident that the shopkeeper had been well prepared. "My lord, this is a humble token of my goodwill. I hope you will graciously accept it," the shopkeeper humbly addressed Xuanzhen. Xuanzhen smiled faintly, recognizing that the shopkeeper was attempting to cultivate a relationship with him. He held no objection to such gestures, as it was a natural inclination among people. Acknowledging that he would likely engage in business with the shopkeeper in the future, he felt no reluctance to embrace the goodwill and camaraderie being offered. "Then I shall not be polite," Xuanzhen replied, directly placing the 10 gold ingots into a cloth pouch. Rising, he declared, "Well then, this knife now belongs to your treasure pavilion. I shall take my leave." "Thank you, my lord. Allow me to see you off," the shopkeeper said, his heart filled with relief upon having his goodwill accepted. As Xuanzhen stood to depart, the shopkeeper respectfully followed a step behind, escorting him through the grand doors of the treasure pavilion. After leaving the establishment, Xuanzhen did not linger but proceeded directly to the warehouse where he frequently purchased iron ore. Upon his arrival, a young man named Lao Si, who had become quite familiar with Xuanzhen over the past year, was taken aback to see him return so soon. Just a few days prior, Li Xuanzhen had purchased 100 pounds of fine iron from him. Why was he back again so quickly? 100 pounds of fine iron was ample to forge dozens of farming tools, sufficient for Li Xuanzhen to sell for some time. Without waiting for Lao Si to speak, Li Xuanzhen entered the courtyard and addressed him. Lao Si, quickly prepare 1,000 pounds of fine iron for me, immediately. Have your people deliver it to Shaofeng village. I will cover the shipping costs. Now that he possessed wealth, Li Xuanzhen was no longer inclined to be stingy. Lao Si, upon hearing this request, was astonished. 1,000 pounds of fine iron? Are you certain, Li the blacksmith? We do not extend credit here. As you well know, we only release goods upon receiving payment. Rest assured, I would never attempt to deceive you. Here is a gold ingot worth 100 taels, which covers the cost of the fine iron and the shipping fee. Please take it, Li Xuanzhen said, extracting a gold ingot from his robes and tossing it to Lao Si. Lao Si caught the ingot, feeling its substantial weight in his hand. Upon closer inspection of its luster and texture, he confirmed it was indeed a 100-tael gold ingot, valued at over 1,000 taels of silver. Wow, Li the blacksmith, you've struck it rich. Wang Laosi felt a twinge of disbelief. Beyond the prospect of wealth, he could not fathom where Li Xuanzhen had acquired such a substantial sum of 100 taels of gold. However, what perplexed him even more was why this blacksmith, having come into fortune, chose not to invest in real estate or acquire property, but instead opted to purchase refined iron. Had he heard any rumors of a forthcoming increase in iron or prices? No, there was no indication of such prosperity. This was merely a deposit for ironware ordered by a major client. Do not pry into it further. Quickly prepare the refined iron I requested. Li Xuanzhen gestured dismissively. Understood. I shall have it ready at once. Please wait here, he instructed, turning to his sister. Xuanzhen, come out and serve tea to our guest. Seeing that Li Xuanzhen was reluctant to elaborate, Wang Laosi refrained from pressing further. He instead directed his sister to attend to Li Xuanzhen while he busied himself with the preparation of 1,000 jin of refined iron. This was a significant transaction, one that might not present itself even once in 6 months. All right, brother, came a soft, melodious voice from within the courtyard. Just hearing it ignited curiosity about the young woman who possessed such an enchanting voice and what she might look like. With a creak, the door swung open, revealing a graceful figure who emerged, delicately holding a cup of tea. With her head lowered, she approached Li Xuanzhen and set the tea upon the table. Esteemed guest, please enjoy the tea, she spoke, her voice still sweet as she finally lifted her gaze. Before Li Xuanzhen stood a strikingly beautiful young woman with long, flowing black hair, a fair complexion, rosy lips, and large, dark eyes. Her petite nose and delicate face could easily be encompassed by a single hand. She appeared to be merely in her teens, radiating a natural youthful charm, and her demeanor exuded a gentle fragility that stirred a sense of protectiveness in those who beheld her. As Li Xuanzhen gazed upon this ethereal beauty, it felt as though his heart had been struck by an unseen force. Previously, he had been solely focused on enhancing his own strength, aspiring to ascend to the pinnacle of the martial world, convinced that women would only hinder his swordsmanship. He had resolutely decided to pursue a life of celibacy dedicated to forging. Yet now, confronted by Wang Laosi's sister, this celestial maiden, a singular thought consumed Li Xuanzhen's mind. He must wed this enchanting woman. In a moment of seriousness, a somewhat dazed expression graced his face. Yi Xuanzhen, noticing Li Xuanzhen's unabashed gaze upon her, felt a rush of crimson warmth rise to her cheeks, overwhelmed by shyness. She bowed slightly and said, "Please hold on, esteemed guest. My cousin will arrive shortly. I shall take my leave for now." Unable to withstand Li Xuanzhen's lingering gaze, Yi Xuanzhen retreated back into the inner room of the courtyard. Li Xuanzhen swallowed hard, his gaze fixed intently on Yi Xuanzhen as she darted into the house. I felt a flutter in my heart. However, this young lady seemed a tad timid, perhaps a bit shy. No matter, I shall take it upon myself to safeguard her. Observing how the kitten-like Yi Xuanzhen had been frightened away by him, Li Xuanzhen exhibited no self-reflection, instead attributing her retreat to her cowardice, all while shamelessly resolving to protect her. Such a peculiar mindset is not one that ordinary individuals possess. It appears I must frequent this place more often. Cultivating a good rapport with Wang Laosi, proximity breeds favor, and soon this little sister will be within my grasp, As Li Xuanzhen sipped his tea, a lewd grin crept across his face. Inside the room, Yi Xuanzhen, peering through the crack of the window at the smiling Li Xuanzhen, hastily closed the window completely. It was far too frightening. How could her cousin associate with such a brigand? Seated within her chamber, she patted her chest, still shaken. Meanwhile, Li Xuanzhen leisurely enjoyed his tea, his mind wandering to pleasant thoughts, occasionally breaking into a lascivious smile. Before long, Wang Laosi returned. Li Taijiang, look. This is the 1,000 jin of fine iron you requested. loaded onto these 2 carts. You can take them whenever you wish. Wang Laosi gestured towards the 2 shabby horse-drawn carts outside the yard, piled high with blocks of fine iron, each cart bearing 500 jin, totaling 1,000 jin. Indeed, very good quality fine iron, Li Xuanzhen remarked, pulling back the oilcloth covering the iron on the cart for inspection. All right then, Laosi, we shall meet again next time. I must take my leave. Li Xuanzhen clasped his fists in salute to Wang Laosi. Li Taijiang, travel safely. You must ensure that these fine irons are delivered safely. Wang Laosi instructed, his expression grave as he bowed to bid farewell to Li Xuanzhen and reiterated his warnings to the workers assigned for the delivery. Understood, foreman. The group responded in unison. Goodbye, Laosi. Li Xuanzhen waved as he departed. Li Taijiang, take care. Wang Laosi called after him. Thus, Li Xuanzhen set off towards Xiaofeng village, burdened with 2 carts of fine iron. Although the village lay several dozen miles from town, and he could effortlessly transport the 2 carts himself, he chose to exercise caution by having Wang Laosi dispatch workers to assist with the delivery. Li Xuanzhen was keen to avoid prematurely revealing his capabilities. At least until his strength reached a certain level, it was prudent to keep his abilities under wraps. As for the scene in the treasure pavilion, where the shopkeeper mistook him for a martial artist, Li Xuanzhen did not consider it a revelation. After all, they were unaware of his true identity and harbored no suspicions. However, the situation differed for others. Wang Laosi and the villagers of Xiaofeng were fully aware that he had always been merely an ordinary blacksmith. Suddenly being recognized as a martial artist would undoubtedly raise questions. Li Xuanzhen still needed to maintain his blacksmith identity in the short term to conceal the fact that he possessed an infinite synthesis system. After all, aspiring to synthesize various equipment, there was no guise more fitting than that of a blacksmith capable of forging freely. Li Xuanzhen only needed a little more time to forge all the refined iron he had purchased into various iron tools, subsequently synthesizing them to acquire equipment that could enhance his attributes and elevate his strength. By that time, even if some individuals doubted him, he would possess the capability to confront any challenges. A group of people, transporting 2 carts of goods, traversed the mountainous roads. Fortunately, Xiaofeng village was not a desolate place. There existed a well-maintained road connecting it to the town. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for 2 cargo trucks to navigate the narrow mountain paths. After half a day's journey, they soon approached Xiaofeng village. Just a few hundred meters ahead lay Li Xuanzhen's blacksmith shop. Upon arriving at the shop, Li Xuanzhen instructed Wang Laosi and his companions to unload all the refined iron in the courtyard. Once the group departed, Li Xuanzhen gazed at the substantial pile of refined iron before him, his excitement surpassing that of discovering an equal weight of gold. This was not merely a collection of heavy iron blocks. It represented his future dominance over the world, an invincible brilliance in the realm of Zhenwu. Li Xuanzhen casually selected a dozen pieces of refined iron and made his way into the blacksmith shop, eager to commence his forging endeavors. A blacksmith embodies the spirit of craftsmanship. To forge is to transcend humanity. He pushed open the slightly ajar door of the shop, and as he entered, a silvery glint shot towards him at a speed beyond ordinary perception, aimed directly at his head. Clang! A flying dagger was deflected by the iron block in Li Xuanzhen's hand, clattering to the ground. The refined iron bore a deep mark from the dagger's impact, a gash so severe that light could penetrate through it. It was a dagger capable of piercing refined iron. Had Li Xuanzhen not reacted swiftly, using the iron block to shield himself, he might have faced a fatal blow to his head. After all, he was uncertain whether his current physical defenses could rival that of the refined iron. Cold sweat trickled down Li Xuanzhen's forehead. Chapter 15. Guardian of the village. Li Xuanzhen's heart raced. He did not step further into the room, but instead retreated hastily. A sense of impending danger surged within him. From the flying dagger, he sensed a profound intent to kill. Without hesitation, he unleashed his most formidable technique. A chilling flame erupted around him, the flame of demon destruction. Summoning the flame of demon destruction, Li Xuanzhen delivered a powerful punch that shattered the air and surged forward, carrying the flames into the blacksmith shop. This punch was his strongest, collapsing half of the shop in the process. Meanwhile, an enemy lurking within the shop, exerting the last of their strength, leapt out, launching another flash of blade light towards Li Xuanzhen. However, this time, when the flying dagger approached within half a foot of Li Xuanzhen, it was melted into molten iron by the flames of his ghostly annihilation, rendering any attack impossible. The figure that emerged from the collapsed blacksmith shop was half kneeling on the ground, gazing at her own dagger, which had failed to even come close to Li Xuanzhen. Upon seeing the flames enveloping Li Xuanzhen, a look of despair crossed the woman's previously pale face as she lost consciousness and collapsed to the ground. Realizing that the one who had attacked him was an unfamiliar woman, Li Xuanzhen felt a sense of urgency. Despite the woman's unconscious state, He maintained his vigilance and cautiously approached her, the flames still flickering around him. Where did this woman come from? Damn it, I don't even know her. Yet she tried to kill me and caused the destruction of the blacksmith shop. Observing the woman lying on the ground, Xuanzhen felt an overwhelming headache. Picking up a sickle from the ground, he stood before the unconscious woman, hesitating over whether to eliminate her. Although he had never taken a life, he was not one to show undue mercy. Furthermore, in this world where strength reigns supreme, countless lives are lost every moment, and the notion of a saintly figure simply does not exist. Xuanzhen adhered to a single principle. If one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. But if one does offend me, I will repay them 100-fold. Nevertheless, to directly kill this woman seemed excessive, especially since he had no knowledge of her origins or why she had appeared in his abode. It felt as though he had unwittingly become embroiled in something significant. Most importantly, this woman was undoubtedly no ordinary individual. If he were to rashly take her life, and she turned out to be someone of consequence, it could spell disaster for him. Given his current strength, offending a powerful entity could lead not only to his downfall, but also to relentless pursuit, or even death, leaving him incapable of resistance. Xuanzhen was uncertain about the woman's true identity, which deterred him from acting decisively. Based on his experience, it was evident that she was either a person of importance or intricately connected to one, possibly harboring significant secrets. With no other options, he scavenged several thick ropes from the ruins of the blacksmith shop and bound the unconscious woman's arms and legs, securing her with several tight knots to ensure she was thoroughly restrained. Controlling this person was the priority. After binding her, Xuanzhen felt a twinge of anxiety, as he questioned whether the ropes would indeed hold her. For an ordinary person, such bindings would be impossible to escape, but in this martial world, the woman was certainly a practitioner. Although she appeared injured and unconscious, he could not predict what might happen upon her awakening. I must devise a means to keep her under control. Xuanzhen pondered deeply. At this juncture, the only ally he could rely upon was the synthesis system. Combining 2 coarse hemp ropes yielded 1 resilient rope. Further combining 2 resilient ropes produced 1 cold iron chain. After several iterations, a sturdy iron chain manifested in Xuanzhen's grasp. Though it was not a spiritual artifact, its durability was impressive, even with his immense strength of 100,000 pounds. He could not sever it, let alone the unconscious woman before him. Excellent. Xuanzhen secured the woman once more with the cold iron chain. Now certain that she could not escape. Having completed this task, he intended to devise a method to awaken the woman when a series of ominous sounds filled the air. Several shadowy figures descended from the heavens, landing within Xuanzhen's courtyard. Upon their arrival, all their gazes fixated upon the woman bound to the ground by Xuanzhen. Huh. What a stroke of fortune. Who would have imagined that the princess saint would find herself in such a predicament, subdued by an ordinary mortal? The cloaked figures completely disregarded Xuanzhen, perceiving him merely as a mere mortal devoid of any martial aura, a dying man who posed no threat. Xuanzhen regarded these individuals with a profound sense of exasperation. He was merely a blacksmith passionate about his craft, yet here he was, inexplicably entangled in such a dire affair. Listening to their words about the so-called princess saint, clearly a person of significant status, he could not help but feel the gravity of the situation. The newcomers appeared to be villains, utterly unappealing. Were they about to commit murder to silence the witness? Third, eliminate this fellow. Fourth, go and wipe out everyone in this village, leave no one alive, commanded the leader among the cloaked figures. Damn. As expected, they were indeed ruthless, intent on slaughtering the entire village. Upon hearing this order, Xuanzhen realized his initial suspicions were correct. Fortunately, he was the hope of the entire village. He resolved to confront these villains. He vowed that not a single one would escape. Muttering to himself, Xuanzhen declared, I will not let them prevail. To the cloaked figures, he appeared but a fool, terrified to the point of losing his senses, completely unnoticed as they disregarded his words. Die. The third cloaked figure hurled a deadly force towards Xuanzhen, intent on ending his life, while the fourth departed the courtyard to commence a massacre of the innocent. The remaining 2 advanced toward the unconscious woman, completely dismissing Xuanzhen. Clang. A sound of metal clashing echoed as Xuanzhen caught the third figure's lethal strike with a single hand, producing a resonant noise. Tell me, you scoundrels, have you sought my consent before laying waste to my beloved homeland? Xuanzhen spoke coldly, his expression hardened and his eyes glinting with murderous intent. Chapter 16. The perverse Xuanzhen. Upon hearing Xuanzhen's voice, several figures cloaked in black turned their gaze towards him. Among them, the third elder, who had launched an attack on Xuanzhen, was taken aback as he felt his fingers seized by Xuanzhen's grip. His exposed eyes flickered with surprise. Oh, so you are a cultivator. But do you really think that capturing the strength of my fingers makes you remarkable? How dare you utter such arrogant words about protecting your homeland? Are you a fool? Prepare to perish. With a swift motion, the third elder lunged toward Xuanzhen. His hands resembling iron claws, fingers outstretched, aiming to tear open Xuanzhen's skull. Unfazed by this spectral assault, Xuanzhen remained composed. As he beheld the glimmering claws, he stepped forward, delivering a straightforward punch that met the third elder's fingers head-on, devoid of any cunning or trickery. Boom. Crash. Ah, my hand. A series of exclamations erupted as the third elder's hand collided with Xuanzhen's fist. In that very instant, Xuanzhen's formidable strength pulverized the elder's hand, the force continuing upward, wreaking havoc and shattering the entirety of the third elder's arm. Had it not been for Xuanzhen's decision to retract his power mid-strike, the elder would have suffered far worse. Xuanzhen was no saint. He had his reasons for sparing these individuals. Elder 3, meet your demise. The remaining two figures cloaked in black, who were advancing towards the woman, were astonished to witness the third elder's grievous injury upon mere contact. Yet, they felt no fear and charged at Xuanzhen in unison. The leader among them radiated a metallic aura, and streams of cold, gleaming light erupted from his form, coalescing into a lethal array of blades that hurtled toward Xuanzhen, intent on dismembering him. Meanwhile, the other figure brandished a black sickle, carving a crescent arc, a razor-sharp assault aimed directly at Xuanzhen. In the face of these successive attacks, Xuanzhen's expression remained unchanged. Ghost extinguish. Cold flames erupt. With a thunderous roar, the dormant power of the ghost extinguishing flames within him surged forth, manifesting as a torrent of flames that swept across the courtyard, enveloping the black-clad figures, including the fourth elder, who had attempted to depart. An endless chill radiated from Xuanzhen, forming a fan-shaped barrier that repelled the assaults of the black figures, rendering them incapable of reaching him. Their forms were ensnared and frozen by the cold flames. Everything before the courtyard was encased in frost and ice. The black-clad figures, caught unaware, suffered immense internal damage, their bodies ravaged from within, leaving them gravely wounded in an instant. At this moment, Xuanzhen cast a cold and piercing gaze upon the several black-cloaked figures imprisoned by the icy flames. With a swift motion, his scythe flew forth, embedding itself in the arm of the leader among them, severing it cleanly. The frail limb, resembling a sculpture of ice, fell to the ground, the wound eerily devoid of blood. Approaching the leader of the black-cloaked men, Xuanzhen spoke, I have several inquiries for you. You may choose not to answer. However, refusal shall lead to your demise. The black-cloaked leader, faced with Xuanzhen's interrogation, moved his frost-bitten lips, proclaiming, we concede. If you wish to strike, then do so. But do not expect to extract anything from us. Oh, quite the resolute spirit you possess, Xuanzhen retorted disdainfully. But do you truly believe I am powerless against you? As he spoke, he flipped his palm, summoning a flicker of pale fire that danced upon his fingertip. With a deliberate gesture, he directed this flame to the leader's forehead, allowing it to seep into his very being. A gasp escaped the leader's lips as he endured excruciating agony, sweat cascading down his pallid face. Yet he gritted his teeth and bore it with stoicism. Well done. You are indeed a man, Xuanzhen remarked with a smile. However, this is merely the opening act. The real spectacle lies ahead. With a sinister grin, he harnessed the fire within him to command the leader's internal flames of torment. Explode. Ignite the inferno of humanity. Xuanzhen shouted. Boom, boom, boom. A cacophony of explosions erupted from within the black-cloaked leader. He cried out in despair as wounds erupted, mingling with ice crystal-laden blood that oozed from his body, particularly from the corners of his mouth, where even blue-hued blood flowed, nearly frozen in its state. Kill me. In my life, you bastard. If you dare do it. The leader, despite the unbearable suffering, remained defiant, refusing to plead for mercy, instead hurling insults at Xuanzhen. Xuanzhen furrowed his brow, taken aback by the leader's unexpected resilience, realizing the situation had become rather complicated. Kill him. At that moment, a feeble voice emerged from behind Xuanzhen. Turning around, he beheld the previously unconscious woman, now slightly revived, her face alight with satisfaction as she watched the black-cloaked leader endure his torment. What do you mean? Xuanzhen inquired. Just kill him. He is of no use. Those from the Netherworld Pavilion fear not punishment. Simply slay him, and for the information you seek, should you eliminate them, I shall divulge it, the woman replied, coughing lightly towards the end. Are you instructing me on how to proceed? Xuanzhen raised an eyebrow. In my lifetime, I have never required the counsel of another. Silence yourself, you foolish woman, he declared coldly. You. The woman, half reclining on the ground, attempted to retort but was interrupted by a fit of coughing, expelling several droplets of blood. Xuanzhen disregarded her further and turned his attention back to the remaining black-cloaked figures, a chilling smile gracing his features. Hee hee. So it's the Netherworld Pavilion, is it? You fear not the torments, do you? Very well, I shall see if you all possess such fortitude. Xuanzhen splayed his fingers, unleashing several strands of ghost-extinguishing flames that struck the foreheads of the remaining few, swiftly penetrating their bodies. The black-robed figures writhed in agony under the searing torment of the flames, their screams echoing relentlessly. Observing their plight, a cruel and satisfying smile crept across Xuanzhen's face, resembling that of a grotesque demon. On the other side, a woman watched in horror as Xuanzhen reveled in such torturous methods, causing her to tremble involuntarily. Hee hee. What a delightful sound. Xuanzhen had resolved to embrace his sadistic nature, gazing upon the contorted faces of the black-robed individuals. Though his heart wavered slightly, he maintained an outward facade of enjoyment. Chapter 17. The demon-like man Xuanzhen commanded the ghost-extinguishing flames to ravage the bodies of the black-robed figures, who endured this inhuman suffering. Even as denizens of the Netherworld Pavilion, endowed with formidable will and pain tolerance, they could not withstand this hellish torment without screaming in despair. The terrifying cries resounded incessantly. Kill me. End it. The black-robed figures pleaded for death, yet Xuanzhen denied them that mercy, sustaining the flames at a critical threshold, taking neither their lives nor allowing them respite from the relentless searing of their flesh. The horror of such inhuman suffering was unparalleled, sheerly cruel. Xuanzhen felt no remorse. These individuals were clearly not virtuous souls, and he harbored not a shred of sympathy for them. Were he an ordinary man, it would be he who faced such brutal treatment at this moment, and the entire Xiaofeng village would be doomed. For those who readily take lives, he was untroubled by employing the most savage of methods against them. Yet, Xuanzhen found himself somewhat admiring these individuals. The agony of flames consuming them was enough to chill one to the bone, and the fact that they had endured for so long without begging for mercy demonstrated a resolve that few could possess. At this point, Xuanzhen felt a twinge of annoyance. Damn it, you refuse to yield, do you? You remain silent, do you? Very well, I shall end you. Xuanzhen declared fiercely. Upon hearing his intent to kill them, the figures showed no fei. The third man in the black robe was mercilessly crushed beneath the stone lifted by Xuanzhen. His bones shattered, flesh reduced to a pulp, and blood splattered everywhere. Despite the gruesome assault, he emitted only a few muffled groans before his body succumbed to the weight, convulsing briefly before falling utterly still. The third man in the black robe was dead. Damn, unyielding are we? Firm in your resolve, are you? I shall show you the futility of your defiance. With relentless blows, Xuanzhen pummeled the lifeless form until it was nothing more than a gruesome smear upon the ground, finally ceasing his assault. At that moment, splattered with droplets of blood, his garments bore the marks of the carnage. How unfortunate that a fine piece of clothing should meet such a fate, he lamented as he glanced at his coarse attire. The onlookers, having witnessed such a terrifying method of murder, were overtaken by expressions of sheer horror, particularly the woman who had escaped the flames. She was utterly horrified by Xuanzhen's brutal and perverse approach to killing. Feng Xiaoru could swear that the most deviant individual she had ever encountered was none other than the man before her. To reduce a person to mere flesh and blood, while caring only for the state of his attire, was a sight she had never imagined witnessing, even in the relentless world of martial arts. Such a man was the epitome of depravity, undoubtedly troubled in mind. Xuanzhen, however, paid no heed to Feng Xiaoru's judgment. He lifted the heavy stone and approached the remaining black-robed figures, intent on replicating his lethal artistry. The remaining men were engulfed in terror. Even if they were not afraid of death, the prospect of being bludgeoned to death was too much to bear. Were it not for the control exerted over their bodies by Xuanzhen's ghostly flames, they might have considered self-destruction. Now, however, they could do nothing but watch helplessly as this demon approached, stone in hand. No, please, grant me a swift end. The fourth man in the black robe, seeing Xuanzhen before him, struggled to cry out. You wish for a merciful death? Dream on. To others, Xuanzhen's face bore the grotesque grin of a demon, terrifying in its cruelty. Even after having so brutally ended a life, he could still smile. What manner of creature was this? A truly perverse demon. Die. With a swift motion, Xuanzhen raised the stone and brought it crashing down upon the fourth man in the black robe. The scream was cut short, for half of the man's jaw was obliterated beneath the stone, his teeth shattered, blood mingling with the remnants of his flesh in a scene both grotesque and horrifying. As he lifted the stone, smeared with remnants of flesh, Xuanzhen's expression was cold and unyielding. The once pristine surface of the rock was now stained a deep crimson, having brutally crushed the fourth black-robed man into a grotesque pulp. Such a scene was enough to induce nausea. A chilling laughter escaped Xuanzhen's lips. Not far behind, Feng Xiaoru had already shut her eyes, unwilling to witness the horrors unfolding before her any longer. A pack of scoundrels. Why target me when I know nothing of you? You unhinged fiends, intent on slaughtering an entire village. Are you devils incarnate? With the stone held aloft, Xuanzhen approached the remaining two black-robed men. His voice laced with fury. The first and second black-robed men lay on the ground, stripped of any will to fight, merely wishing for a swift end. Upon hearing Xuanzhen's reproach, they harbored no thoughts of resistance. Only Feng Xiaoru, with her eyes closed, felt a surge of realization. Encountering this tyrant could only be deemed a stroke of misfortune for these specters of the netherworld. Die, you bastards! One by one, Xuanzhen crushed the skulls of the two remaining foes, extinguishing their lives. He refrained from further mutilation, as he too felt a wave of revulsion wash over him. Damn it! Casting the stone aside, he ignored the shapeless corpses on the ground and approached the woman referred to as Your Highness the Saintess by the black-robed men. Hey, open your eyes. Xuanzhen was incredulous and subsequently issued a threat. I truly have no money. Our Qixia sect has been annihilated, and as the Holy Maiden, I am of no worth anymore. In response to Xuanzhen's intimidation, Feng Xiaoru revealed a bitter smile. You really have no money? Indeed. After confirming that Feng Xiaoru was not speaking falsely, Xuanzhen closed his eyes. How dare you be so arrogant without money? I'll teach you a lesson. He seethed, pacing furiously. Meanwhile, Feng Xiaoru, bound and unable to resist, closed her eyes in despair. Severely injured, she felt utterly powerless against a man as fearsome as Xuanzhen, and she could already foresee her impending fate. After a while of pacing, Xuanzhen surveyed the ruins of the blacksmith's shop, the courtyard littered with corpses, and then turned his gaze to the bound Feng Xiaoru, kneeling on the ground. Upon closer inspection, he noticed her. She appeared to be around 17 or 18, strikingly beautiful, with skin as radiant as fresh snow and lips as red as peach blossoms, a face that could be wholly covered by a single palm, though her eyes were closed. The tremor of her lashes betrayed her beauty, marking her as a rare gem in any world. Goodness, upon closer inspection, this girl possesses quite the allure. I wonder how much she would fetch at the Baihua Tower in the county. Xuanzhen mused as he appraised Feng Xiaoru's features. You, scoundrel! Hearing his words, Feng Xiaoru could no longer wallow in her own despair. She opened her big eyes, glaring at Xuanzhen with resentment. Even in death, she refused to be sold to such a filthy place. What are you glaring at? If you continue, I'll gouge out your eyes. Xuanzhen shot back defiantly. Listen well. It is your actions that have turned my courtyard and blacksmith shop into this state, attracting these killers and forcing me to take action. Now that I'm exposed, I cannot remain here. Furthermore, I have no money, and you have nothing to compensate me. If I don't sell you, how will I afford to move? Xuanzhen argued persuasively. Feng Xiaoru, hearing his words, understood that she had inadvertently caused him trouble. However, in her frantic bid for survival, she truly had no wealth to offer. Realizing that without presenting some form of payment, she might indeed be sold, Feng Xiaoru felt an acute panic. Aye. Call me Big Brother. Xuanzhen interrupted. Very well, Big Brother it is. But will you release me first? If you let me go, I can find a way to bring you money as compensation. With no other choice, Feng Xiaoru pleaded. Do you take me for a fool? If I let you go, how will I find you again in this vast sea of people? Do you think I'm that naive? Xuanzhen retorted, his expression clearly indicating his disbelief. I, dear elder brother, can swear upon my destiny. I can vow by the heavens that if you release me, I shall find a way to swiftly procure the riches to compensate you. Truly, a vow of destiny cannot be violated, otherwise my very life and soul shall surely incur divine retribution, proclaimed Feng Xiaoru with solemnity. Swear? Xuanzhen gazed at Feng Xiaoru, skepticism clouding his mind. However, he found himself at a loss for an effective means to resolve the situation. The thought of selling her to a brothel tugged at his heartstrings. Xuanzhen circled around Feng Xiaoru, scrutinizing her figure while pondering deeply. This woman claims to belong to the Qixia sect, and those pursuing her are martial practitioners. While I possess a certain level of strength, I am uncertain of its true extent. Now, with a martial practitioner of such beauty before me, I shall have her impart knowledge of martial arts and assess my abilities. Indeed, this shall be my course of action. After a cursory consideration, Xuanzhen declared, It is decided. You shall be the one, not the little bird, but Feng Xiaoru. Feng Xiaoru lifted her gaze to the rambling Xuanzhen, bewildered by his words. Feng Xiaoru, I shall forego your compensation and grant you your freedom, provided you swear to be my maid. Xuanzhen proclaimed, feeling a surge of pride at the prospect of having a sect saintess as a servant. Impossible. Kill me if you must. I, Feng Xiaoru, would rather die than stare upon hearing the system's prompt once again. Xuanzhen finally comprehended the nature of the valuable synthesis material. It turned out to be the soul jade possessed by the cloaked figures. In this fantastical realm, the path to cultivation necessitated the possession of soul jade, which was not something just anyone could acquire. For instance, Xuanzhen himself lacked any, and not a single soul in the entirety of Xiaofeng village possessed it. Prior to receiving the system, Xuanzhen had long lamented his absence of soul jade, which hindered his ability to cultivate. Now, the system had indicated the discovery of soul jade, and it appeared to be capable of synthesis, filling Xuanzhen with astonishment and joy. He manipulated the flames to incinerate several mangled corpses, and once reduced to ashes, he noticed several glimmers within the remains. Could this be soul jade? Grasping a stick, he sifted through the ashes, revealing 4 oval-shaped jades before him. These jades emanated a faint white light, imparting a cool, moonlit sensation. Their fine texture might lead an unacquainted observer to mistake them for mere gemstones. However, Xuanzhen recognized them as the soul jade he had long coveted. Arranging the 4 soul jades on the ground in pairs, he awaited the system's prompt. Would you like to synthesize in soul jade too? The system inquired. Synthesize. Xuanzhen mentally commanded. In soul jade 2 synthesis successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Great In Soul Jade 1. What is Great In Soul Jade? He thought, disregarding the question and eager to synthesize again. In Soul Jade 2 synthesis successful. Great In Soul Jade 2 synthesis successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a soul jade seed. After synthesizing the 4 soul jades, he was left with a singular green, jade-like seed. This seed, naturally formed, shimmered captivatingly and exuded an air of nobility that drew the eye. What is this? Xuanzhen mused, holding the soul jade seed in his hand, completely absorbed. System. What is this object? He inquired internally. Soul jade seed, yellow excellent quality, can be synthesized. When absorbed by a mortal, it can generate soul jade within, without any restrictions. The system's information appeared. What? Absorbing it will allow soul jade to be generated within. Xuanzhen was astounded. This was soul jade, the very foundation of cultivation in this fantastical world. Although he already harbored a mysterious fire attribute spiritual vein within him, the absence of soul jade left him ignorant of how to cultivate. He had been relying solely on brute strength in combat. Now, with the absorption of this soul jade seed, he could generate soul jade within, signifying that he could finally embark on the path of cultivation. How could this not elate Xuanzhen? With the soul jade seed in hand, he felt an overwhelming urge to absorb it immediately. Fortunately, he retained his composure, realizing that the current circumstances were not opportune for such an act, and he forcibly suppressed his impulse. Moreover, this soul jade seed could also be synthesized again. This realization temporarily quelled his thoughts of synthesis. Since synthesis is still possible, there is no need for haste. It is prudent to wait until synthesis is no longer an option before contemplating absorption. Xuanzhen steadied his mind. It is important to note that in this fantastical realm, soul jade is categorized into different grades. According to the somewhat uncertain information Xuanzhen possesses, soul jade is divided into 5 tiers: ordinary, high, superior, extraordinary, and transcendent. The classification of soul jade levels signifies an individual's cultivation aptitude. Having discovered this glimmer of hope in his cultivation journey, Xuanzhen naturally wishes for his innate talent to be as elevated as possible. After all, he is a person endowed with a system. Only a transcendent quality would befit him. With this thought in mind, Xuanzhen pocketed the soul jade seed. At that moment, his spirits lifted. Turning his gaze back to Feng Qiaoru, he observed her still weeping, her tears reminiscent of delicate blossoms in the rain, undeniably captivating. Yet, to Xuanzhen, she appeared merely as a soul jade seed. It is worth noting that he was still 4 soul jades short of synthesizing another soul jade seed. And only with such a seed could he engage in supersynthesis. He eagerly anticipated the outcome of that endeavor. Feeling Xuanzhen's scrutinizing gaze, Feng Qiaoru was engulfed by an unsettling chill, as if her very essence had been laid bare before him, her innermost organs exposed. She could no longer afford to weep. With a slight movement, she retreated, striving to distance herself from Xuanzhen. What do you intend to do? Do not come any closer, please, she weakly warned. Xuanzhen regarded Feng Qiaoru as one might a sumptuous lamb, contemplating whether to roast or boil her. However, recalling that he needed her to impart knowledge of cultivation, as she was currently his prospective teacher, he reluctantly dismissed the notion of devouring this plump lamb. Very well, Xuanzhen sighed, shaking his head. You, remain obedient, he commanded Feng Qiaoru before proceeding to tidy up his blacksmith shop. As she watched Xuanzhen depart, Feng Qiaoru felt a slight alleviation of her anxiety. Yet her vigilance remained unyielding. At this juncture, Xuanzhen had little inclination to concern himself with her. Standing before what was once his blacksmith shop, now reduced to ruins, he felt an overwhelming frustration. He had merely wished to pursue his craft, forging axes and synthesizing equipment, but now all of that seemed a distant fantasy. The presence of Feng Xiaoru and several cloaked figures had exposed him. Although the villagers had not yet approached, they were not foolish. Each one could hear the commotion he had caused, and with the blood of a few slain upon his hands. It was clear that if he did not vacate this place, he would surely be sought after. While he might manage to escape, the villagers would undoubtedly suffer dire consequences. None of those cloaked figures bore good intent. Should their organization come calling, a massacre would ensue. For the sake of himself and the villagers, he had no choice but to depart. Alas, he had not anticipated having to change locales before fully realizing his potential. Such is the unpredictable nature of life. Xuanzhen meticulously excavated the clay stones, laboring for half an hour to restore half of the blacksmith shop's former appearance. To his surprise, he discovered that the forge and the anvil remained intact, indicating that he could indeed forge iron tools here if he desired. This was quite splendid. Gazing at the 1,000 pounds of fine iron in the courtyard, his eyes sparkled with excitement. Given his current strength and speed, he could transform all this fine iron into firewood knives within 3 days, yielding at least dozens of them. Eventually, by combining these knives, he could craft several pieces of the coveted dragon pattern equipment he needed. This was simply marvelous. Chapter 20. The fifth piece of equipment. Xuanzhen's mood lifted considerably. In just 3 days, he could forge a few more pieces of equipment before departing from this place. Surely, nothing significant would transpire in such a brief span of time. Right? However, this led him to reflect upon the source of his current troubles, Feng Xiaoru. The mere thought of her caused him a headache. He was uncertain about how to handle her. It appeared that releasing her was out of the question. At the very least, he needed to extract some value from her. With these thoughts in mind, he approached Feng Xiaoru. "What do you intend to do?" she asked, retreating slightly, attempting to distance herself from him. "Nothing of concern. Just stay put," he replied, knowing full well he could not loosen her restraints. Though she was injured, if he were to release her, she would undoubtedly flee. And he would not allow that to happen. "I warn you, do not entertain thoughts of escape, or consider the consequences," Xuanzhen cautioned. "Rest assured, I have no means of escaping," Feng Xiaoru replied, feeling helpless in the face of his threats. To her, he was a true martial celestial, far beyond the capabilities of an ordinary warrior like herself. Unable to resist, she resigned herself to her fate, lowering her head in despair. "That is wise," Xuanzhen said with satisfaction. After issuing his warning, he turned his attention back to the blacksmith shop. Intent on transforming the fine iron in the courtyard into firewood knives as swiftly as possible, and subsequently creating more pieces of the dragon pattern set. Once again, the rhythmic sounds of hammering echoed through the courtyard. Meanwhile, the villagers of Xiaofeng were aware that the blacksmith shop had resumed its activity. Though curious, no one dared to investigate. After all, curiosity can sometimes lead to peril. Xuanzhen, undeterred by the outside world, stoked the furnace, melting down the blocks of fine iron and forging them into the desired shapes for firewood knives. As dusk descended, he worked tirelessly. The iron in the courtyard steadily diminished, and with his extraordinary vigor and speed, he successfully crafted over a dozen firewood knives. He paid them little mind, setting them aside for the time being. Currently, the number of machetes is insufficient to forge the panlong set, compelling Xuanzhen to tirelessly continue his smithing endeavors. At this moment, he immerses himself completely in the art of blacksmithing. In the courtyard, Feng Xiaoru leans against the wall, channeling her energy to heal her injuries while observing the industrious Xuanzhen within the forge, utterly oblivious to his intentions. Having slain members of the Netherworld Pavilion, one might expect him to flee, yet he is resolutely engaged in smithing. What could be the motivation behind such an obsession with the craft? Surely, he must comprehend the magnitude of the Netherworld Pavilion's influence. It is inconceivable that a martial arts true immortal would be ignorant of such an organization. Indeed, a true immortal, what is he doing? How peculiar it is that a being of such caliber is not refining artifacts, but rather forging agricultural tools. Has this martial arts true immortal lost his senses? Am I the one who has gone mad, or is it the world that has gone awry? Feng Xiaoru finds herself utterly confounded by the actions of this seemingly demonic figure. Xuanzhen remains oblivious to Feng Xiaoru's thoughts, and even if he were aware, he would not concern himself with her opinions. He knows well the purpose of his toil. Outwardly, he appears to be forging, yet in truth, he is laying the foundation for his own formidable strength. Little does anyone realize that Xuanzhen possesses an infinite synthesis system capable of transforming everything in this world into something that can immensely empower him. He understands that his foremost priority is to enhance his proficiency. The greater his skill, the more he can synthesize, and one day, he shall achieve boundless synthesis. The panlong set he is currently capable of forging solidifies his prowess as a martial arts true immortal, Yet how his future will unfold remains beyond his foresight. Thus, he continues to forge machetes, piece by piece. After observing for a while, Feng Xiaoru ceases her scrutiny and instead focuses on her own recovery, silently channeling her energy to mend her internal wounds. To evade the Netherworld Pavilion's pursuers, her injuries have lingered far longer than anticipated. Were it not for her unique cultivation method and the consumption of high-grade elixirs, she, a warrior of the Sixth Realm, would not have withstood the trials until now. Xuanzhen, relentless and undeterred, forges on until the early hours of dawn, finally producing the materials necessary to synthesize the Panlong set once more. However, this time, the forge has been half destroyed, and with an observer present in the courtyard, he contemplates before approaching Feng Xiaoru, who is leaning against the wall to heal. Sensing his approach, she lifts her gaze, her expression wary. What do you intend to do? Xuanzhen does not respond, but instead lifts Feng Xiaoru and carries her outside the courtyard, where the forge is no longer visible, and unceremoniously sets her down. Stay here. Having completed this task, Xuanzhen returns to the forge, leaving Feng Xiaoru bewildered and disoriented, struggling to comprehend her sudden ejection. You scoundrel! She grits her teeth in frustration. Upon re-entering the forge, Xuanzhen seeks a secluded spot, shielded from view, and commences his synthesis. Clang, clang. The synthesis of the machete culminates in the creation of the black iron knife. The black iron knife then merges into the mysterious iron knife. Subsequently, the mysterious iron knife fuses to form a level 1 spiritual artifact, the Galro knife. Upon synthesizing the Galro knife, congratulations to the host for acquiring the Panlong power belt, yellow exquisite quality. A second synthesis has yielded another piece of Panlong power equipment. This time a belt. As Xuanzhen gazes upon the exquisite belt, a smile of delight graces his face. He lifts the belt, and its attributes reveal themselves. Panlong power belt, yellow exquisite quality, strength, 100, constitution, 100, speed, 100, spirit, 100. Remarkably, each attribute is augmented by 100. Although it lacks any distinctive features, for Xuanzhen, equipping it boosts his strength by at least 40%. The enhancement of the spirit attribute by an additional 100 renders this piece of equipment quite formidable. Excellent, truly powerful, Xuanzhen nods in satisfaction. Without hesitation, he adorns himself with the belt, eager to discover the effects it will unveil. This marks the completion of a 5-piece set, and Xuanzhen harbors great anticipation for the set's effects. After donning the belt, Xuanzhen activates his attribute panel. Host, Xuanzhen. Level, 1, Strength, 920. Speed, 300. Constitution, 930. Spirit, 200. Mastery, 657. Attack power, 10, 100. Defense power, 12, 000. 2-piece set effect, Spirit 50. 3-piece set effect, Speed 90. 4-piece set effect, Unlock hidden equipment effects. 5-piece set effect, Chapter 21, Space Ring. The 5th set effect activates the spatial storage capability of the Panlong power ring. Upon witnessing the effects of equipping the 5th piece, Xuanzhen's eyes widen in astonishment. Spatial storage capability? He is taken aback and then elated. Such an equipment effect is indeed remarkable. Initially shocked, Xuanzhen's surprise transforms into pure joy. It is no small wonder that he feels this way. Although this world is a fantastical realm, special abilities related to space are exceedingly rare. Moreover, the upper-tier ability of spatial storage is unparalleled. While the exact capacity of the ring's spatial storage remains unknown, it is undoubtedly a divine artifact. Despite Xuanzhen's limited knowledge of the cultivation world in this realm, he has never heard of spatial storage equipment being commonplace. Instead, he has gleaned from obscure texts that abilities and phenomena surrounding space and time are regarded as absolutely superior and extraordinarily precious. Even those martial arts' true immortals, capable of single-handedly challenging nations, are unlikely to possess spatial storage equipment. As for the level required to attain such equipment and abilities, Xuanzhen remains in the dark. In summary, Xuanzhen has determined that the effects of the 5th set of equipment he has activated are undoubtedly a tremendous boon, a much-needed capability for him, especially since he is about to relocate. The existence of such a spatial storage device is akin to a timely downpour in a parched land. Furthermore, the myriad applications and benefits that extend from this realization have swiftly crossed Xuanzhen's mind. In any case, the effect of this set is a remarkable surprise for him. Contemplating this, he reached for the ring adorning his finger. Instantly, a special space measuring 1 cubic meter, 1 meter high, 1 meter wide, and 1 meter long, materialized in his mind. A cubic meter? Quite satisfactory. Such a space is ample enough to accommodate numerous items. Xuanzhen smacked his lips in contentment. Although 1 cubic meter is not overwhelmingly large, he felt a sense of fulfillment. Unbeknownst to him, The development of spatial abilities within this fantastical realm is governed by ancient divine beings. And spatial rings are considered precious strategic resources. It is not merely a matter of being a martial Dao true immortal. Even those who transcend such ranks and exist at the pinnacle cannot easily possess spatial equipment. The fact that Xuanzhen, at this moment of relatively modest strength, possesses a spatial ring is solely due to the presence of the system, an entity that transcends conventional understanding. Having confirmed the ring's utility, Xuanzhen felt quite pleased. Meanwhile, outside, several 100 pounds of fine iron remained, sufficient for him to forge several more pieces of the dragon set. After some contemplation, he chose not to rest and resolved to continue crafting his machete. Thanks to the enhancement provided by the dragon power belt, both his physical attributes and mental fortitude have seen substantial improvement, allowing him to forego rest and persist in his crafting endeavors. This is a virtuous cycle. While Xuanzhen continued his work, Feng Xiaoru, outside in the courtyard, was slowly mending her internal injuries. Earlier, she had consumed a healing elixir, and now its medicinal properties were gradually permeating her being, healing her wounds, to the extent that she had regained about 60 to 70% of her vitality. With such recovery, Feng Xiaoru found herself capable of utilizing some of her abilities. Moreover, having been cast outside and out of Xuanzhen's sight, she felt a surge of delight, deeming him a fool for his negligence. This was a fortuitous opportunity. Damn it, just wait until I break free from these rusted chains. I will. Feng Xiaoru seethed with indignation, but after a moment, she realized she had no means of countering Xuanzhen. As a saintess of a destroyed sect, pursued by the specters of the underworld pavilion, her insufficient strength rendered her incapable of inflicting any harm upon him. This realization cast a shadow over her spirits. Forget it. I must escape first, she resolved, pausing her healing efforts to focus on breaking free from the iron chains binding her. Initially, she perceived these chains as mere mundane objects. With her cultivation at the 6th level of martial prowess, breaking free should be a simple task. Feng Xiaoru uttered a low cry, attempting to free herself from the chains. The anticipated scene of the iron chains shattering did not materialize. Several chains showed no signs of loosening, still firmly restraining Feng Xiaoru. What was happening? Let me go? Feng Xiaoru exclaimed in disbelief, exerting all her strength once more. Yet, it was futile. The chains remained unyielding. What on earth was going on? Feng Xiaoru was astounded, gazing incredulously at the iron chains binding her. At that moment, feeling the unusual texture of the chains and their unique quality under the moonlight, an epiphany struck her. Damn it, cold iron chains. This scoundrel has actually employed cold iron on a mere warrior like me. Heaven, why do you not smite this wretch? It dawned on Feng Xiaoru that the chains restraining her were not ordinary iron, but rather crafted from the exceedingly rare cold iron, even revered in the cultivation realm. To use such a precious material for binding someone was the act of a lunatic, a pervert. If those skilled in forging were to discover this, they would undoubtedly seek retribution. Despair washed over her as she could hardly fathom that Xuanzhen, this madman obsessed with forging, would squander cold iron in such a manner. How could the heavens allow such a miscreant to roam free? Perverted lunatic. Scoundrel. Feng Xiaoru could no longer contain her fury, cursing Xuanzhen incessantly, albeit in hushed tones, as she sought to vent her emotions amidst her despair. Hey, what are you doing? Leaning against the outer wall, Feng Xiaoru was venting when suddenly a figure appeared before her. I am doing nothing. I was merely praying for you, wishing you wealth and peace, and for your descendants to thrive endlessly. Upon seeing the formidable Xuanzhen, Feng Xiaoru instantly donned a facade of feigned innocence and sincerity. Observing her duplicitous demeanor, several lines of frustration appeared on Xuanzhen's forehead. With his current mental acuity, he could easily hear her mutterings even from a distance. Hearing her scathing remarks, and then witnessing her act innocent before him, Xuanzhen could only think how hypocritical and affected she was. Forget it, I shan't hold it against her. Instead of confronting Feng Xiaoru, he freed her from the cold iron chains and offered her a bowl of water and a hardened bun. Here, you must be hungry. Feng Xiaoru stood in shock, staring at the cold water and stale bun placed before her. What is this? She asked, bewildered. This is food and water, just for you. Don't hesitate, eat up. It's free of charge, Xuanzhen replied with a cheerful smile. What kind of food is this? You expect me to eat this? Feng Xiaoru exclaimed in a frenzy. If you don't want to eat, then so be it. Xuanzhen was utterly indifferent to Feng Xiaoru's frantic demeanor. Had it not been for the fear of her starving, he would not have exhibited such kindness. Since you refuse to eat, I shall bind you once more, he declared, advancing to restrain her again. No, please. I will eat. I will eat. Feng Xiaoru pleaded desperately, genuinely disinclined to be bound again after finally being freed from her shackles. Like a famished dog pouncing on its meal, She seized the bun and cold water, taking a bite of the bun and a sip of water. To avoid being restrained again, she feigned delight in the meager fare, striving to convince Xuanzhen that she was thoroughly satisfied with her treatment. Observing her act, Xuanzhen felt a sense of satisfaction. Indeed, this is how it should be. You girls endure hunger to maintain your figures. Why bother? If you wish to eat, then eat. This is the essence of life. Yes, yes, you are absolutely right. Brother, Feng Xiaoru nodded fervently. Very well, continue. He instructed before turning away to attend to his tasks. As she watched his retreating figure, tears streamed down her cheeks involuntarily. Here she was, once the revered saintess of Qixia sect, now reduced to the disgrace of consuming cold buns, all because of this scoundrel, this madman, this pervert, who had led her to such a state. Yet, she found herself compelled to appease him. Otherwise, he would unleash his fury upon her. The memory of him crushing several members of the Yuming pavilion with stones sent shivers through her, hastening her consumption of the bun. Meanwhile, Xuanzhen had returned to the blacksmith's forge. With his current constitution, going several days without sleep or food was feasible. He had no inclination to prepare meals. Instead, he aimed to forge all the refined iron into firewood knives, a vital step in assembling the dragon set. Thus, the bun he had provided to Feng Xiaoru was the only available sustenance in the forge at that moment. In truth, Xuanzhen believed he had shown considerable kindness to this freeloading individual. The rhythmic clanging of iron echoed through the forge once more, continuing throughout the day. By the following evening, he had transformed the remaining refined iron into a plethora of firewood knives, over 100, sufficient to create 4 pieces of the dragon set, assuming the remaining items were also 4. As for the possibility of forging duplicate sets, he could not ascertain, having never encountered such a scenario. Xuanzhen pushed those thoughts aside. His sole focus was on one task, synthesis, an unending cycle of creation. 2 firewood knives synthesize, upgrading to a black iron knife. 2 black iron knives synthesize, upgrading to a dark iron knife. 2 dark iron knives synthesize, upgrading to a first-level spirit weapon, the gallows knife. The process repeated relentlessly. And once he had synthesized all the firewood knives, 4 brand new pieces of equipment lay before him. The Dragon Power Helmet, yellow, excellent quality. The Dragon Power Armor, yellow quality. Dragon Power Boots, yellow quality. And Dragon Power Longsword, yellow quality, form a magnificent ensemble that radiates brilliance and splendor. The sight of these 4 exquisite pieces left Xuanzhen utterly captivated, unable to tear his gaze away. Without a moment's hesitation, he adorned himself with the complete set. At that moment, Xuanzhen's data panel displayed the following. Host, Xuanzhen, level 1, strength, 1700, speed, 900, constitution, 1500, spirit, 600, proficiency, 1000, upgradable, attack power, 20,000, defense power, 20,000. These fresh and formidable statistics were impressive. Moreover, the 4 pieces of equipment imparted new set effects. Set effect 6, adds armor piercing to attacks. Set effect 7, reduces damage taken by 50%. Set effect 8, activates the spirit active skill, Eye of Insight. Set effect 9, passive skill. Dragon Power, increases strength by 50 points daily. The effects were extraordinary, powerful, and fearsome. Just as Xuanzhen marveled at these remarkable effects, a chilling mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host, you have synthesized a complete set of equipment. Special task completed, task panel activated. The system's notification shattered Xuanzhen's astonishment. A special task completed, and the task panel activated? Following the system's prompt, Xuanzhen silently intoned, activate the task panel. A new panel materialized in his mind, bronze level task panel. Daily sign-in task, 01, uncompleted. Only a solitary line of text remained, devoid of any other information. As Xuanzhen focused on this line, a voice emerged. Have you completed the daily sign-in task? Yes, Xuanzhen instinctively replied. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have completed the daily sign-in, earning a reward of 100 bronze coins. Congratulations, host, for completing your first daily sign-in task, receiving a bronze-level beginner's gift pack. The subsequent notifications followed swiftly after Xuanzhen signed in. Bronze coins. What might those be? And a beginner's gift pack? How tardy this gift pack seems. Xuanzhen mused, having traversed a year before acquiring the system, and now, after such a prolonged wait, he finally received the beginner's gift pack. Was the system truly so oblivious to the passage of time? Nevertheless, good things come to those who wait. Having something is better than having nothing. Xuanzhen felt a sense of anticipation for this belated beginner's gift pack. Without further consideration for the bronze coins acquired from the daily sign-in task, he promptly declared, open the beginner's gift pack. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have received the silver level physique, eternal fate celestial body, Incomplete. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received the silver level skill, Eternal Holy Demon Art. Incomplete. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received one lottery opportunity. A series of notifications rang out. Upon hearing these announcements, Xuanzhen gasped in astonishment. The Eternal Fate Celestial Body. The Eternal Holy Demon Art. Once again, it is the eternal, the fateful, the ethereal body. The sacred and demonic. Truly remarkable. Xuanzhen was astounded. Let me see what these entities truly are. As he pondered, images and data appeared in his mind. First, there was a vision of a figure, small yet mighty, striking the heavens and the earth with a single punch, obliterating myriad worlds and entombing countless celestial and demonic deities. Chapter 23. Epic Synthesis Stone. This figure, clad in black, with flowing black hair obscuring his visage, traversed the skies. In the vision, he confronted countless terrifying beings. Yet he unleashed his fists upon them all. No matter how fearsome the adversary, they were all vanquished by his might. His fists contained the power to shatter existence, annihilate the universe, and bury the demonic while slaying the celestial, an unstoppable force, unrivaled from heaven to earth. This power transcended Xuanzhen's imagination, surpassing the confines of multiple grand worlds, its layers unknown and unfathomable. As he beheld the feats of this figure, he witnessed him standing upon a towering mountain, gazing at a golden palace suspended in the void. With a single sword strike, he aimed at an enormous golden finger, and ultimately, everything faded into nothingness. An echoing voice of destruction resonated throughout the space, heralding eternal darkness. Upon the conclusion of the vision, Xuanzhen received a system prompt, revealing that the extraordinary figure embodied the eternal fate ethereal body and practiced the eternal sacred demon art. Such prowess in the ethereal body and sacred art. Xuanzhen was utterly astonished, his breath momentarily halted. Alas, it is a pity that what I possess is merely a fragment. The eternal fate ethereal body and the eternal sacred demon art he obtained were incomplete. Their true power, when compared to the original, was like the chasm between heaven and earth. With his current constitution and techniques, Xuanzhen found himself unable to cultivate to the level of the figure in the vision. What a pity, yet I must not be overly greedy. After a sigh, he swiftly adjusted his emotions. With this thought, Xuanzhen turned his gaze to the third item revealed from the novice gift pack, an opportunity for a lottery draw. Most systems of transmigration include a novice gift pack and a lottery. Although he had yet to unlock the lottery feature, it might become available in the future. Now, having acquired a lottery chance from the gift pack, he pondered that perhaps he could draw something astonishing. With this in mind, Xuanzhen's eyes gleamed with fervor. He rubbed his palms together, eager to see what treasures he might obtain. System, I wish to draw, he silently intoned, detecting that the host possesses an additional lottery opportunity. The unactivated lottery wheel is now available, announced the system. Before Xuanzhen appeared a massive wheel, hued in yellow and red, visible only to him. The wheel was divided into 11 equal segments, each containing 3 question marks. Xuanzhen, 2, or a question mark. What is this? A blind draw? At this moment, I find myself uncertain about what I might draw. This lottery wheel seems rather unintelligent. Xuanzhen expressed his dissatisfaction. Never mind, I won't dwell on it. Let's proceed with the draw. With no other option, Xuanzhen initiated the lottery. The pointer at the center of the wheel began to spin upon his announcement. Before long, it gradually slowed down under Xuanzhen's hopeful gaze. Ultimately, the pointer came to rest on the second segment, starting from the left. To his astonishment, within the space that had previously displayed 3 question marks, a red rune emerged. Congratulations, host, you have drawn a red epic synthesis stone. The system announced. A red epic synthesis stone. After crafting the dragon power set, Xuanzhen, observing the yellow quality of the set, realized that the synthesis system, much like the games he played before his journey, operated on a hierarchy of levels. Although he was unaware of the precise number of levels or their classifications, it was evident that any equipment deemed epic certainly belonged to a higher echelon. Gazing at the red rune now in his possession, etched with peculiar patterns and hieroglyphics, he was at a loss for its meaning. It appeared that this item was essential for the synthesis of epic-grade equipment, a conclusion Xuanzhen reached with ease. The subsequent system prompt confirmed his suspicions. Red epic synthesis stone, an indispensable item for synthesizing epic-grade equipment. Indeed, although this synthesis stone acquired through the lottery was not immediately useful to Xuanzhen, it would undoubtedly serve a purpose in the future. Moreover, since it was obtained through a lottery and bore the term epic, it signified that it was not a trivial item. Thus, one could assert that Xuanzhen had profited from this draw. As for how much he gained, that remained indeterminate. Never mind, I will store it for now, he decided, placing the synthesis stone into his ring's spatial storage. At this point, Xuanzhen had successfully crafted a complete set of the dragon power armor. His personal data panel now displayed the following. Host, Xuanzhen level, 1 strength, 1700 speed, 900 constitution, 1500 spirit, 600 synthesis proficiency, 1000 upgradable, attack power, 20,000 defense power, 20,000 set effects, 2-piece effect, 50 spirit, 3-piece effect, 90 speed, 4-piece effect. Unlocks hidden equipment effects, 5-piece effect. Unlocks storage effect of dragon power ring, 6-piece effect. Adds armor piercing effect to attacks, 7-piece effect. Reduces damage taken by 50%, 8-piece effect. Unlocks active skill Eye of Insight, 9-piece effect. Passive skill Power of the Dragon. Increases strength by 50 points each day. This is the entirety of Xuanzhen's current strength. How formidable it truly is remains unclear to him. Nonetheless, he believes it to be adequate. Up until now, he has yet to encounter a power system that he can genuinely reference. Regarding the martial cultivation realms and the various stages of combat prowess in this world, Xuanzhen is utterly oblivious. The system merely provides data without offering a tangible delineation of martial realms, leaving Xuanzhen unable to ascertain precisely where he stands in terms of strength. In summary, Xuanzhen self-assesses that he has not yet reached a level where he can act freely. Thus, his current strategy is to preserve himself, develop cautiously, and maintain a steady course. Contemplating this, he gazes at his data panel and notices the 3 words in the proficiency line, upgradable. Upgradable? What does this signify? Xuanzhen ponders. Could it be that upon upgrading this proficiency, he would be able to synthesize higher-grade equipment? As of now, the highest level of equipment he can synthesize is the yellow-quality dragon power set, and he has been unable to create anything beyond that. The emergence of this upgrade option leads Xuanzhen to speculate whether he could synthesize even higher-tier equipment post-upgrade. Regardless, he decides to proceed with the upgrade. Upgrade, he declares. Upon uttering these words, a silent yet palpable aura envelopes him, permeating the entire courtyard. Outside, Feng Xiao, who is seated in meditation to heal her injuries, finds herself engulfed by this same aura. What is this? Feng Xiao feels a chillingly pure force descend from above, enveloping her completely, rendering her immobile. However, this force does not inflict any harm. Rather, it possesses remarkable healing properties for her injuries. What is happening? Feng Xiao senses the wounds on her body being mended by this force. It feels as though she has been enveloped in a cold yet gentle embrace. Not only are her current injuries being healed, but even residual injuries from the past, as well as flaws left by her cultivation, are also being rectified under the influence of this power. As Feng Xiao perceives the changes within her body, she is struck with astonishment. Everything exceeds her imagination, leaving her utterly bewildered about what has transpired. Could this be the work of that formidable adversary? Feng Xiao speculates in her shock. What realm is this individual at? What is he doing to unleash such a force? She remains entirely ignorant of the circumstances surrounding these events and the origins of this overwhelming power. Not only she, but within the confines of the blacksmith's forge, upon uttering the words level up, Xuanzhen found himself engulfed in an enigmatic sensation. A warm force surged from within his being, silently transforming his physique. Originally, with the acquisition of the eternal fate immortal body, Xuanzhen possessed a constitution that transcended the mundane. However, this potential had not fully awakened. Instead, it was to gradually revive in accordance with Xuanzhen's cultivation. Now, under the influence of the power emanating from the system's upgrade, the latent strength within him had begun to awaken, albeit slightly. Though merely a fraction, this enhancement was nothing short of terrifying for Xuanzhen. Embracing this transformative power, Xuanzhen immersed himself completely, his tightly shut eyes gradually relaxing into a state of blissful intoxication, a realm from which he never wished to awaken. Yet, the time allotted for the system upgrade was finite, and after a quarter of an hour, the upgrade concluded, taking with it the inexplicable force bestowed by the system. With a gentle exhalation of stale air, Xuanzhen slowly opened his eyes. What a wondrous sensation! He sighed, awakening fully. The first thing he did was to access his data panel, sensing that his personal statistics had undergone a monumental transformation. Host, Xuanzhen level, 2 strength, 5,000 speed, 2,000 constitution, 3,000 spirit, 1,000 maturity level, 0 attack power, 40,000 defense power, 30,000 special, fragment of the eternal fate immortal body, awakening level 10, a brand new data panel materialized before Xuanzhen. The recorded attributes of his body were extraordinarily elevated compared to before. As he scanned through these personal attributes, his gaze fixated on the newly revealed statistic. Special? Is this the designation for the eternal fate immortal body? Furthermore, an awakening level of 10%? What does this signify? Is the eternal fate immortal body only at its first stage now, and it has merely awakened 10%? The mere awakening of 10% has augmented my physical attributes to such a terrifying degree, surpassing even the enhancements provided by the complete dragon power suit. Is this the terrifying aspect of the immortal body? Xuanzhen was astounded by his own constitution. Regardless, this power belongs to me. Moreover, I have actually leveled up. Xuanzhen beheld his level, which had ascended from the previous first to the current second. Previously, he had pondered how to elevate his level, never anticipating that it was through the enhancement of proficiency that he could achieve such a feat. It appears that this synthesis system encourages me to synthesize more and increase my proficiency, thus facilitating upgrades. Xuanzhen murmured. In summary, at long last, Xuanzhen comprehended the means by which he could elevate his level. On the data panel, the proficiency level had now diminished to 0, resembling the concept of experience points. Yet no information was provided to clarify how much more proficiency was required to ascend to the next level. Perhaps it was due to his low rank that this feature remained inaccessible. How formidable had he truly become? At this moment, Xuanzhen's personal data reflected a remarkable leap, ascending to a level beyond his wildest imagination. Mere days ago, he believed his strength had merely reached that of a true immortal in martial arts, capable of exerting a force of 100,000 pounds. However, after a series of enhancements, his physical attributes had multiplied several dozen times. To what extent had his strength now escalated? Could he possibly unleash 1,000,000 pounds of force with a single punch? Would he be capable of demolishing a small mountain? Could he vanquish a true immortal in martial arts with one blow? Xuanzhen was uncertain. He only knew that true immortals in martial arts were said to possess hierarchical divisions. The most powerful among them could effortlessly slay 10,000 novices in martial arts and wield the might to upheave rivers and sever mountains. Of course, these were mere legends he had heard. The specifics remained elusive to him. Sighing, he contemplated his status as a martial arts practitioner. While his strength could be considered passable, his understanding of the martial world was still almost entirely devoid of substance. This sigh led him to recall the presence beside him, a pure martial arts practitioner, to be precise. A woman bound by his hand, indebted to him. He had previously contemplated coercing her into imparting knowledge about the martial arts realm. Now that he had completed all his tasks and was preparing to depart, it was time to commence his little martial arts class. Exiting the blacksmith shop, he found Feng Xiaoru seated cross-legged in the courtyard, her being enveloped in a unique state, her aura harmoniously unified, as though she had undergone a transformation. Observing her in this state, Xuanzhen refrained from intruding. This was her opportunity, and to interrupt, it would foster enmity. Such unpredictable fortunes, once interrupted, could be as grievous as the loss of one's parents. Especially for a martial artist, the severance of opportunity was far more significant than mere life and death. Xuanzhen hoped for Feng Xiaoru to assume the role of his mentor, thus he would never act in a manner that would breed animosity. It seemed that the power emanating from the previous system upgrade had also influenced her. He sensed a uniquely familiar aura emanating from her. It appeared that this woman's fortune was indeed linked to him, thus her debt to him had only increased. Consequently, she would have no choice but to submit to him. She must serve as his teacher, whether she wished to or not. A sinister smile crept across Xuanzhen's face as he contemplated his next move. Chapter 25. Entering the city after sharing a light-hearted moment, Xuanzhen gazed at Feng Xiaoru, who remained in a peculiar state, and chose not to linger further. He returned to his blacksmith shop and dwelling, meticulously organizing his belongings to determine what could be taken. As dawn approached, Xuanzhen had gathered all the essentials, storing them within his spatial ring. The remaining items held no value and were left behind, as they were unnecessary. Standing in the courtyard, illuminated by the gentle morning light, Xuanzhen reflected on the place he had inhabited for over a year. A complex array of emotions stirred within him. He was about to embark on a grand journey, leaving this place behind as he transitioned to a new realm. It was time to explore the true world of martial arts cultivation. Given his current prowess, he could be considered a formidable figure even within the confines of the county, or perhaps the entire prefecture. Regrettably, his ignorance of martial arts had clouded his judgment regarding his own strength. In that moment of contemplation, he sensed Feng Xiaoru awakening outside the courtyard. As she emerged from her unusual state, her eyes opened to reveal a brilliant light. A profound shock coursed through her as she perceived the changes within her body. Have I truly ascended to the 7th level of martial arts? Feng Xiaoru exclaimed in astonishment. Previously, she had only reached the later stages of the 6th level, with a considerable distance remaining before attaining the pinnacle. Given her recent injuries, one would expect her cultivation to be hindered, requiring time for her to fully recover. Yet, to her surprise, all her injuries had healed, and her martial prowess had indeed advanced to the initial stage of the 7th level. With a solid and unwavering foundation, an authentic enhancement of her skills rather than mere illusions or fleeting bursts of power. Such a transformation left Feng Xiaoru bewildered. What had transpired? She could only recall feeling an extraordinary force emanating from the courtyard where the Demon King resided, enveloping her body and healing her, even reshaping her form. So, it was that peculiar individual who facilitated my ascension? How infuriating. I never wished to owe that perverse individual a favor. And now I find myself in a debt I cannot repay. Feng Xiaoru lamented in frustration. Why must this happen to me? I would rather not have broken through to the 7th level. Lost in her thoughts, she failed to notice a figure approaching her. Suddenly, a sharp sound echoed as Xuanzhen playfully tapped her on the head. Ouch, that hurts, Feng Xiaoru exclaimed, clutching her head. When she looked up, her tear-filled eyes met Xuanzhen's disapproving gaze. Get up. We must leave, he commanded, swiftly severing the chains that bound her. Collecting them into his spatial ring, valuable items that should not be discarded. Leave? Where are we going? Feng Xiaoru rose, gazing at Xuanzhen. Let us head to the city. Xuanzhen, disinclined to elaborate further, dismissed the matter with a curt remark and turned to depart. Halfway through their journey, he noticed Feng Xiaoru standing dazedly in place and turned back to admonish her. Why are you still standing there? Hurry up and follow me. Oh, I understand now. I will accompany you, but please walk a little slower. Feng Xiaoru snapped back to reality and hurriedly trailed after Xuanzhen, with his hands clasped behind his back. Xuanzhen continued on his path, while Feng Xiaoru followed like a compliant little wife. He paid her little mind as they traversed the terrain, one in front and the other behind, until they descended the mountain and set their course toward the county town. By midday, Xuanzhen and Feng Xiaoru finally arrived at the county town, several hundred miles away. This town, known as Fujing City, was the largest within a 1,000-mile radius. Above Fujing City lay the prefectural city, and beyond that, the imperial capital, which, along with the 18 great capitals, formed the illustrious empire known as Xinxiao. The Xinxiao Empire represented the pinnacle of the ruling class that Xuanzhen had encountered since his arrival in this realm. Within the empire, countless sects existed, all unified under imperial governance, with no individual daring to defy the emperor's will. This was a grand empire whose might surpassed even that of the martial arts realm. It was said that the emperor was the most formidable martial artist in the entire Xinxiao Empire, though Xuanzhen was uncertain of the specifics of his realm, having only heard tales of his prowess. Fujing City, vast in Xuanzhen's eyes, far larger and more prosperous than any second-tier city on his former Earth, was astonishingly merely a county town. This prompted reflection on the advanced state of martial civilization in this world. Clad in coarse garments and simple cloth shoes, Xuanzhen entered Fujing City without encountering any disdainful treatment. Despite his humble attire, he exuded an extraordinary aura, making it clear that he was not an ordinary individual. The guards at the city gates, seasoned and perceptive, sensed the subtle pressure of authority emanating from Xuanzhen. They understood that this seemingly unremarkable and somewhat rustic man was undoubtedly a master of martial arts, perhaps even a martial apprentice or a legendary martial artist, far superior to their own modest skills. Xuanzhen, unfazed by the guard's scrutiny, proceeded into the city, while Feng Xiaoru, feeling somewhat dejected, followed closely behind, her gaze fixed on the ground. Upon entering Fujing City, Xuanzhen observed its division into an inner city and an outer city, the latter crisscrossed by 81 roads, adorned with towering buildings, bustling shops, and throngs of people, all contributing to an extraordinary vibrancy. This marked Xuanzhen's first encounter with such a multitude and the splendid prosperity of this world. Merely a county town exhibits such grandeur. One can only imagine the spectacle of its prefectures, the national capital, and even the imperial city. Xuanzhen lamented that his imagination was constrained. As he traversed the bustling streets of Fujing City, he found himself overwhelmed by the myriad sights. Just as he was absorbing the novelty of the city, a small hand tugged at the corner of his garment. What is it? Xuanzhen inquired, turning to face Feng Xiaoru. I am hungry, she replied, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, fear evident in her gaze. Since being pursued, Feng Xiaoru had gone several days and nights without a proper meal, subsisting only on a cold bun and a bowl of lukewarm water. Coupled with the long journey, even her resilient spirit was beginning to falter. Are you hungry? Xuanzhen responded indifferently. What does your hunger have to do with me? You, Feng Xiaoru retorted, but was interrupted. Mind your manners, Xuanzhen replied coldly. I understand, she murmured, cowed by his frosty demeanor, her voice fading into silence. That's more like it. One must possess self-awareness. Do you comprehend? Feng Xiaoru dared not argue, merely nodding in acquiescence. Excellent, Xuanzhen smiled, contemplating how this woman required guidance to align her development with his expectations. In his mind, he had already begun to consider Feng Xiaoru as one of his own, though merely in a conventional sense. Whether they would share a deeper bond would depend on her future conduct. Xuanzhen found the prospect of mentoring a girl such as her intriguing, a fitting retribution for her audacity in attempting to harm him upon their first encounter. He was not one to easily forgive. Had it not been for Feng Xiaoru's potential utility, she would have long since met her end. Xuanzhen chose to ignore her further and continued his exploration of Fujing City. This county town served as a genuine window into the various facets of this world. Although this fantastical realm revered martial cultivation, the lives of ordinary people were not without merit. The development of various societal orders was commendable, and due to the advancements in martial arts, in certain aspects, this world was arguably as developed, if not more so, than Xuanzhen's former world, Blue Star. Treasure Pavilion? As Xuanzhen strolled with Feng Xiaoru, he stumbled upon a magnificent tower. This imposing edifice stood at the heart of the city, at the juncture of the inner and outer districts. Crafted from an unknown material, the building was entirely white, seemingly constructed from a type of white stone. Under the sun's rays, it radiated a dazzling brilliance, exuding an undeniable aura of opulence. Upon observing this grand structure, Xuanzhen noticed a golden plaque affixed above the entrance, elegantly inscribed with the words Treasure Pavilion. This is indeed the Treasure Pavilion of the county, a grand edifice standing in Amir County, hinting at the magnificence of the prefectural cities, the national capital, and the imperial metropolis. It is said that throughout the empire, encompassing 18 provinces, 36 prefectures, and 108 counties, the influence of the Treasure Pavilion is omnipresent, not to mention the countless town-level factions associated with it. This organization can be regarded as the largest entity within the empire. Xuanzhen reflected upon the myriad rumors he had heard regarding the Treasure Pavilion. Even the common folk are aware that within the empire, the Treasure Pavilion is a force that must not be offended. There are even whispers that martial immortals dare not provoke a county-level Treasure Pavilion. In the realm of martial arts, it is nearly the pinnacle of authority within a county. And the fact that even a martial immortal, who stands above all warriors, refrains from crossing paths with a county-level Treasure Pavilion speaks volumes about the power and terror of this organization. As Xuanzhen gazed at the Treasure Pavilion, he considered that although he had nothing to sell, it would still be worth entering to see if there were any treasures within this county-level faction. Of course, given his modest means, it was highly unlikely that he could afford anything inside. But that did not deter him from indulging his curiosity, much like visiting a luxury goods store in a past life. With this thought in mind, Xuanzhen strode towards the Treasure Pavilion. Feng Xiaoru, trailing behind him, kept her head bowed, timid and cautious, resembling a handmaiden. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Treasure Pavilion, Xuanzhen was greeted by several strikingly beautiful female attendants, who, upon seeing him approach, offered a respectful welcome. Esteemed guest, welcome to the Treasure Pavilion. Xuanzhen nodded in acknowledgement and entered without hesitation. Once inside, he was struck by the stark contrast to the town-level Treasure Pavilion, as this one was an entirely different realm. The building comprised 5 floors, each soaring to a height of 5 to 6 meters. In the center, there was a grand atrium, a hollow space that extended from the first floor to the highest level. For someone like Xuanzhen, accustomed to the architectural wonders of his previous life, this lofty atrium was indeed awe-inspiring, reminiscent of a 5-star hotel. He could not help but marvel at the grandeur. The first-floor hall spanned thousands of square meters, divided into trading, resting, and entertainment areas. The Treasure Pavilion was not merely a marketplace for treasures. It fulfilled the role of a comprehensive urban complex, providing the entire county with a hub for procuring goods, entertainment, and leisure. In the hall, there was a scaled-down model of the Treasure Pavilion, sliced in half to reveal its interior layout, with annotations detailing the purpose of each floor. The first floor could be likened to a department store for ordinary goods, equipped with some basic entertainment amenities, accessible to the general populace. However, to ascend to the second floor and beyond, one must possess a certain status, reserved for the upper echelons of society. Most notably, the latter floors catered to those engaged in martial cultivation. Ordinary individuals without the requisite status were strictly prohibited from entering the upper levels, while the second and third floors were open to common martial disciples. The fourth and fifth floors are accessible to martial artists, while the sixth floor is designated as the premium client area, reserved solely for those with considerable prowess, either advanced martial artists or celestial beings of martial arts. The hierarchy is distinctly delineated, starkly revealing the disparities within this fantastical realm. This is not the egalitarian world of Xuanzhen's previous life. Rather, it is a harsh domain where social stratification is evident and the gap between classes is stark. It is a world that venerates the strong while the weak crawl like ants. Xuanzhen meandered through the first floor, encountering numerous delights he had not indulged in since arriving in this world. However, his current focus was singular, to enhance his own strength. The allure of entertainment and luxury had lost its charm. What he truly required were valuable items that could aid in his synthesis endeavors. After successfully synthesizing a complete set of dragon spiral power equipment and upgrading his system, Xuanzhen received a notification from the system, indicating that he could no longer use mundane tools forged from iron for synthesis. Henceforth, the items eligible for synthesis must possess greater value. In this world, the most valuable commodities were those utilized by practitioners of martial arts. Yet, Xuanzhen found himself facing a dilemma. He lacked sufficient funds to procure the materials essential for martial cultivation. Although he possessed several 100,000 taels, a fortune by ordinary standards, this sum was merely average among martial artists, as he could no longer synthesize black iron blades, dark iron swords, or even spiritual artifacts. The pathway to profit through the sale of synthesized items had been obstructed, leaving Xuanzhen in a state of considerable frustration. In short, he began to fret over his finances, particularly upon ascending to the second floor and observing a plethora of items deemed valuable for martial practitioners. Alongside their glaring price tags, ranging into the millions of taels, Xuanzhen felt an acute sense of his own impoverishment. "I am utterly destitute," he lamented internally. Chapter 27. The Pursuit of Wealth. A multitude of precious items lay concealed behind glass, rendering them inaccessible for Xuanzhen to assess their potential for synthesis through the system's prompts. Nevertheless, even without direct interaction, he gleaned their worth from the exquisite attendants stationed beside each item. The treasures were clearly marked with prices, each exceeding a fortune. If Xuanzhen could not recognize their value, it would be a profound folly. Yet, gazing at these treasures, the weight of his financial constraints bore heavily upon him. He could only speculate what superior equipment might emerge from the synthesis of such valuable items. If even a simple firewood knife could yield refined yellow-grade equipment, then surely these inherently precious items, upon synthesis, would produce something at least superior to the dragon spiral power set, if not epic in its quality. Upon reflecting on this, Xuanzhen's heart ached even more as he gazed at the treasures before him. His current prowess stemmed entirely from the dragon power suit synthesized by the system. Before him lay items that could potentially forge even more advanced equipment, yet his poverty rendered them unattainable. Xuanzhen could only lament his financial shortcomings, at a loss for words. At that moment, he couldn't help but ponder why he hadn't preserved some synthesized Xuanzhen swords, or even the ethereal Kilera blade. Even retaining a single Kilera blade would have sufficed, for its worth alone could have afforded him a plethora of treasures, ensuring he would not lack the materials necessary for synthesis. How could he find himself in a situation where his system had upgraded? Yet the absence of materials hindered his exploration of the new capabilities and potential creations of the system. A thought blossomed in Xuanzhen's mind. The items that the upgraded system would synthesize would undoubtedly exceed his wildest imagination. As this notion took root, other thoughts began to emerge. Should he transform into a great thief and seize the treasures before him? However, this idea was swiftly quashed. Setting aside the fact that he was merely an intermediate figure among martial immortals, the treasure pavilion was a formidable force, second only to the royal family in the realm, filled with countless formidable individuals. If he dared to pilfer from the treasure pavilion, he would find no refuge in this vast world, and his life would be forfeit. At present, he lacked the audacity to act recklessly. It was prudent to remain cautious and avoid self-destructive behavior. With a heavy heart, Xuanzhen sighed repeatedly and turned to see Feng Qiaoru beside him, transfixed by the treasures within a glass case. She, too, was a pauper. At that moment, Xuanzhen felt a kinship with her, both of them bound by their financial constraints and shared longing. As he approached Feng Qiaoru, she was so absorbed in her gaze that she did not notice his presence. "Stop looking. These are not within our means," Xuanzhen thought. But just as he was about to interrupt her reverie, he noticed her body tremble, her eyes glistening with tears on the verge of spilling. What was amiss? Was it truly worth crying over mere unattainable items? Was she this fragile? Xuanzhen sensed something amiss. "Hey, what's wrong?" he inquired, observing Feng Qiaoru's increasing distress. Her hands shaking, her brow furrowed, her gaze filled with a mix of hatred and profound sorrow. "This is my master's personal belonging," she stammered, her voice quaking with emotion. "What do you mean?" Xuanzhen's eyes were drawn to a necklace within the glass case, resembling a string of exquisite pearls. Upon hearing Feng Qiaoru's words, confusion briefly clouded his mind before clarity dawned. He understood what she was conveying. Xuanzhen contemplated the fact that Feng Qiaoru hailed from a particular sect, and his encounter with her was a consequence of her sect's annihilation and her subsequent persecution. With this realization, Xuanzhen understood that the necklace before him was indeed a possession of Feng Qiaoru's master. The appearance of such an item here was, naturally, due to the destruction of her sect and the death of her master. After committing murder, the perpetrators went so far as to sell personal belongings. Upon seeing this item, Feng Xiaoru instantly grasped the gravity of the situation, recalling the vengeance from her sect's demise and the hatred stemming from her master's murder. It was no wonder that she was so visibly shaken, reduced to this state of despair. Xuanzhen found himself at a loss for words. Offering comfort felt inappropriate given the nature of their relationship, and the notion of avenging her was utterly beyond him. Thus, he stood silently beside her, waiting for Feng Xiaoru to navigate her emotions alone. Having endured the obliteration of her sect and relentless pursuit, Feng Xiaoru, despite her initial disarray, soon recognized the futility of her sorrow and swiftly emerged from her grief. She wiped her eyes and attempted to regain her composure. "It's all right now, let us go," she declared. At that moment, Xuanzhen glanced at the price of the necklace, which astonishingly exceeded 100,000 taels of gold. Regretfully, this was a sum he could not afford. Had he been wealthy, he would not have hesitated to acquire such a treasure. Alas, he was impoverished, and thus there was nothing more to be done. He sighed once more at his financial constraints. "Let us depart," he said, resigned to the situation. He had no inclination to ascend to the third floor, as he was acutely aware that even if he had the privilege to do so, he would still be unable to purchase anything of value. What he truly lacked was not merely strength or cultivation, but wealth. It could be argued that what he truly needed was profound martial prowess. If he were the strongest in the realm, he could seize all the treasures within this pavilion without spending a single coin. Ultimately, it was his insufficient strength that hindered him. Before the system's emergence, Xuanzhen had been merely an ordinary blacksmith. Though he had recently acquired the system, his current strength was still quite feeble. He believed that given 6 months with the system's guidance, he could reach a formidable realm and establish a vast influence, thus alleviating his current financial worries. In essence, it all boiled down to insufficient time for his growth and development. He silently pondered his situation, recognizing that his immediate focus must be on acquiring wealth. For money represented power and the resources necessary for his advancement. He needed funds to purchase synthesis materials, enabling him to forge superior equipment, thus empowering himself further. Though a remarkable martial art, the eternal holy demon art, has come to light, and with the possession of a fire attribute spiritual vein and a soul jade seed ready for absorption, all foundational conditions for martial cultivation are at hand. With dedicated effort, it is certain that strength will be attained in due time. However, for Xuanzhen, this prospect is somewhat unbearable, as achieving it demands an extensive period of time. Despite having a system to accelerate his ascent in power, there is no justification for opting for a method that consumes such a lengthy duration with uncertain results. Thus, the pursuit of wealth becomes imperative. With wealth, all else follows. Yet, Xuanzhen finds himself rather uninformed about the means of acquiring riches in this world, particularly from the perspective of a martial cultivator. Such knowledge resides within the realm of his ignorance. Fortunately, he has a knowledgeable mentor in his vicinity. With this in mind, he loses interest in further wandering and seeks a place to earnestly consult Feng Xiaoru, especially regarding the intricacies of wealth acquisition. Xuanzhen, accompanied by Feng Xiaoru, descends from the second floor and approaches the entrance of the treasure pavilion. At that moment, a group enters through the grand door. Among them, a woman in her 20s. Leading the entourage, approaches a young gentleman of exquisite features, known as Langya Gongzi, and greets him with utmost sincerity, stating, "It is an honor to have you at the treasure pavilion. Your presence truly elevates our humble establishment." Her voice, akin to the first song of a yellow oriole, is gentle and melodious, complemented by her striking beauty, which naturally endears her to those present. The Langya Gongzi, upon seeing her, chuckles heartily. "Manager Huangfu, your charm remains as captivating as ever. With such a delightful manager, I find myself unable to resist spending lavishly whenever I visit. It is indeed a challenge to contain my enthusiasm." The young lady humbly replies, "You flatter me, dear Gongzi. I am but a mere manager, unworthy of such praise from one as distinguished as yourself. My only aim is to provide you with the finest service." As this exchange unfolds, Xuanzhen and Feng Xiaoru stand near the entrance, inevitably catching the attention of the gathering. The Langya Gongzi, amidst his playful banter with the manager, inadvertently turns his gaze towards Xuanzhen and Feng Xiaoru. His demeanor shifts instantly upon spotting them, and he barks, "Halt!" Feng Xiaoru, bewildered, comes to a standstill. And so does Xuanzhen. At this moment, noticing her pause, the Langya Gongzi bellows, "You wretched servant! Not only did you flee from my residence, but you also dare to appear in public, where I can see you with my own eyes. Your time has come. Guards, seize this wretch and take her back to my estate for judgment." The young master of Langya pointed at Feng Xiaoru and commanded his attendants to seize her. At that moment, Feng Xiaoru was utterly perplexed, unaware of the unfolding situation. I don't even know you," she exclaimed in astonishment. "How dare you feign ignorance of my identity? Capture this wretched maid." The once genteel young master of Langya now wore a savage expression, resembling a beast that had spotted its prey, poised to pounce. Several attendants surrounding the young master swiftly approached, blocking Feng Xiaoru's path and encircling her, intent on capturing her. Although mere attendants, each possessed formidable strength, all being warriors of the 8th rank or higher. Feng Xiaoru, a 7th rank warrior, found herself at a stark disadvantage against such formidable foes, leaving her with little choice but to surrender. The young master of Langya, his face twisted into a menacing grin, commanded, "Enough with the chatter, seize her at once." "As you wish, young master." The attendants encircling Feng Xiaoru wasted no time in springing into action. Realizing the gravity of her predicament, Feng Xiaoru's expression shifted. She was not one to surrender easily. She reached for her weapon concealed within her sleeve, ready to confront her assailants. However, before she could strike, a shadow darted through the air, and one by one, the assailants surrounding Feng Xiaoru were sent crashing away, their agonized cries echoing in the air. The attendants of the young master collided with the wall, their bodies crumpling to the ground, blood trickling from their lips as they fell unconscious, evidently gravely injured. At that moment, the onlookers beheld a tall, muscular young man clad in coarse black clothing, his demeanor exuding ferocity as he stood protectively before Feng Xiaoru. "I ask you, scoundrels, did you seek my permission before laying hands on my people?" Li Xuanzhen spoke darkly. Upon witnessing Li Xuanzhen's emergence, coupled with his effortless dispatching of the assailants, the crowd momentarily paused, sensing the formidable aura he emanated. Yet, when the young master of Langya heard Li Xuanzhen's ominous words, his face darkened with fury. "You vile scoundrel! How dare you harm others and stand up for this wretched maid? Fu, kill this man!" The young master bellowed, pointing at Li Xuanzhen. "Yes, young master." A middle-aged steward, who had been standing beside the young master, stepped forward. With a swift motion, 10 sharp st unexpectedly, this middle-aged man, known as the steward, possessed formidable claws and a speed that defied the limits of human perception. It seemed he was on the verge of slaying Li Xuanzhen. However, in an instant, Li Xuanzhen unleashed a kick that left behind a flickering afterimage, striking the steward's body with such ferocity that it created a massive gaping wound in his abdomen. Not only that, the sheer force of Li Xuanzhen's kick propelled the already lifeless body of the steward through the air, resulting in a torrential downpour of blood and flesh, painting a scene of gruesome carnage. A series of piercing screams from women echoed in the air when the steward's corpse finally plummeted to the ground. It resembled a lifeless beast, offering no resistance. At this moment, Li Xuanzhen bore an expression of calm as he regarded the group led by young Master Langya, coldly inquiring, "Why must there always be those who seek death? Tell me why?" As he spoke, he began to advance step by step toward young Master Langya, repeating, "Tell me, why?" Li Xuanzhen's tone remained tranquil, his pitch steady. Yet to the ears of those present, his voice was terrifying, akin to that of a demon from the depths of hell. All of this transpired in the aftermath of Li Xuanzhen having just taken a life, specifically that of a martial arts true immortal. Chapter 29. Unmatched flesh murder was commonplace in this martial world. Lives were extinguished every moment, and some took lives without a second thought. Within the confines of Fueying City, people died mysteriously every day, indifferent to the occurrences. However, should a martial arts true immortal be slain, it would become a matter of great significance in Fueying City. A martial arts true immortal, a figure of immense stature in a county where only the city lord reached such heights, would undoubtedly cause an uproar if they were to perish. As the one who had ended the life of a martial arts true immortal, Li Xuanzhen could not be overlooked. Moreover, the individual who had just taken such a life did not seem inclined to cease his actions, instead threateningly questioning the assembled crowd. It appeared as though he had been compelled to kill, acting out of necessity. Indeed, the truth aligned with this perception. It was not Li Xuanzhen who instigated the conflict, but rather he had to act in self-defense, for no one wished to meet their own demise. Yet, the atmosphere was firmly under Li Xuanzhen's control. He regarded the gathered crowd with a demeanor that radiated menace. "You, how dare you kill my people?" Confronted with Li Xuanzhen's hostile demeanor, the crowd, initially paralyzed by the shocking display of him slaying a martial arts true immortal, quickly regained their senses. Particularly, young Master Langya was the first to snap back, fearlessly pointing at Li Xuanzhen and vehemently rebuking him. "How dare you slay one of my people? Do you even know who I am?" After a brief moment of distraction, the young Master of Langya regained his composure. His previously lofty and domineering demeanor returned, as he believed that merely revealing his identity would instill fear in this ignorant individual before him, compelling him to kneel and plead for mercy. After all, he hailed from the illustrious Mei family of the county, one of the 4 dominant powers in the region. Such a dominant force signifies that within their ranks lies at least one martial master of formidable prowess, and it is well known that a martial master possesses unparalleled strength. In the county of Fuiying, no one would dare offend a family of this caliber. "Oh, and who might you be?" Li Xuanzhen inquired, his expression devoid of emotion as he regarded the young master of Langya. The latter, confronted with Li Xuanzhen's indifference, was further incensed, and in his fury, the fear that once gripped him was completely suppressed. "I am a member of the Mei family in the county. In the entire Qingyang County, across its 16 counties. No one would dare to offend us. You, a mere martial practitioner, have the audacity to kill a member of the Mei family? You are courting death. The Mei family? I have not heard of it," Li Xuanzhen replied, shaking his head. He genuinely had not heard of the family. As a newcomer in this world for just over a year, even his visit to Fuiying was his first. He had no knowledge of the prominent families, nor did he possess the qualifications to know them. Thus, Li Xuanzhen sincerely expressed his ignorance. However, others would not perceive it this way. After all, the Mei family was a martial powerhouse, and it was inconceivable that anyone in Qingyang County, or even within the entire Wuwu territory, could be unaware of their existence. Li Xuanzhen's earnest declaration was viewed as a deliberate insult to both the young master of Langya and the Mei family. "Impudent! You insolent wretch! To dare insult me and the Mei family, you shall pay dearly." The young master of Langya was consumed by rage. Had it not been for his strongest bodyguard, who had already fallen, he would have ordered his men to torture Li Xuanzhen 1,000 times. "Huh, boy, do not think that by killing a mere martial true immortal, you can act with impunity. You know nothing of the might of a martial master family." The young master's countenance darkened, revealing a hint of malicious delight. He produced a jade talisman from his robes, crushing it with a decisive motion, summoning a pale beam of light that materialized before the onlookers. "You have forced my hand. Wasting a Langya order on you means I will ensure your demise." With venomous eyes, the young master glared at Li Xuanzhen, wishing he could feast upon his flesh and blood. At this moment, Li Xuanzhen observed the young master's actions without any intention of intervening. Even as the young master brandished the so-called Langya order, Li Xuanzhen received no warning of impending danger. Ever since the system upgrade, a hidden function had emerged, allowing him to receive alerts from the system regarding threats, provided they did not exceed his realm by a significant margin. Moments ago, in the presence of that formidable martial arts true immortal, the system had issued a disheartening warning. Yet now, regarding the Langya order, it provided a calm and reassuring indication. This was the source of Li Xuanzhen's confidence, allowing him to exhibit an air of nonchalance. In comparison to the current situation, this unexpectedly activated system prompt garnered far more of Li Xuanzhen's attention. As the pale beam of light emerged, an imposing and dignified aura soon manifested, exerting a palpable pressure upon those present. Li Xuanzhen observed this scene without a flicker of emotion. Conversely, the others felt an invisible weight from this aura, instinctively lowering their bodies in response. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. Before anyone could react, a striking violet figure appeared before them. This was the spectral image of a middle-aged man. Upon its emergence, the young master of Langya pointed at Li Xuanzhen and commanded the apparition, "Kill him." As soon as the words left the young master's lips, the spectral figure sprang into action with astonishing swiftness. The speed was so remarkable that the onlookers could barely comprehend what was happening. From within the shadowy form, a purple blade of light was drawn, slicing down toward Li Xuanzhen like a bolt of thunder. Everything occurred in silence, surpassing the reactions of all present. This velocity was undoubtedly beyond that of an ordinary martial arts true immortal. Moreover, the imposing aura emanating from the apparition was not something typical of a true immortal either. The purple blade descended with the ferocity of a thunderclap. In the face of this strike, Li Xuanzhen displayed no signs of alarm. He merely stood there, indifferent, allowing the blade to descend upon him. Clang! Everyone witnessed the purple blade impact Li Xuanzhen, yet he seemed unable to react, remaining motionless as the blade struck down. Just as the young master of Langya believed that this audacious individual, who dared to slay one of his subordinates and provoke him, was doomed. A resounding clash of metal echoed. What followed was a scene that left them utterly astonished. The purple blade struck Li Xuanzhen, who bore the brunt of the thunderous assault with his physical form, yet contrary to their expectations, he did not crumble under the force. Instead, the blade seemed to strike an impenetrable barrier, unable to penetrate his flesh. As if it were striking upon a mystical eye, Li Xuanzhen was quite satisfied with the situation. Chapter 30, Death. The calm demeanor of Li Xuanzhen left the onlookers in a state of shock. The young master of Langya could hardly believe his eyes, his gaze wide and filled with incredulity. As time passed, the spectators witnessed the blade of the shadowy protector striking Li Xuanzhen, yet it failed to inflict even the slightest harm upon him. On the contrary, Li Xuanzhen remained indifferent, exuding an air of nonchalance that made it abundantly clear to the gathered crowd the magnitude of his strength. He was a person not to be trifled with. The young master of Langya did not anticipate that the shadowy guardian summoned by his father, capable of wielding a fraction of a martial arts overlord's power, would be utterly ineffective against this seemingly rough and unrefined man before him. A bead of cold sweat formed on his forehead at this realization. However, he could not flee, for he could not afford to tarnish the reputation of the Mei family. This man, merely passively enduring the attacks without striking back, must surely be intimidated by the might of the Mei family, the young master thought. Peasant, you all join in and subdue him for me. The more he pondered, the more convinced he became that Li Xuanzhen was afraid of the Mei family, alleviating his own fear and allowing him to regain his composure. 100 bold actions from this peasant would not compel him to retaliate. Yet, the young master of Langya dared not resort to lethal measures against Li Xuanzhen. He merely ordered his subordinates to restrain him, understanding that he was no match for Li Xuanzhen. He sought a way to extricate himself from the predicament. At this moment, Li Xuanzhen paid little heed to the young master of Langya. After enduring hundreds of attacks from the shadowy protector, his body remained unscathed. He had successfully tested his physical defenses. Good enough, he mused, nodding slightly. With a detached gaze fixed upon the shadowy guardian, a smile crept upon his lips. This entity was fascinating. It could be summoned as a mere illusion and possessed considerable strength. How was such a creation brought into existence? Li Xuanzhen was intrigued by this extraordinary phenomenon of the fantastical world. Never mind, I'll deal with him first. Just then, the young master of Langya commanded the remaining guards at his side to attack Li Xuanzhen with all their might in an effort to subdue him. Li Xuanzhen raised his gaze at the approaching assailants, the smile fading from his face. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds of flesh colliding echoed. Yet no one witnessed how Li Xuanzhen countered the assault. All they saw was the attackers being sent flying, crashing into the solid walls of the treasure pavilion on the first floor, collapsing to the ground, blood spilling from their mouths, their eyes devoid of life, their breaths stilled. Clearly, they were finished. Having dispatched a few lackeys, Li Xuanzhen turned his attention to the relentless shadowy protector, his expression growing cold. Get lost, he declared, delivering a powerful punch that struck the ethereal form of the shadowy guardian. Carrying an immense force of 1,000,000 pounds, it struck the shadow guardian, causing a momentary halt in its actions. Subsequently, cracks began to appear upon its form, which swiftly widened until a resounding shatter echoed through the air, and the shadow guardian dissolved into radiant light, vanishing without a trace. Having dealt with these minor inconveniences, Li Xuanzhen turned his gaze towards the young master of Langya. His expression remained impassive, yet his eyes betrayed a chilling indifference. Upon meeting Li Xuanzhen's gaze, the young master instinctively retreated a few steps, overwhelmed by a sense of dread, and queried in a trembling voice, "What do you intend to do?" "I am a member of the Mei family from the county city. If you dare to lay a hand on me, the Mei family will certainly not let you go." His bluster, however, was not lost on the onlookers. "Lay a hand on you?" Li Xuanzhen narrowed his eyes. "No, I shall not lay a hand on you." He shook his head. The crowd, upon hearing his declaration, felt a measure of their anxiety dissipate. The young master of Langya, on the other hand, felt a flicker of relief. Taking a few steps forward, he sneered. "You are wise to understand your position. I shall now grant you an opportunity." Before he could finish, Li Xuanzhen interrupted him with a chilling proclamation. "I do not intend to merely strike. I intend to kill. I shall kill you. Do you comprehend?" Before the crowd could fully process his words, Li Xianhuangfuyu, confronted by the imposing presence of Li Xuanzhen, felt as though she were facing an ancient behemoth, utterly incapable of offering even the slightest resistance. The individual before her clearly regarded her, the Mei clan, and the treasure pavilion with utter disdain. He was a ruthless and merciless demon king devoid of any moral compass. Reluctantly, Huangfuyu stepped aside, conceding the path. Li Xuanzhen, unfazed, continued to stride directly towards the young master of Langya. Upon reaching him, Li Xuanzhen waved his hand, lifting the young master effortlessly into the air. "I offer you a chance. Speak. Why have you slandered my subordinate, claiming him to be your runaway slave?" Li Xuanzhen inquired with a detached demeanor. "I plead. Grant me mercy," the young master of Langya gasped, desperately begging for his life. "Speak," Li Xuanzhen commanded. The young master then divulged everything. It turned out that the entire affair was tied to Feng Qiaoru's sect. The Qixiao sect, to which Feng Qiaoru belonged, had once been a dominant force in martial arts. However, upon acquiring a powerful technique left by an invincible master, their secret was exposed, leading to their annihilation at the hands of the Mei clan, the Nether Pavilion, and several other factions, all vying for the coveted technique. Yet, after the fall of the Qixiao sect, these factions discovered no trace of the technique. Prior to their extermination, a few disciples managed to escape, prompting the factions to comprehend that the technique must lie with these fugitives, sending hunters after them. Among them, Feng Xiaoru was pursued by the Nether Pavilion. The young master of Langya recognized Feng Xiaoru's likeness, having seen her at the Treasure Pavilion, and surmised that she had evaded her pursuers for reasons unknown. Seized by ambition, he falsely accused her of being a runaway slave, hoping to capture her for himself and, naturally, for the coveted technique. Thus, the matter was quite straightforward. Upon hearing the young master's confession, Xuanzhen grasped the entirety of the situation. The young master's voice was faint and distant from the crowd, rendering his words audible only to Xuanzhen. After absorbing this revelation, a slight smile graced Xuanzhen's lips. Well, honesty brings leniency. I shall grant you a swifter demise, he retorted. With a subtle exertion of his arm, the young master's eyes filled with despair, and before he could utter another word, he succumbed. Lifeless in Xuanzhen's grasp, the scion of the Mei clan in the county city was dead. Chapter 31. The soul jade of Yin and Yang and the 5 elements. The young master of Langya has perished. The onlookers watched in disbelief as his lifeless body dangled from Xuanzhen's grip, confirming that he had indeed met his end at the hands of this formidable figure. In that instant, a wave of incredulity swept through the crowd. After all, he was a member of a dominant martial family, slain right before their eyes by this fearsome individual. After executing the young master, Xuanzhen found his hands stained with blood. Contemplating briefly, he turned to Feng Xiaoru, who was discreetly observing from the sidelines. Come here, he beckoned. Oh, Feng Xiaoru, aware of Xuanzhen's ruthless reputation, felt astonished but not incredulous like the others regarding the young master's demise. Complying with his summons, she approached obediently. Do you have a tissue? Yes. I'll get it for you, she replied, retrieving a tissue. Xuanzhen took the item, rubbed it in his hands, and decided to inspect if the individual possessed any valuable belongings. Although he seldom engaged in the grim act of murder and looting, this young noble from Langya was a person of considerable significance, undoubtedly adorned with treasures. Not wishing to tarnish his own hands, Xuanzhen opted to enlist Feng Xiaoru's assistance. Obediently, Feng Xiaoru approached, crouched down, and retrieved a silver-white pouch from the man's embrace. This was a storage pouch, unmistakably crafted from the hide of a spatial spirit beast. Though Xuanzhen lacked knowledge in such matters, the system's prompt confirmed its nature, a first-tier storage pouch made from the skin of a silver dragonfish. Satisfied with the system's notification, he nodded. Very well. Let us depart. Xuanzhen, accompanied by Feng Xiaoru, disregarded the crowd around them and made their way outside. The onlookers, having witnessed Xuanzhen's ruthless actions, dared not impede his exit, including the proprietor of the Treasure Pavilion, who allowed the pair to leave unchallenged. Once they had departed, the Treasure Pavilion erupted in chaos. A grave incident had occurred. Everyone was acutely aware that this matter was far from over. The young noble from Langya, a direct descendant of the Mei family in the county, had been slain, an event that shook the very foundations of Fuiying County. Huang Fuyu's complexion turned ashen. Though the incident had been instigated by the noble himself, the pavilion's failure to resolve the matter could lead to dire consequences for her. The upper echelons of the pavilion would not hesitate to sacrifice her to appease the Mei family if pressed. After Xuanzhen's departure, Huang Fuyu took a moment to steady her nerves. She understood that her only option was to leave. Remaining would only invite certain doom. What transpired afterward was no longer of her concern. Upon exiting the Treasure Pavilion, Xuanzhen and Feng Xiaoru found themselves on the bustling street. It was then that Xuanzhen turned to the timid Feng Xiaoru and inquired, "What exactly is a martial dominator?" Feng Xiaoru's eyes widened in disbelief at his question, unable to fathom how someone could kill the noble without understanding the significance of a martial dominator. Noticing her astonishment, Xuanzhen felt a twinge of embarrassment for his lack of knowledge. "Please, answer quickly. Otherwise, I shall impose a penalty of no food for you later," he threatened. Feng Xiaoru appeared on the verge of tears. "My lord, we should be contemplating our escape. That is a force of martial dominator level. You have taken a life. And I presumed you were confident, yet you do not even comprehend what a martial dominator is. Oh heavens!" Her head spun with the gravity of the situation. Finally, she relented. A martial dominator represents a realm beyond the true immortal of martial arts. With no other option, she steeled herself to respond to the fearsome individual's query. "Oh, a realm beyond the true immortal of martial arts." Xuanzhen's eyes sparkled with intrigue. "Pray tell, how is this martial realm delineated?" He pressed further. Faced with such a knowledge-deficient yet formidable figure, Feng Xiaoru felt utterly defeated, yet she had no choice but to grit her teeth and answer. "In the realm of martial arts, my knowledge is limited to the lowest tier, the martial apprentice, followed by the martial practitioner, the true immortal of martial arts. The martial sovereign, the pinnacle of martial arts, and the realm of invincibility in martial arts. Beyond that, I am at a loss. Feng Xiaoru articulated her understanding. The pinnacle of martial arts, invincibility in martial arts? Li Xuanzhen absorbed Feng Xiaoru's words, for the first time comprehending the specific classifications of martial arts realms. These two realms, upon reflection, were evidently profound. Contemplating these martial arts realms, Li Xuanzhen turned his gaze to his data panel. It still indicated a mere level 2, revealing nothing regarding his current martial arts realm. Perhaps I ought to merge that soul jade seed. Only then might my martial arts realm be revealed, he mused. However, presently, his soul jade seed was merely a single instance of synthesis. Li Xuanzhen was reluctant to utilize this solitary soul jade seed. Earlier, within the treasure pavilion, he had already extracted the soul jades of the true immortal of martial arts, several practitioners, and the young master of Langya from afar. Next, he would examine the soul jade seeds produced from fusing these individuals with his own, hoping to achieve something satisfactory. With this thought, Li Xuanzhen, accompanied by Feng Xiaoru, selected an inn, dined, and subsequently took a room there. Feng Xiaoru occupied the adjacent room, while Li Xuanzhen returned to his own. Sensing no prying eyes, Li Xuanzhen proceeded to merge the newly acquired soul jades within his mind. The fusion of 2 yang soul jades was successful, and congratulations were bestowed upon the host for acquiring a great yang soul jade. The fusion of 2 great yang soul jades was successful, granting the host a soul jade seed. Observing the soul jade seed that emanated a unique aura in his hand, Li Xuanzhen felt a sense of satisfaction. He then retrieved the previously synthesized soul jade seed from his spatial ring, eager to discover the outcome of their fusion. The fusion of 2 soul jade seeds was successful, and the system announced the host's acquisition of the yin-yang 5 elements soul jade seed. The name alone resonated with extraordinary significance, indicating it was a remarkable treasure. The yin and yang likely stemmed from the 2 individuals of the underworld pavilion possessing yin soul jades, while the young master of Langya and his entourage possessed yang soul jades, thus resulting in the concept of yin and yang. Yin and yang represent superior attributes, while the 5 elements corresponded to the distinct elemental natures of these individuals, merging together to form the yin-yang 5 elements soul jade. Furthermore, upon this synthesis, Li Xuanzhen noticed a line of small text following the yin-yang 5 elements soul jade. Yin-yang 5 elements soul jade, non-synthesizable. With the system upgrade, the level of items that could be synthesized had increased. The inability to synthesize further indicated that the yin-yang 5 elements soul jade was the finest soul jade attainable at this juncture. After a moment of contemplation, Li Xuanzhen resolved to merge this yin-yang 5 elements soul jade. What he presently required most was to fuse the soul jade, establishing a foundation for cultivation in this fantastical realm. Otherwise, relying solely on synthesizing equipment, and with insufficient funds to procure the necessary materials, it would be impossible to create anything of value in the near term. With the conditions for cultivation in place, Li Xuanzhen would possess avenues for enhancement beyond mere equipment synthesis. Chapter 32. Cultivating the Eternal Sacred Demon Art. With this thought, Li Xuanzhen turned his gaze towards the description of the yin-yang 5 elements soul jade. The yin-yang 5 elements soul jade, a primordial soul jade, could be absorbed by those devoid of soul jades, forming within them a yin-yang 5 elements soul jade. As he read this description, Li Xuanzhen grasped the soul jade and communicated with the system. Absorb. At that moment, the soul jade in Li Xuanzhen's hand disintegrated into ethereal light and was drawn into his body. As the soul jade gradually vanished from his grasp, a resplendent and translucent soul jade began to materialize within his dantian, the reservoir of qi. This soul jade exhibited 7 hues, corresponding to the yin-yang and 5 elements, intertwining to form a vividly colored jade seed. This represented the unique cultivation system of this world, founded upon the soul jade. Half a day passed, and darkness enveloped the sky. Li Xuanzhen opened his tightly shut eyes, sensing the emergence of a jade seed within his once barren dantian. He gazed into his dantian. Although separated by flesh, he could still perceive the radiant jade seed slowly rotating, absorbing the spiritual energy of the world and refining his dantian, while expelling the impurities and turbid qi from his body, gradually healing himself. Witnessing this, Li Xuanzhen exhaled deeply, his heart settling. At last, he had acquired a foundation for cultivation and could endeavor to practice. Data panel. Li Xuanzhen summoned the data panel. At that moment, a new line appeared under the attributes. Host's current cultivation realm, martial Dao true immortal realm, 9 transformations. Upon seeing this line, Li Xuanzhen understood. Indeed, it was the absorption of the soul jade that had revealed his current martial cultivation realm. I am truly at the martial Dao true immortal realm, and moreover, at 9 transformations. Li Xuanzhen felt a sense of satisfaction with his current strength. After all, he had not practiced at all that day. Yet he had attained the power of the martial Tao true immortal at 9 transformations, which was quite commendable. Now that he possessed the soul jade, perhaps he could attempt to explore the eternal sacred demon art from the novice gift package. Previously, when he opened the novice gift package, he had acquired a fated immortal body and a cultivation technique, the eternal sacred demon art, but at that time, due to the absence of a soul jade, he could not cultivate it. Now, with the soul jade in hand, Li Xuanzhen intended to test whether he could practice this technique. After all, according to the system's prompt, it was a divine demon art. Though it was incomplete, Li Xuanzhen felt a considerable anticipation. Li Xuanzhen opened the eternal sacred demon art within his mind. The words indicating the inability to cultivate this technique vanished, signifying that it was now accessible for practice. Without hesitation, Li Xuanzhen eagerly opened the tome of this martial art. The moment he did, he was inundated with a cascade of text and vivid imagery. After half an hour, Li Xuanzhen emerged from his profound comprehension of the technique. At that moment, having received the enlightening essence of the method, he had mastered the first page of the eternal sacred demon art. The entire manuscript comprised 99 pages. However, due to its incomplete state, he could only study the first 10 pages. The remaining 89 pages would require him to seek out their missing elements before he could continue his cultivation. Even the initial 10 pages were formidable, corresponding to 10 trials of life and death for those at the pinnacle of martial prowess. Thanks to the system's aid in his cultivation, Li Xuanzhen directly mastered the first page, effectively overcoming one trial of life and death, thus elevating himself to the realm of the martial overlord. Li Xuanzhen summoned his data panel. Host cultivation technique, eternal sacred demon art, incomplete. Host current realm, martial overlord, first grade. Had he truly ascended to the realm of the martial overlord? Li Xuanzhen was elated, astonished that merely practicing the eternal sacred demon art had facilitated such a rapid advancement. Whether it was the extraordinary nature of the technique or the system's remarkable assistance in cultivation remained a mystery to him. Nonetheless, an increase in power was undoubtedly a positive development, and he felt no dissatisfaction. As the sign-in period refreshed, the system's notification arrived. The host was now able to perform the daily sign-in. Previously, he had received a bronze knife token of unknown utility. He wondered what reward awaited him this time. Without further contemplation, he declared, "Sign in." Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the daily sign-in. You have received a reward of 200 bronze knife tokens. The system's voice resonated as expected. Again, he received this bronze knife token. What exactly was its purpose? Li Xuanzhen pondered, perplexed. The token clearly sounded like a currency for transactions, yet it seemed utterly useless at present. He mused that it would be far more beneficial to acquire 70 or 80,000 spirit jade, allowing him to purchase a plethora of synthesis materials for crafting equipment, which would be most delightful. Regardless, he reasoned that the system's offerings should hold some value in the future. With no alternative, Li Xuanzhen resigned himself to accept it, as he could neither discard nor exchange it. This time, the sign-in yielded no additional rewards. During his first sign-in, he had at least received a novice gift pack. But this time there was nothing. Such was the nature of first-time rewards. They were typically of higher value. Li Xuanzhen could only hope that after a week, a month, or even a year of sign-ins, he might receive something of greater worth. Having completed all these tasks, Li Xuanzhen felt no inclination to sleep. Instead, he settled cross-legged on his bed and earnestly began to cultivate the eternal sacred demon art. His earlier practice had relied on the system's assistance, enabling him to grasp the technique with ease. At present, there is no means to rely on the system. Thus, I must earnestly devote myself to cultivation. After a night of rigorous practice, Li Xuanzhen opened his eyes and sensed a notable acceleration in the absorption of spiritual energy by the soul jade within him. Consequently, his cultivation level had also solidified. Within the eternal holy demon art, aside from the cultivation techniques, there are also records of various combat techniques, such as the eternal gate and the holy demon spear technique. However, these can only be mastered once Li Xuanzhen advances the holy demon art to a more profound level. In essence, Li Xuanzhen's current dominance in martial arts is solely based on his formidable cultivation and physical prowess, lacking any specific combat techniques. Although his physical attributes are sufficiently powerful to overwhelm adversaries, the absence of lethal techniques leaves him feeling somewhat incomplete. Yet, there is little recourse. He must wait until the holy demon art reaches an adequate tier before he can pursue the combat techniques. Regarding the cultivation methods that might belong to the realm of invincibility, as seen in Feng Qiaoru, Li Xuanzhen expressed no interest. With the existence of the eternal holy demon art, the so-called invincible techniques hold little allure for him. Chapter 33. The tool Feng Xiaoru, he activated the data panel. Mentally reciting, host, Xuanzhen. Level 2. Strength, 6,000. Speed, 3,000. Constitution, 4,000. Spirit, 2,000. Maturity proficiency, 100. Attack power, 45,000. Defense power, 35,000. Special, incomplete eternal fate celestial body, awakening level 10. Host cultivation technique, eternal holy demon art, incomplete. Current realm, dominant martial arts realm, first grade. The attributes displayed on the data panel had significantly increased. Maturity proficiency rose by 100 due to the synthesis of the soul jade. However, the awakening level of the eternal fate celestial body remained at a mere 10%. Xuanzhen was uncertain how to enhance this awakening level, and the system provided no guidance. It seemed that he had yet to meet certain conditions or trigger specific events, which accounted for the absence of any prompts. In this regard, Xuanzhen felt powerless and could only leave it to fate. Interestingly, the data panel for the eternal holy demon art offered no progress indications. Nevertheless, Xuanzhen could sense that he had progressed through the first page of the technique. This suggested that the eternal holy demon art might not be exclusive to him, but could potentially be cultivated by others as well, which explained the lack of progress notifications from the system. This was merely Xuanzhen's own speculation, and he was uncertain of its accuracy. As for the system, with less than a month since his awakening, Xuanzhen was still unfamiliar with it and could only make conjectures based on the current facts. Upon reflection, in the brief span since Xuanzhen acquired the system, he has ascended to the realm of martial dominance, endowed with formidable attributes, as well as the fated immortal body and celestial magic. Although this system does not render him invincible outright, such a rapid enhancement in power can be deemed nearly unassailable. Xuanzhen finds himself quite content with his synthesis system. As dawn broke after a night spent in contemplation, the inn outside buzzed with lively commotion. During this night, Xuanzhen fused with the soul jade, thus entering the ranks of cultivators, transforming into a martial practitioner. He also activated the system's cultivation realm data panel, providing him with a lucid understanding of his own cultivation level. The next step was to devise a means to amass wealth, enabling him to procure an array of synthesis materials to forge superior equipment and bolster his strength. Though he could now cultivate, the pace of his advancement was not swift enough for meteoric growth. The most expedient route to enhance his prowess remained through synthesizing equipment. Xuanzhen had no intention of departing from Fujing City, as there remained an unresolved matter. The assassination of the Langya scion was not yet complete. He planned to linger in Fujing City, awaiting the Mei family to seek him out. When the time came, he would confront them as a martial sovereign, aiming to resolve all disputes once and for all. In pondering this, he recalled the storage bag he had obtained from the Langya scion, curious about its contents and the wealth it might contain. Surely, a young master from such a prominent family would possess a notable fortune and treasures, perhaps including the advanced synthesis materials he required. With this thought, Xuanzhen felt an urgency to retrieve the storage bag from Feng Xiaoru. He approached the adjacent room where Feng Xiaoru resided and rapped on the door. "Open up," he called. The door swung ajar, revealing Feng Xiaoru peering out with a furtive expression. "Hand over the storage bag belonging to that wolf-toothed scion," Xuanzhen commanded, extending his hand. "Oh," Feng Xiaoru replied, retrieving the storage bag from her bosom. "Excellent," Xuanzhen said, accepting the bag and lightly patting her head in a gesture of praise, akin to that one might offer a well-behaved dog. He then departed. Feng Xiaoru stood momentarily, taken aback, before her expression darkened with resentment as she watched him return to his room. "Does he truly consider me a dog? This is outrageous. I could just as well wish to sink my teeth into him," she fumed. However, upon recalling the insurmountable strength of Xuanzhen, she felt disheartened. Defeating him was beyond her capabilities. Even with a blade, she knew she could not prevail. She sagged, deflated like a balloon devoid of air. Xuanzhen remained unconcerned with Feng Xiaoru's sentiments. To him, she was merely a tool, a part-time maid. Her thoughts were of no significance to him. With the storage bag in hand, he returned to his own quarters. This storage bag, while relatively ordinary among storage tools, was still considered precious in this world, as such items pertain to the laws of space. The young master of Langya possesses a unique status, stemming from his lineage in a family renowned for martial prowess. This storage bag lacks a locking mechanism. Any cultivator in possession of a soul jade can readily access its contents. Previously, Xuanzhen, devoid of soul jade and thus lacking cultivation, was unable to unlock it, and consequently, it was temporarily entrusted to Feng Xiaoru. As for spatial rings, akin to the one Xuanzhen possesses, they are system-restricted, accessible solely by him, the system's host. In this world, storage tools are likely bound by similar limitations on their owner's usage. However, such storage tools are not something the modest Mei family could claim. Although the storage bag is rather commonplace among storage tools, it does not diminish Li Xuanzhen's anticipation for the treasures it may conceal. Let me see what delightful items lie within, he mused, probing into the storage bag. Upon extending his consciousness into the bag, he discerned a space of less than half a cubic meter. Within this realm lay several crystalline black cards, an array of jars and vials, a small pile of spirit stones, and a few ancient tomes. These items appeared rather unremarkable. Without hesitation, Li Xuanzhen examined them briefly before emptying the contents onto the table before him. The items from the storage bag sprawled across the table. He casually picked one up for inspection. "Apologies, I do not recognize this," he remarked, gazing at the jade vial and the white elixir it contained. Realizing he had no knowledge of their nature, the black crystalline cards resembled a form of currency storage, indicative of a financial retrieval mechanism. The inscriptions on the ancient tomes were incomprehensible to him. As for the vials, they likely contained elixirs, the specifics of which remained elusive to Li Xuanzhen. Unable to discern their significance, he attempted to consult the system, only to be met with a response: "Current items are not host spoils. Access denied." This announcement left Li Xuanzhen bewildered. The items within the storage bag were clearly spoils obtained after vanquishing the young master of Langya. Logically, they should be his. Why then? Did the system declare otherwise? Was it possible that the system's refusal stemmed from the fact that Feng Xiaoru retrieved the bag, not him? It seemed likely. Left with no alternatives, Li Xuanzhen sighed, recognizing the need for assistance. He departed from his room, making his way to Feng Xiaoru's chamber. He knocked several times on the door. "Open up," he commanded. The door swung open, revealing Feng Xiaoru's furtive visage. "Follow me," he instructed, turning on his heel without further ado. Such audacity left Feng Xiaoru with no recourse but to obediently trail behind him into his room. Li Xuanzhen gestured towards the scattered items on the table and commanded, "Show me what these things are." His tone brooked no argument, resonating with the authority of a superior. Feng Xiaoru naturally dared not oppose nor even entertain the thought of dissent. She felt like a fish at the mercy of the knife, unable to resist. Moreover, she harbored a genuine curiosity about the contents of the Langya young master's storage pouch. The items before her were likely those stored within that very pouch. In Chapter 34, The Divine Palm of the Tathagata, Mountain and Sea Record, Li Xuanzhen's discerning eye could perceive the condition of objects, yet just moments ago, he was unable to inspect the contents of the storage pouch. The system prompted that the items could not be displayed as they were not his spoils of war. This revelation deepened Li Xuanzhen's understanding of the system, which not only exhibited personal data but also issued tasks, reviewed items, and assessed the danger of events and individuals. The myriad functions made the system resemble a gaming interface reminiscent of his previous life. Li Xuanzhen was indeed the sole player in this world, capable of crafting equipment and synthesizing various elements, a feat that transcended mere gaming mechanics. Nevertheless, he recognized that, unlike a game where one could resurrect upon death, this was a tangible reality. Should he perish in this world, it would be irrevocable. This realization rendered him unable to treat his system as merely a game interface. The synthesis system stood as his greatest reliance within this fantastical martial arts realm. Following Li Xuanzhen's instructions, Feng Xiaoru began to examine the items on the table one by one. Among them was the black crystal card from the Tongji Silver Bank in the county city, which stored spirit stones. Although the treasure pavilion also provided storage services for spirit stones, the Tongji Silver Bank was established by the Mei family, and it was only natural for Mei Langya, a member of that family, to possess such a card. Upon picking up several black cards, Feng Xiaoru recognized their nature. "Can we utilize these black cards?" Li Xuanzhen inquired. "Unfortunately not. The black crystal card is user-bound, unless one is the designated user. Possession of the card does not grant access," Feng Xiaoru replied, shaking her head. Li Xuanzhen felt a pang of disappointment at her words. He had initially hoped to extract a substantial gain from the Langya young master, unaware that this world boasted a financial system akin to the bank cards of his former life. As for the vials of elixirs, there was the white spirit pill, which enhanced the cultivation efficiency of practitioners below the true immortal realm, the profound chi pill, which replenished the depleting spiritual energy, and the barrier-breaking pill, designed to increase the success rate of a martial artist's ascension. Feng Xiaoru elaborated on the effects of each elixir. "Are these elixirs valuable?" Li Xuanzhen inquired, eager to ascertain this singular detail. "These elixirs are indeed of considerable value. They are all of the highest quality, presumably crafted by the alchemists of the Mei family. Not the ordinary merchandise sold in common shops. Just these few elixirs could fetch 1,000 low-grade spirit stones or even tens of millions in gold if sold," Feng Xiaoru remarked. Upon hearing this, Li Xuanzhen's eyes truly sparkled. Such valuable elixirs could provide him with the funds necessary to purchase the synthesis materials he needed. However, selling these elixirs would prove challenging, as they bore the Mei family's insignia, making potential buyers hesitant to risk offending the family. Even if a sale could be made, the price would be significantly diminished, as buyers would surely attempt to negotiate downwards, given that these elixirs were not acquired through legitimate channels. I estimate that even if we sold all of them, we would only receive a little over 2 million gold, Feng Qiaoru explained, shattering Li Xuanzhen's dreams of wealth. His initial plan to sell the elixirs and then lavishly purchase synthesis materials faced a severe setback. Why must there be so many restrictions imposed by these powerful families over something as simple as selling goods? How can the market thrive and the economy prosper under such circumstances? Li Xuanzhen grumbled in frustration. Feng Qiaoru looked at him in silence. It was evident that his wealth had been obtained through ruthless means, and it was only natural for there to be numerous restrictions. How could he blame the victims? While he lamented the loss of money, others had sacrificed their lives. Feng Qiaoru chose not to pursue the matter further and picked up several ancient texts to examine. Upon doing so, her eyes lit up. These manuals were indeed valuable, particularly the Rulai Divine Palm, a technique associated with the Buddhist sect, which was a major religion within the empire thousands of years ago. Due to certain circumstances, all 8 major sects of Buddhism were eradicated overnight, leading to the destruction of many relics associated with Buddhism. It was unexpected that this young noble from Langia possessed such a technique, Feng Qiaoru marveled. Is the Rulai Divine Palm truly valuable? Li Xuanzhen inquired with anticipation upon hearing her words. Feng Qiaoru was at a loss for words. How could someone so fixated on money fail to appreciate the significance of such a rare treasure? Of course, it is valuable. If you wish to sell it, you could take it to an underground auction, and it should command a considerable price, Feng Qiaoru responded. That's good to know, Li Xuanzhen exhaled, relieved that his efforts in slaying had not been in vain, as there were indeed items of monetary worth among the spoils. He was acutely aware that what he lacked most at present was money. Observing Li Xuanzhen's avaricious demeanor, Feng Qiaoru felt exasperated. Are you truly intending to sell it? This is a rare and precious ancient manual, one that should be cherished. Why would you want to part with it? Feng Qiaoru questioned, puzzled. What do you know? Such worthless trinkets are meant to be sold if they can fetch a price. Why keep them? This monk's technique holds no value for me, Li Xuanzhen scoffed. Very well. As long as it brings you joy, Feng Qiaoru replied resignedly, concluding that he was indeed consumed by greed. What are the remaining ancient books? Are they valuable? After firmly establishing his persona as a money-obsessed individual, Li Xuanzhen liberated himself. Naturally, he was concerned about others perceiving him as greedy. He simply needed wealth. The more money he possessed, the more materials he could procure to synthesize a plethora of items, thereby augmenting his power. In this mystical world of martial arts, strength reigns supreme, and for Li Xuanzhen, money embodies power and justice. Among the remaining ancient texts, one pertains to alchemy, and another to artifact forging. Feng Qiaoru picked up these 2 volumes, leaving one last book on the table. As she grasped the final tome and turned its pages, a look of astonishment crossed her face. Clearly, this was no ordinary ancient manuscript. Li Xuanzhen, observing her shocked expression, felt a twinge of curiosity. What is it? He inquired. Ignoring his question, Feng Qiaoru remained engrossed in the book. After a lengthy pause, during which Li Xuanzhen's patience began to wane, she finally closed the ancient text. This book is the classic of mountains and seas, Feng Qiaoru exclaimed, her disbelief palpable. However, this classic of mountains and seas only comprises the first volume. The true classic is divided into 9 volumes, each of which is further divided into upper, middle, and lower sections. It is said that by collecting all 3 volumes from the same source, one can learn one of the 9 secrets of the celestial beings, Feng Qiaoru elucidated. Classic of mountains and seas? The 9 secrets of the celestial beings? What are these? Li Xuanzhen, undeterred by his ignorance, inquired with childlike curiosity. Chapter 35, The Wonders of the World. Feng Qiaoru had grown accustomed to Li Xuanzhen's lack of knowledge. In response to his question, she elaborated. The classic of mountains and seas is said to be a divine scripture passed down from ancient times, chronicling the secrets of a bygone era. These secrets represent fragments of history that have been lost, captivating those who seek to uncover the mysteries of antiquity. Of course, what the average person is concerned with are the 9 secrets of the celestial beings. The classic of mountains and seas, by itself, is merely an ordinary ancient book. But collecting all 3 volumes from the same source grants access to one of the 9 secrets. The 9 secrets of the celestial beings are the wonders of the world. Feng Qiaoru explained in one breath. Wonders of the world? Another unfamiliar term emerged. Indeed, the wonders of the world, countless secret arts and techniques exist. Yet the pinnacle is defined by these wonders. Each wonder has the potential to forge a formidable individual at the zenith of existence. The founder of our divine sky empire, the Emperor Tai, was a supreme being who mastered a wonder of the world. Although it is said that part of the legacy of our empire's wondrous techniques has been lost, the remnants still empower the current ruler to achieve dominion over the entire empire. This illustrates the formidable nature of the wonders of the world. People across the globe are in pursuit of these extraordinary techniques. However, the extraordinary arts of the world are exceedingly rare, akin to the remarkable treasures of the realm. Everyone seeks them, yet throughout the millennia, the extraordinary arts and treasures that have emerged are exceptionally scarce. Not to mention the entities themselves. Even the related clues are fervently pursued by all. The Shanhai Lu is perhaps the most widely recognized source concerning the extraordinary arts. But even gathering all 27 volumes of the Shanhai Lu to attain the complete 9 secrets of heaven and man has never been accomplished. It is said that even collecting just 3 volumes from the same origin to acquire one of the 9 secrets has yet to be realized. Only the complete 9 secrets of heaven and man constitutes the extraordinary arts, while possessing one of the 9 secrets is undeniably powerful. It pales in comparison to the full version's might. Feng Xiaoru diligently imparted this knowledge of the cultivation world to Xuanzhen, who listened intently. It was imperative to pay close attention. A lack of knowledge could lead to missing out on valuable treasures in the future, and relying solely on the system was not entirely dependable. If one day he were to fail to recognize a precious item, Xuanzhen would never forgive himself. Observing Xuanzhen's earnest demeanor, Feng Xiaoru felt a sense of pride, though she refrained from expressing it outwardly. The Shanhai Lu is indeed formidable. Being a manifestation of the extraordinary arts, one wonders what level of technique the extraordinary arts represent in the system's evaluation, and how it compares to the eternal holy demon art. Xuanzhen pondered. If the extraordinary arts are techniques, then what of the extraordinary treasures? Xuanzhen inquired. The extraordinary treasures correspond to the extraordinary arts. They too are the most precious and fearsome entities within this world. While extraordinary arts are defined techniques, extraordinary treasures do not adhere to a specific form. They may be weapons, special items, elixirs, auxiliary cultivation equipment, or spiritual herbs. Extraordinary treasures are manifold. A seemingly ordinary item could very well be an extraordinary treasure. In fact, some extraordinary treasures are even consumable items used in battle. For instance, the Frost Storm Edict of the Tianfeng Empire is a one-time consumable extraordinary treasure. With it, the Tianfeng Empire once vanquished the Dragon Empire. As a single edict encased 100 dragons in ice, leading to the conquest of half the Dragon Empire's territory. The Dragon Empire subsequently fell into decline following that battle. Of course, due to the myriad forms and functions of extraordinary treasures, unlike extraordinary arts, not every one of them is immensely powerful. Their capabilities vary, making precise evaluations challenging. One can only broadly categorize their strength into 3 tiers: upper, middle, and lower. The Tianfeng Empire possesses the upper-tier extraordinary treasure, the Icebound Throne, which can generate a Frost Storm Edict every decade. Upon hearing Feng Xiaoru's words, Xuanzhen grasped the concept. This was akin to nuclear weapons in his previous life, and the Tianfeng Empire represented a nation with such armament. However, it could be said that the extraordinary treasures and arts of this world function as nuclear weapons, with each empire possessing at least one as a final deterrent against foreign nations. How many empires exist in this world? Is it true that every empire possesses a unique marvel, an extraordinary artifact? Xuanzhen inquired. Having grown accustomed to Xuanzhen's lack of knowledge, Feng Xiaoru remained unfazed. In this realm, there exist 9 great empires, each boasting at least one remarkable artifact and an extraordinary technique, which serve as a fundamental criterion for establishing an empire. Without such wonders and techniques, no matter how formidable a nation's power may be, it cannot forge an empire, as the Empire Alliance would not permit it. The Empire Alliance is a loosely structured organization formed by the 9 great empires, imposing minimal constraints on them. However, other sects and state powers are bound by the authority of the Empire Alliance. Feng Xiaoru remarked, "Ah, how impressive, even the United Nations has emerged." Upon hearing Feng Xiaoru's words, Xuanzhen grasped the concept. Feng Xiaoru continued elucidating. The 9 great empires comprise our Xinshao Empire, the Tianfeng Empire, the Dragon Empire, the Holy Hall Empire, and the Wanzhou Empire. The most powerful among them is the Xinshao Empire, which simultaneously possesses both a remarkable artifact and an extraordinary technique. The Tianfeng Empire ranks second. Although it possesses only the Icebound Throne, this throne can continuously produce the lower-tier artifact, the Ice Storm Command, thus rendering the Tianfeng Empire's strength formidable and undoubtedly deserving of its rank. Conversely, our Xinshao Empire has lost a portion of its extraordinary techniques a millennium ago, which has led the Tianfeng Empire to covetously eye us, seeking to annex our realm. Consequently, our national strength has been significantly restrained, necessitating vigilance against the Tianfeng Empire, resulting in various factions within the empire harboring malicious intent and sects warring against each other, leading to the demise of many orders. Our Qixia sect was also a casualty of this turmoil. Otherwise, during the empire's peak, such ambitious forces would never have been allowed to eradicate the smaller sects at will. As Feng Qiaoru spoke, her gaze dimmed. In summary, remarkable techniques and extraordinary artifacts represent the pinnacle of treasures in this world, she concluded. Listening to Feng Qiaoru's exposition, Li Xuanzhen developed a keen interest in these extraordinary techniques and artifacts. What could possibly rival the value of such remarkable treasures? The prospect of synthesizing such world-class materials filled him with wonder, though he pondered whether he possessed the capability to do so and what outcomes might arise from such synthesis. Li Xuanzhen began to indulge in his fantasies. Chapter 36. Nine Heavens Divine Thunder. Yet, it remained merely a fantasy. At present, Li Xuanzhen had not even glimpsed such treasures, let alone acquired them. The only reliable lead he had was the Shanhai Lu in his possession, but it was merely a single volume. According to Feng Qiaoru, one would need to gather 3 volumes from the same source to acquire a specific secret technique. This method, as one could easily discern, was exceedingly difficult, akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Otherwise, as Feng Qiaoru stated, there would have been accounts of successful endeavors. Nevertheless, Li Xuanzhen regarded the Shanhai Lu he currently possessed as a priceless treasure. "Show it to me," he requested. Li Xuanzhen took the Shanhai Lu from Feng Qiaoru's hands and steadied himself. In his heart, he pondered whether to expend 1,000 spirit points to identify the item. A prompt from the system appeared. Would you like to spend 1,000 spirit points to identify this item? Yes or no? The necessity of spending such a significant amount of spirit points for identification revealed the extraordinary nature of the Shanhai Lu. Without hesitation, he affirmed his choice. For his current spirit points were ample and seldom utilized. Thus, he decided to proceed. As soon as he selected to identify, a ringing sensation echoed within his mind, marking the deduction of spirit points. Immediately, information regarding the Shanhai Lu materialized in his consciousness. The Shanhai Lu, one of the world's miraculous artifacts, possessed thunder attributes and recorded 1/3 of the golden-level secret technique, the Nine Heavens Divine Thunder. Indeed, as Feng Qiaoru had stated, it was an item inscribed with wondrous techniques, albeit only a fragment. Moreover, it was a thunder attribute, chronicling a golden-level secret technique. This golden-level technique must represent a tier within the system's classification of item quality. At that moment, Li Xuanzhen recalled the Eternal Holy Demon Scripture and the Eternal Fate Celestial Body, which the system had classified as silver-level items. This line of thought led him to conclude that silver-level items must precede golden-level ones. He pondered just how incomplete his Eternal Duo was to be deemed silver-level, falling short of even 1/9 of a world miracle's essence. Li Xuanzhen would not presume that his Eternal Holy Demon Scripture and Eternal Fate Celestial Body were inferior to this world's miraculous techniques. By his estimation, both were undoubtedly far superior to items of his current world tier. The only plausible reason for the system's classification of these two as silver-level items was their significant incompleteness. It was only natural, as these were mere rewards from initial sign-in. One could not expect to receive divine artifacts from such trivial gestures. No game would operate in such a manner. Though Li Xuanzhen's synthesis system was not a genuine synthesis mechanism, and he was not engaged in a game, the system's nature likely followed similar principles. A multitude of thoughts swirled in his mind. From Feng Qiaoru's perspective, upon acquiring the Shanhai Lu, Li Xuanzhen had entered a trance-like state. She regarded him with curiosity, uncertain of what revelations he had gleaned, yet sensing that he had indeed gained something. This muscular man was undeniably formidable. Although somewhat lacking in common sense, his strength was indisputable. What had he discerned? Feng Qiaoru was intrigued. Was it not said that one must gather 3 volumes of the same origin of the Shanhai Lu to obtain a celestial secret? Otherwise, was a single volume merely an ordinary ancient text? Feng Qiaoru was uncertain of what Li Xuanzhen had perceived, for she herself had glanced at it moments ago and discerned nothing beyond that of a common ancient manuscript. Feng Qiaoru glanced at Li Xuanzhen, sensing that he seemed to have discerned something. This revelation astonished her, adding an air of mystery to Li Xuanzhen in her heart. After pondering for a moment, Li Xuanzhen deftly stored the Shanhai Lu into his storage ring. Such a precious artifact was certainly deserving of being kept by himself. Feng Qiaoru, upon witnessing this, harbored no objections. After all, it was never hers to begin with. Although she yearned for the 9 secrets of the celestial beings, she understood that if it did not belong to her, it simply was not meant to be. This aspect was clear in her mind. Well then, are there any other treasures remaining? Li Xuanzhen inquired after securing the Shanhai Lu. None. The remaining items are merely mundane, lacking both value and rarity. Feng Xiaoru replied with a shake of her head. I see. Li Xuanzhen picked up the book titled Resigned and assessed it, discovering it to be a silver-level martial art. This was of little use to him, and according to the system's evaluation, it could not be synthesized even with the Shanhai Lu. It was uncertain whether this was due to his insufficient level or some other reason. But synthesis was simply impossible. Since synthesis was unattainable, the Resigned held little value for Li Xuanzhen. He could only consider selling it. However, before selling, he decided to extract some residual value from it. Take this Resigned and study it. Once you master it, we shall sell it. He tossed the book to Feng Xiaoru. Upon receiving the Resigned, Feng Xiaoru could hardly believe her ears. Are you certain you want me to learn this? She asked, incredulity etched on her face. This was a secret treasure from the Buddhist sect, a powerful technique gifted to her so freely. It felt almost too generous. It matters not. I have no intention of learning such monkish arts. Given that you possess some utility, I shall not take advantage of you without offering something in return. Consider this technique a gesture of goodwill from me, Li Xuanzhen replied nonchalantly. Feng Xiaoru was both surprised and elated by his words, disregarding the implication that she was only of slight utility in his eyes. If she could master this technique, combined with her own invincible magic, she might finally have a chance for vengeance. Thoughts of her fellow disciples and elders, who had tragically perished, flooded her mind. Though she maintained a composed exterior, deep down, she had always harbored a steadfast desire to avenge her fallen sect members. This ambition had long been buried within her heart, but with the acquisition of Resigned, her confidence swelled. Thank you, Feng Xiaoru said, cradling the Resigned and bowing her head to Li Xuanzhen. Li Xuanzhen paid little mind to her gratitude. Well then, our business is concluded. You may leave. He waved dismissively, ushering her away. This time, Feng Xiaoru did not feel like a mere tool used and discarded. At this moment, she was filled with profound gratitude towards Li Xuanzhen and a glimmer of hope for revenge. Well, I'll take my leave now. I'll be nearby. So call me if you need anything, Feng Xiaoru said gently, her eyes fixed on Li Xuanzhen, revealing an indescribable emotion. Yet, Li Xuanzhen remained oblivious to it. After Feng Xiaoru departed, Li Xuanzhen closed the door to his room. Once the door was shut, his gaze fell upon the array of elixirs laid out on the table, as if he were beholding a trove of gold and jewels. Having assessed them earlier, he was aware that these elixirs were deemed synthesizable by the system. Chapter 37. Synthesizing Elixirs. White Spirit Elixir, Yellow Grade, Excellent Quality. Enhances the cultivation efficiency of low-tier martial artists. Mystic Chi Elixir, Yellow Grade, Excellent Quality. Replenishes spiritual energy. Barrier Breaking Elixir, Yellow Grade, Excellent Quality. Increases the success rate of martial artists overcoming their cultivation bottlenecks. These were the names and various functions of the elixirs Li Xuanzhen now possessed. According to the system's evaluation, all these elixirs could indeed be synthesized. There were a total of 6 vials, 20 white spirit elixirs, 30 mystic chi elixirs, and only 10 barrier-breaking elixirs. As Li Xuanzhen gazed at these elixirs in his hands, his eyes sparkled with excitement. Due to the unique markings of the Mei family, these elixirs were difficult to sell. Even if sold, they fetched a meager price, with a risk of being swindled. In this world, every elixir, during its refinement, was imbued with specific markings that became an inseparable part of the elixir, rendering them indestructible. Attempting to forcibly remove these markings would result in the destruction of the elixir itself. Even master alchemists could not erase the markings without compromising the elixir's integrity. However, none of this posed a challenge for Li Xuanzhen. With his synthesis system, any special arrangements or markings would be obliterated upon synthesis. The result was a brand new entity, unrecognizable to anyone. The elixirs originally obtained from the young master of Langia could not be sold, or would yield little profit, but after Li Xuanzhen's synthesis, the newly created elixirs would not encounter such obstacles. Li Xuanzhen was unconcerned with these matters. What piqued his curiosity was the potential grade and effects of these elixirs. Classified as yellow grade, excellent quality by the system, akin to the dragon power armor he donned. Without further hesitation, after sealing the room, he commenced the synthesis process. Synthesis of 2 white spirit elixirs resulted in the acquisition of 1 water spirit treasure elixir. Synthesis of 2 mystic chi elixirs yielded 1 mystic heaven treasure elixir. Synthesis of 2 barrier-breaking elixirs produced 1 boundary-breaking treasure elixir. In total, 3 new types of elixirs were synthesized: water spirit treasure elixir, 10 pieces; mystic heaven treasure elixir, 15 pieces; and boundary-breaking treasure elixir, 5 pieces. Before me lies a trio of pristine elixirs, their ethereal aura and subtle radiance revealing their extraordinary nature. These potions possess an appearance reminiscent of celestial concoctions. Li Xuanzhen gingerly picked up each of the 3 elixirs, scrutinizing their respective properties and classifications. The water spirit treasure pill, green extraordinary quality, enhances the cultivation efficiency of advanced martial practitioners threefold. The Xuanzhen treasure pill, green extraordinary quality, replenishes 100% of the spiritual energy for cultivators below the invincible martial realm. The breakthrough treasure pill, green extraordinary quality, allows a martial sovereign to ascend one level of mastery upon consumption, with each individual limited to a single dose. As repeated use yields no further benefit. The hierarchical significance of these newly minted potions illuminated Xuanzhen's mind. With their unprecedented qualities and capabilities, these elixirs promised an experience so enthralling that in merely 3 minutes, one would fall in love with this game. Nay, this journey. Xuanzhen brushed aside such peculiar thoughts, refocusing on the 3 remarkable potions before him. Indeed, they represented a new pinnacle of quality, the green extraordinary grade surpassing even the yellow refined quality. Regrettably, he lamented, this was the extent of synthesis. Further enhancement was unattainable. If only he could discern the level beyond green extraordinary. The potential of synthesized elixirs was boundless, and Xuanzhen resolved to seek ways to elevate his system's level. Without such advancement, even the finest treasures would be rendered futile if they could not be synthesized. He had resolved upon his objective, though that lay in the future. For now, his focus rested on the newly synthesized water spirit treasure pill, Xuanzhen treasure pill, and breakthrough treasure pill. The efficacy of these potions dwarfed their predecessors, particularly the breakthrough treasure pill, which could elevate one's martial sovereignty by an entire tier, albeit only once. Nonetheless, it was an astonishing feat. Xuanzhen pondered the potential market value of such elixirs. However, his lack of familiarity with the cultivation norms of this fantastical realm left him at a loss. At that moment, it was time for the little deer class to commence. Xuanzhen stepped outside and soon returned, accompanied by Feng Xiaoru, who entered his room with a look of confusion, uncertain of the purpose behind his repeated summons. Surely he could articulate his inquiries more concisely. Nevertheless, Feng Xiaoru understood her role and bore no dissatisfaction. After bringing her in, Xuanzhen presented the trio of newly minted elixirs. Little dear, take a look and tell me their worth. Feng Xiaoru, perplexed, picked up the 3 potions and examined them. What is this? Water spirit treasure pill, Xuanzhen treasure pill, and this is the breakthrough treasure pill? My heavens! Her astonishment echoed through the room as she recognized the significance of the elixirs. However, before the exclamation could fully escape her lips, Feng Xiaoru promptly covered her mouth. Once her emotions settled, she turned to Xuanzhen, her face a mask of disbelief. Where did you acquire these elixirs? Xuanzhen met Feng Xiaoru's astonished gaze with an air of indifference. You need not concern yourself with that. Simply inform me, are these elixirs valuable? Xuanzhen replied nonchalantly. Valuable? Is that even an adequate description? These are precious elixirs. Only a master alchemist could concoct such treasures. Only those from powerful sects, noble families, or royal lineages would possess even a few of these elixirs. They are beyond monetary valuation. Feng Xiaoru, witnessing Xuanzhen's apparent obsession with wealth, felt insulted at the notion of questioning the worth of such elixirs, her expression one of exasperation. So, from your words, these items must indeed be quite valuable. Xuanzhen's eyes gleamed with interest. Money, 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 that is all you think about. What use is money? These are precious elixirs. They can save lives, enhance one's abilities, and garner favors from influential figures. They are far more useful than mere currency, Feng Xiaoru retorted, at a loss for words. You can't possibly intend to exchange these elixirs for money, can you? At this point, Feng Xiaoru regarded Xuanzhen with incredulity. Correct. But there is no reward for that answer. Xuanzhen flicked his fingers dismissively. No way. Are you truly going to do that? Feng Xiaoru looked at Xuanzhen as if he had lost his mind. Enough with the chatter. Quickly tell me how much these elixirs are worth. Feng Xiaoru, feeling exasperated, divulged the truth. I am unsure. Precious elixirs are typically auctioned and cannot be acquired through ordinary means. I have never purchased them myself. Only heard that precious elixirs are worth their weight in gold, valued in spirit stones. Chapter 38. A losing business spirit stones? Upon hearing Feng Xiaoru's words, Xuanzhen's eyes lit up. The mention of spirit stones sounded extraordinary. They must be the universal currency in this fantastical realm. What exactly are spirit stones? And how much gold is one worth? Xuanzhen inquired with genuine curiosity. Feng Xiaoru was utterly speechless. Who was this person before her? Possessing immense power and casually producing such rare treasures, yet lacking fundamental knowledge of the cultivation world? How could such a being exist in this realm? Feng Xiaoru gazed at Xuanzhen in disbelief. However, there was no way to offend such a prominent figure, so she resigned herself to explain. Spirit stones are the currency of the cultivation world, extracted from spirit mines. They are categorized into 3 grades: low-grade spirit stones, mid-grade spirit stones, and high-grade spirit stones. A single low-grade spirit stone can be exchanged for 100,000 taels of gold. Furthermore, 10 low-grade spirit stones can be traded for 1 mid-grade spirit stone, and 100 mid-grade spirit stones can be exchanged for 1 high-grade spirit stone. Certainly, this method of conversion serves merely as a reference. Typically, no one engages in the act of exchanging superior spirit stones for medium or inferior spirit stones. Even if such exchanges were to occur, they would not adhere to the reference prices. For instance, in the marketplace, a single unit of inferior spirit stone can be traded for gold ranging from 150,000 to 200,000 taels. As for the price of inferior spirit stones in exchange for superior ones, that remains even more uncertain, to the extent that few would even consider it. Feng Xiaoru endeavored to elucidate this to Li Xuanzhen. A unit of inferior spirit stone valued at 150,000 taels of gold? How many spirit stones could these elixirs fetch? Upon hearing this exchange rate, Li Xuanzhen inquired directly about the price of the elixirs. Observing Li Xuanzhen's reaction, Feng Xiaoru sensed a foreboding, yet she contemplated for a moment. I am uncertain about this, but 2 years ago, the Tiansheng auction house in the prefectural city auctioned a batch of superior elixirs, which were reportedly sold at a final price of 10,000 inferior spirit stones each. 10,000 inferior spirit stones. Li Xuanzhen's eyes widened at the mention of this price. Let me calculate. 1 inferior spirit stone is worth 150,000 taels of gold. 10 stones amount to 1,500,000 taels. 100 stones to 15 million taels, 1,000 stones to 150 million taels, and 10,000 stones to 1,500,000,000 taels of gold. Gasp. Li Xuanzhen's eyes bulged in disbelief. 1,500,000,000 taels of gold. He gasped out this figure, his eyes reddened, utterly astonished by the enormity of the number. Feng Xiaoru, witnessing Li Xuanzhen's reaction, was equally taken aback. What do you mean? Are you truly considering selling these elixirs for gold? Feng Xiaoru could not comprehend Li Xuanzhen's line of thought. How could anyone be so foolish? Selling the elixirs is one thing. After all, it is merely an exchange for spirit stones. However, who would trade spirit stones, especially such a vast quantity, for gold? For those who have reached a certain level of cultivation, gold and silver, as mundane currencies, hold little more value than mere stones. In contrast, spirit stones, even if they are of inferior quality, serve as the currency for cultivators and are essential for cultivation. Martial practitioners draw upon the refined spiritual energy within spirit stones, which has been sanctified by the laws of heaven and earth, to expedite their cultivation, concoct medicines, forge artifacts, arrange formations, and for a myriad of other purposes. In essence, no cultivator would ever regard their spirit stones as excessive, and it is exceedingly rare, if not entirely unheard of, for anyone to exchange spirit stones for gold or silver. This is not a matter of equitable currency exchange, it is an act of sheer folly. Feng Xiaoru could not fathom this, thus she remained oblivious to Li Xuanzhen's intentions. However, Li Xuanzhen understood himself. Presently, the synthesis system was only at level 2. The items he could synthesize were limited to those of yellow quality or below. Once it reached green extraordinary quality, synthesis would be impossible. Therefore, regardless of how he procured those items, he would be unable to synthesize them. In the eyes of Li Xuanzhen, anything that cannot be synthesized is deemed worthless. What he requires are continuous resources that can be synthesized to enhance his synthesis proficiency. Only when his proficiency reaches a certain threshold can he upgrade the synthesis system, enabling him to create more advanced items. This is the virtuous cycle he seeks. Therefore, Feng Xiaoru cannot comprehend, nor is she capable of understanding Li Xuanzhen's perspective. What he currently needs are items purchasable with gold. For only these are categorized as high-quality resources by the system, fit for synthesis. Due to their differing perceptions, Feng Xiaoru is utterly unable to grasp Li Xuanzhen's worldview. Naturally, Li Xuanzhen cannot explain this to her, nor is it feasible for him to do so. The synthesis system is his greatest secret and reliance. He would rather face death than expose it. Thus, in the face of Feng Xiaoru's bewilderment and astonishment, Li Xuanzhen never contemplated explaining himself. She is merely a tool, required to follow his commands without question, regardless of understanding or belief. Indeed, what I need is gold, an abundance of gold. There is no need for you to comprehend. Simply obey my orders. With a wave of his hand, Li Xuanzhen halted Feng Xiaoru's attempts at persuasion. No more discussion. This is a command, he asserted sternly. Very well, I understand, Feng Xiaoru replied, recognizing the seriousness in Li Xuanzhen's demeanor. Faced with his determination to pursue this seemingly foolish course of action, she felt powerless to intervene, lacking the authority to stop him. She had no choice but to comply with his directives. Although she remained puzzled by his intentions, she conceded that the elixirs belonged to him, and selling them for money was also his prerogative. She was merely an insignificant figure, a mere tool, with no right to impede Li Xuanzhen. With a sigh of resignation, Feng Qiaoru acquiesced. Excellent, Li Xuanzhen remarked, pleased by her submission. Your next task is to take me to an auction house, where we can sell these elixirs in exchange for gold. This will be your responsibility moving forward. As expected, though she had anticipated this outcome, hearing it directly from Li Xuanzhen still prompted a sigh from Feng Qiaoru. On the surface, she could only respond, understood. Leave it to me. Good. Here, take this as your payment, Li Xuanzhen said, producing a water spirit elixir and tossing it to Feng Qiaoru. She instinctively caught the elixir. Wait, is this for me? She exclaimed in disbelief. Indeed, it is for you, Li Xuanzhen affirmed with a nod. Chapter 39, Tiansheng Auction House, confirming that the elixir in her hand was indeed a gift from Li Xuanzhen. Feng Qiaoru still found it hard to believe. Is this truly for me? She was uncertain if she was merely dreaming. If I said it's for you, then it is indeed for you, Li Xuanzhen replied impatiently. But why would you give me such a precious item? Feng Qiaoru felt no anger at Li Xuanzhen's impatience. Instead, she was deeply touched. Wages. You see, compensation for the services rendered. Naturally, one must pay a certain fee for hiring you, Li Xuanzhen explained. Wages? This is my compensation? Feng Qiaoru could hardly believe it. What had she done to deserve a precious elixir as payment? Observing Li Xuanzhen's impatient demeanor, she felt no discomfort. I understand. I shall find an auction for you right away, she said, gazing at Li Xuanzhen with immense gratitude. By now, she felt she owed him far too much. Her life was saved by Li Xuanzhen, and it was through his bestowed opportunity that she ascended to the 7th realm of martial arts. She had also acquired the Rulai Divine Palm, gaining a chance for vengeance. Now, she received this precious elixir under the guise of wages. All of this made Feng Qiaoru feel an overwhelming debt towards Li Xuanzhen, one so great that she could hardly fathom how to repay it. Even if she dedicated her entire life to repaying him, it might not suffice. The emotions within her grew ever deeper, and her feelings for Li Xuanzhen became increasingly complex. Why is he so kind to me? Feng Qiaoru pondered this question. Very well, go ahead, Li Xuanzhen responded, waving his hand to indicate she could leave. Feng Qiaoru complied. Her mind consumed with one question as she departed. Why is he so kind to me? Lost in thought, her delicate face flushed several times. She resolved to serve Li Xuanzhen diligently and to unconditionally obey all his commands. Once Feng Qiaoru had left, Li Xuanzhen remained alone in the room. He took one elixir from each of the 3 vials, gazing at the faintly glowing treasures. At this moment, these elixirs appeared to Li Xuanzhen not merely as pills, but as mountains of gold, entirely forged from the finest of metals. He picked up one elixir, holding it in his hand for careful examination. His eyes sparkled with a yearning for wealth. He stifled a laugh, suppressing the urge to burst into joyous mirth. These were riches, immense wealth. If he could sell these elixirs, he could purchase anything he desired. He recalled the treasures he had seen in the treasure pavilion, valued at hundreds of thousands or even millions of taels. Selling just one elixir would suffice to acquire each of those treasures. With a bolder thought, perhaps a single elixir could sweep away all the goods on the first floor of the treasure pavilion, allowing him to buy a trove of golden materials. At that moment, he would possess a vast array of synthesis materials. In due course, one can synthesize the desired green extraordinary equipment, replacing the current yellow exquisite quality dragon power set. Naturally, green extraordinary quality surpasses yellow exquisite quality. Once the equipment is changed, to what heights will one's abilities ascend? Furthermore, by synthesizing a multitude of equipment, one's proficiency will inevitably increase. As proficiency rises, so too does the potential for advancement. After leveling up, one may be able to synthesize even more advanced items. With the precious elixirs currently in hand, will it be possible to synthesize once more? What tier of items may emerge? What prices might they command? Li Xuanzhen envisions a series of virtuous cycles unfolding before him. His wealth and power will burgeon like a snowball, growing larger and larger until it reaches its zenith. All of this is attributable to the elixirs in his possession. More importantly, it is the noble young master of Langia who gifted him these elixirs, serving as his initial fortune. Were it not for this kind soul providing the means, how could he have achieved such a splendid cycle? In light of this, the thought of having slain him seems rather unsavory. Yet, it is also true that the fellow sought to take his life, only to be bested in return. The elixirs, therefore, are rightfully his spoils of war. Thus, the gratitude should be directed towards himself. For it was he who made the right choices that have led him to the pinnacle of life. Indeed, the one deserving of thanks is himself. Well done, Li Xuanzhen. I commend you with 32 accolades. Lost in the reverie of his promising future, Li Xuanzhen remained blissfully unaware as Feng Qiaoru exited the inn. Within Fujing City, there lies the Tiansheng Auction House, a branch of the Treasure Pavilion. Like the Treasure Pavilion, which is ubiquitous across major cities of the empire. It too can be found in abundance. However, unlike the Treasure Pavilion, which specializes in the sale of goods, Xuanzhen Auction House operates solely in county-level regions, as it does not exist in town-level areas. Much like the Treasure Pavilion, which monopolizes trading and finance, Xuanzhen Auction House dominates all auction affairs within the empire. Though some smaller auctions do exist, the people of the empire are well aware that to procure valuable items and ensure the authenticity of auction goods, one must patronize Xuanzhen Auction House. Only Xuanzhen Auction House possesses the requisite credibility and strength. This monopoly leads sellers to prefer Xuanzhen Auction House, as it is the only venue where satisfactory prices can be achieved. The dual trust between buyers and sellers, bolstered by the backing of the formidable Treasure Pavilion, establishes Xuanzhen Auction House as the largest and most trustworthy auction house within the empire. Feng Xiaoru seeks to find an auction house for Li Xuanzhen's precious elixirs. And naturally, Xuanzhen Auction House is the unequivocal choice. Upon leaving the inn, Feng Xiaoru ventured to a secluded area in the eastern district, where a sprawling estate of several dozen acres awaited. The estate, adorned with flourishing flora and picturesque scenery, nestled against the mountains and facing the waters, presented a breathtaking vista. Everywhere one looks, there is an embodiment of refined aesthetics and a subtle, yet palpable, noble elegance that only those with discerning eyes can truly appreciate. This exquisite establishment is the Xuanzhen Auction House in Fujing City, which also serves as a prestigious gathering place for esteemed guests and members. It stands as a hallmark of high society within the city, extending over 100 meters beyond its exterior, where entry is strictly forbidden to the common populace. Only practitioners of martial arts may approach, and it is only the advanced martial disciples who can obtain a membership card within its walls. Those above the rank of martial artist are afforded the most distinguished services. The major martial factions and formidable practitioners in Fujing City can be said to comprise over 95% of the members of this exclusive venue. Only members are permitted to participate in the auctions held here, though there are no restrictions on the cultivation levels of those providing items for auction. However, it is solely the martial practitioners who garner the attention of the Xuanzhen Auction House. Feng Xiao, a martial artist of the 7th rank, naturally qualifies for membership in this esteemed establishment, making her participation in the auctions a mere formality. Furthermore, those providing items for auction can expect direct attention from the upper echelons of the auction house. Upon her arrival, Feng Xiao displayed her cultivation level with little effort, prompting the staff to relay her status, which resulted in a senior manager emerging to attend to her. Chapter 40. Auctioning the Precious Dan. A manager of the Xuanzhen Auction House approached Feng Xiao, leading her into a designated reception area that exuded an atmosphere conducive to relaxation. Feng Xiao settled onto a sofa, while the manager took a seat opposite her. "Esteemed lady, how may I assist you?" the manager inquired. This individual was an advanced martial disciple, and in the presence of Feng Xiao, a 7th-rank martial artist, he maintained a posture of utmost decorum and restraint. His very act of sitting was a privilege granted by his position as a manager, for otherwise, his rank would not have afforded him the right to converse with someone of her caliber. Thus, he exhibited a demeanor of humility before her. Feng Xiao regarded him coolly. "I wish to auction an item at your esteemed house." Upon hearing her declaration, the manager quickly comprehended her intent. "Very well, esteemed lady. What item do you wish to auction?" he inquired. "The precious Dan," Feng Xiao replied. "The precious Dan." The manager momentarily faltered, taken aback by her words. Once he regained his composure, he stammered, "Esteemed lady, are you referring to the precious Dan crafted by a master alchemist?" His disbelief was palpable. This was a rare item, one that only the Xuanzhen Auction House at the county level would normally be authorized to auction. When had the Xuanzhen Auction House in Fujing City begun to auction such esteemed items? The manager found himself grappling with incredulity, suspecting that Feng Xiao might be jesting with him. "Indeed, it is the precious Dan," Feng Xiao affirmed, and with that, she withdrew a jade vial from her storage pouch. From the jade vial, Feng Xiaoru poured out the water spirit elixir that Li Xuanzhen had bestowed upon her as remuneration. The steward, upon noticing the elixir in Feng Xiaoru's hand, was instantly captivated by its allure. The precious elixir emitted a faint glow, and a delicate fragrance began to waft through the air. As the steward inhaled the enchanting aroma, he felt the spiritual energy within him stirring to life. And even the soul jade resonated with a subtle vibration. The stagnation in his cultivation suddenly felt as if it might ascend to a new level. The mere scent of the elixir had already granted him such remarkable sensations. This was indeed a treasure. Although the steward's cultivation was not particularly high, he was well versed in the world of rare elixirs. The value of such a precious substance exceeded his wildest imagination, and he had only seen one from afar in the past. Yet, The elixir before him was of a far superior quality compared to the one he had previously encountered. This was not just any elixir, but a top-tier one among treasures. Its worth was beyond the steward's ability to gauge. "Esteemed lady, please allow me a moment," he said respectfully. "Given that the item you wish to auction exceeds my authority, I must report to my superiors. Kindly wait for a moment." The steward stood and bowed deeply to Feng Qiaoru. "Go ahead," Feng Qiaoru gestured dismissively. The steward departed with utmost respect. After his exit, a beautiful maidservant presented tea and snacks to Feng Qiaoru and remained by her side, awaiting her instructions. Feng Qiaoru, having stowed the elixir, settled onto the sofa, gazing at the picturesque lake and mountains outside. Before long, the steward returned, accompanied by several individuals in haste. Leading them was a middle-aged man clad in resplendent golden garments. Upon reaching Feng Qiaoru, he introduced himself. "Miss Feng, greetings. I am Zhou Yuan, the supervisor of the Tiansheng auction house in Fujing City." Feng Qiaoru regarded him with a nonchalant nod, offering no words in return. Observing her tranquil demeanor, Zhou Yuan felt no offense taken. This was due to his prior understanding of Feng Qiaoru's identity. News of the incident involving her and Xuanzhen at the Treasure Pavilion, along with their appearances and residences, had already spread among the influential figures in Fujing City. Thus, Zhou Yuan was aware of her presence at the Tiansheng auction house. Initially, he had preferred to limit his engagement with her, sending only a steward for reception, despite the woman being backed by an individual of formidable martial prowess. She had undoubtedly offended the long-standing martial authority of the Mei family in the county. The Tiansheng auction house was merely a commercial establishment, and Zhou Yuan had no desire to entangle himself in such disputes. Furthermore, he was acutely aware that Huang Fuyu of the Treasure Pavilion had fled Fujing City immediately following the demise of the Langya young master. With such a cautionary tale in mind, Zhou Yuan was all the more reluctant to engage with Feng Qiaoru. However, Zhou Yuan had not anticipated that Feng Qiaoru's arrival at the Tiansheng auction house was not for any trivial reason, but rather to auction off a treasure, the precious water spirit Dan. Upon receiving this report from the steward, Zhou Yuan felt a surge of excitement. This was indeed a rare opportunity. Regardless of who Feng Qiaoru and Xuanzhen had offended, the mere fact that she was bringing the water spirit Dan to auction in their Fujing City's Tiansheng auction house presented Zhou Yuan with an extraordinary chance. Should the water spirit Dan truly be auctioned here, he, Zhou Yuan, would reap benefits he had never before dared to imagine. With such enticing advantages in view, Zhou Yuan promptly dismissed any lingering concerns about associating with Feng Qiaoru. After all, it was merely a matter of facilitating an auction. Even the formidable Mei family of the county could not hold the Tiansheng auction house or the Treasure Pavilion accountable under such circumstances. Zhou Yuan understood that if he were to reject the opportunity presented by this enigmatic woman due to a vague fear of offending the Mei family, it would be the upper echelons of the Tiansheng auction house who would first turn against him. The officials from the county and even those from the national government would undoubtedly not let him off lightly. Given these considerations, Zhou Yuan felt compelled to personally meet with Feng Qiaoru, to engage with her, and to ensure that the auction of the water spirit Dan would proceed smoothly. Thus, he was indifferent to Feng Qiaoru's demeanor. All that mattered was securing the chance to auction the water spirit Dan. What was a mere matter of face in comparison to such an opportunity? "Miss Feng, I have heard from my subordinates that you intend to auction the water spirit Dan at our Tiansheng auction house." Zhou Yuan inquired as he took a seat opposite her. "Indeed, this is the water spirit Dan I wish to auction. You may examine it first," Feng Qiaoru replied succinctly, presenting a vial containing the precious Dan and placing it upon the table. Zhou Yuan carefully picked up the vial and poured out the water spirit Dan. Holding it in his hand, he caught his breath, for with his status, he was not qualified to consume such a treasure. The water spirit Dan could only be refined by alchemists of the master rank and above, and within the entire empire. There were scarcely 100 such masters scattered across its vast territories, with only a few present in each provincial capital. Thus, the status of an alchemy master was even more esteemed than that of a martial expert at the peak of invincibility. The rarity of the water spirit Dan, a concoction solely within the purview of these masters, was truly beyond imagination. Despite his lack of qualification to use the Dan, Zhou Yuan possessed the discernment to recognize its value. Upon inspecting the Dan in his hand, he was certain it was indeed the water spirit Dan. After a brief moment, he handed the precious item to several professional alchemists behind him for verification. Although he had a strong conviction, the endorsement of experts was still essential. "Indeed, esteemed supervisor, this is a water spirit Dan of exceptional quality," the alchemists concluded after their examination. With this affirmation, Zhou Yuan felt a wave of relief wash over him. Other concerns could wait. The authenticity of the Dan was what mattered most. He retrieved the dan and placed it back into its original jade vial. A maidservant approached Zhou Yuan, delicately carrying a jade tray upon which a jade vial was placed. Zhou Yuan gestured for the maid to return the elixir resting on the tray to Feng Qiaoru. The maid knelt before Feng Qiaoru, who took the jade vial, poured out the elixir for inspection, and, after confirming its authenticity, secured it once more. Observing Feng Qiaoru's action, Zhou Yuan inquired, "Miss Feng, due to the precious and unique nature of this elixir, our Tianxing auction house requires prior promotion. You may choose to store the elixir with us for the time being, and we can offer you a contractual advance of approximately 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. Upon the auction's conclusion, we shall compensate you for the remaining amount. Would that be agreeable to you?" Zhou Yuan asked cautiously. Upon hearing Zhou Yuan's proposition, Feng Qiaoru pondered briefly before responding affirmatively. She recalled that Li Xuanzhen appeared to possess a particular affinity for wealth, since Zhou Yuan had willingly proposed in advance. Taking this sum back would surely please Li Xuanzhen. Hence, leaving the elixir with them seemed a viable option. Chapter 41. Illuminating the Stars. Breaking through realms with Feng Qiaoru's acceptance, Zhou Yuan felt a sense of relief. As long as he could secure the elixir, ensuring its auction at their Tianxing auction house in Fuying City, he dismissed any concerns regarding the Mei family from the prefecture. Thus, Zhou Yuan and Feng Qiaoru reached a joyful agreement. Zhou Yuan accepted the elixir, while Feng Qiaoru signed the contract with the Tianxing auction house. After the contract was finalized, Feng Qiaoru retained the elixir and departed with a storage bag containing 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. Zhou Yuan personally escorted her out of the auction house. At that moment, Li Xuanzhen sat in his room at the inn, gazing at the boundary-breaking elixir in his hands. This elixir had the power to elevate a martial sovereign to the next level, irrespective of their current realm. In other words, even a martial sovereign at the 8th rank could ascend to the 9th rank simply by consuming this elixir, thereby reaching the pinnacle of their cultivation. Conversely, a martial sovereign at the 1st rank would only advance to the 2nd rank after consumption. The peculiar effects of this elixir were indeed remarkable and somewhat unfathomable. Now, as a martial sovereign at the 1st rank, Li Xuanzhen contemplated whether to consume the elixir immediately for a swift elevation or to wait until he reached the 8th rank before taking it, thereby maximizing its potential. The latter option would undoubtedly unleash the elixir's full capabilities, as the system indicated that a person could only consume one such elixir in their lifetime. Any attempt to take a second would yield no further effect. This dilemma weighed heavily on Li Xuanzhen's mind, leaving him uncertain about the best course of action regarding the elixir he held. It is advisable to wait until reaching the 8th rank before consuming the elixir. Advancing from an 8th rank martial master to a 9th rank is undoubtedly a more arduous endeavor than progressing from the 1st to the 2nd rank. The required spiritual energy, as well as the time and effort expended, are of vastly different magnitudes. However, Li Xuanzhen currently possesses only the strength of a 1st rank martial master, and he has incurred the displeasure of a formidable martial master faction. He is uncertain whether his current 1st rank prowess is sufficient to contend with the Mei family. Should he manage to elevate himself to the 2nd rank, it would, in any event, augment his strength and provide him with a greater sense of assurance in dealing with the Mei family. This dilemma weighs heavily on Li Xuanzhen's mind. Should he prioritize his immediate concerns or plan for the future? After pondering for the better part of the day, he closed his eyes and reached a resolution. Should he focus on the present struggles or aspire for the poetry and distant horizons of the future? Regardless, he concluded that enhancing his current strength was of paramount importance. What nonsense is this about the future? With my synthesis system, I shall have access to advanced elixirs and equipment to bolster my power in due course. I am not among those impoverished souls who seek to maximize every opportunity for profit. I am a man with a system. It is far more vital to consume and assimilate the exceptional resources at hand, transforming them into my own strength. With this determination, Li Xuanzhen opened his eyes and acted without hesitation, promptly ingesting the elixir. Once he had consumed the elixir, Li Xuanzhen seated himself cross-legged upon the bed. A swirling azure aura emanated from him, enveloping the entire room in a dense mist. Under the influence of this energy, his body began a transformation. Within his dantian, the multicolored soul jade rapidly expanded, buoyed by a tremendous force. Every cell within Li Xuanzhen's body seemed to metamorphose into a star, while the soul jade transformed into 9 colossal stars of varying hues. Among them, one star radiated an intense brilliance, while the others remained dim. Yet, under the influence of the mysterious power, the second massive star slowly began to emit light. Gradually, the celestial expanse within Li Xuanzhen's body revealed a second radiant star. In the vast, tranquil cosmos of his dantian, 9 colossal stars orbited around a significantly larger black hole. Of these 9 stars, two shone with resplendent light, one crimson and the other azure. This was the transformation that occurred within Xuanzhen's dantian following his consumption of the breakthrough elixir. The two illuminated stars continuously emanated extraordinary power, which spread from his dantian throughout his entire being. Xuanzhen entered a peculiar state, his body undergoing further metamorphosis. After half a day's passage, he awoke from this extraordinary condition. Upon regaining consciousness, the azure mist within the room was entirely inhaled into his body. Xuanzhen opened his eyes. A brilliant flash akin to lightning flickered through his eyes, only to return to normal moments later. Xuanzhen took a deep breath and summoned the data panel. Host, Xuanzhen. Level, 2. Strength, 6100. Speed, 3100. Constitution, 4100. Spirit, 2100. Proficiency, 235. Attack power, 46,000. Defense power, 37,000. Special, Fragmented Eternal Fate Celestial Body, Awakening Level 1, 10. The Host's Cultivation Technique, Eternal Sacred Demon Art, Fragmented. Current Realm of the Host, Martial Dominator Realm, 2nd rank. Upon reviewing the data panel, Xuanzhen noticed a change in his attributes. He had grown significantly more powerful. His martial realm had ascended to the 2nd rank of Martial Dominator. Clenching his fist, he felt an immense strength coursing through him, equating to millions of pounds. Even a small mountain would crumble beneath a single strike from him. This exemplified the might of a martial dominator. Furthermore, Xuanzhen directed his focus inward to his dantian, where 9 colossal stars emerged, revolving around a black hole. Among them, 2 stars were illuminated, one red and the other blue. These stars were not merely distinguished by color. The original Xuanzhen, despite his formidable equipment, attributes, and the cultivation of the eternal sacred demon art, was deemed a martial dominator by the system through various means. However, lacking a conventional breakthrough, he possessed power without embodying the true essence of the martial dominator realm. With the aid of the boundary-breaking elixir, he had finally ignited the soul jade stars within him, illuminating 2 at once, thereby fully entering the martial dominator realm, specifically the 2nd rank. The illumination of these stars not only enhanced his attributes, but also signified his mastery over the unique abilities inherent to the martial dominator realm, namely, the power of nature. The red star embodied the force of flames, while the blue star represented the power of thunder. Mastery over the natural forces allowed him to engage in combat utilizing these elemental powers, showcasing the true strength of the martial dominator realm. Chapter 42. Wealth acquired in this world. Soul jades possess attributes determined by the natural forces of the realm, encompassing elements such as wind, forest, thunder, mountains, gold, wood, water, fire, earth, yin, yang, and ice, among countless others. The myriad natural forces signify the infinite attributes and characteristics of soul jades. In the early stages of martial cultivation, the martial apprentice realm focuses on physical development. Once the body reaches a certain threshold, one can unlock the dantian's qi. Unlocking the dantian qi marks the transition to the martial artist realm, where practitioners continuously expand their dantian's capacity to accommodate spiritual energy. Upon reaching the 9th level of the martial artist realm, the dantian qi becomes completely filled with spiritual energy. The awakening of the divine reservoirs within one's body initiates the fusion of the physical form and spiritual energy, thereby unlocking the internal divine treasures. This marks the realm of the true immortal of martial arts. Ascending beyond the true immortal, one enters the dominion of the martial arts overlord. Achieved when all 5 elemental reservoirs are activated, transforming the dantian's qi into a celestial ocean. The activated divine reservoirs are transmuted into stars. The martial arts overlord realm serves as a pivotal stage, bridging the previous and subsequent tiers. While in the true immortal realm, one may only awaken the ordinary 5 elemental reservoirs. Upon reaching the overlord realm, one is limited to manifesting 5 stars, representing the elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. To attain the martial arts overlord status, one must illuminate these 5 stars, thereby gaining the extraordinary ability to command the elemental forces. However, certain formidable individuals may awaken more than just the 5 elemental reservoirs during their true immortal phase. Such beings, upon reaching the overlord realm, can manifest 6, 7, or even 8 stars, culminating in a potential 9 stars. Unlike the tiers of martial apprentices, warriors, and true immortals, which are classified into 9 levels, the overlord realm is defined by the number of activated divine reservoirs, determining the number of stars manifested. Those who awaken solely the 5 elemental reservoirs will only illuminate 5 stars. To exceed the limits of this realm, one must break through to attain greater power. Exceptional individuals may light up 6, 7, or 8 stars, ultimately reaching the coveted 9 stars. Such beings are recognized as true overlords within the martial arts overlord realm, each bestowed with their distinct titles. Those with 6 stars are referred to as 6-star overlords, 7 stars as 7-star overlords, and so forth, culminating in the 9-star overlord. Xuanzhen, having fused the soul jade of synthesis, possesses 9 distinct attributes and has ascended to the martial arts overlord realm, thereby naturally acquiring 9 stars. Should he manage to illuminate these 9 stars, he will ascend to the status of 9-star overlord. Within the realm of martial arts overlords, the 9-star variant stands as the epitome of strength, surpassing those who have only illuminated 5 stars and cannot seek elevation to the next realm. Even if these 5-star overlords successfully ascend to the next tier of invincible martial arts, their initial stage pales in comparison to the 9-star overlord, resulting in a parity of strength that may not guarantee victory in life and death battles against the 9-star overlord. This exemplifies the might of the 9-star martial arts overlord, capable of transcending realms to vanquish adversaries. At present, Xuanzhen embodies the boundless potential of a prospective 9-star overlord. Unbeknownst to him, the 9-star overlord has not graced the entire Divine Sky Empire for many years. Such prodigious talents, dictated purely by innate gifts, are exceedingly rare. Even the current sovereign of the Divine Sky Empire was, in his prime, merely an 8-star overlord. This sovereign leveraged the foundation established by his 8-star status to become the ruler of an empire, subduing dissent within and delivering crushing defeats to rival nations, thereby solidifying the empire's dominion. Furthermore, other factions within the Divine Sky Empire, whether they are prestigious clans or sects, have historically produced individuals of the highest caliber who also attained the rank of 8-star overlord. The realm of the 9-star overlord has never witnessed a genius of such caliber. Thus, should Xuanzhen reveal his impending identity as a 9-star overlord, he would undoubtedly become the target of numerous factions within the Divine Sky Empire, all vying to incorporate him into their ranks. These formidable powers, noble families, and royal houses would certainly present an array of unimaginable benefits to secure his allegiance. The so-called Mei family of the county city would be utterly crushed by those seeking to win Xuanzhen's favor. However, this individual, lacking in martial knowledge, remained blissfully unaware of these dynamics. At present, he was merely introspecting, gazing at the 9 stars residing within his dantian, believing he had merely undergone a routine transformation, completely oblivious to the fact that he had already ascended to the status of an unparalleled genius. After introspecting his dantian, Xuanzhen withdrew his gaze and rose from his bed, feeling the metamorphosis of his body and the myriad of newfound abilities. He felt that he had finally stepped onto the threshold of martial arts in this world. Just then, he sensed a familiar aura approaching his room. Moments later, a knock echoed at the door. "It's me," came the voice of Feng Qiaoru from outside. "Come in," Xuanzhen replied, hands clasped behind his back. With a calm demeanor, the door swung open, and Feng Qiaoru entered the room. "My lord, I have secured a venue for the auction, and here is the deposit from the auction house," she said with utmost reverence. She proceeded to relay all the matters she had attended to during her outing. Once she finished, she handed him a storage bag. Xuanzhen paid little heed to the other details she mentioned, as his attention was entirely captivated by the storage bag she presented. "Are you saying this storage bag contains 10,000 low-grade spirit stones?" Xuanzhen inquired, his eyes sparkling with interest as he received the bag. "Indeed," Feng Qiaoru affirmed with a nod. Xuanzhen, holding the storage bag, focused his consciousness and extracted a standard rectangular spirit stone. This stone emanated a faint pulse. He observed the low-grade spirit stone, inscribed with runes designed to suppress the leakage of spiritual energy, and noted several lines of text. "Low-grade spirit stone, 100 units. This stone was artificially crafted, totaling 100 units of low-grade spirit stone." Xuanzhen had never anticipated that the currency of spirit stones in this world would be so sophisticated, resembling actual currency rather than mere chunks of rock. He had envisioned spirit stones as crude stones, yet here was an exquisitely crafted item, complete with a designated currency unit and runes to inhibit the escape of spiritual energy. Xuanzhen could sense that by removing this rune, he could directly absorb the spiritual energy contained within the stone. He meticulously examined and experienced the spirit stone in his hand, realizing that this world indeed possessed a civilized essence, complete with its own monetary culture, which was hardly surprising. Xuanzhen's initial encounter with this world was marked by the presence of currency, instilling in him a sense of curiosity. He found himself captivated, playing with the spirit stones in his hands. Extending his consciousness into his storage bag, he discovered a total of 100 spirit stones, akin to the one he held. This amounted to 10,000 units of low-grade spirit stones. The thought of the exchange rate between spirit stones and gold, as mentioned by Feng Qiao, filled him with exhilaration. I am wealthy. I am affluent. Arriving in this world as a destitute blacksmith, he had always considered himself part of the proletariat, but now, having sold a single elixir, he had ascended to the ranks of the bourgeoisie. Although he could not yet be deemed a magnate, he could certainly be regarded as a nouveau riche. With this newfound wealth, Xuanzhen had but one desire. Let us embark on a shopping spree. He secured the spirit stones and fastened his storage bag at his waist, gesturing grandly towards Feng Xiao. Shall we go? He declared. Feng Xiao, without uttering a word of protest, simply followed him. To her, Xuanzhen appeared to be a rather peculiar individual, and his immediate inclination towards shopping upon acquiring wealth struck her as odd. Yet, she felt no authority to comment. After all, it was his prerogative to indulge as he wished. With his considerable fortune, even purchasing the entire treasure pavilion of Fujian City would not be beyond his means. Moreover, with so many precious elixirs at his disposal, especially the extraordinarily rare breakthrough elixirs, it was impossible to ascertain their potential auction value. Having money to spend, Xuanzhen simply wished to indulge. What harm could it do? Feng Xiao followed closely behind him as they made their way to the treasure pavilion of Fujian City, the premier destination for acquiring the finest goods. Although the pavilion had recently experienced turmoil due to the events of the previous day and the escape of its former head, Huang Fuyu, order was swiftly restored following the arrival of personnel from the county city. Once again, the pavilion resumed its regular business operations. For the citizens of Fujian City, the incident at the treasure pavilion, while significant, had little impact on their daily lives. Many were completely unaware of what had transpired. Consequently, after a brief hiatus, the pavilion reopened its doors that morning, bustling with patrons as usual. Upon arriving at the treasure pavilion, Xuanzhen was greeted by a scene that bore little difference from the one he had witnessed the day before. Yet, for him, everything had changed. His previous visit had been merely an opportunity to broaden his horizons and gain insight, where he could afford only a single item despite having depleted his finances. Now, however, the circumstances were entirely transformed. Now, Xuanzhen has become quite affluent. With substantial wealth at his disposal, he has reached a point where he can purchase anything he desires. And even what he does not wish for remains within his grasp. This state of mind has subtly elevated his posture, making him stand just a fraction straighter than he did yesterday, an imperceptible change, yet significant in its essence. Originally, his bearing was already quite upright. Now, it is merely his spirit that has been further uplifted. Accompanied by Feng Xiaoru, he steps into the treasure pavilion. Upon their entrance, the attendant, accustomed to welcoming patrons, instinctively offers her greeting. However, when she raises her gaze to behold Xuanzhen's countenance, her words falter, and she becomes momentarily entranced, speechless. Unperturbed, Xuanzhen strides past her without acknowledging her presence. The attendant stands frozen, watching him depart, overwhelmed and uncertain of how to proceed. Yet, this moment has become inconsequential to her. As Xuanzhen enters the commercial area on the first floor of the treasure pavilion, a group descends from the second floor. At their forefront stands a middle-aged man clad in a golden long robe. This gentleman, accompanied by several others, approaches Xuanzhen with a courteous demeanor. Esteemed sir, esteemed lady, I am Yan Jia, the manager of the treasure pavilion. It is my honor to welcome you. How may I assist you today? His appearance is amiable, and his manner is respectful. He is well aware that just yesterday, Xuanzhen had taken a life within the very walls of the pavilion, that of a scion from a prominent martial arts family. Yet, he considers this a matter of the former manager, Huang Fuyu, who has since fled. Yan Jia has been dispatched to manage the affairs of Fujian City anew, viewing the previous entanglements as irrelevant to the pavilion's interests. However, Yan Jia could not have anticipated that Xuanzhen, the man who had recently committed such an act, would return today, leaving him uncertain of his intentions. To prevent any further incidents, Yan Jia resolves to personally attend to Xuanzhen, understanding that any ensuing troubles would fall squarely upon his shoulders. He acknowledges his own limitations as merely a first-tier martial artist, recognizing that he lacks the power to impede someone of Xuanzhen's reputed stature. Yet, he never envisioned himself as a barrier to Xuanzhen. He merely seeks to fulfill his obligations. Should any unfortunate events unfold, he would not presume to overstep his bounds. His goal is simply to provide a satisfactory explanation to his superiors, avoiding the pitfalls that befell Huang Fuyu, who erred by indulging the likes of the languid young master without regard for Xuanzhen, leading to a cascade of ensuing calamities. Yan Jia, cognizant of Xuanzhen's formidable prowess, is determined to avoid repeating such mistakes. Xuanzhen, for his part, harbors no objections to the manager's attentiveness, recognizing himself as a significant patron. In his previous life, it was commonplace for boutique managers to personally cater to esteemed customers. I am here to make a purchase. Xuanzhen informs Yan Jia. May I inquire what items you require, esteemed sir? Yin Jia inquired respectfully. I would like to know if the items sold on the first and second floors of your treasure pavilion are all commodities valued in gold, Xuanzhen asked earnestly. Indeed. Sir, Yin Jia confirmed. Very well, please wrap up all the items from both the first and second floors. I shall take them all, Xuanzhen declared. As you wish. Sir, Yin Jia replied, though uncertain as to why Xuanzhen desired to purchase an entire 2 floors of low-tier goods. He promptly complied with the order. Come. Have all the merchandise from the first and second floors packaged for the esteemed Sir. Yin Jia instructed his staff, who began to wrap up the goods for Xuanzhen. Well done, Xuanzhen thought to himself, appreciating Yin Jia's demeanor. He spoke no superfluous words. The customer's command was akin to a royal decree. A true mark of a competent businessman. Had it been anyone else, Yin Jia would not have been so quick to order the packing of goods, at the very least. Payment would have been required first. However, Xuanzhen was different in Yin Jia's eyes. He appeared to be a potential master of martial arts, a figure of formidable strength. Such a powerhouse possessed the financial means to acquire those low-tier items valued in gold. And it was inconceivable that he would resort to coercive means without payment for these trivial goods. Thus, Yin Jia felt justified in arranging for the packaging of items even before Xuanzhen had made any payment. This privilege was afforded to someone of Xuanzhen's stature as a martial arts master. Is there anything else you wish to command, esteemed sir? Yin Jia asked with utmost reverence. After a moment's contemplation, Xuanzhen replied, I would like to visit the 6th floor. Certainly, please follow me. Yin Jia guided them ahead as Xuanzhen and Feng Qiaoru ascended to the 6th floor. The 6th floor of the treasure pavilion represented the pinnacle of luxury within Fuxing City, accessible solely to those who had achieved the status of true celestial beings in martial arts. The layout of this upper floor was not as intricate as that of the first floor. Upon arrival, each guest was attended to by dedicated staff, allowing them to simply relax in the reception area and state their requests, which would be promptly fulfilled. Upon reaching the 6th floor, with Yin Jia personally attending to them, there was no need for additional service. Yin Jia escorted Xuanzhen and Feng Qiaoru to an exclusive VIP room, lavishly decorated with exquisite items, all intended for esteemed guests. Chapter 44. The blue legendary artifacts. Xuanzhen settled into a plush sofa, with Feng Qiaoru beside him. Yin Jia stood respectfully opposite him. Without inviting him to sit, Xuanzhen directly inquired, What exceptional items do you have in your treasure pavilion? Please present them for my inspection. He was eager to discover what fine treasures Fuxing City's treasure pavilion had to offer, and if any were deemed extraordinary green quality or higher by the system, he would not hesitate to procure them. Such high-quality items, when acquired, could be stored for future synthesis as the system upgraded, rather than purchasing when the need arises. It is indeed inconvenient. Upon hearing Xuanzhen's remarks, Yin Jia concluded that this was the true purpose behind the esteemed visitor's presence at the treasure pavilion. He could never have imagined that Xuanzhen's genuine intent was merely to scour the first and second floors for low-tier items available for purchase with gold. As for examining the truly exquisite treasures within the pavilion, that was merely incidental. After receiving instructions from Xuanzhen, Yin Jia respectfully replied, Understood, my lord. He then promptly commanded his subordinates. Upon receiving their orders, they departed. Xuanzhen, accompanied by Feng Qiaoru, remained seated, enjoying tea and leisurely waiting. It was not long before the departing individual returned, accompanied by 10 beautiful maidens, each carrying a glass treasure chest. The 10 maidens arranged themselves in a line before Xuanzhen. Yin Jia introduced them, saying, My lord, these are the 10 treasures of our Fuhua City treasure pavilion. Would you like me to elaborate on them? Xuanzhen waved his hand, stating, No need, open the chests. I shall examine them myself. As you wish, my lord. Yin Jia expressed no dissatisfaction and commanded his attendants to open the 10 glass treasure chests. Xuanzhen rose and approached the open chests, beginning his inspection from the left. He retrieved an item resembling a pagoda, and after expending 2,000 points of spiritual energy, he identified the object in his hand, the glazed 9-tiered pagoda, a green extraordinary quality suppressive level spirit tool, suitable for martial true immortals. It could suppress a small area of spiritual land. This item has the potential to create an artificial blessed land. Should Xuanzhen aspire to establish a sect, the glazed 9-tiered pagoda would enable him to create a small sect's residence. Within its range, cultivators would absorb spiritual energy at a rate approximately 30% more efficient than in ordinary external areas. An increase of 30% in efficiency is quite significant. An ordinary cultivator, in a realm where spiritual energy is sparse, would find that a year of practice equates to merely 3 months within this artificial blessed land. This disparity would allow a sect fortified by the glazed 9-tiered pagoda to rise rapidly. Of course, it cannot be compared to those grand sects possessing true blessed lands. Nevertheless, it is still quite remarkable. Such a treasure is particularly suited for martial true immortals seeking to establish their influence. It is indeed worthy of being among the 10 treasures of the Fuhua City Treasure Pavilion. Since the pavilion is named for its treasures, each pavilion in cities of county level or above possesses its own unique treasures. It is said that the main pavilion in the imperial capital houses legendary world wonders. Naturally, Li Xuanzhen was unaware of this. He had only heard tales in the countryside about the 10 treasures within the county pavilions. Once, he yearned to glimpse even one of these treasures, believing that doing so would make his life worthwhile. Little did the former Li Xuanzhen realize that not only would he witness these 10 treasures, but they would also be presented to him with utmost reverence. And he could even purchase them directly. Li Xuanzhen has come to comprehend a long-held aspiration of his. Setting aside the 9-tiered, glazed pagoda, he approached the second treasure. Although the 9-tiered glazed pagoda is a profound-grade spiritual artifact, it holds little utility for him at this moment. Li Xuanzhen has no intention of establishing a sect or a power base. His nature leans towards that of a solitary wanderer. The endeavor of founding a sect and creating his own influence seems to him an arduous task. Rather than managing a sect, he would prefer to devote his time to cultivation and the synthesis of various exceptional items. Thus, the 9-tiered glazed pagoda, in Li Xuanzhen's eyes, is merely a material for synthesis. Upon reaching the second treasure, Li Xuanzhen reached for a stack of talismans within a crystal treasure chest. There were 10 identical talismans. The celestial fire meteor talisman, of green extraordinary quality. It is a profound-grade talisman capable of unleashing a single, full-force strike of a martial true immortal at the 9th turn. This talisman serves as a one-time offensive tool. The full-force strike of a 9th turn martial true immortal could easily inflict severe injury on anyone caught off guard, unless they belong to the ranks of martial sovereigns. For cultivators of lower realms, such talismans are invaluable for survival. While superficially, these 10 talismans may not compare to the 9-tiered glazed pagoda, Li Xuanzhen felt a surge of joy. The presence of 10 identical talismans signifies a treasure of redundancy. With these talismans, he could utilize the system for synthesis, undoubtedly resulting in remarkable outcomes. Thus, he expressed his satisfaction with the 10 talismans, proclaiming, "I shall take these talismans." "Very well, my lord," replied Yanjia, though he found it perplexing that a martial sovereign like Li Xuanzhen would show interest in such talismans. Nonetheless, since Li Xuanzhen had expressed his desire, Yanjia could only comply. Li Xuanzhen nodded and proceeded to the third treasure. The third treasure was a white mask adorned with red patterns. At first glance, Li Xuanzhen found the mask rather peculiar. He lifted it and activated the system for identification. This time, the identification process required a significant expenditure of 5,000 mental points, marking the highest cost he had incurred since activating the system. This piqued his curiosity about the seemingly unremarkable mask in his hand. It was identified as the Ghost King mask, possessing a blue legendary quality. This was a relic of a martial king, said to conceal the secrets of the Ghost King's legacy. The identification information sent a tremor through Li Xuanzhen's heart. The martial king realm. This was a level he had never heard of before. Moreover, the plain mask he held was of blue legendary quality, evidently a grade above the green extraordinary quality. However, the system provided no specific utility for the mask, only offering a vague explanation regarding hidden legacies. As for the secrets of its origin and the means to unlock its legacy, no clarifications were provided. Nevertheless, Li Xuanzhen resolved to acquire the mask, solely due to its classification as a blue legendary artifact and the enigmatic martial realm it represented. "This shall be mine," he declared, promptly stowing the mask within his storage ring. Although payment had yet to be rendered, Yanjia dared not voice any dissent. This mask, though crafted from peculiar materials, had merely been appraised as a trinket of certain value by the treasure pavilion, devoid of any further utility. Its purpose was inherently transactional. If Li Xuanzhen desired it, he was welcome to take it, for the esteemed gentleman before them would assuredly fulfill his financial obligations. Thus, despite Yanjia's internal speculations regarding Li Xuanzhen's actions, he refrained from expressing any opposition. Chapter 45. The transaction concluded after securing the mask. Li Xuanzhen proceeded to the next treasure. The fourth item was a puppet, approximately 3 inches in height. It appeared rather unremarkable, lacking any dazzling radiance. However, Li Xuanzhen did not underestimate it, for he understood that any item designated as a treasure by the pavilion must possess considerable worth. He lifted the puppet and activated the system appraisal. Enigmatic puppet, a disposable Xian-tier spiritual artifact of extraordinary green quality. It can absorb a single full-force attack from a first-tier martial sovereign. This defensive artifact allowed its bearer to withstand an assault from a first-tier martial sovereign, yet it held no practical value for Li Xuanzhen. Nonetheless, he resolved to purchase it. albeit without hastily stowing it away as he had with the Ghost King mask. The latter's extraordinary value compelled him to act swiftly to avoid any unforeseen discovery. Once something was in his possession, it would be nigh impossible for him to relinquish it. Setting down the enigmatic puppet, Xuanzhen approached the fifth item. This item consisted of a collection of 20 bronze-colored, knife-like objects. Upon observing them, Xuanzhen felt a jolt of recognition. For these were none other than the bronze knife coins he could obtain through his daily sign-ins. He was taken aback, recalling the hundreds of bronze knife coins he had acquired over the past 2 days of signing in. He had previously taken them out from the system, and they were identical to the ones before him now. Suppressing his astonishment, he retrieved the items from the glass treasure chest and initiated the appraisal. The system provided the following data: bronze knife coin, a special type of transactional currency, ungraded. Indeed, these were the very bronze knife coins awarded through the system's sign-in rewards. The data merely indicated the category of the items, omitting any specifics regarding their functions. Gazing at the bronze knife coins in his hand, Xuanzhen noted that each coin was valued at 100 according to the system's assessment. In other words, these 20 bronze dagger coins are valued at 2,000. Compared to the hundreds of bronze dagger coins that Xuanzhen painstakingly accumulated, their worth is significantly greater. Of course, it is not truly arduous. It is merely Xuanzhen's own perception. He glanced at the bronze dagger coins in his hand, although he was uncertain of the precise utility of this peculiar currency. Adhering to the principle that products from the system are invariably exquisite, he resolved to acquire them as well. "I will take these," Xuanzhen declared to Yanjia. "Very well, my lord," Yanjia responded with a respectful nod. After Yanjia's reply, Xuanzhen casually stored the bronze dagger coins in his storage ring. Having secured the coins, Xuanzhen proceeded to examine the remaining treasures one by one. This time, however, there were no unexpected delights. All were items that held little significance to him at present. Xuanzhen was unperturbed, as they were all fine goods, and since he could afford them, he decided to purchase them all. After surveying all the treasures, Xuanzhen returned to the sofa and addressed Yanjia. "I will buy all these items. And please inform me of the total price for those from the first and second floors as well." Upon hearing this, Yanjia felt a surge of joy. The treasure pavilion was, after all, a business establishment, and they would naturally not refuse a customer eager to make a purchase. Although the top 10 treasures of the pavilion were ostensibly not for sale, this was merely a facade. As long as someone could offer a satisfactory price, the pavilion would certainly be willing to sell. After all, the pavilion sought treasures from across the world, and once the top 10 treasures were sold, they could simply procure another batch from the county city. As long as they were not national treasures of extraordinary rarity, other treasures were available for sale. For a lavish spender like Xuanzhen to wish to buy this batch of top 10 treasures was a significant achievement for Yanjia, the newly appointed manager, making refusal out of the question. After Xuanzhen's inquiry, Yanjia calculated the total price. In a short while, he presented the figure. "My lord, you have purchased a total of 130 items, including 10 items of the profound tier, for a total of 360 million taels of gold and 180,000 units of low-grade spirit stones." Yanjia announced an astronomical sum. The mundane items from the first and second floors, priced in gold, were inconsequential. However, the subsequent top 10 treasures had been appraised by the pavilion as profound tier items, and thus their value was calculated in spirit stones. The price was staggering, reaching 180,000 low-grade spirit stones. Xuanzhen was taken aback by Yanjia's proclamation. He had not anticipated that possessing 10,000 units of low-grade spirit stones constituted a considerable fortune, equivalent to a staggering 1,500,000,000 taels of gold. Initially believing himself wealthy enough to indulge freely in purchases, he was now daunted by the prospect of needing over 180,000 low-grade spirit stones. Though outwardly maintaining a facade of calm, Li Xian was inwardly lamenting his misfortune. This treasure pavilion was truly exasperating. The price of 18,000 spirit stones for a few green, extraordinary items felt akin to robbery. Li Xian could not help but voice his grievances silently. After sternly announcing the price, Yanjia lowered his head, refraining from meeting Li Xian's gaze, and awaited in silence. Following a fleeting change in expression, Li Xian regained his composure. "Do you accept elixirs here?" he inquired, his tone steady. "Elixirs? We certainly do," Yanjia replied, unperturbed. In the realm of cultivation, aside from spirit stones, elixirs, which also possess considerable value to users, serve as a form of hard currency, fulfilling the role of a secondary currency. However, it is uncommon for individuals to use elixirs as their primary medium of exchange due to the significant fluctuations in their value, particularly with rare elixirs that, when auctioned, can yield greater spirit stones than their direct monetary worth. The treasure pavilion, known for gathering worldly treasures, naturally includes elixirs among its prized possessions. For instance, the 4th and 5th floors of the Treasure Pavilion in Fanjing City are dedicated to the sale of lower-grade spiritual herbs and a select few elixirs. Spiritual herbs are utilized in the crafting of elixirs, a fact Li Xian was aware of. He initially planned to purchase the top 10 treasures, and if any funds remained, to acquire a collection of elixirs as well. However, he never anticipated that the top 10 treasures would be so exorbitantly priced that he found himself without sufficient funds to settle the bill and could only resort to offering elixirs as payment. With a composed demeanor, Li Xian produced 2 jade vials. "Since you accept elixirs, let us ascertain the value of these," he stated calmly. Yin Jia, trusting in his intent, took the vials. Behind him, a skilled alchemist from the Treasure Pavilion followed closely. Upon receiving the elixirs, Yin Jia gestured for the alchemist to step forward. Such specialized items undoubtedly required the expertise of a professional for appraisal. Yin Jia cautiously poured the contents of the first jade vial into a tray held by a kneeling maid. The moment a single elixir was revealed, both Yin Jia and the alchemist were taken aback. "Treasure elixir," they exclaimed simultaneously, recognizing the faint luminescence and subtle fragrance emanating from the tray. This was no ordinary elixir. It was a water spirit treasure elixir, as the alchemist further discerned. Yin Jia poured out all the treasure elixirs from the vial, totaling 9 water spirit treasure elixirs, valued at approximately 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. Yet, this amount was insufficient for payment. Yin Jia then picked up the second jade vial and poured out its contents. Another treasure elixir. He marveled inwardly, this time refraining from exclaiming, as both Yin Jia and the accompanying alchemist were rendered speechless by the revelation. Furthermore, this particular treasure elixir was of an even higher grade, the Xuanzhen treasure elixir. The water spirit treasure elixir was known for accelerating cultivation. Typically, only the successors of formidable powers possessed the privilege to utilize the water spirit elixir as a daily aid in their cultivation while at the martial artist realm. However, this elixir proves somewhat impractical. It is only beneficial to those at the martial artist level and below, rendering it useless for those who have transcended this stage. Consequently, ordinary factions would refrain from purchasing such an expensive elixir, only applicable to the lower realms of martial prowess, as it is excessively lavish. In contrast, the Xuanzhen elixir serves to replenish the internal spiritual energy and boasts a higher threshold, suitable even for those at the invincible martial path realm. Martial practitioners invariably draw upon their inner spiritual energy during combat, while common elixirs can replenish spiritual energy. Individuals above the martial dominator realm can only achieve complete restoration through the use of precious elixirs. Among the series of elixirs designed for replenishment, the Xuanzhen elixir stands out as the most appropriate, allowing for swift restoration of spiritual energy, thus providing a significant advantage in battle. Therefore, the value of the Xuanzhen elixir far surpasses that of the water spirit elixir. Yin Jia meticulously poured out the contents of the jade vial, revealing a total of 2 Xuanzhen elixirs. After thorough appraisal, it was confirmed that they were indeed authentic Xuanzhen elixirs. Yin Jia then presented a suitable price to Li Xuanzhen. "My lord, the 9 water spirit elixirs in this vial are valued at 100,000 spirit stones. Each Xuanzhen elixir is worth 80,000 spirit stones. In total, you have spent 180,000 low-grade spirit stones and over 300 million taels of gold in our treasure pavilion, amounting to 182,000 low-grade spirit stones. Would you prefer to settle the entire amount using elixirs? If you agree to this arrangement, I can take the liberty of waiving 2,000 spirit stones from your total." Upon hearing Yin Jia's proposal, Li Xuanzhen felt it was a commendable deal. He had nearly fallen short of funds for the payment, and had it not been for the potency of the synthesized elixirs, he would have faced considerable embarrassment. After experiencing such an extreme negotiation, Li Xuanzhen realized that he ought not to indulge in arrogance. Saving 2,000 spirit stones was, indeed, a gain for him. "That sounds agreeable." He nodded in acceptance of Yin Jia's suggestion. Yin Jia, filled with secret delight, recognized the profitability of this transaction. Having secured more precious elixirs simply by waiving 2,000 spirit stones, he retained the entire vial of water spirit elixirs and 1 Xuanzhen elixir, returning the remaining Xuanzhen elixir to Li Xuanzhen. After Li Xuanzhen stored the elixir, Yin Jia organized all the purchased items into 2 categories, ordinary items and the 10 treasured artifacts, placing each into a separate storage pouch. The 2 pouches, filled with an array of items, were promptly delivered to Li Xuanzhen. Li Xuanzhen's consciousness probed the pouch containing the 10 treasured artifacts, confirming their authenticity. Only then did this transaction reach its conclusion. Chapter 46. The ranking of alchemists, my lord. Do you require anything further? Yin Jia, having completed a significant transaction through the sale of the 10 treasured artifacts, expressed profound respect for Xuanzhen. Xuanzhen hung the storage bag around his waist. His storage ring, limited to merely 1 cubic meter, could not accommodate this latest haul of goods, especially the treasures from the first and second floors, which required an expansive space. Only the large storage bags sold by the Treasure Pavilion, renowned for offering the world's treasures, could contain such a bounty. Typically, ordinary patrons of the Treasure Pavilion would not require such a storage bag for their acquisitions. However, as a martial arts overlord who had just made a purchase totaling 18,000 low-grade spirit stones, Xuanzhen was a customer of considerable stature, warranting the provision of a specialized large storage bag designed for esteemed clients like him. If these storage bags were to be sold, each could fetch a price of 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. Yet, as the largest manufacturer and seller of storage tools within the Divine Sky Empire, the Treasure Pavilion utilized them for their own purposes at merely the cost price, the exact figure of which remained a closely guarded commercial secret, unknown to the common folk. Ultimately, the Treasure Pavilion profited immensely from this transaction with Xuanzhen. A few storage bags were inconsequential in the grand scheme. After securing the storage bag, Yanjia respectfully inquired whether Xuanzhen had any further needs. Xuanzhen pondered for a moment and asked, "Do you have elixirs and spirit medicines available on the 4th and 5th floors?" "Indeed, sir," Yanjia replied earnestly. "However, our Treasure Pavilion in Fuhua City only offers ordinary mundane elixirs and some basic healing potions and herbs. We do not possess any superior elixirs, let alone rare elixirs. In this world, the value of elixirs is exceptionally high, often surpassing that of spirit stones, which is why they can serve as a more advanced form of currency." Xuanzhen had previously acquired several high-quality yellow elixirs from the young master of Langia, thanks to the latter's noble lineage from a family of martial arts overlords. Presently, the elixirs available at Fuhua City's Treasure Pavilion were merely crafted by ordinary alchemists, defined as those below the first rank. Alchemists are categorized into 9 ranks, the first rank being novice alchemists, the second rank intermediate alchemists, the third and fourth ranks advanced alchemists, the fifth rank being master alchemists, the 6th and 7th ranks grandmaster alchemists, the 8th rank being supreme alchemists, and the 9th rank, the legendary alchemist emperors, figures of the ancient era. The rarity of alchemists in this world stems from the inherent talent required to become one. Only those endowed with such gifts can pursue the craft, and there are no shortcuts. The degree of one's talent dictates the level achieved as an alchemist, unlike the ascent seen in martial cultivation. Individuals with the gift of alchemy are exceedingly rare compared to those who possess soul jade. Moreover, to become an alchemist, one must simultaneously possess soul jade, signifying that an alchemist must not only have an aptitude for alchemy, but also a talent for martial arts. Consequently, advanced alchemists are invariably advanced martial practitioners as well. The prowess in martial arts and the mastery of alchemy are mutually reinforcing. Thus, a high-ranking alchemist holds a position of esteem not solely due to their alchemical skills, but also because of their martial capabilities. Conversely, a first-tier alchemist does not enjoy such elevated status. These novice alchemists are merely considered apprentices, capable of concocting only mundane elixirs. It is only the second-tier intermediate alchemists who can truly begin to produce the potions required by martial practitioners. From the second tier onward, the standing of alchemists genuinely ascends. The Treasure Pavilion of Fuhua City, however, cannot boast of a genuine second-tier alchemist in residence, possessing only a handful of recently appointed first-tier alchemists. Their role is primarily to assess the quality of potions and identify spiritual herbs, but they cannot concoct authentic elixirs. The mundane potions from Fuhua City are designed for ordinary martial practitioners and pale in comparison to the rare elixirs obtained by Xuanzhen from the young master of Langia. In terms of system evaluation, their quality is deemed too inferior for synthesis. Upon hearing Yanjia's remarks, Xuanzhen's interest waned considerably. Yet, upon reflection, he resolved to investigate further, hoping that the system might reveal some hidden treasures. With this thought in mind, Xuanzhen rose and said, "Lead the way. I wish to see your pavilion of elixirs." Having made his decision, he compelled Yanjia to comply. "As you wish, my lord." Yanjia proceeded to guide Xuanzhen and Feng Qiaoru to the 5th floor of the Treasure Pavilion. The 5th floor, also known as the Pavilion of Elixirs, offered potions intended for ordinary martial practitioners, alongside a few rare elixirs. However, it lacked any potions suitable for advanced martial cultivators, as such concoctions could only be produced by true intermediate alchemists. The Treasure Pavilion of Fuhua City is merely a county-level establishment and thus cannot possess intermediate alchemists. Only the treasure pavilions in larger cities have such practitioners. Consequently, the numerous potions available at Fuhua City's pavilion, while labeled as elixirs, are merely substances that even mundane physicians could create under the right conditions, rather than authentically refined potions. The genuine elixirs are all supplied in limited quantities from the larger city each month. Xuanzhen scrutinized the offerings and found that all were deemed too low in quality by the system to be suitable for synthesis. Initially, he had hoped to discover a hidden gem, but after surveying the entire selection on the 5th floor, he realized he had overestimated his fortune. It appeared that his luck had run dry. After a continuous examination, he found that none of the elixirs on the 5th floor were viable for synthesis, leading to a further diminishment of his interest. For Xuanzhen, these items, rendered valueless due to their insufficient quality, held no appeal. After reviewing the entire pavilion of elixirs on the 5th floor, he refrained from purchasing any items. This was an expected occurrence for Yanjia. The individual before him was indeed a notable figure capable of producing precious elixirs. They supported the Dan Medicine Pavilion in Jingcheng, claiming to offer medicinal pills. Yet even he would not dare to utilize them. These were merely low-grade items intended for sale to martial apprentices, of little interest to true warriors. Thus, Yanjia saw no issue with Xuanzhen's actions. To Yanjia, Xuanzhen's approach resembled that of a discreet visitor, seeking to understand the sentiments of the populace. After exploring the 5th floor, Xuanzhen contemplated that since he was already present, he should not overlook the 4th floor and decided to investigate it as well. Let us proceed to the 4th floor, Xuanzhen spoke. Yanjia readily obliged, leading the way. Upon reaching the 4th floor, they entered a spacious area bustling with various individuals. Naturally, everyone present was at least a martial artist. The 5th floor, in contrast, resembled a VIP lounge, accessible only to advanced warriors. The 4th floor welcomed ordinary martial artists as well, making it significantly livelier than the 5th. However, this liveliness was relative. For martial artists in a county town were not a common sight. The permanent martial artists residing in the entire Jingcheng scarcely numbered more than 10. And on this 4th floor, there were only a handful of martial artists. Most of them hailed from other regions, visiting the pavilion to acquire supplies. As Xuanzhen and his companions descended from the 5th floor, the crowd, consisting of both martial artists and staff, regarded them with surprise. The 5th and 6th floors had been sealed off due to Xuanzhen's presence, leading to speculation among the visitors about the identity of the significant figure who had arrived. Upon seeing Xuanzhen, they recognized him as the leader among them, clearly the one of highest status. Their astonishment grew at his youthful appearance, prompting them to conjecture about his identity. Since the previous day's events unfolded on the 1st floor of the pavilion, many of these martial artists were either absent at that time or situated on the higher floors, and with the subsequent suppression of the incident, they remained unaware of Xuanzhen's visage. Thus, they did not recognize the young luminary before them as the protagonist of the prior day's significant occurrence. Xuanzhen remained indifferent to the gazes cast upon him. Under Yanjia's guidance, he arrived at the medicinal herb area on the 4th floor. This section featured specially designed counters made of transparent glass, capable of sealing in the potency of the herbs. Inside, valuable crimson silk lined the counters, upon which an array of precious medicinal materials was displayed. The 4th floor of the pavilion primarily sold unrefined natural herbs, most of which were intended for alchemical purposes and were not suitable for direct consumption. Xuanzhen, however, was not an alchemist. However, Xuanzhen possessed a synthesis system, rendering any medicinal herbs meeting the synthesis criteria valuable to him. Yanjia led Xuanzhen to the most precious counter among the displayed herbs. Let us examine these herbs, Xuanzhen commanded. Understood, my lord, Yanjia replied, promptly instructing the staff at the counter to open the glass cabinet, revealing one exquisite herb after another before Xuanzhen. Xuanzhen casually picked up a root resembling ginseng from his past life. Its form was similar, yet its hue was that of crystalline red, resembling a gem-like plant. Red ginseng, white ordinary quality, cannot be synthesized. Upon inspecting the herb in his hand, the system's appraisal confirmed it was indeed unsynthesizable, categorized as white ordinary quality. It appeared that this white ordinary quality represented the lowest tier of items in the system's evaluations. This discovery, albeit modest, provided Xuanzhen with newfound insight into the quality ratings of the system. As for the further descriptions regarding this herb, his interest waned. To him, anything deemed unsynthesizable due to its low grade was akin to refuse, devoid of any utility. Chapter 47. Visitors from the Mei family setting aside the red ginseng. Xuanzhen turned his attention to the other items. While these herbs were indeed precious, they were at least suitable for concocting elixirs. For certain martial artists, consuming these herbs could yield a degree of enhancement. Yet, for a martial arts sovereign like Xuanzhen, these herbs were nothing more than refuse. Unsynthesizable refuse at that. After examining several herbs, all categorized as white ordinary quality according to the system, his enthusiasm significantly dwindled. Finally, when he picked up a dark, blocky herb, the system announced, Earthly Rehmannia, yellow fine quality, A remedy for hemostasis can be synthesized. The emergence of a synthesizable item invigorated Xuanzhen. Observing the peculiar dark herb in his hand, he could discern no extraordinary qualities about it. Nevertheless, the system's designation of it as synthesizable assured him of its value. Naturally, such a treasure deserved to be in his possession. Holding the earthly remania, Xuanzhen inquired of Yanjia, "Do you have more of this herb?" Though puzzled by Xuanzhen's interest in such a commonplace herb, Yanjia nonetheless responded, "My lord, we indeed have a batch of these black remania in our treasure pavilion. While I may be unfamiliar with other herbs, I can recognize these, as they accompanied me from the county city to Fujing City yesterday. The county had arranged for a shipment of medicinal materials destined for Fujing City to be sent along with me. I have also inspected this batch, hence my recognition. And there are quite a number of these black remania." Since Xuanzhen had taken a liking to these black herbal medicines, Yanjia certainly would not withhold any information. After all, they were intended for sale. If Xuanzhen desired them, Yanjia would simply state the truth. They were not precious items, even if they were valuable. The treasure pavilion was in the business of trade and would naturally not conceal such matters. "Very well, bring them forth. I desire all that you possess," Xuanzhen declared. Upon hearing Yanjia mention that there were quite a few of these herbs, Xuanzhen's spirits lifted. The more there were, the more he could synthesize. The synthesis system required two identical items for the process. Dissimilar items could not be combined. Perhaps in future upgrades, the system might allow for the synthesis of different items. But for now, that was unattainable. Upon receiving Xuanzhen's command, Yanjia instructed his subordinates to fetch the entire batch of black herbal medicines. The servants quickly returned with a collection of over a dozen pieces. Xuanzhen examined each one, inspecting them closely with his hands while discreetly utilizing the system for appraisal. To his astonishment, all the black herbs that Yanjia referred to were classified by the system as yellow-quality goods, all suitable for synthesis. Moreover, they were not merely black herbs, they were identified as earth herbs. At this point, although Xuanzhen was puzzled as to why the treasure pavilion failed to recognize the true value of these earth herbs, he nonetheless understood that he had stumbled upon a fortunate opportunity. For Xuanzhen, who was not in want of wealth, acquiring a batch of treasures that were deemed mundane by outsiders brought him great joy. "All right, I shall take all of these," he stated, placing all 15 earth herbs into his storage ring. "Very well, how much do these cost?" Xuanzhen inquired. "Esteemed sir, these black herbs are valued at a total of 10 low-grade spirit stones," Yanjia replied, offering a price that took Xuanzhen by surprise. Despite the yellow quality designation of the earth herbs, the price was surprisingly modest. The only explanation was that Yanjia had quoted a price typical for ordinary herbs. Xuanzhen recognized this, but chose not to expose it. He promptly produced 10 low-grade spirit stones. Yanjia accepted the stones, and the transaction was concluded. After securing the batch of earth herbs, Xuanzhen found that there was nothing else of interest on the 4th floor or within the entire treasure pavilion. With this in mind, he resolved to return home. Having acquired such excellent materials for synthesis, he was eager to find a suitable place to combine them all. It was easy to imagine that after this synthesis, his strength would experience a substantial increase. Thus, when faced with his only current adversary, the Mei family of the county city, Xuanzhen would possess greater confidence in confronting them. "All right, Xiao Luzi, let us depart," Xuanzhen said to Feng Qiaoru, who had been quietly following him. "Understood, my lord," she replied. Feng Qiaoru responded with a nod, resembling a gentle fawn. Yanjia observed that Xuanzhen was preparing to depart, and thus respectfully accompanied him and Feng Qiaoru downstairs. Upon reaching the 1st floor, Yanjia courteously bid farewell to Xuanzhen at the entrance. "My lord, we eagerly await your next visit," he said, bowing humbly. However, Xuanzhen remained expressionless. To him, someone like Yanjia was merely an inconsequential figure. As Xuanzhen stepped out of the treasure pavilion, a magnificent beam of light shot directly towards his position. With swift agility, Xuanzhen evaded the blast, simultaneously pulling Feng Qiaoru behind him to shield her. The beam struck the ground, leaving a sizable hole, with cracks radiating outward for several dozen meters. Such a strike would have grievously injured even a martial arts master. Faced with this alarming scene, Xuanzhen's demeanor remained unchanged. In contrast, Feng Qiaoru's expression shifted dramatically, and the onlookers, including Yanjia and others from the treasure pavilion, were visibly startled. It was evident to all what had just transpired, yet Xuanzhen remained calm and collected, having anticipated such events. As the dust settled around the entrance of the pavilion, dozens of figures emerged from various directions to encircle the establishment. Most of them donned white armor and wielded long blades, forming a formidable formation, each warrior at the level of martial artists. The aura they projected was imposing, permeated by an air of lethal intent. Once the warriors had established their formation, several individuals in ordinary attire stepped forth from their ranks. They approached the treasure pavilion. Their gazes locked onto Xuanzhen and Feng Qiaoru. Leading them was a middle-aged man adorned with black flame tattoos, his visage sinister, eyes sharp as a vulture's. As he fixated on Xuanzhen, the latter displayed no change in expression, not even a word escaping his lips. Yet, a hint of murderous intent flickered in his gaze. You dare remain here after slaying members of the Mei family? You possess quite the audacity, the sinister man rasped, his voice grating like a crow's caw. No one dared to mock him, for he was a martial arts overlord, one of the three from the Mei family. Specifically the third master, Mei Changsu. The late Mei Langya, who fell by Li Xianzhen's hand, was the direct grandson of this very Mei Changsu. It is quite simple that Mei Changsu appears here, as he seeks vengeance against Li Xuanzhen. Upon hearing Mei Changsu's declaration, Li Xuanzhen maintained a stoic expression, yet spoke nonchalantly. A mere waste, kill him if you wish. What do you intend to do? His tone was strikingly indifferent, clearly indicating that he harbored no remorse for his actions. Very well. I have traversed the realms for many years, yet this is the first time I have witnessed someone so brazenly defiant in the face of impending death. Today, I shall capture you and your vile companion, and exact a gruesome fate upon you, to appease the spirit of my grandson, Langya, Mei Changsu declared with seething hatred. Observing Mei Changsu's fervor, Li Xuanzhen merely smiled with indifference. Should you wish to strike, do so without further ado. There is no need for superfluous words. So be it. You have spoken. Do not presume that your status as a martial overlord renders you exceptional. A mere second tier, daring to boast before one of my third tier caliber. Prepare to meet your demise. Enraged, Mei Changsu's fury surged, compelling him to strike. Altogether, he commanded, as several peak martial practitioners standing beside him joined the fray. Despite Mei Changsu's disdainful words towards Li Xuanzhen, they all understood the formidable strength of a martial overlord. Otherwise, Mei Changsu would have come alone to seek vengeance in Fujing City, rather than rallying such a force. Even as a third-tier martial overlord, Mei Changsu was confident in his ability to defeat the second-tier Li Xuanzhen, yet he recognized that if Li Xuanzhen intended to flee, he could not be stopped alone. Thus, it was essential to gather others and form a martial circle around Li Xuanzhen. The vendetta for his grandson's death was one Mei Changsu would not let go unavenged. He was resolute in his intent to slay Li Xuanzhen, for only through his death could the hatred in his heart be alleviated. With a mighty strike, Mei Changsu unleashed a torrent of black flames, known as the immovable black fire. His soul jade, the black fire jade, awakened at the peak of martial transcendence, transforming into these formidable flames, capable of incinerating all in their path, exuding an aura of terror. Armed with this unparalleled black fire, Mei Changsu was regarded as an unrivaled powerhouse across the entire prefecture. In the past, he had single-handedly annihilated a mid-sized sect, slaughtering thousands and even vanquishing a first-tier martial overlord, earning a fearsome reputation that resonated throughout the region. His companions, also renowned peak martial practitioners, unleashed their strongest techniques upon Li Xuanzhen, each harboring the intent to deliver a lethal blow. Their collective assault was imbued with overwhelming force, particularly Mei Changsu's immovable black fire palm, which twisted the very air into flames. The black fire traced a path like an emerging dragon, instilling awe and exerting pressure upon the void. The entire sequence unfolded in the blink of an eye, as the others remained oblivious. Mei Changsu's black dragon of flames surged towards Li Xuanzhen. Faced with this infernal creature, Li Xuanzhen stood resolutely, motionless, betraying no sign of reaction. Chapter 48, Severed Arm. It seemed that Li Xuanzhen had been rendered speechless by the imminent threat before him, yet none would entertain such a notion, particularly Mei Changsu and his companions, who observed Li Xuanzhen's audacious demeanor with heightened caution. However, having already initiated their assault, they had no intention of retreating. Regardless of Li Xuanzhen's potential defenses, they were committed to their lethal intent. Furthermore, in the eyes of Mei Changsu and his allies, Li Xuanzhen was merely a second-tier martial sovereign. Among them, Mei Changsu himself was a third-tier martial sovereign, while the others had attained the pinnacle of true immortal martial arts. This formidable assemblage was more than sufficient to confront Li Xuanzhen. As Mei Changsu and his compatriots launched their onslaught, Li Xuanzhen's gaze remained fixed upon Mei Changsu's unmoving black flames. To Li Xuanzhen, the only true threat within this arena was Mei Changsu. The formidable energy emanating from Mei Changsu's palm radiated a menacing aura, filled with lethal intent. At the moment when Mei Changsu's palm was about to descend upon him, Li Xuanzhen finally made his move. He stood firm, channeling his true energy, his garments billowing behind him. In a blur imperceptible to the naked eye, he unleashed a strike. This blow met Mei Changsu's assault head-on. Seeing Li Xuanzhen daringly counter with his own palm strike, Mei Changsu could not help but regard him as exceedingly foolish. This belated response, of course, could not be executed with full force. In comparison to Mei Changsu's utmost power, Li Xuanzhen's strike was undeniably inferior. Even if the adversary shared the same realm, it was impossible to intercept the force of his palm in a delayed manner. Moreover, Li Xuanzhen was merely a second-tier martial sovereign, lagging a whole tier behind Mei Changsu. Witnessing this spectacle, Mei Changsu exerted every ounce of strength he could muster. Since Li Xuanzhen was so presumptuous as to engage in a clash, Mei Changsu felt no need to hold back. He aimed to deliver a blow that, even if it did not incapacitate Li Xuanzhen, would at least inflict injury and diminish the threat he posed. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. The companions of Mei Changsu merely observed as his palm struck forth. Meanwhile, Li Xuanzhen's expression remained impassive as he executed his own strike, akin to a thunderclap. By the time anyone processed the scene, Li Xuanzhen's right palm had already collided with Mei Changsu's left. A resounding boom echoed as the two martial sovereigns' powers clashed, unleashing an overwhelming force that was difficult to contain. In that moment, several true immortal martial artists who had joined Mei Changsu in the attack also directed their strikes towards Li Xuanzhen, who seemed unable to resist, allowing their assaults to land with ease. Witnessing this, Mei Changsu's expression contorted with fury. With a forceful strike against Li Xuanzhen, I could already discern that his strength was not as formidable as it seemed. I was confident in my ability to continuously exert my power, effectively holding Li Xuanzhen's true energy in a stalemate against my own. The several peak martial true immortals accompanying me could, without hesitation, unleash their attacks upon him. Under such relentless assault, there was little doubt that Li Xuanzhen would not survive. The offensive might of peak martial true immortals, when it lands, cannot be defended against by mere true energy. Even a martial overlord, despite their status, would find it unbearable. After all, there exists only a single major realm of difference between the two. As long as the martial overlord cannot harness the extraordinary capabilities of their realm, they cannot overpower a martial true immortal. This is not the realm of invincibility where one possesses an indomitable physical form. A martial overlord is merely a sovereign, not an invincible entity. Once the combined onslaught of the peak martial true immortals struck Li Xuanzhen, Mei Changsu's palm force reached its zenith, intensifying once more. The situation unfolded such that Li Xuanzhen was compelled to defend himself with all his might against Mei Changsu's strike. Meanwhile, the peak martial true immortals could freely assault him. Li Xuanzhen appeared to be at a disadvantage, even facing the peril of his life. However, these thoughts were merely the perceptions of Mei Changsu and his companions. The entire scenario transpired with the swiftness of a thunderclap. Mei Changsu's full-powered strike collided with Li Xuanzhen's palm, resulting in a tumultuous gust of wind that spread uncontrollably in all directions. The peak martial true immortals braced against this onslaught of palm wind, launching their attacks upon Li Xuanzhen. To the onlookers, it appeared as if Li Xuanzhen was frozen in place, besieged by the collective assault. A sinister smile crept onto Mei Changsu's face as he felt victory within his grasp, believing he was on the verge of dragging Li Xuanzhen to his demise. Yet, an indescribable and eerie power emanated from Li Xuanzhen's palm, an essence unlike anything Mei Changsu had ever encountered or even heard of before. This force surged forth with a demonic might, reminiscent of a hellish overlord, overwhelming and tempestuous, piercing through Mei Changsu's palm and striking directly at his flesh in the blink of an eye. Before the sinister smile could fade from Mei Changsu's lips, he was struck by an unfathomable force penetrating his arm. He envisioned a colossal demon, towering above, preparing to stomp down upon him. An immense weight bore down upon him, seemingly intent on invading his very heart. Confronted by this terrifying power, Mei Changsu, a third-tier martial overlord, instinctively reacted. Recognizing the futility of resistance, he swiftly extended his right hand and forcefully tore away his left arm, which was ensnared by the overwhelming force. With a resounding crack, a surge of blood erupted from the severed limb, staining the ground outside the treasure pavilion crimson. Following the severance, Mei Changsu hurled the dismembered arm away. The pain of a severed arm, even for a martial arts overlord like Mei Changsu, is unbearable. With a pained cry, he swiftly retreated, leaving drops of blood on the ground, resembling countless blooming red plums. A deep, gouging mark was left in the earth, a testament to his struggle. This scene transpired in an instant. The onlookers only saw the clash of forces between Li Xuanzhen and Mei Changsu, alongside the assaults from several peak martial true immortals upon Li Xuanzhen. Before anyone could comprehend the situation, they were met with the sight of Mei Changsu retreating, bloodied and in disarray after losing an arm. The crowd gasped in horror upon hearing his anguished scream, bewildered by the sudden turn of events. How could Mei Changsu, who had initially held the upper hand, sustain such grievous injuries, and lose a limb. The peak martial true immortals soon realized that their formidable attacks, capable of shattering mountains, merely vanished upon striking Xuanzhen, as if they were nothing more than a whisper in the vast sea. In stark contrast, Xuanzhen seemed unfazed, as if merely swatted by a swarm of mosquitoes. This sight left the peak martial true immortals in utter shock, as they witnessed Mei Changsu's retreat. Blood spilling into the air, their alarm escalated, knowing that calamity had struck. Their minds raced, and they resolved to retreat together, just as Mei Changsu had done. Yet, on Xuanzhen's indifferent face, a glimmer of menace appeared. Did they think they could strike him and flee? How naive! With a surge of energy, Xuanzhen's sleeves billowed as he unleashed a barrage of thunderous golden light, akin to a multitude of divine swords descending from the heavens. The speed was blinding, the ground trembling as these bolts struck the retreating peak martial true immortals. Screams erupted in succession. 5 peak martial true immortals fell victim to Xuanzhen's effortless strike, their bodies torn apart, blood splattering, and brains shattered in a grotesque display. In mere moments, those who sought to escape met their demise at Xuanzhen's hands. Meanwhile, Mei Changsu, who was already reeling from the shock of Xuanzhen's terrifying power, witnessed the gruesome fate of the 5 who had once fought alongside him. An overwhelming sense of dread surged within him, nearly driving him to madness. What was happening? Could this truly be a second-tier martial arts overlord? Thoughts raced through Mei Changsu's mind. In a heartbeat, before Xuanzhen could redirect his gaze, Mei Changsu made a decisive choice: to flee. He turned and dashed away like an arrow, exerting every ounce of strength to escape towards the outskirts of Fuming City. He understood that if he did not flee, he would meet the same fate as those peak martial true immortals, left to await death. At that moment, Xuanzhen's gaze fell upon the fleeing figure of Mei Changsu. A fleeting, disdainful smile graced his indifferent face, only to vanish in an instant. Xuanzhen turned to the bewildered Feng Qiaoru behind him and said, "Wait for me here. I shall return shortly." With that, he stepped forward, his figure twisting like a bolt of lightning, pursuing the direction in which Mei Changsu had fled. Once Xuanzhen departed, the scene was left with only the lifeless bodies of several pinnacle warriors. Those who had intended to join forces to eliminate Xuanzhen now fully comprehended the situation. No one dared to target Feng Qiaoru any longer. They scattered in a frenzy, fleeing for their lives. The previously tense atmosphere, fraught with peril, dissipated into thin air, leaving the crowd momentarily stunned. After a few breaths, Yan Jia, the highest-ranked individual remaining, finally grasped the situation. He promptly called out, "Come, join me in protecting Miss Feng." A group of guards from the treasure pavilion emerged, surrounding Feng Qiaoru under Yan Jia's command. "Miss Feng, the outside world is far too perilous. Please accompany me inside the pavilion for safety." The Miss Feng mentioned by Yan Jia was, of course, Feng Qiaoru. The treasure pavilion remained unaware of Xuanzhen's identity and name, yet they were well acquainted with Feng Qiaoru, the holy maiden of the Qixia sect. Witnessing Xuanzhen single-handedly drive Mei Changsu to desperation only served to elevate Xuanzhen's status in Yan Jia's eyes. Consequently, he treated Feng Qiaoru with even greater reverence, perceiving her as having secured a formidable ally. With such a powerful figure as her backing, Feng Qiaoru could practically navigate the county town with unparalleled ease. Yan Jiao realized there was no time like the present to curry favor. Chapter 49. Mutual destruction. At that moment, Feng Qiaoru's complexion was ashen. Witnessing Xuanzhen's lethal actions against the Mei family and the defeat of Mei Changsu brought back haunting memories of the night several months prior when the Qixia sect had been annihilated. That night, the entire sect was engulfed in flames. Its disciples were mercilessly slaughtered, while elders, stewards, and the sect master were besieged by the upper echelons of various attacking forces. Ultimately, a group of cloaked figures appeared, shattering the stalemate and overwhelming the leaders of the Qixia sect, resulting in a bloodbath. As Feng Qiaoru fled the Qixia sect under her master's protection, she was met with a scene of gruesome carnage. Every one of her fellow disciples, her seniors and juniors alike, was slain. The entire sect was engulfed in death. That horrifying image was indelibly etched in Feng Qiaoru's mind, destined to remain with her forever. In the end, after fleeing 100 miles under her master's safeguard, she witnessed him being struck down before her eyes. Though this granted her a slim chance of survival, it was but a fleeting one. Subsequently, Feng Qiaoru wandered thousands of miles, fleeing for her life. With relentless pursuers at her heels, Feng Qiaoru finally fled to Xiaofeng village, seeking refuge in the forge of Li Xuanzhen. From that moment onward, her fate began to shift dramatically. Li Xuanzhen first vanquished the agents of the Phantom Pavilion who were intent on her demise, subsequently ensnaring her in a web of obligation. As she now owed him several debts of gratitude, Upon their arrival in Fujing City, Xuanzhen, acting on her behalf, boldly eliminated Mei Langya of the Mei family, thus incurring the wrath of this martial arts dominant clan, leading to the present, where the Mei family's martial champions sought vengeance. Initially, when Mei Changsu appeared, Feng Qiaoru felt a surge of concern for Xuanzhen, especially as Mei Changsu and his companions arrived well prepared, evidently intent on delivering a lethal blow to Xuanzhen. It was in that moment that she contemplated stepping forward, offering her formidable secret technique as a bargaining chip, pleading for Xuanzhen's life. However, before she could act on her resolve, Xuanzhen swiftly intervened, forcing Mei Changsu to retreat with a severed arm. The 5 peak martial immortals of the Mei clan were ruthlessly slain in the process. This sequence of events left Feng Qiaoru utterly astounded, particularly when she witnessed Mei Changsu's bloodshed. It was beyond her comprehension that a figure of such prowess from the Mei family could be so effortlessly subdued by Xuanzhen. Only when Xuanzhen declared his intent to pursue Mei Changsu, while the guards of the treasure pavilion stood protectively before her, did Feng Qiaoru gradually regain her composure. Simultaneously, a flicker of vengeful delight ignited within her. The assailants who had invaded their Qixia gate had included members of the Mei family, though it was not Mei Changsu who had led them, but rather another formidable martial champion ranked second within the clan. Nevertheless, all members of the Mei family were now marked for retribution in Feng Qiaoru's mind. Xuanzhen's furious actions, which resulted in the deaths of 5 peak martial immortals from the Mei clan and the grievous wounding of Mei Changsu, felt akin to avenging her grievances. Feng Qiaoru's tumultuous emotions were palpable as she gazed in the direction Xuanzhen had vanished. Her feelings towards him, once nebulous, began to crystallize into something profound. A unique sentiment blossomed within her heart. At that moment, Yan Jia respectfully invited Feng Qiaoru to take refuge within the treasure pavilion. Observing the deep respect emanating from the pavilion's steward, she understood that such deference was granted solely due to her association with the esteemed individual. Without uttering a word, she cast one last lingering glance towards the path Xuanzhen had taken before silently retreating into the treasure pavilion. Since her benefactor had instructed her to wait here, she resolved to follow his command. Aware of the burdens she had already placed upon him, she vowed to heed his words, determined not to allow her own foolishness to create further complications for him. Compliantly, Feng Qiaoru entered the treasure pavilion, while at that very moment, Xuanzhen had already set out in pursuit of Mei Changsu, reaching the outskirts of Fujing City. As the formidable martial arts master and third-ranked official, Mei Changsu, despite having lost an arm, found that his speed remained largely unaffected, especially during his desperate flight. He had consumed a medicinal pill that not only staunched the flow of blood from his severed limb, but also replenished the vital energy within him. The vitality of a martial arts master surpasses ordinary comprehension. What would be fatal injuries for an average practitioner are merely severe wounds for someone of his caliber. The loss of an arm, while temporarily diminishing his strength, does not constitute a grave injury. Should Mei Changsu manage to evade the relentless pursuit of Xuanzhen and return to the Mei family in the county town, he could utilize some of the rare treasures and extraordinary pills at his disposal to regenerate his lost limb. In a matter of months, he could regain his peak condition. Aside from the impact on his cultivation, there would be little else lost. However, for the still youthful Mei Changsu, the amputation significantly hampers his progress. It would be years before he could ignite the 4th star and ascend to the 4th rank of martial arts mastery. This setback undoubtedly dealt a heavy blow to his long-held ambitions. Anger and resentment swirled within him, yet he also felt a surge of panic. He sensed that he had not yet escaped danger. The terrifying second-ranked martial master was still in pursuit. Though a certain distance separated them, it was gradually diminishing. Alongside his burning hatred, Mei Changsu was consumed by regret for his overconfidence, but more than anything, he was gripped by fear. He did not know if he could ultimately escape with his life, and thus he fled with utmost desperation. Otherwise, he would have no choice left. Xuanzhen pursued Mei Changsu relentlessly, trailing him for over 100 miles beyond Fujing City, with half an hour having passed. A martial arts master cannot soar through the skies, so he was still impeded by the obstacles of the terrain. This was unavoidable, despite his injury. As it was confined to his arm rather than his legs, the reduction in his speed was minimal. After half an hour of pursuit, Xuanzhen had only gradually closed the gap between them. However, he remained unhurried, content to follow at a steady pace. Though he could push himself to the limits and increase his speed, he saw no need to do so. He continued his pursuit, closing over 100 miles. The distance between them steadily shrinking. As he observed the figure ahead scurrying like a frightened mouse, Xuanzhen, akin to a hunter, moved with deliberate ease, confident that his quarry could not escape his grasp. Finally, as Mei Changsu found himself in a wretched state, They entered a forest where the distance between them had dwindled to less than 100 meters. Only then did Xuanzhen unleash 2/3 of his speed, his foot striking the ground with such force that it created a deep crater. The figure approached Mei Changsu with the swiftness of lightning. At that moment, Mei Changsu turned to see Xuanzhen closing in behind him, the distance dwindling to less than 10 meters. Despair etched itself onto Mei Changsu's face. He ceased his flight and instead faced Xuanzhen. Escaping was futile. He could never outpace this demon. At this juncture, he had no choice but to resort to his final measures, for failure to do so would mean his demise today. A pallor of hopelessness washed over Mei Changsu's features as he uttered, "Spare me, and I shall pay any price you deem satisfactory." He made one last desperate plea. "Oh, spare you? On what grounds? Because you wish to kill me? Or perhaps because you fear my retaliation?" A mocking smile curled upon Xuanzhen's lips, his disdain unmistakable. With deliberate steps, he advanced closer, reducing the distance between them to less than 5 meters. Observing Xuanzhen's demeanor, Mei Changsu realized the naivety of his earlier thoughts. Ultimately, he let out a bitter laugh. To think that I, Mei Changsu, who has traversed the winds of Bifeng County for decades, would meet my end at your hands. Very well, if you deny me a path to survival, then let us perish together. None shall escape. Black dragon flame explosion. As Xuanzhen took another few steps forward, the space between them narrowed to less than 2 meters, and with a thunderous roar, a dragon-shaped black flame erupted from the ground where Mei Changsu stood. In an instant, it detonated, unleashing a cataclysmic force within a 100-meter radius. A colossal wave of compressed energy erupted violently, akin to a volcanic eruption, shaking the very earth. Xuanzhen was momentarily blinded by an intense white light, followed by an overwhelming pressure that engulfed him before he could react. He was consumed entirely. The ground shook with a resounding boom. The once tranquil forest was transformed into chaos as trees were uprooted and severed at their bases, swept skyward by the tremendous force. The debris was flung hundreds of meters away. At that moment, the epicenter where Xuanzhen and Mei Changsu stood resembled a post-apocalyptic scene. Thick black smoke and dust obscured all, accompanied by a searing gust of heat that surged forth. Xuanzhen's form was shrouded in darkness, rendered invisible. After a while, the smoke gradually dissipated, revealing the aftermath of the explosion. The central area lay in utter ruin. Everything had been obliterated. The ground, trees, rocks, and slopes within a 100-meter radius had been reduced to mere fragments. At the heart of the devastation was a massive crater, measuring dozens of meters in circumference and plunging 10 meters deep, filled with ashes and the remnants of molten rock flowing within. This scene was reminiscent of a hellscape. The figures of Xuanzhen and Mei Changsu, however, were conspicuously absent. It was as if they had vanished entirely. Chapter 50. The Awakening Technique of the Soul Jade. Such a cataclysmic scene unfolded here, prompting those nearby with a certain level of cultivation to take notice of the anomaly. Soon, several martial true immortals arrived at the scene. Upon their arrival, they were greeted by a sight reminiscent of the apocalypse. What was once a forested area had been transformed into a vast and deep pit, spanning several dozen meters in diameter. Within this chasm lay a sea of flames and molten lava. This spectacle was clearly not a natural occurrence, but rather a man-made disaster. What on earth is happening here? The martial true immortals, upon witnessing this extraordinary scene, were left utterly astounded. None of them could fathom what had transpired. Who, indeed, possessed the power to create such a staggering tableau? It was utterly unbelievable and terrifying in equal measure. These martial true immortals were not from Fuxing City. They hailed from other regions and had merely passed through. Thus, they were oblivious to the events occurring in Fuxing City and unaware that Mei Changsu, a member of the Mei family from the county, had come seeking vengeance. They had merely come to investigate the tremors emanating from this location, never anticipating that they would encounter such a shocking scene. Initially in a state of profound shock, the martial true immortals exchanged glances with one another. Among them, the eldest elder spoke up. "It appears that a monumental battle has just taken place here. I find myself deeply intrigued. What are your thoughts?" This elder was a pinnacle martial true immortal of the 9th transformation and the patriarch of a nearby martial family. Although the evidence of a battle far beyond their imagination lay before them, it was precisely this conflict that piqued their interest. All of these individuals were martial true immortals, some nearing the pinnacle or already at the peak. The realm of martial dominance was an aspiration that none of them could dismiss lightly. It was, indeed, the ultimate goal of their lives. Yet, the path to the martial dominance realm was not easily traversable. Many were constrained by their innate talents, lacked direct experience of the martial dominance realm, or were without the necessary techniques to ascend to the next level, leaving them fated to remain outside its reach. The unfolding scene before them, while shocking, also ignited their curiosity. Unanimously, they found themselves compelled to uncover the truth behind this extraordinary occurrence. Clearly, only someone transcending their realms could have orchestrated such an apocalyptic vision, and it was evident that it was the work of a martial dominance master. The realm of martial dominance has reached a pinnacle, establishing itself as a master within the county city. As for the heights beyond this realm, they are utterly unattainable. Were such legendary figures to exist, they would be unable to approach within 100 miles, lest they be crushed by the residual pressure left in their wake. These mythical beings possess the power to rend the heavens and the earth with a mere gesture, capable of obliterating the land and sky, tearing apart the fabric of space, and extinguishing countless lives in a single blow. Thus, those present are acutely aware that the unfolding events represent the fierce spectacle of martial dominance. The allure of everything pertaining to this realm is immense for them. They yearn to enter this echelon within their lifetimes. Consequently, the battles occurring within the domain of martial dominance are not to be missed. Any insight gleaned from witnessing such confrontations could significantly enhance their chances of transcending into this realm. Faced with such temptation, a group of seasoned martial sages exchanged knowing glances after the eldest among them spoke. Resolute in their decision, they declared, "Very well. Since our esteemed companion has expressed such intent, I too am inclined to partake in this battle, as am I." "Indeed, let us proceed together," echoed the others. Despite the knowledge that they would confront a martial dominator, they bore no enmity towards the one engaged in battle. Furthermore, they were not alone. Their collective strength offered them a sense of security. The assembly of these peak martial sages felt emboldened, particularly as their desire to witness the clash of martial dominance was insatiable. Moreover, unforeseen events might arise, adding to the thrill of the encounter. These individuals, bold and confident in their cultivation, understood the gravity of seizing this opportunity. If they failed to act, the prospect of attaining the realm of martial dominance could slip from their grasp forever. With steadfast resolve, they ventured into the battlefield, searching diligently despite the absence of any figures. They knew well that the sounds they had heard had drawn them here, and scarcely a short time had elapsed. In such a brief span, even a martial dominator, especially one who had unleashed such a tremendous display of power, could not have strayed far. It was likely that they remained nearby. The witnesses understood that the astonishing scene laid before them could not have been wrought without incurring some degree of injury, even to a martial dominator. In fact, it was conceivable that the combatants might be gravely wounded or perhaps even deceased. At the very least, they would not have emerged unscathed. This understanding elucidates why these individuals dared to linger in such perilous circumstances. They believed that, in the aftermath of such an astonishing battlefield, the combatants might have left behind something nearby. These remnants, be they corpses or otherwise, would be advantageous. Anything that could be claimed as one's own would be a boon. The desire for supremacy in martial arts, coupled with insatiable greed, drove this group to scatter and search within 100 miles. Of course, these individuals harbored ulterior motives, rendering any further discussion unnecessary. At this juncture, in a valley several dozen miles away from a gathering of martial true immortals, the gravely injured Mei Changsu was struggling to flee. In that moment, he appeared particularly disheveled. His once magnificent garments lay in tatters, reduced to mere rags. The stable aura befitting a martial arts overlord had entirely dissipated. More critically, a gaping wound marred his chest and abdomen, blood gushing forth in a horrifying display. His complexion was pale, devoid of any trace of vitality. Having expended his last desperate maneuver, he was now on the brink of exhaustion. Simultaneously, the once formidable life force within him had withered to an unfathomable extent. At this moment, his life was gradually slipping away, unless he found a place to recuperate soon. He was at grave risk of succumbing to his injuries. Mei Changsu had never anticipated he would find himself in such a dire predicament. However, he felt a sense of grim satisfaction, believing that his self-destructive tactic had also inflicted significant harm upon that demonic figure. Perhaps he had perished, or at the very least, was gravely wounded. The reason he continued to flee was not out of fear of Xuanzhen's pursuit, but rather in search of a sanctuary to heal. In Mei Changsu's estimation, it was unlikely that Xuanzhen could catch up to him now. The technique known as Black Dragon Flame Explosion was the awakening skill of Mei Changsu's soul jade, a power he had only manifested after ascending to the realm of martial arts overlord. This was his ultimate trump card. Since awakening this skill, Mei Changsu had only employed it twice, including the current occasion. The first time he unleashed this technique, he had brought down 2 martial arts overlords, one a first rank, the other a third rank like himself. No one understood the terrifying might of this soul jade awakening skill better than Mei Changsu. Even if Xuanzhen was formidable, he was merely a second-rank martial arts overlord. Faced with the unparalleled power of this awakening skill, it was inconceivable that Xuanzhen would emerge unscathed. Mei Changsu was confident of this. Thus, after paying a considerable price to activate the awakening skill, his sole focus was on finding a secluded location to meditate and heal. Once he regained his strength and returned to the Mei family, even if that demonic man was still alive, he would dare not approach the Mei household. The Mei family was a dominant clan in the county city, boasting 3 martial arts overlords, including himself. Particularly, the family head, his elder brother, was renowned as the strongest man in the county city, having even taken a half-step into the realm of invincibility. As long as this demon lord dares to set foot in the Mei family of the county city, I shall ensure that he never returns. Mei Changsu possesses unwavering confidence in his elder brother, a conviction even more profound than his faith in his own abilities. After all, it is due to his brother that the once obscure Mei family has ascended to become the dominant clan in the county city over the past few decades. Coughing, Mei Changsu found himself gasping for breath, a pool of blood staining the ground beneath him. At that moment, he caught sight of a concealed cave appearing before him, nestled behind a thicket of vines and weeds. Through his perception, he discerned that while the cave was modest in size, it harbored no trace of life within. Moreover, the marks at the entrance indicated that no one had entered this cave recently, suggesting it was a hidden sanctuary, unknown to others. This was of little concern. More importantly, once inside, Mei Changsu could seal the cave and recuperate from his injuries in solitude, a perfect refuge. With this thought in mind, he made his way towards the cave, envisioning it as his means of escape. However, as he approached the overgrown entrance, several figures suddenly emerged from all directions, surrounding him in an instant. These individuals were formidable martial practitioners, 6 in total, each a true immortal of the martial arts realm. Among them were those at the pinnacle of the 9th transformation. Some newly entered into the 9th transformation, and others on the cusp of the sovereign realm, alongside several at the peak of the 8th transformation. One after another, they appeared before Mei Changsu, blocking his path forward and backward, their intentions far from benevolent. Who could have imagined that it would be the 3rd master of the Mei family? One exclaimed. Indeed, I never thought the 3rd master would venture to our humble abode. Another remarked, disbelief evident in his tone. What brings the 3rd master to our territory? They continued, their words increasingly revealing their ulterior motives. Their gazes fixed on Mei Changsu like hungry beasts eyeing their prey. Yet, they were wary of a desperate counterattack from their quarry. Hence their pretense of casual conversation to buy time. Mei Changsu assessed the situation with growing trepidation. Had this been prior to his battle with Xuanzhen, he would have dismissed such martial immortals, even those nearing the sovereign realm, as trivial. But now, severely wounded and on the brink of death, these individuals posed a lethal threat. Coupled with their unabashedly greedy stares, he understood the peril he was in. Since you are aware of my identity as a member of the Mei family, I advise you to depart at once, he warned. If you do so, I may overlook your impudence. Otherwise, contemplate the consequences that await you. Mei Changsu did not exhibit any signs of weakness. Rather, he exerted his formidable presence with great effort. The several martial arts true immortals surrounding him changed their expressions upon hearing him utter the words Mei family of the county city. The name of the Mei family carried an unparalleled weight among these true immortals, resonating like thunder and instilling profound fear. Particularly, the head of the Mei family, renowned for being half invincible, struck terror into the hearts of these individuals. Despite their relatively modest cultivation compared to the Mei family, these individuals were still formidable peak true immortals. Not to mention their considerable age. Initially, the mention of the Mei family instilled a sense of dread within them. However, compared to the vast benefits visible before them, that fear seemed utterly trivial. The tiger may fall, but its might endures. To see 3rd Master Mei reduced to such a state, yet still wielding such influence, is truly admirable, one of them remarked. Indeed, we are greatly impressed. Another added. It is true that 3rd Master Mei, backed by the Mei family, is not someone we can easily provoke. But have you considered whether we, together, can pose a threat to him now? The true immortals no longer concealed their intentions, each sneering as they regarded Mei Changsu. They perceived him as gravely injured and on the brink of death, deeming this the opportune moment to strike. The Mei family was beyond their reach. Yet if they could eliminate Mei Changsu here and erase all traces, it was highly unlikely that the Mei family would suspect them of his demise. They could easily be presumed to have fallen to an enemy from a previous battle. The prospect of such a gamble was too tempting to resist. This was the best, and perhaps the only opportunity to seize. If they could capture Mei Changsu, the spoils would provide each of them a chance to ascend to the pinnacle of martial dominance. The opportunity to elevate their martial prowess lay before them, and any potential danger seemed negligible in comparison. Their eyes gleamed with greed as they openly coveted Mei Changsu. Observing their demeanor, Mei Changsu realized there was no escape. It was shocking for a martial overlord and the 3rd master of the Mei family to find himself in such a predicament, akin to a tiger brought low. bullied by hounds. Had it been before his battle with Xuanzhen, he could have effortlessly annihilated these insignificant pests with a mere wave of his hand, never allowing them to act so brazenly in his presence. Suppressing the despair that welled within him, Mei Changsu ingested a healing elixir. You shameless wretches believe you have me at your mercy, do you? Let me demonstrate that even in my current state, I can vanquish you insignificant rodents. As his words fell, an astounding aura emanated from him. Not good. Stop wasting time. Do not give him a moment. Attack all at once. Several martial arts true immortals initially engaged in conversation with Mei Changsu under the misconception that he was gravely injured, hoping to observe his condition and deliberately prolong the encounter, aiming to prevent his wounds from receiving timely treatment, thus exacerbating his plight. However, to their astonishment, Mei Changsu, disregarding his injuries, forcibly unleashed his martial prowess. Although this reckless act would inevitably worsen his condition, potentially leading to his demise, they too would likely suffer casualties in the process. Naturally, none of them wished for their own demise. They had anticipated that others would strike first, but unexpectedly, before they could initiate an attack. They were met with Mei Changsu's desperate counterattack. At that moment, no one dared to delay any longer, waiting for others to act while they remained passive. If they did not act now, they would be resigned to their fate. Attack. Hold nothing back. Give it your all. Strike together. As their expressions shifted dramatically, each one called out in unison. With that, hesitation vanished, and they launched their assaults on Mei Changsu. Heavenly Serpent Shining Stars. Kasyapa's Flower-Picking Hand. Sword 21. In an instant, the martial arts true immortals unleashed their most formidable techniques, appearing to exert their utmost strength. Their imposing presence reverberated through the space. The actions of mere martial arts true immortals could not possibly rupture the void. Such feats were reserved for those at the pinnacle of invincible martial arts. Yet, the collective might of these six, when combined, was indeed enough to instill dread. Mei Changsu, confronted with this overwhelming scene, displayed a look of despair. The attacks came from 6 different directions. In his current state, he was incapable of overcoming even one of his adversaries. Even if he were to fight to the death, he could not hope to slay any of them. After all, he was merely a third-rank martial arts overlord, not a 5-element overlord who had unlocked all 5 celestial stars. The 5-element overlord, flawless and complete, could wield their thoughts with ease, possessing the absolute strength to annihilate those before him, even in a severely wounded state. Of course, had Mei Changsu been a 5-element overlord, he would not have been driven to such desperation by Xuanzhen, nor would he have been compelled to resort to the Soul Jade awakening technique. The more likely outcome would have seen Xuanzhen vanquished, while he remained unscathed. These thoughts flitted through Mei Changsu's mind in an instant. Faced with the onslaught from all sides, he found himself powerless to respond. His earlier display of a desperate fight was merely an attempt to intimidate his assailants. It was not a reflection of any real combat strength. In truth, even with the Soul Jade awakening technique invoked, his current state rendered him vulnerable enough that even an ordinary martial artist could easily claim his life. As he beheld the successive attacks approaching him, he closed his eyes, filled with regret and unwillingness. My life is at an end. I never imagined that Mei Changsu, who had traversed the world, would meet his demise at the hands of a few petty individuals. How I loathe this. Despair etched itself across Mei Changsu's face. A group of martial arts true immortals, upon witnessing this scene, were naturally filled with immense delight. They could already envision the moment when Mei Changsu would fall victim to their hands. They had surrounded and slain a martial arts overlord, specifically the one from the Mei family in the county town. It was evident that great rewards awaited them, their faces contorted into sinister smiles, a reflection of victory within their grasp. This entire event transpired in the blink of an eye, with a series of mental images unfolding in an instant. Just as their attacks were about to strike Mei Changsu, an overwhelming terror descended upon them, akin to the arrival of a demonic overlord from the abyss, wielding dominion over death, despair, and doom. The true immortals encircling Mei Changsu suddenly perceived, as if in a vision, a towering abyssal demon gazing down upon them. They envisioned mountains of corpses and seas of blood, glimpsed into the depths of hell, and saw everything on the other side of the abyss, inducing a profound sense of mortality and a belief that they had arrived in the legendary underworld, awaiting judgment before being cast into the abyss, destined for eternal suffering and despair. In that fleeting moment, their attacks ceased, faces transformed in astonishment, eyes wide with terror and despair, reflecting the dread of confronting the most horrifying of entities. The one I seek to kill cannot be snatched away from me, echoed a voice, deep and resonant as that of a demon, within the minds of the martial arts true immortals. Upon hearing this voice, they halted their assault on Mei Changsu and turned to look. Before them stood a man clad in black, enveloped in dark flames. His feet surrounded by fire as he descended from the sky. The figure floated effortlessly, obscured by the swirling black flames, his face shrouded in mystery. As he descended, an unremarkable yet profoundly impactful visage emerged before the true immortals. This man was, of course, Xuanzhen. Xuanzhen gazed upon the martial arts' true immortals and the Mei Changsu behind them. His expression cold and his voice devoid of mercy. Only I possess the right to claim the life of my prey. You worthless beings dare to covet what belongs to me. His voice was as frigid and unyielding as a 1,000-year-old glacier. At that moment, the true immortals beheld Xuanzhen soaring through the air, akin to an immortal descending from the heavens, their fear and astonishment beyond description. They were overwhelmed by the formidable aura emanating from him, unable to believe their own eyes. This sudden appearance of a demonic figure clad in black, effortlessly gliding through the sky, defied their understanding. Such an ability to traverse the air could only belong to one who had achieved an unparalleled realm, the realm of invincibility in martial arts. Chapter 52, Fusion. The Black Flames of Demon Slayer. Only in the realm of invincibility could one soar through the skies. Li Xian truly could walk upon the air. A spectacle witnessed by several martial true immortals who, lacking understanding, were utterly astonished and filled with dread. If the realm of martial dominance could look down upon these true immortals, then the realm of invincibility rendered them mere ants in comparison. Faced with a martial overlord, even one of the five elements, they might still have had a glimmer of hope for resistance. However, before a being of invincible prowess, their ability to resist was utterly extinguished. The power of invincibility could extinguish the lives of mere martial true immortals with a mere breath. What was happening? How could an invincible being appear here? The true immortals were struck with shock, their eyes widened to their limits as they beheld Li Xian approaching them step by step. A profound terror enveloped them, rendering their bodies immobile. As Li Xian drew within 10 meters of them, a realization struck. No, this individual was not an invincible master. His presence did not exude the aura of true invincibility. Indeed, he was not at that exalted level. Although Li Xian's aura was beyond their capacity to withstand, it did not instill in them a sense of despair that would quench any thought of resistance. It was akin to standing before a fully realized martial overlord. Although the true immortals were still unaware of how Li Xian could traverse the skies, they recognized from his aura that he was not of the invincible realm. They became resolute. Together, 6 martial true immortals, now emboldened, faced Li Xian, the martial overlord, casting aside their previous trepidation. Without further ado, they launched their attacks toward him. From the moment Li Xian appeared, he had displayed hostility, a peculiarity that had now transformed into confidence upon realizing his aura belonged only to the realm of martial dominance. The situation was clear. Li Xian had come with ill intent. If they did not strike first, they would meet their demise. Without hesitation, they engaged him. Behind them stood Mei Changsu, still somewhat dazed. Among the true immortals, he had been the most shocked by Li Xian's arrival. When he witnessed Li Xian soaring through the air, his heart was overwhelmed with astonishment, surpassing the combined shock of the other true immortals present. He understood all too well that during their previous encounter, although Li Xian had been formidable, he had certainly not transcended the realm of the 5 elements, let alone achieved invincibility. Only those of invincible prowess could fly, a notion deeply ingrained in Mei Changsu's mind. As he beheld Li Xian's breathtaking entrance, his eyes nearly widened to the point of bursting, not solely due to Li Xian's unscathed appearance, but also because the very scene was almost beyond belief. When Li Xuanzhen touched down, Mei Changsu observed that he still only emanated the aura of a martial arts overlord, which brought a sense of calm to his heart. Although the means by which Li Xuanzhen achieved his levitation remained a mystery, it ultimately did not signify invincibility in the martial realm. As long as he was not at the peak of martial prowess, even if his fate was sealed, it did not imply that the Mei family had attracted insurmountable enemies. Were Li Xuanzhen truly invincible, even his elder brother would stand no chance against him, sealing the Mei family's doom. However, as long as he was not at that echelon, despite Li Xuanzhen appearing unscathed, and Mei Changsu still reeling from the revelation of his strength, having withstood his awakening technique without harm, he firmly believed that the annihilation of the Mei family in the county was unattainable. Even if he were destined to perish here today, his brother would seek vengeance, and the Mei family would continue to stand as the dominant clan in the county, exerting influence over the region. Having relinquished the notion of escape, Mei Changsu watched intently as several martial true immortals launched an assault on Li Xuanzhen. Though he knew his demise was imminent, he felt a surge of satisfaction witnessing these small-time opportunists attacking Li Xuanzhen. He understood the vastness of Li Xuanzhen's strength. Even as a formidable third-tier martial overlord, alongside 5 peak martial true immortals, he was no match for Li Xuanzhen. The individuals before him were even less capable opponents. He could almost envision these cowardly attackers being swiftly vanquished by Xuanzhen, and a smile of delight crept across Mei Changsu's face. At that moment, Xuanzhen, witnessing the assault from the martial true immortals, remained expressionless. With a mere flick of his sleeve, he intended to eliminate them. However, before he could make a move, the once aggressive martial true immortals abruptly withdrew their attacks, retreating at an even swifter pace than they had approached, desperately fleeing into the forest, their figures vanishing from sight. Xuanzhen, taken aback by this scene, found himself astonished at the shamelessness of these individuals. Each of these martial true immortals possessed considerable strength. Yet in the face of Xuanzhen, they had feigned an attack without any prior communication, demonstrating remarkable acting skills before fleeing without hesitation. This level of deceit had even fooled Xuanzhen. Such individuals could be deemed talented, after all. It was rare for a martial true immortal to display such a lack of shame. Ultimately, Xuanzhen lacked extensive combat experience, which led him to be deceived. Just moments ago, he had genuinely believed that these individuals were earnest in their intent to engage him and had prepared himself to slaughter them. Yet, the scene shifted too rapidly for him to react. As he watched them hastily escape from his line of sight, he found himself rendered speechless. Although he could easily pursue and eliminate the few insignificant foes before him, rendering them unable to escape. The pressing matter at hand was not the demise of these minor players. A far greater prize awaited Xuanzhen. At that moment, Mei Changsu stood before the cave, rendered momentarily speechless as he witnessed the martial true immortals fleeing. To be frank, their actions not only took Xuanzhen by surprise, but also profoundly altered Mei Changsu's understanding of shamelessness. Truly, they were the epitome of audacity. He had never encountered such brazen individuals in his lifetime. Filled with indignation, Mei Changsu could not contain his scorn as he watched their retreating figures. Meanwhile, Xuanzhen's expression returned to its usual indifference as he turned his gaze toward Mei Changsu, who stood at a distance. He approached him step by step. Those individuals displayed a modicum of cunning. While you deem them shameless, what of it? They had the foresight to abandon their comrades and flee during their confrontation with me. How do you perceive yourself in comparison to them? Xuanzhen remarked coolly. Mei Changsu glared at Xuanzhen, his anger flaring. How can that even be compared? I have at least faced you in battle, while these lowly wretches lack the courage to even strike a blow. They cannot hold a candle to me. They cannot indeed. They are wise enough to recognize their own limitations, opting for survival instead of futile confrontation. That is why they remain alive, whereas you are doomed. Xuanzhen replied expressionlessly. You. Mei Changsu clutched his chest, pointing an accusing finger at Xuanzhen, wishing to speak, but falling silent, his spirit crushed. Indeed, they had survived, while he faced death. It was clear that they surpassed him in this regard. Despair washed over Mei Changsu's face. Having unleashed his awakening skills, he had sustained grave injuries. Teetering on the brink of death, and now confronted by Xuanzhen, he realized there was no escape. Although those martial true immortals were undeniably shameless, they had survived, while he would perish. This was a truth Mei Changsu fully comprehended. Coming to this realization, he looked at Xuanzhen, a sorrowful smile gracing his features. If death is my fate, then let me meet it with dignity. Do not expect me to plead for mercy. Strike me down directly. Mei Changsu had no intention of struggling against his fate. Firstly, because Xuanzhen was beyond his capability to contend with, and secondly, he lacked the strength to fight back. He could only await his demise, hoping for a semblance of honor in his end. Seeing Mei Changsu's resigned demeanor, Xuanzhen understood that he had accepted his fate. Recognizing that he held no hope of survival, even disinclined to exchange further words, merely wishing for a swift end. Since you desire death, I shall grant it to you. In light of the contributions you have made to my endeavors, I will leave you with an intact body, Xuanzhen stated indifferently. With that, Xuanzhen moved with a swift, almost supernatural grace, appearing directly before Mei Changsu and delivering a fatal blow to his heart. The force penetrated his body, shattering the vital organ and sealing his fate. Blood trickled from the corner of Mei Changsu's mouth, and he swayed precariously, his eyes devoid of luster and his complexion suddenly ashen. After a few moments of unsteady movement, he collapsed to the ground, utterly devoid of life. Even a martial arts master, when struck at the heart, could only be revived with rare and miraculous treasures. Otherwise, salvation was beyond reach. Xuanzhen's strike had shattered Mei Changsu's heart and extinguished his life. Standing still, he sensed the finality of Mei Changsu's demise, confirming that there was no hope for revival. Only then did he step forward to claim Mei Changsu's storage pouch and, utilizing the system, seize his soul jade. In Xuanzhen's hand appeared a black fireball, the manifestation of Mei Changsu's soul jade. With the soul jade taken, it became undeniable that Mei Changsu was truly and irrevocably dead. Gazing at the black soul jade, a faint smile crept across Xuanzhen's face. The quality of this soul jade was the finest he had encountered thus far, a blue legendary grade. Aside from the enigmatic Ghost King mask, this soul jade was the only item of blue legendary quality in his possession. Xuanzhen had not anticipated the remarkable quality of Mei Changsu's soul jade. He couldn't help but ponder the quality of his own yin-yang 5 elements soul jade. What grade could it possibly be? Regrettably, his soul jade was absorbed into his body, rendering its qualities unknown. The original seed of the yin-yang 5 element soul jade had only indicated its special nature without specifying its quality, leaving Xuanzhen in the dark regarding its true grade. Surely, it must be at least of blue legendary quality, he speculated. As for the black fire soul jade he held, it was evidently too high in quality to be synthesized. The description behind the black fire soul jade stated clearly, cannot be synthesized. Xuanzhen felt a twinge of frustration. If only synthesis were possible, he would only need to find another legendary quality soul jade to combine with it. He longed to discover what lay beyond the legendary grade. So far, Xuanzhen understood the quality classifications recognized by the system: white mundane quality, yellow fine quality, green extraordinary quality, and the coveted blue legendary quality. Currently, the only items of blue legendary quality in his possession were the unusable Ghost King mask and the black fire soul jade before him. The synthesis level restrictions dictated that yellow fine quality could be synthesized into green extraordinary quality, while the synthesis of green extraordinary into blue legendary quality remained locked, awaiting the next system upgrade. Reflecting on the synthesis system, Xuanzhen recalled the unexpected creation he had previously stumbled upon, the ghostly flames of destruction, which boasted a green extraordinary quality. With that thought, he carefully stowed away the black fire soul jade. With a casual flick, a wisp of flame reminiscent of the black flame soul jade appeared in Xuanzhen's hand. However, its essence was fundamentally different. This flame, a somber black hue interspersed with faint wisps of white, was designated by the system as the ghostly extinguishing black flame, a creation of Xuanzhen's prior synthesis. Previously, when Mei Changsu unleashed the desperate black flame dragon explosion soul jade awakening technique, Xuanzhen was momentarily engulfed by countless black flames, which seared his body relentlessly, leaving him with an unbearable sense of heat. Although these black flames posed no harm to Xuanzhen's eternal fate celestial body, they completely obscured his vision, preventing him from discerning Mei Changsu's whereabouts and obstructing his path. In that moment, Xuanzhen found himself at a loss. As the enigmatic black flames could neither be dispelled nor effectively attacked, they burned with an uncanny persistence, seemingly intent on reducing him to ashes. As Xuanzhen grappled with this predicament, a familiar prompt echoed in his mind. Ding! Black dragon flame detected. Would you like to absorb it? Upon hearing this, Xuanzhen's eyes brightened with renewed hope. Without hesitation, he declared, absorb. The instant his words fell, an extraordinary force swept through, devouring the tumultuous black flames before him entirely. Once the black flames dissipated, a new notification emerged in Xuanzhen's mind. Black dragon flame. Yellow excellent quality. Detection of ghostly extinguishing flame. Yellow excellent quality. In host body. Initiating automatic synthesis. Automatic synthesis successful. Congratulations, host has acquired ghostly extinguishing black flame. Green extraordinary quality. After absorbing the black dragon flame, a series of system notifications followed before Xuanzhen could fully comprehend the situation. Upon his realization, he discovered that the previously dormant, ghostly extinguishing flame within him had seamlessly combined with the recently absorbed black dragon flame, resulting in the creation of an entirely new flame. This newly synthesized flame, known as the ghostly extinguishing black flame, boasted a green extraordinary quality. The rapid synthesis left Xuanzhen astonished at the system's capability for automatic synthesis. However, with the pursuit of Mei Changsu pressing upon him, he had little time to ponder this development. After the system notifications concluded, he hesitated for a moment before resuming his chase. As he pursued Mei Changsu, Xuanzhen noticed the black flames unconsciously manifesting around him, even igniting beneath his feet. When he attempted to harness these flames, he was pleasantly surprised to discover that he could control them, enabling him to soar through the air. At that moment, Xuanzhen was filled with delight. Yet, with Mei Changsu still alive, he had no time to fully explore the peculiarities of the ghostly extinguishing black flame. Only after vanquishing Mei Changsu did he find the opportunity to reflect upon this newly birthed flame. Gazing at the strange fire that flickered and danced in his hand, Xuanzhen's gaze sharpened. From this flame, he sensed an ominous threat. The flame before Xuanzhen transcended any fire he had ever encountered. Admittedly, Xuanzhen had only witnessed 3 unique flames thus far: the black dragon flame, the flame of ghostly extinction, and finally, the ghostly black flame now before him. However, the breadth of his experience mattered little. What was paramount was the acquisition of all that he had seen. The bizarre flame emanated an aura that instilled a sense of peril even within him. It is important to note that Xuanzhen possessed the eternal fate celestial body. Previously, he had emerged unscathed from the infernos of both the black dragon flame and the flame of ghostly extinction, thanks to his formidable constitution. Yet, the ghostly black flame, a fusion of the two, evoked a palpable threat, one that could potentially harm his eternal fate celestial body. It was evident that this newly amalgamated flame was indeed extraordinary. In terms of assistance, the black dragon flame could manifest externally and enable him to soar through the skies. Its offensive capabilities also appeared commendable, living up to its reputation as a flame of extraordinary quality. Gazing at the enigmatic fire in his hand, Xuanzhen marveled at its power. Chapter 53, Soaring Through the Skies? Invincible in Martial Arts. Of course, this green extraordinary flame was one of my abilities. In that case, I must be even more formidable, he couldn't help but boast. Having indulged in a moment of self-admiration, Xuanzhen turned his gaze to the lifeless body of Mei Changsu on the ground. After a moment's contemplation, he employed the newly acquired ghostly black flame to scorch the earth, swiftly creating a sizable pit. With a flick of his wrist, he cast Mei Changsu's body into the chasm. Xuanzhen then struck down with his palm, channeling a specific force to lift a cloud of dust, thus burying Mei Changsu beneath it. The flames consumed the remnants, turning the covering dust into solid stone. Xuanzhen executed this grim task with practiced ease. After all, Mei Changsu had provided him with a black dragon flame, a blue legendary quality soul jade, and a storage bag that promised great rewards. Not to mention Xuanzhen's promise to leave him a complete corpse. Burying him was merely an act of benevolence on his part. With everything concluded, he clapped his hands and took flight, guided by the black flames, toward the distant city of Fujing. Meanwhile, in the city of Fujing, Fang Xiaoru remained alone in the treasure pavilion, attended by Yan Jia and a retinue of servants who stood respectfully by. On the table before her lay rare spiritual tea and fruits, treasures so exquisite that even Fang Xiaoru, once the holy maiden of the Qixia sect, could not indulge in them freely. Yet, despite their presence, her mind was preoccupied with concern for Xuanzhen. It had been well over half a day since he had set off in pursuit of Mei Changsu, and he had yet to return. Although Fang Xiaoru held unwavering faith in Xuanzhen, the passage of time inevitably sowed seeds of worry regarding unforeseen mishaps. In present times, Xuanzhen, in Fang Xiaoru's heart, transcends the role of someone who merely owes a debt of gratitude. He embodies a sentiment that is uniquely profound. Fang Xiaoru would rather Xuanzhen be unable to slay Mei Changsu than for him to suffer even the slightest harm. These emotions have arisen organically, leaving Fang Xiaoru herself somewhat bewildered by their nature. She simply knows that she would rather perish than see Xuanzhen come to any injury. Had it not been for Xuanzhen's request for her to await him, she would have likely ventured out to seek him long ago, despite her awareness that she could offer him no assistance. Yet, her desire to behold Xuanzhen and remain by his side is overwhelming, even in death. She yearns to die in his embrace. Such chaotic thoughts swirl in Fang Xiaoru's mind, leaving her in a state of turmoil, uncertain of how to confront her feelings. Time has passed, and as the sun sets, casting a dark hue upon the clouds, a figure appears in the sky above the treasure pavilion. This figure, cloaked in dark flames, treads upon the fiery path that forms beneath him, descending from the heavens as if born from the very clouds of fire. Exuding an aura akin to a deity commanding flames, the inhabitants of Fujing City gaze in astonishment at this spectacle. What is that? Is it a person? Someone is flying in the sky. The crowd is engulfed in shock, their voices rising in a cacophony of exclamations. These are mere mortals, but those possessing martial prowess, at least those of advanced warrior status, are struck with even greater terror. The notion of a person soaring through the air, possessing such extraordinary ability, is simply unprecedented. Even those unacquainted with the invincible realm of martial arts can discern that a being capable of flight must possess an unfathomable mastery of the martial arts. As the people of Fujing City witness this flame-wreathed figure approaching from beyond the city walls, they stand, awestruck, with Xuanzhen drawing near the treasure pavilion. A throng of spectators follows in pursuit. However, they maintain a cautious distance, convinced of their own safety, eager to discern the intentions of this ethereal being in their city. Among the populace of Fujing City, those who are familiar with Xuanzhen have received news of his return. These individuals are prominent figures within the city, aware that Xuanzhen had slain Mei Langya of the Mei family yesterday at the treasure pavilion. Moreover, today he confronted Mei Changsu, the esteemed third master of the Mei family, decisively vanquishing 5 peak martial true immortals and overcoming Mei Changsu himself. With ease, he unraveled a lethal scheme and subsequently departed the city, intent on pursuing Mei Changsu. Now, as the day wears on, these individuals remain in the dark regarding the events that transpired after Xuanzhen set out in pursuit. The fate of Mei Changsu remains uncertain. However, when the dignitaries of Fuying City were informed by their subordinates of a figure resembling an unparalleled demon soaring through the sky, enshrouded in black flames and gliding effortlessly towards the heart of Fuying City, they hastily ascended to the highest towers of their residences, gazing towards the heavens. Many sought vantage points from the windows of lofty inns and taverns, catching sight of the celestial being that had become the subject of whispered legends, with some even dubbing him a lord of the underworld. As these prominent figures of Fuying City beheld Xuanzhen, their astonishment was palpable. Unlike the common folk and lower-tier martial practitioners, they possessed a deeper understanding of the martial realm. They were acutely aware that only those who had transcended to the realm of invincible martial prowess could achieve such aerial mastery. It required a body that was invulnerable, a profound mastery over one's physical form, coupled with an unmatched spiritual strength and an extraordinary command over the ethereal energies of the world. Upon witnessing Xuanzhen's flight, they first recognized his identity and then began to entertain a terrifying possibility. How could this individual, who had previously been perceived merely as a martial overlord, now soar through the skies? Was it conceivable that he had ventured out to pursue Mei Changsu and, within a mere span of time, had attained the invincible martial realm? Or had he been concealing his true capabilities all along, revealing himself only now? A chilling thought crept into the minds of the Fuying dignitaries viewing Xuanzhen. Although some were skeptical of this notion, it was clear to all that they must seek an audience with this formidable figure. Regardless of his actual cultivation level, he was not someone they could afford to offend. With the revelation of his power, it was imperative that they present themselves to him, for failing to do so would inevitably lead to their transgression against him. At this juncture, concerns about offending the Mei family of the county were secondary. The immediate priority was to navigate the present situation. As for the Mei family, given the vastness of the realm, they were not genuinely opposing them. They were simply compelled by circumstances to seek an audience with this distinguished individual. It was likely that the seasoned elders and cunning figures within the city would make similar choices upon witnessing the unfolding scene. In such a scenario, the law would not penalize the masses. Even if the Mei family were to express their grievances, would they truly resort to slaughtering the entire city? How could it be? If the Mei family in the county dared to massacre the city, it would go without saying that there would be no refuge for them within the entire Divine Sky Empire or the 18 national capitals. Not to mention a family of martial arts overlords. Even an invincible martial force would not dare to commit such a heinous act that would incite universal wrath, unless they wished to become enemies of the world. With such thoughts as a foundation, this group of individuals eagerly joined the crowd, trailing behind Xuanzhen, waiting for the moment he would land to pay their respects. Inside the treasure pavilion, the clamor from outside could not penetrate its walls. However, as Xuanzhen drew nearer, an ever-increasing number of people followed in his wake towards the pavilion. Many influential families within the city had also arrived early to await him outside. Consequently, within the pavilion, Feng Qiaoru, Yin Jia, and others could not avoid hearing the rising tumult from outside. What is happening? Why is it so noisy out there? Yin Jia furrowed his brow and issued an order, commanding someone to check what was causing the disturbance outside the pavilion. However, before his subordinates could investigate, those seated in the first-floor VIP lounge of the treasure pavilion were already engulfed by a thunderous roar from outside. "Greetings, my lord." The voices surged like waves. And even though the distance from the interior to the outside was considerable, they could not escape the collective shouts of the crowd. Hearing the commotion, Yin Jiao realized that something significant was unfolding. "Greetings, my lord. Could it be that a prominent figure has arrived in Fuxing City? It shouldn't be the case. As the master of the treasure pavilion in Fuxing City, he should have received notice if a person of such stature had appeared." With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Yin Jia could no longer remain composed. "Miss Fong, I must step outside to ascertain the situation. Please wait here. I shall return shortly." Yin Jia apologized to Feng Qiaoru. However, before he could receive her consent, he felt a figure brush past him, heading outside. When Yin Jia looked up, he noticed that Feng Qiaoru, who had been seated before him, had vanished. He hurriedly turned to see a figure moving towards the entrance of the pavilion. It was none other than Feng Qiaoru herself. "Miss Fong." Yin Jia was taken aback and quickly followed her. Given the uncertain situation outside, he could not allow her to be in danger. Otherwise, he believed that even as the master of a county-level treasure pavilion, he might not be able to preserve his life in the presence of that esteemed individual. Thus, upon observing Feng Qiaoru's actions, he felt compelled to ensure her safety and urgently pursued her. Chapter 54. The young are worthy of instruction outside the treasure pavilion. Xuanzhen descended slowly from the sky. At that moment, a large crowd had already gathered in the streets outside the pavilion. These individuals, both young and old, comprised a diverse assembly of the elite adorned in opulent garments alongside the humble commoners clad in simple attire. They congregated outside the treasure pavilion. Witnessing the descent of Xuanzhen from the heavens to the earth, each bowed their heads reverently, offering a deep bow in homage to Xuanzhen. "Salutations, esteemed one," they proclaimed, their voices infused with utmost respect. Leading the assembly were several high-ranking warriors from Fueying City, accompanied by the city's mayor, a figure on the cusp of true martial immortality. These individuals represented the upper echelons of Fueying City, figures of considerable influence within the locale. Although Xuanzhen deemed their martial prowess to be rather inconsequential within Fueying City, aside from the formidable treasure pavilion, these individuals wielded the authority to dictate the affairs of the city. It would not be an exaggeration to assert that they controlled the very lifeblood of Fueying City. Unbeknownst to Xuanzhen, he was surrounded by such notable figures. He was merely savoring the experience of soaring through the skies. Having traversed several hundred miles back to Fueying City, the magnitude of the commotion he had incited was beyond his expectations. As for those who came to pay their respects, Xuanzhen had no intention of acknowledging them. Their display of respect was their own affair, and he felt no obligation to engage with them, as they were strangers to him. If they wished to salute him, so be it. Acknowledging them would only be a concession on his part. With this mindset, Xuanzhen descended before the treasure pavilion, disregarding the onlookers entirely. Why should he concern himself with those he did not know? His demeanor left the prominent figures present in a state of unease, pondering whether their tardiness in greeting this esteemed individual during his initial arrival in Fueying City had provoked his ire. A silent lament filled their hearts, as they were all too aware of their predicament. Yesterday, this formidable figure had vanquished Mei Langya of the Mei family, showcasing extraordinary prowess. However, given that the Mei family was a dominant force in the region, news of this incident prompted many to speculate that this sudden powerhouse would inevitably succumb to the Mei family's might. As such, these self-serving individuals believed Xuanzhen's fate was sealed, leading them to refrain from seeking his favor, fearing that should the Mei family eliminate him, their prior association with Xuanzhen would not be overlooked. Yet, they could scarcely fathom the true extent of Xuanzhen's capabilities, which transcended their wildest imaginations. He was not merely a typical martial overlord, but one who could easily vanquish even a high-ranking member of the martial aristocracy, such as Mei Changsu. The chase that ensued left his life in the balance, further showcasing his ability to contend against a martial family of considerable renown. Now, witnessing Xuanzhen's astonishing display of aerial prowess, the assembly hesitated, contemplating whether to approach this extraordinary individual. Regardless of how he achieved such feats, it was undeniably remarkable. However, in the eyes of the local powers of Fueying City, this was merely a demonstration of Xuanzhen's strength. It served as a proclamation to the various factions of Fueying City that he had officially emerged onto the stage. Given the overt nature of his display, the leaders of these factions were certainly not foolish. They understood the necessity of paying their respects to Xuanzhen without delay. The consequences of failing to do so were uncertain, and naturally, none wished to find out. Thus, they approached Xuanzhen with this mindset. Yet, Xuanzhen's unexpected demeanor was surprising. He neither exhibited anger nor reprimanded them, remaining utterly silent and seemingly indifferent. Such an attitude inevitably led to a flurry of speculation among the onlookers. One among them began to feel a rising panic, his forehead glistening with sweat, as anxiety gripped his heart. Nevertheless, Xuanzhen paid no heed to their thoughts and proceeded directly towards the treasure pavilion. The gathered crowd did not dare obstruct his path, instead parting to allow him a clear passage. As Xuanzhen reached the entrance of the treasure pavilion, a figure dashed out from within. Upon emerging, the individual paused, casting a glance at Xuanzhen, who reciprocated the gaze. "Hello, little dear," Xuanzhen greeted. The one who rushed out was, of course, Feng Xiaoru. After lingering for a moment, upon noticing Xuanzhen's greeting, her face blossomed with a rosy hue, and she called out, "My lord." The sincerity of her affection was palpable. Before Xuanzhen could respond, Feng Xiaoru sprinted forward and leaped into his embrace. "My lord," she murmured, her head nestled against him. Xuanzhen stood momentarily stunned by this display. What was happening? After merely a brief separation, why did this little dear behave as if they had just endured a life-and-death parting? Perplexed, he mused, "Hey, little dear, what is the matter?" He looked down at Feng Xiaoru, still bewildered by the turn of events. Yet, Feng Xiaoru offered no explanation, clinging tightly to Xuanzhen. Observing her unusual behavior, he engaged his mind to speculate on the reason behind her actions. "Little dear, Have you done something wrong? His astute mind quickly deduced that she might have committed some misdeed, hoping to win his forgiveness through her display of affection. However, the upright and seriously Xuanzhen would not easily succumb to such antics. Speak up, what have you done wrong? If it's a minor transgression, I may overlook it. But if it's a matter of principle, then I shall need to deliberate. Li Xuanzhen declared with unwavering integrity. As Feng Qiaoru heard his words, she felt an increasing sense of unease. Hastily lifting her head and escaping from Li Xuanzhen's embrace, Feng Qiaoru anxiously said, "No, my lord, I have not committed any wrongdoing. It's just that upon seeing you, I momentarily lost control." Her face flushed with embarrassment. However, Li Xuanzhen was not inclined to let her off that easily. "Truly, you have not done anything wrong." Li Xuanzhen regarded Feng Qiaoru with skepticism. "If you have indeed erred, confess honestly, and I may still forgive you. But should you choose to deceive me, the consequences would be grave. Little dear, you must know that I detest lies." Li Xuanzhen spoke with gravity. "Yes," Feng Qiaoru replied, observing Li Xuanzhen's serious demeanor. In a flurry, she insisted, I truly have not done anything wrong, my lord. You must believe me. Is that so? Very well, I shall spare you, for now. However, should I discover later that you have concealed any misdeeds, do not expect leniency from me. Do you understand?" Li Xuanzhen reiterated with a stern expression. "Understood, my lord." Feng Qiaoru nodded solemnly. She comprehended that since her lord favored honesty, she would strive to embody that virtue. Li Xuanzhen, observing Feng Qiaoru's earnest countenance, sensed her sincerity and felt a sense of satisfaction, remarking, "Indeed, the youth is teachable." Though the phrase was somewhat peculiar, Feng Qiaoru grasped that Li Xuanzhen was offering her praise, and a wave of joy surged within her. "Now, let us not linger here. This is a place of business. We should proceed inside," Li Xuanzhen noted, realizing that they had been obstructing the entrance of the treasure pavilion, with a throng of people behind them and another group ahead, equally blocking the entrance. It dawned on him that their presence was inadvertently hindering commerce, which he found rather embarrassing. "All right, my lord," Feng Qiaoru acquiesced, and together they approached the entrance of the treasure pavilion. At this moment, unbeknownst to Li Xuanzhen, a figure named Yin Jia stood inside the pavilion, bowing respectfully with his head lowered, awaiting the arrival of the two. As Li Xuanzhen and Feng Qiaoru approached, Yin Jia, accompanied by his entourage, bowed and greeted them. "Greetings, my lord, Miss Feng." Li Xuanzhen acknowledged the gesture with a nod. Upon entering the pavilion, he addressed Yin Jia. "What has become of the corpses of the martial arts immortals from the Mei family that I dispatched earlier?" Yin Jia, not daring to be negligent in his response, replied, "Reporting to you, my lord, those corpses have been collected by me. Here are the storage bags recovered from them." With utmost respect, Yin Jia presented several storage bags to Li Xuanzhen. Li Xuanzhen took the bags, weighing them in his hands, not for their heft, but as a necessary ceremonial gesture. Once the ritual was complete, he handed the storage bags to Feng Qiaoru. "Put these away." "Yes, my lord," Feng Qiaoru replied earnestly, stowing the bags carefully. "Lead me to see the corpses of those individuals," Li Xuanzhen instructed Yin Jia. "Understood, my lord. Please follow me," Yin Jia replied. Although the reason behind Li Xuanzhen's desire to inspect several corpses eluded him, he dared not defy the command given by Li Xuanzhen. At that moment, he felt a surge of relief for not having ordered the incineration of those bodies. Otherwise, he would be in a dire predicament now. "Little dear, wait here for me. I shall fetch some oranges, or rather, stay put. I will be back shortly." Li Xuanzhen nearly misspoke in his moment of distraction. "Understood, my lord," Feng Qiao responded obediently. Pondering to herself, "What are oranges?" Li Xuanzhen nodded and followed Yin Jia to examine the corpses of the Mei family's martial arts true immortals. Upon arriving at a courtyard within the treasure pavilion, they found several lifeless bodies laid upon the ground, covered with white cloth. Li Xuanzhen stepped into the midst of the corpses and detected the presence of wood soul jade, fire soul jade, and water soul jade. A prompt from the system echoed. "Would you like to extract the soul jades?" Li Xuanzhen affirmed. He acquired the 5 elemental soul jades: gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. The system had successfully extracted the soul jades from the 5 martial arts true immortals of the Mei family. Remarkably, these were the 5 elemental soul jades. Previously, Li Xuanzhen had obtained 5 elemental soul jades, which, when combined with the yin-yang soul jade, resulted in the creation of the yin-yang 5 elemental soul jade. Now, however, he had acquired the 5 spirit soul jades. These 5 spirit soul jades surpassed the 5 elemental soul jades, though they represented the same elements: gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. They inherently possessed a trace of spirituality. One should not underestimate this essence of spirituality. Soul jades imbued with spirit are significantly more beneficial for cultivation than those devoid of life. Possessing such soul jades signifies that an individual can ascend to a higher realm than those who rely on lifeless soul jades, thus embodying extraordinary talent. In essence, the 5 spirit soul jades are of superior quality compared to the 5 elemental soul jades, as evidenced by the system's description. The 5 spirit soul jades, green extraordinary quality, total 5, each of which boasts this elevated quality. This is a step above the yellow fine quality of the 5 elemental and yin-yang soul jades previously acquired by Xuanzhen. It is akin to the quality of the yin-yang 5 elemental soul jade currently within him. Naturally, Xuanzhen was elated to possess such high-grade soul jades. However, due to the elevated quality, they could not be synthesized just yet. Nonetheless, once Xuanzhen upgrades his system again, synthesis will be possible. At that point, should he acquire a green extraordinary quality yin-yang soul jade, he could once more create a blue legendary quality yin-yang 5 spirit soul jade to replace the soul jades he currently possesses. Consequently, his soul jades would ascend to blue legendary quality, enhancing his cultivation, combat prowess, and innate talent. As for Mei Changsu's black flame soul jade, the same limitation applied. Its quality was too high for synthesis. With these considerations in mind, Xuanzhen felt a surge of joy. The individuals from the Mei family proved to be quite remarkable, each exhibiting commendable potential. Mei Changsu possessed blue legendary quality, while these deceased individuals boasted green extraordinary quality. Indeed, they were impressive. Xuanzhen was blissfully unaware that the lifeless figures before him were the result of the Mei family's meticulous cultivation. Having invested substantial resources and time to develop these elite warriors, known as the Mei Crusaders, the entire Mei family boasted merely 15 such crusaders, all of whom were orphans selected from various locales, chosen for their exceptional talents, and nurtured with painstaking care from a tender age. These crusaders were fiercely loyal to the Mei family and possessed remarkable prowess. Mei Changsu, being the third master of the Mei family, held the authority to mobilize a portion of these crusaders, which he had done with the intent of eliminating Xuanzhen decisively. However, he had not anticipated their demise, nor his own. After collecting the soul jade, these corpses ceased to hold any value for Xuanzhen. He declared, "Very well, let us depart." "Understood, my lord," Yin Jia replied, remaining indifferent to Xuanzhen's actions, merely standing amidst the corpses, ready to leave without knowing the purpose of their presence. He understood that whatever Xuanzhen chose to do was his own affair. He simply needed to follow orders without overstepping or pondering excessively. In essence, everything was beyond his concern. As they journeyed midway, Xuanzhen turned to Yin Jia and said, "Since they are already deceased, there is no need for further action. Find a suitable place to bury them and offer some paper money. Understood?" "Understood, my lord." Yin Jia nodded in compliance. Xuanzhen's actions were not born out of compassion. These individuals had come to take his life and met their just fate. However, out of respect for the deceased, and having benefited from their demise, he deemed it appropriate to grant them a proper burial. Nevertheless, these individuals did not merit the honor of a personal interment by him. Thus delegating the task sufficed. Xuanzhen and Yin Jia arrived at the first floor of the treasure pavilion, where Feng Xiaoru approached Xuanzhen upon their arrival. "My lord," she greeted. Xuanzhen glanced at her and replied, "The matter is resolved. We shall take our leave." "Very well, my lord." Feng Xiaoru nodded in agreement. Xuanzhen turned to Yin Jia and instructed, "We are ready to depart." "My lord, Miss Feng, allow me to escort you," Yin Jia offered as he guided the two out of the treasure pavilion. This time, no one emerged to threaten or attack them. Yet, outside the pavilion, a crowd lingered, their eyes fixated on Xuanzhen and Feng Xiaoru as they exited. Xuanzhen, a figure of unimaginable power, required no introduction. As for Feng Xiaoru, during Xuanzhen's absence, the crowd had discerned her identity. This woman, who had been closely following Xuanzhen, was named Feng Xiaoru and was suspected to be the former saintess of Qixia sect. It was due to her that Xuanzhen had crossed paths with the Mei family, leading to the subsequent events. Just moments ago, they had witnessed Feng Xiaoru embrace Xuanzhen intimately, further solidifying their connection. In this manner, how could this group fail to comprehend the identity of Feng Xiaoru? After all, she is a young lady of considerable standing. The specifics of her status may remain unclear. Yet everyone understands that this Miss Feng is not to be trifled with. Offending the esteemed Xuanzhen is one thing. To cross this young lady is an entirely different matter, one that could lead to dire consequences. Thus, when Xuanzhen escorted Feng Xiaoru outside, the assembly collectively lowered their heads, bowing respectfully to both Xuanzhen and Feng Xiaoru, exclaiming, "Greetings, my lord. Greetings, Miss Feng." Xuanzhen, having encountered such scenes before, maintained an impassive countenance. In contrast, Feng Xiaoru found herself overwhelmed. Before her stood a throng, a sea of at least 100 individuals, all bowing in homage. Despite her previous status as the Holy Maiden of Qixia Gate, she had never experienced such a spectacle, leaving her momentarily at a loss. Yet, clarity soon dawned upon her. These individuals, much like Yin Jia, were not revering her, but rather the esteemed figure beside her. They perceived their closeness to Xuanzhen as a reason to bestow her with the same respect they offered him. Realizing this, Feng Xiaoru felt not a twinge of disappointment, but rather a surge of joy. At least in the eyes of these people, her association with the Lord was one of intimacy, rather than that of a mere stranger. Unbeknownst to them, her position beside the Lord was somewhat ambiguous. It was neither a case of abduction nor servitude, and she was not entirely a maid or a servant. Chapter 55, Too Salty in Summary. Feng Xiaoru's current standing beside Xuanzhen was difficult to articulate. Witnessing the misunderstanding regarding her relationship with the Lord, she could not help but feel a genuine sense of delight. Conversely, Xuanzhen was less preoccupied with such complexities. Observing the bowing crowd, he understood their thoughts and intentions. He waved his hand dismissively, stating, "You may disperse." "Yes, my lord. We shall take our leave," they responded. The influential figures of Fuiying City resembled mere attendants, summoned and dismissed at Xuanzhen's whim. Yet, no one felt perplexed or uncomfortable. It was all quite customary. In this world, the strong naturally possessed dominion over the weak, as well as authority over those in lower positions. Confronted by Xuanzhen, a master of martial arts, these individuals, who were merely at the pinnacle of the 9th level of martial prowess, were undeniably the weaker party. Hence, they readily complied with his every word. Moreover, they were acutely aware of their precarious standing in Xuanzhen's eyes, fearing he held a poor impression of them. Thus, they dared not defy his orders. Although they longed to mend their relationship with him, they understood the necessity of patience. Opportunities for reconciliation would arise in time. As they departed, they sighed inwardly, lamenting their missteps. They feared they had faltered in their judgment, and now likely remained in the Lord's unfavorable regard. Thankfully, they were not alone in this predicament. Others shared the same plight. Only the newly appointed manager Yin from the Treasure Pavilion seems to have established a rapport with this esteemed individual. It appears that he has even embarked on the path of courting the lady ahead of schedule. Naturally, those present are well aware of Feng Xiaoru's prolonged stay at the Treasure Pavilion. To them, it signifies that Yin has leveraged Feng Xiaoru to forge a connection with Xuanzhen. Truly, he is deserving of his reputation as a martial Dao true immortal from the county's Treasure Pavilion. Not only is his prowess remarkable, but his ability to navigate social currents and cultivate relationships with prominent figures is indeed exceptional. What these individuals fail to grasp is that, in Xuanzhen's eyes, they and Yin are utterly inconsequential, indistinguishable from one another. At least until now, Xuanzhen does not even know Yan's name, barely recognizing him at all. Little do they realize that Xuanzhen harbors no ill impressions of them. He simply possesses no impression whatsoever. Thus, the speculations of this group are far removed from reality. After Xuanzhen waved away the crowd, the street outside the Treasure Pavilion swiftly returned to its usual state. Observing this scene, Xuanzhen felt a sense of satisfaction. Indeed, blocking someone's entrance in such a manner was hardly appropriate. How could one expect business to continue under such circumstances? It seems to me that the people of Fuiying City could benefit from a refinement of their basic decorum, Xuanzhen mused. Subsequently, under Yin's respectful guidance, Xuanzhen departed with Feng Xiaoru. Yin did not dare to suggest that Xuanzhen take residence at the Treasure Pavilion, despite the availability of accommodations for nobles. In Yan's view, individuals like Xuanzhen are not easily appeased. It would be unwise to presumptively offer him lodgings. Better to wait until he becomes more familiar with him before broaching such matters. Otherwise, should he inadvertently offend this esteemed gentleman, the consequences could be dire. Upon returning to the inn, Xuanzhen discovered a gathering awaiting outside. At the forefront stood an elderly man with graying hair and beard, accompanied by the innkeeper and attendants. The elder bowed deeply upon seeing Xuanzhen and Feng Xiaoru. "Greetings, esteemed sir. I am Siming," he announced, bending low in respect. The group behind him followed suit, offering their greetings as well. This spectacle, unfolding in the street, incited quite a commotion. Isn't that the head of the Qi family? Indeed, it is Siming, the patriarch of the Qi clan. Isn't he a peak martial artist? Why would he bow to such a young man? What is the identity of this young man and the lady beside him? Those witnessing the scene from a distance engaged in spirited discussions, many having never laid eyes on Xuanzhen before. Hence, they were puzzled as to why Siming would show such deference to him, despite the fact that many had witnessed Xuanzhen commanding flames and traversing the air. However, at that moment, the revered master Xian hovered in the air, enshrouded in swirling black flames, rendering his visage indistinguishable. Consequently, The onlookers failed to associate him with the celestial beings soaring above. Only a few who had previously visited the treasure pavilion and witnessed the unfolding scene recognized the true identity of Li Xian. You lot, tread carefully with your words. Do you comprehend who this esteemed individual is? He is none other than the deity who traversed the skies. Those audacious enough to speak ill of the divine figure were warned, beware for your lives. Among the crowd, several who had frequented the treasure pavilion promptly intervened upon hearing the murmurs of discontent. The ones who had previously criticized Li Xian turned ashen, realizing that they had unwittingly spoken of the one who wielded flames, a figure whose nature, be it that of a hellish demon or a celestial god, remained a mystery to them. Panic gripped their hearts. They feared that their careless words might reach the ears of this mighty being, sealing their fates. With this thought, they hastily silenced themselves and retreated, contemplating fleeing to secure their possessions and escape. Li Xian stood outside the inn, having overheard the earlier discussions on the street, yet he remained indifferent. After all, they were merely words spoken by others. He had no jurisdiction over their opinions unless they were derogatory. A moment of discourse would not perturb him. Presently, his attention shifted to the elderly man before him, who, accompanied by a retinue, bowed in reverence. Day after day, he found himself receiving such salutations countless times. Was this the price of power? In times past, Li Xian had fantasized about the day he would command the winds and rains, with all who encountered him bowing in deference. Yet, as this fantasy manifested, he felt a twinge of impatience. The constant ritual of bowing became tiresome, not for the bowers, but for him. What perplexed him further was the apparent stinginess of these individuals. They seemed content to merely acknowledge him without offering any tokens of sincerity. If they were to pay him homage, should they not display some genuine intent? A mere nod or bow bore little significance without accompanying gifts of worth. What was this, if not a form of mockery? The term this seat was a self-designation Li Xian had conceived during his pursuit of Mei Changsu. He believed that he had now attained a certain stature. As such, he could no longer refer to himself as I. He was not an emperor, thus he was unsuitable. Nor was he a bureaucrat or general, rendering this official inappropriate. After considerable reflection, he settled on this seat as a fitting appellation, one that embodied both sophistication and cultural depth, perfectly aligning with his newfound persona. Henceforth, Li Xian resolved to refer to himself as this seat when addressing others, particularly adversaries. Before him stood an elderly man, accompanied by a group of individuals who bowed their heads in deference. Though Li Xuanzhen felt a twinge of distaste, perceiving their actions as somewhat miserly and unappealing. He recognized that they were extending their respect towards him. He could not afford to appear overly aloof. Most importantly, they had effectively blocked his path back to the inn. Greetings to you all, comrades. Your efforts are much appreciated, Li Xuanzhen said casually, waving his hand. What? Xuanzhen was taken aback, momentarily bewildered by the term comrades and recognizing that Li Xuanzhen was merely indulging them. Xuanzhen had prepared an excuse, eager to establish a rapport with Li Xuanzhen, and he certainly could not afford to repeat his previous mistake of departing abruptly upon Li Xuanzhen's first words. Stepping forward, Xuanzhen addressed him, Esteemed sir, I have only just learned that you are residing in an inn owned by me. It is indeed an immense honor. Might I inquire if your stay has met your expectations? Should you have any feedback, I implore you to share it freely. The inn where Li Xuanzhen was staying was indeed Xuanzhen's establishment, and he intended to leverage this connection to cultivate a relationship with him. Upon hearing that the inn belonged to Xuanzhen and that he was invited to voice his opinions, Li Xuanzhen's eyes sparkled with interest, nearly prompting him to request a discount on his lodging. He refrained from asking for a complimentary stay, however, as he believed it would be inappropriate to take advantage of someone whose livelihood depended on their business. Even the idea of a discount made him feel slightly uncomfortable, so he decided against voicing it. Having initially planned to speak, he felt it would be remiss not to say anything at all. Clearing his throat, he began. I do have a few comments regarding your establishment. Hearing this, Xuanzhen was seized by dread, even fear, and he quickly bowed deeper, exclaiming, I am at fault. I am at fault. Please forgive me, esteemed sir. I beg for your mercy. He even knelt down, nearly ready to prostrate himself. Xuanzhen had not anticipated that Li Xuanzhen would indeed have remarks to make. Uncertain of the nature of Li Xuanzhen's feedback, he felt it prudent to acknowledge his potential transgressions. Thus, he knelt and fervently pleaded for forgiveness, and the group behind him followed suit, bowing their heads in silence, their movements synchronized in rhythm. Witnessing this scene, Li Xuanzhen felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Ahem, rise please. Stand up. Have I ever said I would punish you? I merely wish to share a few words from a consumer's perspective. Is there truly a need for such fear? Stand up. He commanded. Yes, esteemed sir. Thank you for your mercy. Thank you. Thank you. Xuanzhen stood up as if he had been given a second chance at life. The others expressed their heartfelt gratitude towards Li Xuanzhen. At this moment, Li Xuanzhen addressed Qi Siming, saying, "Very well, this is the proper attitude. Now, let me share my thoughts with you. Please, do enlighten us." Qi Siming replied, listening intently, ready to regard Li Xuanzhen's words as the guiding principles for therein. The insights of a martial arts master, particularly one of such stature, would serve as a remarkable endorsement for their establishment. If this information were to spread, therein would gain fame throughout the entire county. Good, your demeanor is commendable. My opinion is that your inn is generally satisfactory. But there is one area that requires improvement. Li Xuanzhen adhered to the principle of first praising before critiquing. "Please, we humbly await your guidance," Qi Siming said, eager to absorb Li Xuanzhen's counsel. "The issue is that the pickles served at your inn are excessively salty." Li Xuanzhen earnestly articulated his feedback. "Indeed, you are absolutely correct. Your words illuminate my understanding, as if a light has finally dawned upon me," Qi Siming exclaimed, not waiting for a full explanation before expressing his admiration. Wait a moment, what did you just say?" Qi Siming finally processed Li Xuanzhen's earlier statement. "Did you mention that the pickles are too salty?" "Yes. I said your inn's pickles are indeed too salty," Li Xuanzhen confirmed with utmost seriousness. "That is true. I have always felt something was amiss with our pickles, but could never pinpoint the issue. Now, thanks to your insight, I finally understand. The problem is indeed the excessive saltiness of the pickles. Thank you for your valuable advice. We shall implement changes immediately," Qi Siming vowed earnestly. "Good. You are indeed teachable," Li Xuanzhen acknowledged with a nod. Elated by Li Xuanzhen's approval, Qi Siming summoned the inn's manager. "Did you hear what the esteemed guest just said?" he asked the manager. "Yes, I did," the manager replied, bowing respectfully. "Since you have heard, I command you to ensure that all our pickles are made less salty, to the point of being milder than plain congee. Do you understand?" Qi Siming declared with gravity. "Understood. I will instruct the staff to prepare the pickles to be milder than plain congee," the manager promptly affirmed, though inwardly he mused. If the pickles are milder than plain congee, can they still be called pickles? Regardless of the thoughts of future patrons regarding the pickles, Li Xuanzhen was pleased with Qi Siming's sincere approach to considering guests' perspectives and treating their feedback earnestly. This truly embodies the attitude of a successful businessman, one who strives to ensure the utmost satisfaction of his patrons. What was his name again? In any case, this elder possesses great potential. Indeed, his demeanor is commendable. Now, kindly step aside. I wish to retire. After nodding, Li Xuanzhen intended to enter the inn directly. However, Qi Siming did not yield. Instead, he bowed slightly and said, "Wait a moment, my lord. I have prepared a VIP suite for you within the inn. Given your esteemed status and that of Miss Fong, how could you possibly reside in a mere ordinary room? I kindly request that you accept my humble gesture." Qi Siming spoke with a hint of trepidation towards Li Xuanzhen. Upon hearing this, Li Xuanzhen narrowed his eyes. Qi Siming, noticing this expression, felt a jolt of anxiety, unsure of what he might have said to provoke the lord's displeasure. He believed he had not erred in his words. Li Xuanzhen cast a scrutinizing glance at Qi Siming, who was so intimidated that he contemplated kneeling in apology. At that moment, Li Xuanzhen spoke with a calm demeanor. "Oh, you have arranged for me to change my lodgings. Pray tell, how much do you charge for this accommodation?" Hastily, Qi Siming responded, "No charge. No charge. This is a tribute from me to you, my lord. How could I dare to accept payment? It is a privilege for my humble establishment to host you. How could I possibly expect you to pay?" Qi Siming hurriedly clarified. "Oh, no charge. Free of cost?" Li Xuanzhen's eyes slowly widened. "Indeed, free of charge. My lord may stay at his leisure, even until the end of time. And there would be no need for payment, even until my humble self departs from this world," Qi Siming eagerly continued. "Well, that is truly embarrassing," Li Xuanzhen chuckled heartily, his joy evident. Seeing Li Xuanzhen smile alleviated some of Qi Siming's anxiety. Moments ago, he had been drenched in cold sweat, nearly frightened to death. Wiping the perspiration from his brow, Qi Siming bowed deeply to Li Xuanzhen, saying, "My lord, Miss Fong, please follow me. I shall escort you to the VIP residence." "All right. Lead the way," Li Xuanzhen nodded. Qi Siming took the lead, with Li Xuanzhen and Fong Qiao following closely behind. After navigating several turns within the inn, they arrived at a serene and secluded area. Passing through a gate, a charming little courtyard presented itself to Li Xuanzhen and Fong Qiao. The courtyard was adorned with flourishing flowers, shaded by lush trees, with a gentle stream flowing nearby. And in the center stood a quaint three-story building with white walls and a black-tiled roof. At that moment, in the courtyard's open space, a group of beautiful maidservants stood in a row, waiting expectantly. Qi Siming led Li Xuanzhen and Fong Qiao before this assembly of maidens. Pointing to the group of maidservants, Qi Siming addressed Li Xuanzhen, saying, "My lord, Miss Fong, these maidens are arranged by me to attend to you both. They are all carefully trained handmaidens. And should any of them fail to meet your expectations, please inform me, and I shall promptly replace them. After speaking, Xuanzhen turned to the maidservants and commanded, "Do you see our lord and the lady? From now on, your sole duty is to serve them. Should any of you dare to neglect your responsibilities, I shall ensure severe consequences." Xuanzhen's threat was not mere bluster. He would indeed take lethal action if any among them offended Xuanzhen or Miss Fang. These lowly maidservants, despite any beauty they possessed, held little value in his eyes, and he would not hesitate to eliminate them if necessary. The maidservants, trembling with fear, bowed their heads, displaying expressions of trepidation. "What are you all standing around for? Hurry and greet our lord and the lady," Xuanzhen bellowed. Upon hearing his words, the maidservants quickly knelt and saluted, exclaiming, "We, the handmaidens, pay our respects to our lord and the lady." Satisfied with this display, Xuanzhen nodded approvingly. Turning back to Xuanzhen, he immediately adopted a servile demeanor, saying, "My lord, my lady, are you both satisfied? Should there be any grievances, please do not hesitate to command me. I shall ensure that your stay at our prosperous inn is nothing short of delightful." Xuanzhen regarded Xuanzhen with an impassive expression before replying, "Very well, you may leave." "Understood. I shall not intrude upon your rest any longer." "I will take my leave," Xuanzhen said, content that Xuanzhen had accepted his hospitality and chosen to reside in the esteemed quarters. He dared not overstep. Having initially contemplated inviting them to a banquet, but now that Xuanzhen had signaled for his departure, he recognized the importance of leaving on good terms to avoid any unfavorable impressions. With this being a promising beginning, he was determined not to jeopardize the situation. Xuanzhen withdrew respectfully. Xuanzhen then approached the maidservants, who were all looking down, unwilling to meet his gaze. A cursory glance revealed that, despite their bowed heads, each possessed a pleasing figure. "I never imagined I would come to enjoy such a decadent and lavish life, attended by maidservants," Xuanzhen mused silently, reflecting on his recent past as a humble blacksmith. "All right, Xiaoluzi, these individuals will be under your charge from now on," Xuanzhen remarked to Fang Qiaoru. Managing these women was not suitable for him, as a man, given the societal norms regarding male-female interactions. Unbeknownst to him, the maidservants themselves harbored no such reservations. Each believed that if Xuanzhen took notice of them, formal recognition was unnecessary. The mere act of being chosen would elevate their status beyond their wildest dreams, propelling them into a life they had never dared to imagine. The thoughts of these maidens are not unfounded. If they were to truly engage in relations with Xuanzhen, then, disregarding other matters, within this Fuxing city, as long as Xuanzhen's authority remains intact and he is alive, this maid would be revered as a young lady, leading a life of privilege. Naturally, Xuanzhen is oblivious to the musings of these maidens and harbors no base desires. However, should these maidens take the initiative, it is uncertain whether he could maintain his composure. Yet, caught between their fear of Xuanzhen's status and their awareness of Fang Qiaoru's existence, none dared to boldly entice him. After all, who would wish for their own demise? Thus, Xuanzhen currently finds himself on the verge of an existence surrounded by beauty. Yet he has little inclination to concern himself with these maidens. He first instructs Fang Qiaoru to oversee them before stepping into the central pavilion of the courtyard. Upon entering, he discovers a spacious hall, deceptively unassuming from the exterior, yet vast within, covering several thousand square feet on the first floor alone. Once inside, Xuanzhen requests a maid to guide him to the master bedroom situated on the third floor, which encompasses his entire residence. The area of the third floor exceeds 1,000 square feet, devoid of walls to partition it. The study, bedroom, tea room, and training area are all either open or semi-open, separated by screens. The decor mirrors the exterior's simplicity, exuding a subtle elegance akin to that of a scholarly family. Xuanzhen is quite content with this arrangement. It is worth noting that not long ago, he resided in a humble blacksmith shop. Yet now he finds himself in such luxurious quarters. He has every reason to be satisfied. "Very well, little dear, place all the storage bags here. Then you may inspect your own quarters. The third floor is temporarily closed. Ensure no one ascends." He commands Fang Qiaoru to retrieve the spoils of war, subsequently instructing her and the maidens to depart, while issuing orders to prevent anyone from coming up. "Understood, my lord," Fang Qiaoru replies, following his instructions and leading the others away. Finally, Xuanzhen secures the entrance door to the third floor. Despite the lack of numerous partitions, a sturdy iron door stands firm. Once closed, what transpires within remains a mystery to all, as the soundproofing is of the highest quality. After completing these tasks, Xuanzhen still feels a tinge of unease, primarily due to the vastness of the third floor, which does not inspire a sense of security. Observing the expansive space, he contemplates and proceeds to the study, closing the windows before seeking out several screens to enclose his desk. Once this is accomplished, he finally feels satisfied enough to retrieve the storage bags. Among these bags, some contain the spoils acquired from Mei Changsu and others, while others are filled with goods Li Xuanzhen procured lavishly from the treasure pavilion. One bag, in particular, holds the 10 greatest treasures. Now, situated in a place that is relatively safe, he prepares to delve into the contents. Li Xuanzhen naturally intended to open these storage bags to explore the treasures within, discerning which items could be utilized for synthesis. He aimed to complete all syntheses promptly, thereby enhancing his system proficiency and upgrading his system. Most importantly, the mundane items acquired from the first and second floors of the treasure pavilion, which were traded with gold as currency, predominantly comprised yellow-quality goods, all deemed synthesizable by the current system evaluation. Li Xuanzhen was eagerly anticipating the exceptional items he could potentially synthesize this time. Setting aside the storage bags obtained from Mei Changsu and others, he first delved into the items he purchased from the treasure pavilion. Among them were over 100 assorted goods, with a notable portion being duplicates. The inventory included 20 pieces of cold-scale silver armor, 10 pairs of kryptonite gloves, 10 sets of horned dragon boots, 10 black tortoise daggers, and 21 sapphire necklaces, among various weapons and jewelry, all classified as yellow quality by the system. However, it is essential to note that even within the yellow quality category, distinctions exist. The dragon coil set synthesized by Li Xuanzhen himself far surpassed these items in terms of efficacy. It was as if they belonged to entirely different realms. Not only did the dragon coil set provide various attribute enhancements, but its remarkable set effect was also incomparable to the singular functions of these ordinary items. It could only be said that products of the system are, without doubt, masterpieces. Nevertheless, while their functions may not match, the inherent quality remains significant. Li Xuanzhen firmly believed that with sufficient quality, synthesizing green extraordinary quality items from these yellow quality goods would yield superior effects compared to his current dragon power set. As green is inherently superior to yellow, a fundamental rule established by the system. Thus, Li Xuanzhen filled his expansive desk with an array of items. And when he could no longer accommodate them, he placed some on the floor. Each item, a treasure in its own right, was meticulously arranged. For an ordinary individual, having reached Li Xuanzhen's level of martial supremacy, these items available for purchase with gold would indeed be considered mundane, devoid of any real utility. However, Li Xuanzhen was different. He possessed a system. With the system at his disposal, even a pair of undergarments or a roll of toilet paper could serve a purpose. Moreover, the items before him were far from trivial. They were acquisitions made with gleaming gold. These were valuable commodities. Having experienced the pangs of poverty, Li Xuanzhen harbored a unique obsession with wealth. As he gazed upon the substantial collection of synthesizable items, his eyes sparkled with excitement. Good treasures indeed. He couldn't help but chuckle, his laughter echoing in the room. Anyone witnessing Li Xuanzhen at that moment would surely think him mad. After releasing his exuberant emotions, Li Xuanzhen began categorizing the items. A pile comprised duplicates, suitable for synthesis, while another contained unique items, temporarily deemed non-synthesizable. The duplicates numbered over 20 varieties, each with 10 or more pieces. Li Xuanzhen casually picked up an item of which he possessed 20 pieces, allowing for 10 potential syntheses. This particular item was known as the frost-scale silver armor, shimmering with a silvery luster that immediately suggested its superior quality. For advanced martial disciples, this silver armor was indeed commendable, providing a certain level of defense. However, for those who had ascended beyond the realm of disciples to become true warriors, the armor held little value. Warriors had already unlocked the 9 apertures within their bodies, giving rise to innate true energy in their dantians. Although this innate true energy could not envelop the entire body, the areas it did cover became immensely resilient, far surpassing the defensive capabilities of the silver armor. Furthermore, a warrior's adversaries were typically other warriors, whose attacks would render the armor's protective attributes utterly inadequate. Warriors could imbue their weapons with true energy, elevating their power to an entirely new echelon. The humble frost-scale silver armor, when faced with weapons imbued with true energy, was as defenseless as paper against a sharp knife. Nevertheless, none of this concerned Li Xuanzhen. His interest lay not in the frost-scale silver armor itself, but rather in the anticipated outcome of the synthesis. The armor was of yellow refined quality, and the synthesis promised to yield an item of green extraordinary quality. Such a quality item, when translated into real-world terms, would be suitable for true immortals of martial arts. Moreover, this was a product of the system, considering the legendary Panlong power set. One could only fathom the unimaginable might of the synthesized green extraordinary quality item. Taking up 2 pieces of the frost-scale silver armor, Li Xuanzhen activated the system. Frost-scale silver armor 2. Proceed with synthesis? The system's prompt echoed. Without hesitation, Xuanzhen commanded the synthesis. Ding. Frostscale Silver Armor 2 synthesized. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Xuanwu Golden Scale Armor 1. In his hands, where 2 pieces of Frostscale Silver Armor once resided, appeared a set of armor. Elegantly simple, yet extraordinarily striking, cloaked in a dark golden hue. The Xuanwu Golden Scale Armor? Xuanzhen examined the armor closely. Its exterior gleamed in dark gold, and despite its weightless feel, it exuded an aura of invincibility. It was as if no matter the force, a mountain crashing down upon it would leave it unscathed. A testament to its terrifying defensive capabilities, Xuanzhen decided to assess this armor further, expending some mental energy for a detailed appraisal. Xuanwu Golden Scale Armor. Green Extraordinary Quality. Strength 10, 000. Constitution 10, 000. Defense 200, 000. The attributes, all boasting 5-digit figures, astonished Xuanzhen. My goodness, these attributes are simply explosive, he exclaimed. At that moment, apart from his attack and defense values, none of his other attributes had surpassed the 5-digit threshold. However, at present, the sole creation of the Xuanwu Golden Scaled Armor reveals attributes that are all above 10,000. Such attributes, if equipped, would undoubtedly enhance one's power at least twofold. Chapter 57, Xuanwu Set. No, it is far beyond a mere doubling. This Xuanwu Golden Scaled Armor also provides a staggering defense of 200,000. This level of defense is truly blinding. Based on his previous defensive capabilities, Xuanzhen concluded that if he were to don this Xuanwu Golden Scaled Armor, he could simply stand there and be struck, without employing any vital energy. Even a martial arts sovereign wielding a transcendent spiritual weapon would find it impossible to inflict any harm upon him. This assessment does not even account for the enhancement provided by Xuanzhen's own eternal destiny immortal body. It can be asserted that, in terms of defense alone, Xuanzhen is already invincible among the ranks of martial arts sovereigns. In other words, Xuanzhen has reached a level of invincibility in physical prowess. The only thing standing between him and the realm of unparalleled martial supremacy is a slight progression. Of course, all of this necessitates Xuanzhen's adaptation. Such a substantial enhancement in attributes, albeit from equipment produced by the system, may not be readily assimilated by his body. Once he adapts, however, Xuanzhen's strength will reach an astonishing level in a short span of time. Naturally, Xuanzhen is unaware of this, as he has yet to equip the Xuanwu Golden Scaled Armor, and thus does not realize that he may struggle to adjust to such an enhancement. His previous experience with the Panlong power set had been seamless, leading him to assume that he could naturally adapt to any equipment produced by the system. After examining the attributes of the Xuanwu Golden Scaled Armor, Xuanzhen felt quite elated. After a thorough inspection of the armor in his hands, he set it down, deciding against an immediate replacement of his Panlong power set. Instead, he resolved to synthesize additional sets before making the switch. Otherwise, without a complete set, the synergistic effects would remain unrealized. For the time being, the various effects of the Panlong power set were still essential to him. After placing the Xuanwu Golden Scaled Armor aside, Xuanzhen picked up 2 pieces of the Cold Scale Silver Armor to commence synthesis. He spoke aloud, initiating the fusion of the Cold Scale Silver Armor. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the Xuanwu Blackwater Helmet. This time, the synthesis yielded a helmet. Upon expending experience points for appraisal, the helmet's specific attributes were revealed. Xuanwu Blackwater Helmet. Strength 5,000. Constitution 5,000. Speed 5,000. Spirit 5,000. A comprehensive enhancement, devoid of any weaknesses. Each attribute receives an increase of 5,000. While not as extravagant as the Xuanwu Golden Scaled Armor's total increase of 10,000, the enhancement of 5,000 to each attribute signifies an overall augmentation for Xuanzhen, contributing to a holistic enhancement of his strength. The Xuanwu Blackwater Helmet, in certain respects, surpasses even the Xuanwu Golden Scale Armor, albeit this assertion must be made while disregarding the latter's formidable defensive enhancements. Given such an extraordinary level of defense, if Xuanzhen were compelled to make a choice, it is highly probable that he would opt for the Xuanwu Golden Scale Armor. After all, such a daunting defensive capability would place Xuanzhen in an inherently invincible position. The helmet, too, possesses its merits. Its prefix is also Xuanwu. It appears that this set of equipment belongs to the Xuanwu series. Xuanzhen examined the black helmet in his hands. Although it lacked the dazzling appearance of the Xuanwu Golden Scale Armor, it still aligned with his aesthetic preferences, complemented by its attributes that lacked any discernible weaknesses. Thus, Xuanzhen remained quite satisfied. After synthesizing the Xuanwu Blackwater Helmet, he did not squander any time and proceeded to take up the 2 pieces of Cold Scale Silver Armor to commence synthesis. Cold Scale Silver Armor 2 synthesis complete. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Xuanwu White Frost Gloves. A pair of white gloves emanating an intense chill materialized in Li Xuanzhen's hands. These gloves seemed to be crafted from the pelts of some extraordinary beast. Were it not for the pervasive cold that could freeze a person and the flickering blue luminescence, they would resemble ordinary fur gloves. Li Xuanzhen grasped the gloves, feeling the frigid essence they exuded. How icy they were. Even with Li Xuanzhen's formidable physique, he could perceive the gloves' coldness, a testament to their truly chilling nature, as if composed of eternal ice. The system performed an assessment. Li Xuanzhen once again engaged the system for verification. Xuanwu White Frost Gloves. Constitution 10,000. Spirit 20,000. Once again, a 5-digit attribute enhancement. Notably, the spiritual attribute boost reached the staggering figure of 20,000, a record for him thus far in terms of single attribute enhancement. Upon seeing this number, Li Xuanzhen felt that the gloves in his grasp were indeed strikingly impressive. He envisioned himself wearing such gloves, with a mere wave conjuring a scene of ice encasing the land for miles. Of course, the actual capabilities of these gloves could only be determined after equipping them and observing the set effects. Nevertheless, Li Xuanzhen refrained from donning the gloves just yet. He intended to muster all his efforts to synthesize the complete Xuanwu set before equipping it. Once again, he utilized the familiar 2 pieces of Cold Scale Silver Armor. Cold Scale Silver Armor 2 Synthesis complete. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Xuanwu Gale Boots. A pair of black boots adorned with raised patterns appeared before Li Xuanzhen. At first glance, these boots appeared to be ordinary black leather footwear. However, the embossed black patterns resembled mysterious runes, occasionally shimmering with flowing light. Such boots, even without considering their effects, would be worth their weight in gold based on appearance alone. Li Xuanzhen gazed upon these boots, recognizing that they would be trend-setting even on his previous world of Water Blue Planet. Regarding the most fashionable of fashionable skate shoes, or rather, boots, Li Xuanzhen expressed his admiration. Let us ascertain their quality. The boots are known as the Xuanwu Gale Boots, boasting a speed of 15,000. They are straightforward and formidable, significantly enhancing speed attributes. The mere increase in speed attributes alone surpasses Li Xuanzhen's current capabilities by several folds. One can only imagine the astonishing velocity he will achieve upon donning them. It is simply unfathomable. Without further ado, the synthesis continues. Synthesis of Frost Scale Silver Armor 2 initiated. Congratulations, the host has acquired the Xuanwu Belt. Congratulations, the host has obtained the Xuanwu Earrings. Congratulations, the host has received the Xuanwu Necklace. Congratulations, the host has procured the Xuanwu Ring. Congratulations, the host has unveiled the Xuanwu Black and White Twin Swords. In a single synthesis, Li Xuanzhen has acquired 5 pieces of the Xuanwu set: the belt, earrings, necklace, ring, and finally, a pair of swords. Notably, the pair of swords, named the Xuanwu Black and White Twin Swords, are each of ordinary longsword size, perhaps slightly shorter. At first glance, they appear unremarkable. However, upon utilizing the system for identification, detailed information about these swords emerged. Xuanwu Black and White Twin Swords, possessing the unique energy of infinite power at 10001000, capable of unleashing infinite power to execute a natural disaster level skill, Maha Wuliang. Though the description is brief and lacks attribute enhancements, this unprecedented information piqued Li Xuanzhen's interest. Infinite power? Natural disaster level skill? Maha Wuliang. Li Xuanzhen's eyes widened as he realized that such distinctive descriptions underscored the formidable nature of these swords. How could they not be impressive? Just look at the terminology and the explanations. Infinite power. The infinite power that gives birth to Tai Chi, and a natural disaster level skill. Maha Wuliang. Each word signifies the remarkable prowess of this pair of twin swords. Truly extraordinary, my treasure. In the final moments, Li Xuanzhen came to his senses and refrained from expressing his excitement aloud. Regardless, his rare display of emotion only served to validate the exceptional nature of the twin swords. He carefully stowed them away, acknowledging their value. Li Xuanzhen marveled at their potential, knowing that only by equipping them and utilizing their skills would he fully comprehend their greatness. The remaining items were rather conventional, merely enhancing various attributes, and he chose not to examine them further. Now, the complete set of 9 Xuanwu items had been synthesized. The reason for not attempting to synthesize a 10th item was that after creating the final Xuanwu Black and White Twin Swords, the system had issued a notification. Congratulations. The host has synthesized the entire Xuanwu set. A reward of a special technique has been granted, visible only upon equipping the complete Xuanwu set. The system's message confirmed that, like the Panlong Power set, the Xuanwu set also comprised only 9 items. At last, the system indicated a reward. This announcement piqued Li Xuanzhen's interest. A reward from the system? A special cultivation method? What could this be? Regardless, he decided to change his equipment first. With this thought, Xuanzhen promptly began to remove the pieces of his dragon power ensemble, one by one. Once he had divested himself of the dragon power suit, his actual prowess diminished to the first rank of the martial dominator realm, losing the previously attained second rank. This meant that Xuanzhen's current genuine rank was merely the first. The system's display of the second rank was solely due to the enhancements provided by the dragon power ensemble. However, this was merely a temporary state. Once Xuanzhen donned the Xuanwu ensemble, his strength would transform into a new and more formidable state. After shedding the dragon power ensemble, including the dragon power spatial ring, Xuanzhen made sure to extract all the contents before removing the ring. This spatial ring was a mere cubic meter in size, rather small for someone as affluent as Xuanzhen. Undoubtedly, the new equipment, the Xuanwu ensemble, would come with a spatial ring of considerably greater capacity. Having removed his old attire, he proceeded to equip the brand new Xuanwu ensemble. Piece by piece, Xuanzhen adorned himself with the Xuanwu set, the Xuanwu golden scale armor, the Xuanwu black water helmet, the Xuanwu frost white gloves, the Xuanwu gale boots, the Xuanwu belt, necklace, earrings, and ring, culminating with the Xuanwu black and white twin swords. All 9 pieces of the Xuanwu ensemble were now donned by Xuanzhen. At this juncture, he summoned his attribute panel. Host, Xuanzhen. Level 2. Strength, 150,000. Speed, 150,000. Constitution, 150,000. Spirit, 250,000. Proficiency, 1, 235. Attack power, 1, 000,000. Defense power, 1, 200,000. Special, fragmented eternal fate immortal body, first level. 10 awakening. Current cultivation method, eternal holy demon art, fragmented. Current realm, invincible martial path, 10 invincibility. Chapter 58, synthesis failure. All attributes had reached 6 figures, with attack and defense power exceeding 1 million. As for his cultivation realm, it ascended to the invincible martial path. The transformation of the entire attribute panel was monumental. Yet, the section regarding the eternal fate immortal body remained at a mere 10 awakening of the first level. Xuanzhen found himself at a loss regarding how to enhance it. He had means to cultivate the eternal holy demon art, but strengthening the eternal fate immortal body was a mystery. The system offered no guidance. By this time, it was already past midnight, marking the passage of another day. Xuanzhen performed his daily check-in, successfully completing it. Congratulations, host, you have received 300 bronze knife coins. The reward of bronze knife coins remained unchanged. Currently, Xuanzhen possessed nearly 1,000 bronze knife coins, not including the additional 2,000 obtained from the treasure pavilion. To this day, Xuanzhen remains unaware of the true purpose of the bronze knife coins. However, he is certain that they possess some utility, perhaps linked to certain functionalities of the system that have yet to manifest. He muses on this notion, yet dismisses it as unnecessary to dwell upon. After all, these bronze knife coins occupy little space and are simply stored away, certain to prove useful in the future. Having collected the system's rewards in bronze knife coins, Xuanzhen turns his attention to his data panel, a surge of ambition coursing through him. His cultivation has reached the unparalleled realm of martial arts, a stage sufficient for his self-preservation. At the very least, within the county city, his prowess stands at its zenith. Although Xuanzhen does not fully grasp this reality, his observations over the past few days have led him to realize that even throughout the entirety of Fuliang County, the unparalleled martial arts realm is the highest attainable level. As for the superior combat capabilities, they are reserved for the national government and prominent sects, within which the unparalleled martial arts also ranks among the upper echelons of power. The term unparalleled alone conveys the formidable nature of this realm. Fuliang County City oversees a total of 28 counties, including Fuling City itself. Mei Changsu and Mei Lengya hail from the illustrious Mei family of Fuliang County City, a fact Xuanzhen is well aware of. However, he is oblivious to the details regarding the head of the Mei family, Mei Changsu's elder brother, who is a half-step unparalleled powerhouse. Yet, such knowledge is of little consequence to him. Regardless of whether it is a half-step or a true unparalleled being, what does it matter? Xuanzhen is no ordinary unparalleled martial artist. He possesses extraordinary green equipment from the system and the eternal destiny immortal body, practicing the eternal holy demon technique. With such enhancements, his strength cannot be merely gauged by the surface level of his realm. Otherwise, how could Mei Changsu, a distinguished martial arts overlord of the 3rd rank, fall to Xuanzhen, who was previously only a 2nd-rank martial arts overlord? After completing his check-in, Xuanzhen acclimates to his new gear, at which point the Xuanwu set begins to gradually attune to him. All 8 effects of the 9-piece set emerge in full. The effects of the 2-piece set yield a defense of 100,000 and a strength of 10,000. The 3-piece set effect grants a speed of 9,000. The 4-piece set unlocks hidden equipment effects. The 5-piece set activates the spatial storage effect of the Xuanwu ring. The 6-piece set initiates the automatic replenishment of limitless power, increasing by 1 point per minute. The 7-piece set provides a 50 damage reduction. The 8-piece set activates the active mental skill, Eye of Void Perception. The 9-piece set grants the passive skill, Xuanwu Power, increasing defense by 5,000 daily. In total, there are 8 set effects, marking a significant enhancement compared to the previous Dragon Coil set effects. However, some aspects remain unchanged, such as the 4-piece set effect, which still does not alter hidden equipment, and the 7-piece set's damage reduction, which remains at 50. However, this was already remarkably powerful. Its unchanged nature continued to impress. The other effects exhibited considerable transformations. As for the attributes that provided enhancements, they are not worth mentioning. The passive skill, Power of the Black Tortoise, from the 9-piece set, grants an additional 5,000 points of defense daily. Over time, this will render Li Xuanzhen's defensive capabilities even more formidable. He could already envision that if anyone were to attack him, they would be utterly incapable of inflicting any harm against his immense defense. Coupled with a 50% damage reduction, he would become the most resilient of all. The automatic replenishment of limitless power, part of the 6-piece set effect, was another delightful surprise. The black and white dual-bladed sword of the Black Tortoise, synthesized by Li Xuanzhen, bore a cataclysmic-level skill that required the consumption of limitless power. Yet, this limitless power was not infinite. It was quantifiable, with a maximum capacity of 1,000. Previously, Li Xuanzhen had been troubled by how to replenish all of it once depleted. Now, however, there was no need for concern, as the set effect replenished 1 point of limitless power every minute. While this may seem modest, it translates to a significant recovery rate. If Li Xuanzhen were to exhaust all his limitless power, he would be able to restore the entire consumption in just 1,000 minutes. With 60 minutes in an hour, that equates to 10 hours for 600 minutes, and over a 24-hour span, 1,440 minutes. Thus, in less than a day, he could fully replenish all consumed limitless power. This aspect particularly pleased Li Xuanzhen. Although he had yet to witness the effects of the limitless power-consuming cataclysmic skill, Maha Wuliang, he anticipated it would evolve into a treasured skill. After all, it was the first offensive skill to emerge from the system thus far, and if it proved ineffective, it would reflect poorly on the system's reputation. For the sake of maintaining that reputation, this skill must undoubtedly be formidable. After contemplating these effects, Li Xuanzhen turned his gaze to the Black Tortoise ring in his hand. Delving into its essence, he discovered that, in contrast to the original dragon ring, which possessed only a cubic space, the interior of the Black Tortoise ring now boasted a volume exceeding 100 cubic units. Moreover, the space was no longer the dim, shadowy area it once was. It had transformed into a bright realm, subtly pulsating with spiritual energy. This storage space surpassed the original dragon ring and any storage bags Li Xuanzhen had encountered, elevating the quality to an entirely new level. Indeed, it lives up to its reputation as a green extraordinary quality space ring, Li Xuanzhen marveled. After reviewing several effects, only the final one remained, which left Li Xuanzhen somewhat perplexed. This effect pertained to the original 8-piece set effect. The former dragon set's 8th effect was a proactive skill known as Eye of Insight. Now, under the Black Tortoise set, it had transformed into Eye of Void. This Eye of Void was evidently an advanced skill derived from the Eye of Insight. Li Xuanzhen focused his attention on this effect. As the system's prompt elucidated its purpose, the Eye of Void could discern information about individuals no more than 5 levels beneath his own realm. Capable of penetrating illusions and shattering calamity-level spells, this skill can be employed within secret realms, offering a 20% chance of discovering innate spiritual artifacts. 3 pieces of information are paramount. The first pertains to the enhancement of the Eye of Insight, which previously could only reveal the information of individuals up to 3 levels below its wielder. Now, the Eye of Void has been upgraded to encompass 5 levels. The subsequent 2 effects are unprecedented for the Eye of Insight. The ability to dispel illusions is particularly significant for Li Xuanzhen, who, with his current prowess, no longer fears engaging in direct confrontation. Should he falter, he can simply retreat. However, when it comes to certain specialized illusions, Li Xuanzhen finds himself at a loss. This is a skill of the shadowy, with no corresponding means to counter it, which could lead to unfortunate consequences. While Li Xuanzhen possesses formidable mental strength, some illusions require more than mere mental fortitude to resist. A moment's hesitation could spell the difference between life and death. Thus, the acquisition of the Eye of Void, which can unravel illusions, presents an immensely valuable skill for Xuanzhen, offering a safeguard against unforeseen dangers. This skill enhances his overall capabilities, leading to his profound satisfaction with the Eye of Void. Upon reviewing all effects, a system prompt reappeared in Xuanzhen's mind. Host has equipped the complete Xuanwu set. Reward: Special Technique Moving Stars and Plucking the Moon. The Moving Stars and Plucking the Moon, a platinum-level technique, enables the harnessing of stellar energy to refine the body. Exclusive to the realm of invincible martial arts. As Xuanzhen perused the description of this special technique, his eyes sparkled with intrigue. An exclusive technique for the invincible martial arts realm? Upon closer examination, he discovered that moving stars and plucking the moon allows for the continuous exercise of the body through the celestial forces above. The invincible martial arts realm is a unique stage dedicated to the fortification of both body and spirit. Only by refining both to an indomitable state can one unlock a series of exclusive abilities associated with this realm. Currently, Xuanzhen is within the invincible martial arts realm, albeit at a preliminary stage, indicated by the notation of 1/10 invincibility, signifying his minor level. Had he continued to cultivate the eternal sacred demon art, he could have further advanced his cultivation level. However, the emergence of this specialized technique for physical enhancement brings him great joy. Most importantly, this technique requires no active cultivation. As long as Xuanzhen remains outside of certain secret realms, it autonomously absorbs stellar energy, continuously refining his physique until he achieves complete invincibility. Thus, this technique boasts numerous advantages, living up to its status as an exclusive method for the invincible martial arts realm. Should Xuanzhen discover a corresponding technique for the spiritual aspect of invincible martial arts in the future, cultivating both body and spirit, he will swiftly reach the pinnacle of the invincible martial arts realm. As for how to seek out the exclusive techniques related to the spiritual side of invincible martial arts, that remains a question. Xuanzhen had but one thought: synthesis, incessant synthesis, upgrading the system, and naturally acquiring this exclusive technique, or perhaps even something superior. He envisioned directly enhancing his equipment to obtain a more formidable blue legendary set, thereby freeing himself from the stagnation of the martial arts invincible realm, and ascending to the pinnacle of martial prowess. This was the essence of Xuanzhen's aspirations. However, as of now, this unique technique was merely satisfactory to him, and he felt a profound joy as a result. He summoned his data panel, revealing his status: Host, Xuanzhen, Level 2, Special, Fragmented Eternal Fate Immortal Body, First Level. 10 Awakening. His cultivated techniques included Eternal Sacred Demon Art, Fragmented, and Star Plucking Moon Reaching. Limitless Power, 1000. Catastrophe Level Skill, Maha Wuliang. Passive Skill, Eye of Void Insight. Current Realm, Martial Arts Invincible Realm, 10 Invincible. The newly minted data panel displayed additional metrics: Limitless Power, New Techniques, and Catastrophe Skills. Even the Eye of Insight, previously unqualified to enter the data panel, had transformed into the Eye of Void Insight, now gracing the panel. Gazing at his formidable new data panel, an overwhelming sense of confidence and strength surged within him. Since arriving in this world a year ago as a destitute blacksmith, he had, in just a few months of acquiring the system, evolved into an invincible martial artist. Such a transformation left Xuanzhen in a haze, as if caught in a dream. Yet, it was undeniably real. One could only marvel at the wonders of having a system. After retracting the system, Xuanzhen's gaze fell upon a plethora of items scattered across the table, all materials he had purchased from the treasure pavilion on the first and second floors. Merely synthesizing a few pieces of frost-scale silver armor had afforded him a terrifying enhancement in strength. Without hesitation, he resolved to continue the synthesis while the iron was hot. Xuanzhen was acutely aware that everything he possessed stemmed from the system, which was fundamentally a synthesis system. Crafting items would enhance the system's proficiency and elevate its level, thus empowering him further. In this fantastical world where martial prowess reigned supreme, everything apart from one's innate strength was but an illusion. Driven by a desire for greater power, Xuanzhen resumed his synthesis efforts. With only 2 pieces of frost-scale silver armor remaining, he sought to combine them and discover what could be forged anew. He had already assembled a complete set of the Xuanwu armor. The ample remaining materials were sufficient for dozens more attempts, and based on prior experiences, equipment synthesis materials yielded only more equipment. With a curious mindset, he began to synthesize the last 2 pieces of frost-scale silver armor. As he attempted the synthesis, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Synthesis failure, materials damaged. A surprising scene emerged before him. Upon the appearance of the system's prompt, Xuanzhen could hardly believe his ears. Glancing down at the 2 pieces of frost-scale silver armor he had been holding, they seemed to dissipate like smoke. Could it be that synthesis could actually fail? Xuanzhen was incredulous. Yet, the reality before him was undeniable. The system's synthesis function indeed allowed for failure. What was going on? Was this system truly a game system? The presence of such a heartless feature as synthesis failure was astonishing. Xuanzhen was left speechless. In his previous life on Blue Star, those pay-to-win games all featured synthesis or enhancement functions for equipment, with a similar risk of failure. Moreover, the likelihood of failure increased with each successful enhancement or synthesis, designed solely to entice players into spending more money. Such unscrupulous merchants deserve to be imprisoned. The system Xuanzhen received had a synthesis function and a data panel, all reminiscent of games he had played before. However, he never anticipated that the system's primary feature, synthesis, would also carry the risk of failure. This was due to his previous experiences, having synthesized countless times without a single failure, leading him to assume that the system's synthesis would be infallible, guaranteed to succeed. Yet now, after successfully synthesizing the entire Xuanwu set, when he attempted to synthesize equipment again, he was met with the system's notification of failure. Just like in a game. Upon failing to synthesize, the materials used vanished as well. Xuanzhen was momentarily dumbfounded. After a while, he looked at his empty hands and gradually came to terms with the system's mechanics. How absurd. The system's synthesis could indeed fail, and the equipment would disappear afterward? Xuanzhen was utterly dismayed. Nevertheless, it was merely a few inconsequential yellow-grade items. Failure was inconsequential. After all, he still possessed numerous other items to use for synthesis. Just 2 items lost. It was nothing he couldn't afford. With a grand gesture, he waved his hand and resumed synthesizing. Xuanzhen picked up the remaining equipment to continue. Pay-to-win gloves 2, synthesis. Failure. The synthesis materials were damaged. Hearing the system's notification and looking at his now empty hands, Xuanzhen's expression darkened. How could it fail again? No matter, he pressed on. There were plenty of materials for synthesis. He had no fear. Pay-to-win gloves 2, synthesis. Failure. Synthesis materials damaged. Pay-to-win gloves 2, synthesis. Failure. 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 A series of failures turned Xuanzhen's countenance as dark as a bottomless pot. He refused to believe it. How could his luck be so poor? He continued. Without hesitation, he pressed on with the synthesis. Failure. 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 A continuous stream of failure notifications echoed in his ears. Eventually, when Xuanzhen sought to pick up equipment for synthesis once more, he discovered to his dismay that there was nothing left. All synthesis materials had vanished due to the relentless failures. 10 pairs of premium gloves, 10 pairs of Triceratops boots, 10 mysterious black daggers, and 21 sapphire necklaces, all vanished into thin air due to failed synthesis, leaving behind not a single trace. After a series of consecutive failures, Xuanzhen gazed at the vast emptiness on the table and floor, his once dark complexion now pale as a ghost. All failures. Xuanzhen's countenance darkened severely. The relentless failures weighed heavily on his heart. These materials had all been procured with spirit stones. Money, substantial amounts of money, a veritable fortune, now turned to naught. Born into poverty and having grown up in hardship, witnessing such a fortune dissipate into nothingness was a bitter pill to swallow. The despair and discomfort he felt were palpable. My money, he gasped, clutching his chest, finding it difficult to breathe. Chapter 59. The limitation of uniqueness. This system is utterly infuriating. Either it doesn't fail, or it fails continuously, offering no chance whatsoever. Xuanzhen summoned the data panel, only to feel even worse. The synthesis proficiency remained stagnant at 1235, unchanged since he last completed the Black Tortoise set. This meant that failure did not contribute to the increase in proficiency, a revelation that struck Xuanzhen like lightning. He had hoped to complete the synthesis of all materials at hand to significantly boost his proficiency, subsequently upgrading the system to create even higher grade equipment. Onward to greater achievements, becoming a CEO, marrying a wealthy beauty, ascending to the pinnacle of life. Yet now, all was lost. The dreams had shattered, and with them, his heart. The remnants of his aspirations lay in tatters, irreparable. Xuanzhen could hardly articulate the depth of his feelings. It was akin to being on the verge of winning over the goddess of his dreams, only to see her fall into the embrace of a wealthy heir. Such a sentiment is incomprehensible to those who have not experienced it firsthand. My goddess. No, my money. Xuanzhen lamented. Alas, life is grand. Everything is but a chance to start anew. He resolved, refusing to succumb to despair. I refuse to believe I am cursed. I will not fail again. With renewed determination, Xuanzhen prepared to synthesize once more. This time, he chose not to attempt the synthesis of equipment, primarily due to the absence of usable items. Over 100 pieces had all failed, dissolving into the ether. Instead, he opted to utilize the medicinal herbs he had acquired at a bargain from the 4th floor of the treasure pavilion. The Earth's rejuvenating herb, of excellent quality, could be synthesized. Xuanzhen held 15 of these herbs, allowing for 7 attempts at synthesis. Clutching the dark herb, he began the process. Synthesis of Earth's rejuvenating herb 2. Congratulations, host. You have successfully obtained the Herb King 1. The synthesis had succeeded, a welcome turn of fortune for Xuanzhen, who had braced himself for failure. Gazing at the large, dark-hued Hisho Wu in his hand, Xuanzhen found himself momentarily stunned. Had he truly succeeded? After enduring a string of failures, he had resigned himself to the possibility of yet another disappointment. Yet, unexpectedly, triumph had graced him. Holding the Hisho Wu, he scrutinized it closely. This time, there was no need for system identification, as information about the Hisho Wu unfurled before him. Hisho Wu, green extraordinary quality. One of the primary ingredients for concocting the Flying Phoenix Dihuang Dan. Direct consumption enhances mental strength. Upon perceiving the drug's information, particularly the designation of green extraordinary quality, Xuanzhen comprehended that he had indeed achieved success. A wave of joy washed over him. Had his fortunes changed? Was he no longer cursed? Initially, he believed his luck had finally shifted, that after numerous failures, a once-failed endeavor had finally yielded success. However, a moment of reflection led him to sense something amiss. No, it was not merely a matter of luck improving. A notion began to take shape in his mind. Let me see if my intuition holds true. After a brief contemplation, he once more grasped 2 Earth Hisho Wu and initiated the synthesis. Earth Hisho Wu 2 synthesized. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Hisho Wu 1. He succeeded again. This time, however, Xuanzhen did not indulge in excessive joy. Instead, he continued with the synthesis. Earth Hisho Wu 2 synthesized. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Hisho Wu 1. A third success. Yet, this time, Xuanzhen furrowed his brow. He retrieved a storage bag from the martial arts immortal of the Mei family, whom he had vanquished during an ambush. From within one of the bags, he unearthed 2 identical pieces of equipment. Emerald bracelet 2 synthesized. Synthesis failed. Materials were damaged. A setback, yet this failure was anticipated by Xuanzhen. Following this unsuccessful attempt, he refrained from attempting to synthesize other equipment, and instead took up 2 Earth Hisho Wu, initiating the synthesis once more. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Hisho Wu 2. The synthesis of Earth Hisho Wu was successful again. At this juncture, he conducted an experiment, validating a thought that had taken root in his mind. Indeed, the synthesis of medicinal materials succeeded in one go, while the synthesis of equipment resulted in failure. I understand now, the idea crystallizing within him. To confirm this further, without hesitation, he again procured duplicate equipment from the storage bags of several martial arts immortals. Purple bamboo, sword 2 synthesized. Synthesis failed. Materials were damaged. As he watched the 2 violet long swords vanish before his eyes, Xuanzhen's hypothesis was solidified. It was indeed as he suspected. He set down the storage bag. Firstly, it was clear that his repeated failures were not due to bad luck. Nor was his success in synthesizing the Earth Hisho Wu a mere stroke of good fortune. The failures in equipment synthesis, as well as the success of synthesizing the earthly ratio, bear no connection to my fortune. The issue does not lie in the whims of luck, but rather in the inherent rules of the system. I have already successfully synthesized a complete set of the Xuanwu armor. Thus, the desire to synthesize further equipment to discover what might emerge is misguided, for the system forbids it. After the synthesis of the Xuanwu set, I am not permitted to attempt further synthesis. Any such endeavor will inevitably result in failure without any clarification provided. This is a rule obscured from plain sight, one that I could only discern through personal exploration. Consequently, I have experienced a series of failures in equipment synthesis. However, when it comes to synthesizing medicinal herbs such as the earthly ratio, there are no restrictions, as I have not produced an item akin to the Xuanwu set. Hence, the synthesis of herbs does not encounter failure. It could be posited that the synthesis of herbs inherently lacks items resembling the Xuanwu set. Thus, the conclusion is clear. There exists only one truth. The Xuanwu set possesses a unique status within the system's synthesis rules, being restricted to a singular complete set of equipment. Based on the system's repeated behavior, Xuanzhen has drawn this conclusion. The fact remains, once a complete set of equipment is synthesized, the system will not permit the synthesis of a second set, not even a single piece. In contrast, this rule does not apply to other items. In essence, the synthesis system imposes a singular limitation. Only one set of system armor may exist in this world. It remains uncertain whether this is due to the system's own constraints or the fundamental laws of this realm, but a second set cannot manifest. When Xuanzhen previously synthesized the Dragon Power set, he lacked the necessary materials to verify this rule after completing the entire set. Now, with an abundance of synthesis materials at hand, he has made this discovery for the first time. The cost of uncovering this rule has amounted to over 100 pieces of yellow-quality equipment. If sold, they would yield at least several billion gold pieces, translating to over 10,000 spirit stones. Reflecting on this, Xuanzhen feels a deep pang of regret. Such a substantial sum, equivalent to billions in gold or thousands of spirit stones, represents a significant loss. All this wealth has dissipated in vain due to the absence of a system alert. It could have easily diverted the course of a great river, yet it has vanished into thin air. Xuanzhen is heartbroken, lamenting the squandered fortune. He regrets not having discovered this crucial aspect sooner. Had he recognized the uniqueness of the equipment synthesis rule earlier, he would have avoided wasting so much gear, thus preserving a considerable amount of wealth. However, at the moment of his initial failure in synthesis, he was caught up in the excitement, failing to consider the implications. And with so many items in his possession, the loss of one or two seemed inconsequential, leading him to overlook the broader consequences. Subsequent failures ignited a surge of emotions within him, and in a moment of anger, rational thought eluded him. His mind was consumed with the desire to synthesize once more, to try again after each setback, yearning for a single success. It was only after the complete failure of all his equipment synthesis that he emerged from this obsessive state. Enough, he sighed. I am still too young. Despite his formidable strength having reached a level of prowess, Xuanzhen's temperament remained unrefined, a reality he was compelled to confront through this episode. This experience imparted a valuable lesson, illuminating the necessity for him to cultivate his character. With this understanding, his spirits began to lift. Perhaps this serves as a lesson for me. The sudden rise from poverty to wealth, the unexpected strength of the weak, my temperament, along with various other aspects, requires further honing. It has reminded me that not every endeavor will proceed smoothly or with ease, even with the system's assistance. I am not destined to be invincible. Gradually, Xuanzhen's resolve solidified. His martial prowess, bolstered by the system, could indeed ascend swiftly. Yet the cultivation of his character remained an undertaking solely in his hands. Otherwise, the system, despite its capabilities, was not infallible. He would inevitably encounter challenges that the system could not resolve. Should he fail to rise to such occasions, the outcomes might diverge from his aspirations. With a composed demeanor and eyes shimmering with determination, he felt a burgeoning strength within. Outside, dawn had broken. Xuanzhen had spent the night awake. Yet light began to seep into his chamber. Approaching the expansive floor-to-ceiling window that opened onto a modest garden balcony, he gazed at the morning sky. In the distance, between the mountains, the sun was steadily rising. Witnessing this breathtaking spectacle, Xuanzhen felt his spirits soar even higher. For a martial artist of his caliber, a sleepless night was trivial. Even a month without rest would not induce fatigue. As he beheld the radiant sun, he closed his eyes and inhaled deeply, soon reopening them, his gaze blazing with confidence and vitality. In this vast universe, I, Xuanzhen, am destined to stand atop the pinnacle of this world, he proclaimed inwardly, directed at the rising sun. Chapter 60. The Ghost Realm. After this internal declaration, Xuanzhen felt revitalized. To possess a system was indeed a tremendous fortune. Yet he recognized the imperative of pursuing self-improvement. Only through a dual effort, his own growth alongside the system, could he firmly establish his footing in this fantastical realm. With this clarity, he acknowledged that nearly 2 months had passed since he acquired the system. In this brief span of time, Xuanzhen transformed from a destitute blacksmith into an unparalleled master of martial arts. It is evident that he will not cease to ascend beyond this level in the future. Gradually, Xuanzhen began to conceive thoughts regarding his future. Although these notions were still vague, they had taken root and would inevitably become clearer and more defined with time. Xuanzhen cast a final glance at the brightening world outside and exhaled deeply before returning to his chamber. Having spent a sleepless night, he felt no fatigue. Rather, he was invigorated, brimming with nebulous aspirations. This burgeoning sense of purpose served as a trial for his character. He returned to his study, which was no longer a chaotic mess of accumulated items. Most of the goods acquired from the treasure pavilion had been synthesized. The remaining items to be dealt with were mostly from the martial arts true immortals of the Mei family, as well as potential treasures from the storage of Mei Changsu, a formidable martial arts overlord. Xuanzhen could only hope that these items did not include an excess of weaponry or armor, as such treasures had lost significance in his journey. Instead, he yearned for elixirs, which he could synthesize into superior potions. In the realm of martial cultivation, these elixirs, particularly the precious Baodan, served as a genuine form of high-grade currency. While weapons and armor that enhance combat capabilities are undoubtedly valuable, they remain external possessions. In contrast, elixirs, especially those that directly augment one's strength, are coveted hard currency in the market of cultivation, ensuring a constant demand. This is why alchemists hold a prestigious status in this world. Their elevation to formal alchemists requires innate talent, and the innate value of elixirs is universally acknowledged. Li Xuanzhen possessed a synthesis system that enabled him to transform ordinary elixirs into baodan, a pinnacle concoction only achievable by master alchemists, thus commanding a hefty price. At present, Li Xuanzhen harbored a pressing desire for wealth. In this world, currency is represented by spirit stones. Although his personal need for spirit stones was not particularly acute, others clamored for them in abundance. His lesser urgency stemmed from his independence from spirit stones for cultivation. However, from another perspective, Li Xuanzhen required a substantial number of spirit stones, not only to satisfy his burgeoning desire for wealth, but also to procure extraordinary green quality equipment for synthesis as he advanced his system level. Such equipment, even in reality, necessitated spirit stones for acquisition. Henceforth, everything Li Xuanzhen sought would be contingent upon spirit stones, with gold serving merely as a common medium of exchange. The effects on Li Xuanzhen have become nearly negligible. The pressing challenges before him now revolve around accumulating proficiency for system upgrades and acquiring green legendary equipment to synthesize blue legendary gear. Currently, Li Xuanzhen possesses the Xuanwu set, which has elevated him to an unparalleled realm of martial arts. However, the Xuanwu set itself is merely of green extraordinary quality. One wonders what heights a blue legendary set could propel him to. Thus, the foremost tasks at hand are twofold: to enhance the system's proficiency and to amass spirit stones for the purpose of purchasing green extraordinary equipment post-upgrade. Li Xuanzhen has already grasped the financial demands of procuring green extraordinary gear from the Treasure Pavilion, where costs are often measured in tens of thousands of spirit stones. He does not seek merely one or two pieces of equipment, but requires enough to synthesize an entire blue legendary set. Given that a full set comprises 9 pieces, he will need to acquire 18 duplicates to achieve synthesis. Consequently, he estimates a need for at least 200,000 to 300,000 lower-grade spirit stones to purchase the requisite 18 green items. Moreover, this is merely Li Xuanzhen's personal assessment. Green extraordinary quality equipment is not commonplace, and the availability of such duplicates is uncertain. Even within the county's treasure pavilion, green extraordinary items are among the top 10 treasures. With only one duplicate available, a single-use talisman, not the defensive weaponry he desperately requires, it appears that following the system upgrade, his only recourse may be to venture into the prefectural city, where there is a greater possibility of finding such equipment. Yet, he harbors a lingering concern about whether he can indeed gather 18 duplicate green extraordinary items even there. These are the dilemmas currently occupying Li Xuanzhen's thoughts. With no immediate solutions in sight, he resolves to take one step at a time. Upon returning to his study, he first retrieves the storage bags belonging to Mei's martial arts True Immortal and Mei Changsu. Among these, Mei Changsu's bag is notably larger, measuring 10 cubic units, while the others are approximately 1 cubic unit in size, even smaller than his former dragon power ring. However, the quality of these storage bags is of little concern to Li Xuanzhen. He must regard them all. His storage ring currently boasts a capacity of 100 cubic units, and he has no intention of switching to a storage bag, regardless of how superior it may be. The safety and convenience of his spatial ring far surpass any alternative. Reflecting on this, Li Xuanzhen also considers that Feng Qiao has yet to acquire a larger storage bag. Thus, Mei Changsu's bag may serve her well, representing a form of resourceful repurposing. Otherwise, the storage bag belonging to the esteemed Master Mei of the Mei family is marked, and at least in the county city, no one would purchase it even if offered for sale. It goes without saying that those who cannot afford to offend the Mei family would not dare, and those who can afford to do so have no desire to invite trouble, as they themselves do not lack spacious storage bags. To provoke the Mei family over such a trivial item as a storage bag is hardly a prudent decision. Of course, were it not for the storage bag, but rather an item capable of enhancing one's own or one's family's power, there would be no hesitation in seizing it. Thus, for the time being, Mei Changsu's storage bag can only be entrusted to Feng Qiao for use. As for the other storage bags belonging to several martial arts true immortals, they bear no special markings. Whenever convenient, they could be sold directly to the treasure pavilion. However, it seems that the purchase price for storage bags at the treasure pavilion is not particularly high, unless the bag possesses unique qualities or ample space. Fetching a good price is unlikely. These are merely peripheral considerations that Li Xuanzhen briefly contemplated. At this moment, the most pressing matter is to examine whether there are any items within these storage bags that he requires, namely, medicinal pills. Li Xuanzhen extracted all the contents from the storage bags. In an instant, the previously barren desk and floor were adorned with a variety of items. Among them were defensive weapons and martial arts manuals, as well as some spirit stones and gold. Finally, there were the medicinal pills that Li Xuanzhen anticipated most eagerly. The pills obtained from the storage bags of the martial arts true immortals were all identical, seemingly dispensed by the Mei family, with consistent types and quantities. The white spirit pill, yellow, fine quality, enhances the cultivation efficiency of low-tier martial practitioners. The Xuanzhen pill, yellow, fine quality, replenishes spiritual energy. The barrier-breaking pill, yellow, fine quality, increases the success rate of breakthroughs in martial practitioners' realms. The heavenly demon pill, yellow, fine quality, ignites the body's blood and energy, allowing for a temporary surge in power to 200%, but upon its conclusion, the user suffers from severe weakness lasting a month. Among these three types of pills, Xuanzhen had previously acquired them from Mei Langia. Only the last one, the heavenly demon pill, was unfamiliar to him. This pill, from its name alone, emanated an air of enigma. Examining its effects, it is intended for a brief, desperate burst of combat power, accompanied by severe side effects. The profound weakness lasting for a month, though its exact nature is unknown, surely does not bode well. This pill appears to be one that should only be resorted to in dire straits, and its side effects must be considerable. It is likely that the Mei family crafted this pill specifically for these martial arts true immortals, intended for use in life-or-death battles. The side effects are, therefore, quite predictable. Otherwise, considering that Mei Langia holds a significant position within the Mei family, it is unfathomable that such a pill would not exist if its side effects were not severe. Having perused the various elixirs, it became evident that there were no fewer than a dozen vials, each containing approximately 70 to 90 pills. Xuanzhen meticulously gathered these potions, then seized Mei Changsu's storage pouch. His anticipation for the contents of this pouch was exceptionally high, as it belonged to a martial arts overlord and was sourced from the upper echelons of a formidable faction. One could only surmise that it housed extraordinary treasures. Xuanzhen deliberately cleared a space on his desk, specifically designated for the items contained within this storage pouch. Upon opening it, he discovered that while the pouch possessed a considerable interior space, it was not filled to capacity. A significant portion remained vacant. Nevertheless, the items present surpassed in quantity those found in several storage pouches belonging to the Mei family's martial arts true immortals. As he extracted each item, it became apparent that Mei Changsu's storage pouch had a distinctive characteristic. It contained relatively few weapons and armor. Instead, there were merely a few swords, several garments crafted from special fabrics, boots, wristbands, and hair ties. Though these items appeared unremarkable, each was of exceptional quality, meticulously crafted with intricate runes. Their defensive capabilities and comfort far exceeded those of conventional metal armor. These garments were likely Mei Changsu's personal attire, meant for replacement. While Xuanzhen could not ascertain their exact value, the system indicated that all these items were of fine yellow quality, prompting him to click his tongue in admiration. Such extravagance. Even ordinary clothing of this caliber suggested that the Mei family was immensely wealthy. Do not misconstrue his thoughts. Xuanzhen was not a brigand by nature. His contemplation was rooted in the realization that he had already crossed paths with the Mei family, with so many lives lost, including a direct descendant and the third master of the Mei clan. The enmity was profound. Unless the Mei family fell into dire straits, they would undoubtedly seek retribution against him. Xuanzhen was prepared, intent on turning the tables. Having already established this animosity, he resolved that if the Mei family did not strike first, he would certainly not allow them to escape unscathed. The principle of eradicating threats at their roots was one he fully understood. Moreover, would the Mei family allow him to live? Certainly not. Such an outcome was utterly inconceivable. Thus, Xuanzhen readied himself for the inevitable confrontation, planning to eliminate any members of the Mei family who sought vengeance, ultimately leading to their complete annihilation. In that eventuality, the vast wealth and countless treasures of the Mei family would rightfully belong to him. With this thought in mind, Xuanzhen found himself eagerly anticipating the arrival of the Mei family's retribution. The prospect of such a lucrative turn of events filled him with anticipation. Skimming past several garments, he then directed his attention to the vials and jars extracted from Mei Changsu's storage pouch, which, as expected, were filled with elixirs. As Li Xian's fingers grasped a vial of elixirs, he poured forth a singular pill, prompting the system to commence its appraisal. The results revealed: white spirit pill, profound chi pill, barrier-breaking pill, ghostly demon pill, and the ghost king treasure pill, green extraordinary quality. This pill, originating from the realm of the spirits, bestows upon its user the ability to transform into a ghostly form, augmenting their strength by 100% and rendering them impervious to physical assaults while mitigating certain elemental damage. Before Li Xian stood a brand new elixir, a treasure pill of green extraordinary quality, a rarity he had not encountered outside of his own concoctions. Clutching the dark pill adorned with a ghostly mask, he scrutinized it closely, sensing an aura of peculiar ghostly energy emanating from it. The longer he gazed, the more the mask seemed to transform into a genuine malevolent spirit, poised to emerge. However, with Li Xian's formidable cultivation and mental fortitude, such trivial illusions posed no threat to him. After a few moments of contemplation, he set aside the Ghost King treasure pill and reached for another vial. The Profound Heaven treasure pill, familiar yet again, a type he had previously synthesized, designed to replenish spiritual energy. The vial contained a generous dozen of these green extraordinary quality pills. Yet, like the former elixirs, they could not be synthesized further, leaving them as mere currency for Li Xian, who had already attained the realm of invincibility in martial arts. Hence, these elixirs, intended for those beneath his level, held little value for him. With the inability to synthesize them, he had no choice but to reserve them for future upgrades, or to sell them, though the timeline for such upgrades remained uncertain and elusive. Setting aside the Profound Heaven treasure pill, only 2 types of elixirs remained. Li Xian decided to pour them both out for inspection. The Lingming treasure pill, green extraordinary quality, another creation from the ghostly realm, serves to alleviate the adverse effects of dissolving the ghostly form. Another novel pill, yet still a treasure, the Lingming pill piqued his interest once more, as it too hailed from the ghostly realm. Li Xian had previously encountered the Ghost King treasure pill, also from this enigmatic domain. Initially indifferent, he now found himself contemplating the implications of this ghostly realm. What manner of place is this? Could it be that this fantastical world harbors spirits and phantoms? Such thoughts left him perplexed. Once an ordinary blacksmith, just months prior, Li Xian had only a rudimentary understanding of this mystical high martial world, lacking any acquaintance with martial apprentices. Thus, it was unreasonable to expect him to possess extensive knowledge of his surroundings. Although Li Xuanzhen has been in this world for over a year, most of that time has been spent within his blacksmith shop. Prior to acquiring the system, he had never even set foot in the county town. It seems he must consult Xuanzhen. In Li Xuanzhen's eyes, Feng Xiaoru is akin to a tool, a learning machine. Whenever he encounters something he does not comprehend, and the system provides no guidance, he turns to Feng Xiaoru for answers. Now that he has learned about the ghost realm, and with the system remaining silent, Li Xuanzhen intends to inquire further with Feng Xiaoru. For the moment, however, he continues to explore what he can synthesize and proceeds with the crafting process. He picks up the last remaining vial of elixir, the Tianluo Baodan, a potion designed to counteract the malevolent energy of the ghost realm, boasting a green extraordinary quality. This final elixir, although a treasure, is still related to the ghost realm. While it is not a product of that realm, it serves the purpose of combating its sinister aura. What is this sinister aura? Li Xuanzhen feels an acute sense of ignorance. Despite the system's prompts and enhancements, there remains a plethora of knowledge he has yet to grasp. It is at this moment that he further recognizes Feng Xiaoru's worth. Having such an indigenous individual as a learning resource is indeed invaluable. After reviewing all the elixirs, he finds that aside from a few precious potions, the remainder consists of yellow good quality items suitable for synthesis. Without wasting any time, Li Xuanzhen decides to synthesize them all: 2 white spirit elixirs, 2 Xuanqi elixirs, 2 barrier-breaking elixirs, and 2 Tiangui elixirs. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1 water spirit Baodan, 1 Shintian Baodan, and 1 breaking boundary Baodan. Additionally, congratulations on acquiring 1 Ghost King Baodan. Chapter 61, The System Mall Unveiled. Following the synthesis, Li Xuanzhen has once again acquired 4 previously obtained Baodan. The final Baodan, the Ghost King Baodan, is a product of the successful synthesis of the Tiangui elixir. Holding the potion in his hand, with its eerie black hue and the ghostly mask depicted on it, he instantly recognizes its sinister nature. After glancing at the Ghost King Baodan a few times, he decides to store it away. The potion possesses formidable abilities, capable of ignoring physical attacks and mitigating certain elemental damage. However, for Li Xuanzhen, it holds little value. Not only does he possess a terrifying defensive capability, but his equipment set also grants him a 50% damage reduction. Regardless of its potency, the Ghost King Baodan fails to pique his interest. Moreover, such potent elixirs typically come with significant side effects, and Li Xuanzhen has no desire to become a guinea pig for testing those repercussions. Thus, like the other potions, the Ghost King Baodan is relegated to being a mere commodity to be sold. While it may be of little use to him, it should fetch a handsome price for others. Li Xuanzhen finds himself in need of funds. After synthesizing all the potions, he now possesses dozens of precious elixirs, some of which he plans to sell in exchange for spiritual stones. With the remaining items, they could serve as currency for elixirs and could also be utilized for trade. Li Xuanzhen had no intention of hastily disposing of a substantial quantity of elixirs in Fujing City. While the price of the precious elixirs was indeed favorable, it was unlikely that many could afford them in such a modest county as Fujing. despite the ample wealth accrued by these factions over the years. The highest cultivation level in the city was merely that of a true immortal in martial arts, and even the city lord was only a half-step true immortal. Thus, it was evident to Xuanzhen, even without extensive experience, that these individuals would struggle to purchase many elixirs. If he were to present all his precious elixirs at once, they would undoubtedly remain unsold. Although these elixirs were exquisite, lack of funds posed a significant obstacle. Xuanzhen planned to address the sale of these elixirs after arriving in the county city, which was a larger metropolis with a sufficiently expansive market to absorb them. Fujing City was merely a small county with limited financial resources. According to Feng Qiaru, a single water spirit elixir was sufficient to warrant an auction at the Tiansheng auction house, underscoring the limited purchasing power of Fujing County. After securing all the elixirs, Xuanzhen then retrieved the 10 treasures he had acquired from the treasure pavilion. Among these treasures, only a 9-layered glass pagoda and a ghostly mask caught his attention, along with 10 green extraordinary quality fire meteor talismans. While these talismans could potentially be synthesized, Xuanzhen's current focus lay on the 4th item, also one of the 10 treasures he had purchased from the treasure pavilion, which was something he was intimately familiar with: 20 bronze knife coins. These coins were acquired through his system's sign-in feature and had manifested in reality, appearing in the treasure pavilion as one of the 10 treasures, which he subsequently purchased. The bronze knife coins were a unique form of transactional currency, devoid of any rank. This was the brief description provided by the system regarding these coins. Xuanzhen found it difficult to extract any meaningful information from those few lines. Transactional currency? What kind of transactional currency? Where could it be used? For what purposes? The system provided no clarifications. He picked up the ancient knife-shaped bronze coin and examined it closely, finding no apparent distinguishing features. The treasure pavilion likely marketed it as a treasure due to its peculiar material, which was not made from any known metal in this world. This uniqueness was likely the reason it was classified as a treasure. As for its utility, it was probable that even the treasure pavilion was unaware, or else it would not have been offered for sale in a county-level treasure house like that of Fujing. Nevertheless, Xuanzhen was convinced that such an item must possess significance. After all, it was obtained through the system's sign-in feature, and it was implausible for it to be without purpose. As he toyed with the bronze knife coins in both hands, a notification from the system suddenly appeared. Upon detecting 2 bronze knife coins, the system prompted, "Can they be synthesized?" Xuanzhen was taken aback. This item could be synthesized? Previously, he had attempted to combine the bronze knife coins obtained through system sign-ins, only to receive a notification stating synthesis was impossible. However, now, holding 2 bronze knife coins purchased from the treasure pavilion, he toyed with them for a moment before the system astonishingly indicated that synthesis was indeed possible. With no further deliberation, Xuanzhen decided to proceed with the synthesis. The synthesis of the 2 bronze knife coins was executed seamlessly. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 1 black iron knife coin. Following the completion of the synthesis, a brand new coin materialized in his hand. No longer the verdant bronze. It was now a deep ebony hue, maintaining its ancient design yet distinct from the bronze knife coins. Is this the product of synthesizing bronze knife coins? Xuanzhen mused, examining the black iron knife coin. Remarkably, it required mental energy for identification. However, with an abundance of mental energy at his disposal, the identification cost was negligible to him. Upon completing the identification, information about the black iron knife coin flooded into Xuanzhen's mind. Black iron knife coin, special trade currency, no rank. Staring at this description, Xuanzhen was momentarily speechless. This is utterly nonsensical. What difference does it make? It's merely a name change. Everything else remains identical. Is it truly necessary to be this petty? As Xuanzhen lamented the information regarding the black iron knife coin, a series of system prompts resonated within his mind. Detected that the host possesses at least 1 currency of black iron grade or higher, system mall unlocked. The announcement momentarily left Xuanzhen perplexed. Before a radiant screen appeared before him. What is this? He gazed at the peculiar screen that had suddenly manifested, momentarily stunned. His eyes widened as he beheld the golden characters emblazoned at the top. Universal System Mall. Connecting this revelation with the earlier system notification, the realization dawned upon him. This was indeed the system mall, a feature present in some systems, but not in others. To his astonishment, his synthesis system also possessed a mall. Yet, it required specific conditions to access it. The prerequisite was to possess a black iron knife coin, or any currency of black iron grade or above. His unexpected acquisition of the bronze knife coins from the treasure pavilion, perhaps due to them not being obtained from system sign-ins, allowed for synthesis. Consequently, synthesizing yielded a black iron knife coin, inadvertently fulfilling the requirement to unlock the system mall. Thus, the system mall was now accessible. Moreover, One cannot help but notice that the name of the marketplace is the 10,000 Realms System Mall. Such a name signifies that this mall connects the myriad realms. How impressive! How extraordinary! Xuanzhen fully grasped the significance. Once he comprehended this, he eagerly began to explore the newly opened system mall. Everything was now clear. The so-called bronze knife coins and black iron knife coins were described by the system as a special class of trading currency. Where does one trade? It is within this system mall, of course. Xuanzhen understood this perfectly. For now, he decided to browse the system mall. Before him appeared the system mall, which featured three prominent interfaces: the mall, the lottery wheel, and the 10,000 Realms trading panel. The mall interface was vibrant and colorful, while the other two were shrouded in shades of gray and black. Xuanzhen naturally understood what this signified. It indicated that these two functionalities had yet to be activated. He had previously encountered the lottery wheel when he received the novice gift pack. During that occasion, he won a red epic synthesis stone, intended for crafting epic-grade equipment. This alone suggested that the system's synthesis process would require increasingly stringent conditions as one progressed, rather than the current ease of combining two items of the same grade. Moreover, it was evident that the red epic synthesis stone was quite rare. At this point, Xuanzhen had only acquired one from the lottery wheel. As for the grade of epic equipment, he was not entirely sure, but it should at least be above the blue legendary tier. Currently, he was unable to synthesize even blue legendary equipment, making the prospect of obtaining higher-tier red epics seem even more distant. The rarity of the red epic synthesis stone further underscored the scarcity of lottery opportunities. Gazing at the gray-black lottery wheel before him, Xuanzhen was uncertain whether it remained inactive or if he simply lacked the chance to draw, resulting in its muted appearance. It was likely the latter, otherwise he would not have had the opportunity to draw even once. As for the similarly colorless 10,000 Realms trading panel, it was likely that it had truly not been activated. This panel probably required him to meet specific criteria for it to be accessible. After a brief glance, Xuanzhen directed all his attention to the already activated, vibrant, and dazzling system mall interface. He thought to himself, let me see what treasures this mall has to offer. With eager anticipation, Xuanzhen opened the system mall interface. As his gaze shifted, the system mall interface automatically unfolded. The original three prominent screens vanished, replaced by a grid of 10 by 10 squares. There were a total of 100 squares, each containing items that were vividly colorful, radiating brilliance, appearing delectable, and exuding an air of rarity. Devil fruits. In 100 compartments, the identical item left Xuanzhen utterly astonished. How could such a thing exist? Xuanzhen was dumbfounded. Within one of the compartments lay an object radiating a mesmerizing multicolored glow, adorned with intricate patterns, resembling a fruit that was akin to a pineapple, yet somewhat reminiscent of a different variety. This peculiar item was etched in Xuanzhen's memory. Was it not the devil fruit from the anime Si Miao King that he had once watched on Blue Star? It was merely aesthetically pleasing, with flashy effects. What could it possibly mean for such an item to appear on the interface of the Myriad Worlds system marketplace? Chapter 62, Pseudo-Worldly Marvels. Did he require it? After all, he was in a fantastical realm. A mere martial arts true immortal, or rather a martial arts overlord, could easily sweep through the world of Si Miao King. Such a fruit might have been desirable had he still been on Blue Star. However, he was now in the invincible realm of martial arts, capable of obliterating the so-called 4 emperors and 3 admirals with a mere finger. What purpose would a devil fruit serve for him? Moreover, these devil fruits came with irreversible side effects. He sincerely did not wish for it. Xuanzhen expressed his disdain internally. No, I shall not purchase it, farewell. A firm rejection. Peering again at the price beneath this devil fruit, it was listed at 100 bronze knife coins. This price, to say the least, was neither exorbitant nor trivial. Xuanzhen's current accumulation of bronze knife coins approached 3,000. There was also a more advanced black iron knife coin. The value of a black iron knife coin in relation to bronze knife coins was not the issue. With nearly 3,000 bronze knife coins, he could procure dozens of devil fruits. Yet, the question remained, did Xuanzhen truly need it? Absolutely not. 100 bronze knife coins, earned through arduous efforts, were certainly not to be squandered on such a frivolous item. Xuanzhen expressed his dissatisfaction. He felt that this system marketplace lacked reliability. Upon his first visit, the first item displayed was hardly commendable. What was this devil fruit? He had never even heard of it. And what was it, 100 per pound? Oh, 100 for a pound? Why not just steal it? After his bout of sarcasm, Xuanzhen cast his gaze downward, examining the detailed description of the devil fruit. Chaos devil fruit. The most powerful devil fruit from the world of Si Miao King. After system modification, it could enhance the awakening level of the celestial body in high martial arts and super martial worlds. Initially, Xuanzhen perused the text with indifference, his eyes narrowed. Wearing a disdainful expression, Oh, the Chaos Devil Fruit. Oh, the most powerful devil fruit. After system modification, it could enhance the awakening level of the celestial body in high martial arts and super martial worlds. Wait a moment, what is this? Li Xuanzhen's eyes widened in astonishment as he scrutinized the concluding details of the chaos fruit. Enhance the awakening level of the celestial body. Li Xuanzhen could scarcely believe his eyes. A surge of inexplicable joy washed over him. Was this not tailor-made for him? After confirming that he had not misread, Li Xuanzhen was nearly overcome with excitement. This chaos demon fruit could be utilized to enhance the awakening level of his immortal body. Currently, he possessed an eternal destiny immortal body, whose awakening level had remained stagnant at 10% since its acquisition, regardless of his personal advancement or regular cultivation. This awakening level had not increased in the slightest. Li Xuanzhen had been troubled by this immortal body, uncertain of how to proceed. Now that the system marketplace had opened, upon entering, he discovered that the first item available was the reformed demon fruit, which could indeed augment his awakening level. It was akin to a timely blessing, as refreshing as rain after a long drought. Disregarding Li Xuanzhen's limited literary education, he gazed at the chaos demon fruit displayed in the marketplace interface, his mouth watering with anticipation. The eternal destiny immortal body, as its name suggests, was an extraordinary physique. Although it was incomplete and merely of silver-grade quality, Li Xuanzhen understood that its potential extended far beyond merely enhancing physical strength, defense, and attack. There must be remarkable attributes yet to be revealed. He had long struggled with how to elevate the awakening level, but now, after years of waiting, he had finally discovered the means to enhance it. Without hesitation, he decided to make the purchase. Li Xuanzhen's finger hovered over the Chaos Demon Fruit, confirming the purchase. Confirm purchase of the Chaos Demon Fruit? Confirm, he affirmed. Currently, he possessed 2,600 bronze knife coins and 100 black iron knife coins. The system indicated that he could acquire 126 Chaos Demon Fruits. I can purchase so many demon fruits. Li Xuanzhen was taken aback by the system's announcement. With 2,600 bronze knife coins, he could obtain 26 demon fruits, and the remaining purchasing power came from his 100 black iron knife coins. This meant that 1 unit of black iron knife coin was equivalent to 100 bronze knife coins. Therefore, 100 units of black iron knife coin equated to 10,000 bronze knife coins, a 1-to-100 conversion ratio. These black iron knife coins are quite valuable. Li Xuanzhen mused. However, he suspected that the black iron knife coins served a purpose beyond merely being a superior currency to the bronze knife coins. Based on the system's nature, these black iron coins must possess a special function. Perhaps certain items could only be purchased with black iron knife coins. Or perhaps a specific amount of black iron knife coins was necessary as proof of assets to qualify for purchasing particular goods. Having played numerous games, Li Xuanzhen had his own theories regarding the synthesis system, confident that this was indeed the case. Thus, he understood that he should not spend the black iron knife coins directly. Yet, just as Li Xuanzhen was about to use his bronze knife coins to purchase the demon fruits, an idea sparked in his mind. By synthesizing 200 units of bronze knife coins, he could create an equivalent of 10,000 units of black iron knife coins. Then what am I waiting for? Why not directly amalgamate all the bronze knives into black iron knives? I truly am a sage prone to occasional folly. With 2,600 unit bronze knives, I can synthesize 13 times. Once fully synthesized, I shall acquire 1,300 unit black iron knives. 1,300 unit black iron knives equate to an astonishing sum of 130,000 bronze knives. I have struck it rich. My heart races with excitement. My hands tremble. Li Xuanzhen was nearly brought to tears. The synthesis system is simply marvelous. This is the true essence of the synthesis system. Infinite enhancement. Give me 2 coins, and I shall return 200. Such an extraordinary speed, 100% growth potential, with endless possibilities for further augmentation. As long as I upgrade the system, there will come a day when I can infinitely enhance various currencies. At that point, I too shall become the wealthiest individual in this world. The world's richest person. What a splendid title. To think that one day, I might stand so close to such an honor. When that time arrives, the treasures in the system shop will be mine for the taking. I could purchase one and discard another. How enticing. I am blissfully fortunate. Li Xuanzhen momentarily lost himself in delightful daydreams of the future. Minutes later, he regained his senses. The shop interface still lingered on the purchasing quantity prompt. Instead of hastily clicking to buy, he exited the purchasing interface and closed the system shop. He approached his desk, retrieved the bronze knives, and prepared to synthesize. However, the system's cold reminder echoed in his mind. Bronze knives, produced by the system, cannot be synthesized. The chilling voice jolted Li Xuanzhen back to reality. He had completely forgotten that only bronze knives purchased in the real world could be synthesized, while those acquired through system sign-ins were exempt from such enhancements. In other words, he currently possessed only 18 bronze knives obtained from the treasure pavilion and could synthesize them merely 9 times. This would yield black iron knives worth 90,000 bronze knives. After that, he would have no currency left for synthesis. Whether he could procure additional shop currency in the future would be left to fate. The treasure pavilion in Fuxing City only had 20 bronze knives available. It was evident how rare and precious this item was. Realizing this, Xuanzhen felt deflated. How could I have forgotten this crucial detail? This system is utterly frustrating. It seemed implausible that such a significant loophole for money-making would exist. With this understanding, Xuanzhen's expression darkened. The 600 units received from system sign-ins were unusable for synthesis. At this juncture, he could only synthesize the bronze knives obtained from the treasure pavilion. As for the future, that could be addressed at a later time. There was no other choice. Synthesis it was. After all, even a mosquito's leg is meat, or perhaps a cow's leg is too. Let us synthesize everything into black iron knife coins. There are also 90,000 units of bronze knife coins. 2 bronze knife coins can be synthesized. Congratulations, the host has acquired 1 black iron knife coin. After a series of operations, Xuanzhen has obtained a total of 9 black iron knife coins. Upon completing these tasks, Xuanzhen once again summoned the shop. A magnificent shop interface appeared before him, displaying 100 grids arranged in a 10x10 layout. In the first grid remained the image of the chaos demon fruit. This reassured Xuanzhen, for fortunately, this shop interface was not designed to refresh its goods with each opening. Rather, it appeared to be fixed. This was indeed a relief. Without hesitation, Xuanzhen clicked on the chaos demon fruit. The purchase prompt reappeared, indicating that the system acknowledged he possessed 800 units of black iron knife coins, allowing for the purchase of 800 chaos demon fruits. Naturally, Xuanzhen could not expend all his coins at once on this demon fruit. He needed to experiment first to ascertain its efficacy before proceeding further. Regardless, Xuanzhen resolved to retain a portion of his shop currency. As this currency has only 2 sources, a fixed daily reward from sign-in tasks, which grants several hundred units. Moreover, there was still a significant portion of the shop interface Xuanzhen had yet to explore. Perhaps it contained other valuable items he urgently needed. It was inconceivable for Xuanzhen to squander all his funds on this singular demon fruit. For his initial purchase, he opted for a quantity of 1, thus acquiring a single chaos demon fruit. Xuanzhen required a test to determine the fruit's effects before contemplating any further purchases. After clicking to buy, the system deducted 1 unit of black iron knife coin. At that moment, a currency amount interface appeared, displaying 799 units of black iron knife coin. Xuanzhen merely glanced at this interface before shifting his complete focus to the radiant, multicolored chaos demon fruit now in his hand. In his grasp, the chaos demon fruit looked quite appealing. Yet Xuanzhen was aware that its taste was notoriously difficult to describe, regardless of its unpalatable nature. He had no choice but to consume it. Without hesitation, Xuanzhen took a bite of the fruit. As he did, the demon fruit transformed into a burst of light, entirely engulfed within his mouth. Surprisingly, he felt no unpleasant taste, nor any discomfort whatsoever. It was as if he had merely bitten into air, devoid of flavor. All of this transpired in a fleeting moment. After the demon fruit was consumed, Xuanzhen sensed an inexplicable change within his body. He summoned his data panel, directing his gaze to the final few lines. Before him, the data pertaining to the Eternal Destiny celestial body experienced a remarkable transformation. The awakening level, initially at a modest 10%, surged to an impressive 20%. This unexpected increment of 20% left Xuanzhen astounded. He had presumed that the chaotic demon fruit, even if it could enhance the awakening level, would only do so by a negligible amount, perhaps even by mere thousandths. To witness a sudden increase of 10% was truly astonishing. Thus, he speculated, if he were to acquire 8 more chaotic demon fruits, he would completely awaken the first level of the Eternal Destiny celestial body. However, at that moment, a system notification emerged. Detection confirmed. The host has consumed the demon fruit. The demon fruit is a one-time enhancement item. Each individual may only consume it once, and effects cannot be stacked upon repeated use. Upon hearing this notification, Xuanzhen was at a loss for words. Indeed, the system was as unyielding as he had anticipated, leaving no room for loopholes. He could not help but lament, relieved that he had exercised caution and refrained from purchasing a multitude of demon fruits at once, lest he fall victim to his own folly. This outcome merely confirmed his earlier suspicions, and he found some satisfaction in the realization that a single unit of black iron Dao coins could yield a 10% enhancement in awakening level. How could he not be pleased? 1 coin, no loss, no deception, he mused, deciding to peruse the system's marketplace for other treasures. Upon redirecting his attention, he discovered not only the chaotic demon fruit, but also an astonishing 99 additional items. However, as he eagerly scanned the remaining inventory, disappointment set in as he encountered a plethora of trivial items. The Xiantian elixir, valued at 10 units of bronze Dao coins, the water spirit elixir, also priced at 10 units, the breaking boundary elixir, costing 20 units, and the ghost king elixir, worth 50 units, most of which he already possessed. These items held no practical value for him outside of exchanging them for real currency. To make matters worse, he even stumbled upon spirit stones, which could be traded at a 1-to-1 ratio with bronze Dao coins, effectively eliminating any hope of amassing wealth through the system's marketplace. As he continued to browse, his disappointment deepened. It appeared that the chaotic demon fruit was indeed ranked first in the marketplace, likely due to its unparalleled value and utility for him at this moment. In response to this, the increasingly disheartened Xuanzhen believed that his conjecture was indeed correct. At last, when Xuanzhen fixed his gaze upon the final compartment, the goods that emerged instantly captivated his attention. Within this last compartment lay a box, its design archaic and its color subdued, possessing no remarkable features. Yet, it intermittently shimmered with an ethereal glow. An object that emitted light could only signify something of great value, or so thought Xuanzhen. He promptly directed his focus to the description of this item. It was the 10,000 swords box, a blue legendary artifact. Inside, it contained 10,000 finely crafted yellow swords of exceptional quality. The wielder could employ the pseudo-worldly technique, 10,000 swords return to the void. Upon reading these lines of description, Xuanzhen's eyes widened in astonishment. The glaring 4 characters, worldly technique, left him in utter disbelief. The worldly technique, as Feng Xiaoru had once elucidated to Xuanzhen, represented the most formidable sorcery known to this realm, or at least to Feng Xiaoru. On par with the renowned worldly artifacts, this was the pinnacle of power within Xuanzhen's understanding. Possessing such a technique could enable one to establish an empire. Xuanzhen was aware that there were only 9 great empires within this world, each exerting dominance and occupying vast territories, amassing the majority of the realm's resources. Those grand sects and religious institutions housed martial artists whose prowess far exceeded Xuanzhen's imagination. Yet, even they could not withstand the might of an empire wielding a worldly technique or artifact, forced instead to bow beneath its rule. Thus, it could be said that the worldly techniques and artifacts were coveted treasures pursued by all in this world. And now, what had Xuanzhen encountered? Within the system's marketplace interface, in the final compartment, lay a sword box capable of invoking a worldly technique. Although the presence of the term pseudo indicated it was not a genuine worldly technique, it did nothing to diminish Xuanzhen's yearning for the sword box and its accompanying skill. 10,000 swords returned to the void. What did the pseudo matter? This was a worldly technique authenticated by the system. The presence of that single term only implied a slightly lower price to Xuanzhen. It bore no distinction from the authentic. In fact, the pseudo designation might even be more advantageous. Xuanzhen surmised that even if the system's marketplace did indeed offer true worldly techniques and artifacts, he would not currently possess the means to acquire them. Therefore, this pseudo-worldly technique was truly tailored to Xuanzhen, fitting him perfectly. Chapter 63. Am I poor? Am I guilty? I must buy it. I must buy it. A voice within Xuanzhen clamored incessantly. As he shouted internally, he turned his gaze to the price of the 10,000 swords box. A staggering 10,000 units of black iron knife coins glimmered in bold letters, seemingly mocking Xuanzhen. Of course, the price itself was not intended as an affront. It was merely Xuanzhen's subjective perception. What a price! Exclaiming in disbelief, Xuanzhen glanced at the price and then back at his financial interface within the system's marketplace. 799 black iron coins. Xuanzhen felt an overwhelming sense of poverty. There is always a higher mountain. After achieving a semblance of freedom with his small shop, he was informed that greater freedoms awaited. The freedom to own a supermarket, to buy a car, to purchase a home, to travel by private jet, and even to venture into space. The more he heard, the more he felt like a destitute fool. With a blank expression, Xuanzhen fell into silence for a moment before quietly closing the mall interface. He walked to the bed in his bedroom and collapsed onto it. I am truly impoverished. I am guilty. I am a wretched pauper. He lamented. The light in his heart was extinguished, leaving behind an endless abyss of darkness. Initially, after defeating the martial arts overlord Mei Changsu, Xuanzhen had felt a tinge of pride. This pride swelled to its peak after he synthesized the Xuanwu set and ascended to the realm of invincibility in martial arts. He believed he had finally made a name for himself, feeling formidable. Though he did not claim to be invincible, he felt he had risen above the masses, dominating a county. In such circumstances, his mindset had experienced an upward trajectory. However, upon discovering a coveted item in the system's mall that he could not afford, he was brought back to reality. He had once thought he could amass wealth through the synthesis of pills, envisioning himself as a somewhat mundane yet affluent individual. Yet, the appearance of the system mall made it clear that he must not become complacent. He was still an ordinary boy, still a destitute soul. I am guilty. I am a pauper, he sobbed. Alas, it is what it is. One must be grounded and true to oneself. Everything in the present is merely temporary. Life will improve. My journey will flourish. Everything will turn out well. I have not lost my fighting spirit. Not being able to afford things now does not mean I will always be unable to. I must strive to accumulate more system currency. One must have dreams. Without dreams, what is one but a tattered pair of underpants? Xuanzhen rallied himself, igniting his ambition. Indeed, my life is still long. There is hope yet. I am quite well. I am not bad. I am truly, truly not bad. Xuanzhen sprang from his bed, dancing and singing in his room. After indulging in a moment of youthful exuberance, the shadows in his heart were significantly dispelled. The slight arrogance he had felt vanished entirely. The current Xuanzhen was a renewed version of himself, brimming with vigor and aspiration. He patted his cheeks. You can do it, Xuanzhen. You can. He encouraged himself. After this invigorating episode, he radiated a newfound vitality. His once dim face regained its luster. I, Xuanzhen, will have wealth. One day, I shall undoubtedly acquire all the treasures within the system's marketplace. After completing my mental preparation, the daylight had fully brightened. Xuanzhen entered the bathroom, attended to his grooming, and donned a new outfit. This garment was crafted by a local tailor in Xiaofeng village, originally intended for festive occasions. However, the unexpected arrival of the system rendered it impossible for Xuanzhen to continue his life in Xiaofeng village. As he departed, he noticed the untouched garment and felt a pang of reluctance, unwilling to let it go to waste. Thus, he stored it within his spatial ring. This piece was his sole new attire, while the rest of his wardrobe consisted of short-sleeved shirts, presenting him as an ordinary, robust man, with a bare chest showcasing well-defined muscles. His powerful arms exuded an explosive strength, embodying the stature of a formidable figure. To the average person, he emanated an intimidating presence, a hallmark of Xuanzhen's appearance. Yet, this new garment was unlike the rest. It was a scholarly long robe of a deep navy hue, and once donned, even a man as stout as Xuanzhen appeared refined and cultured. Though the fabric was coarse and the design unremarkable, this humble attire possessed an undeniable elegance. Indeed, as Xuanzhen gazed into the full-length mirror of the changing room, he felt a sense of satisfaction with his appearance. Truly, good looks render any outfit appealing. I am not merely a rugged figure. I can also embody a delicate charm. After indulging in self-admiration for a few moments, Xuanzhen exited the changing room and proceeded directly to the closed door on the third floor. Silently, he opened the door, and upon its creaking ajar, two exquisitely beautiful maidservants outside bowed their heads and greeted him with reverence. We have the honor of meeting you, my lord. Do you require sustenance? Observing the two maidens, each a vision of beauty, Xuanzhen reflected that had he not encountered the system, he would have likely spent his life in Xiaofeng village, never even catching a glimpse of such women. Yet now, such esteemed ladies were merely serving as his attendants. Contemplating this, he felt a surge of pride in his current situation. Recently chastened by the system's marketplace, Xuanzhen found himself momentarily buoyed by this realization. However, he quickly recalibrated his mindset. It would not do to become complacent. Women are merely distractions that could hinder my financial pursuits, he reminded himself. Where is Xiaolu? Lead me to her, he commanded with authority. My lord, Miss Feng is currently dining in the restaurant. I shall escort you there at once, one of the maidservants replied. Very well, let us proceed, Xuanzhen responded with a stern demeanor. The two maidservants led the way, with one guiding Xuanzhen while the other attended to him from the side, as they made their way to a dining hall on the second floor. The layout and design of the second floor were merely glimpsed by Xuanzhen yesterday while ascending to the third floor, without much thought given to it. However, having traversed this path today, he found the design of the second floor rather appealing. Unlike the third floor, which was entirely open save for a solitary closed door, the second floor boasted corridors and alcoves, a front hall and rear garden, all meticulously arranged with distinct functions, each separated by screens or walls, creating a series of elegantly styled rooms and gardens, each with its own unique charm. Indeed, the second floor featured a quaint little garden, situated just outside the dining area, partitioned by a grand floor-to-ceiling window. From within the dining room, one could behold the enchanting view of the garden, where winding paths meandered through an abundance of flora, exuding a refined and stylish ambience. As he walked through, Xuanzhen noticed maids stationed at various corners, each bowing respectfully upon his arrival, their voices ringing clear and bright, akin to the melodious chirping of birds in a forest. These maids, beyond their striking appearances, possessed exceptional internal qualities. Their voices and demeanor had been cultivated to conform to a universally appealing aesthetic. As Li Xuanzhen progressed, he could not help but feel a sense of pride at the reverence he inspired. In his eyes, he was indeed living a life of decadent luxury, a thought that elicited a sense of guilt within him. Upon reaching the dining area, Li Xuanzhen spotted a woman seated at the grand dining table, indulging in an array of exquisite delicacies, attended by several maids. This woman was none other than Feng Qiaoru. Upon noticing Li Xuanzhen, she immediately rose and greeted him with a bow, saying, "I have the honor of meeting you, my lord." No need for formalities. Li Xuanzhen waved his hand dismissively. Taking a seat nearby, "I am also quite hungry. Please serve me as well, just like little dear." After settling into his chair, he commanded, "Yes, my lord." The maids replied, retreating momentarily before another group approached, setting the table and standing by, awaiting his instructions. Feng Qiaoru resumed her meal, yet she found herself unable to resist stealing glances at Li Xuanzhen, her furtive demeanor resembling that of a little squirrel peering at a human. Naturally, Li Xuanzhen was aware of her gaze, but remained unfazed. As a naturally handsome man, he was accustomed to attracting female attention wherever he went. It was simply his fate. He had long accepted this reality. After all, what else could be done? Such was destiny, he mused. At that moment, Feng Qiaoru contemplated why Li Xuanzhen had chosen to dress in a manner reminiscent of a destitute scholar, a style ill-suited for someone of his stature. She believed he was far more fitting in a rugged, robust masculine style, one that truly exuded manliness. Upon this reflection, Feng Qiaoru beheld the visage of Li Xuanzhen once more, and she could not help but perceive him as an exceptionally captivating man. Her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. Yet, being a practitioner of the 7th tier of martial arts, she possessed a commendable control over her physicality. Under her restraint, her face merely blushed slightly, with no further signs betraying her emotions. Li Xuanzhen, astutely aware of Feng Qiaoru's subtle transformation, mused to himself, "Ah, even a seemingly naive woman like her cannot escape the allure of my appearance. Truly, I am a sinner." Thus, the breakfast unfolded amidst his self-indulgent reverie. When the meal concluded, Li Xuanzhen, under the attentive service of a maid, cleansed his hands and face. It was at this juncture that Feng Qiaoru approached him, stating, "Sir, representatives from the Tianxing auction house have come seeking me. They informed me that the alchemical auction will take place this evening and have extended an invitation for your presence. They further inquired whether you would attend, asserting that they shall heed your commands." "Follow my commands. No need for that. You may inform them that I shall indeed participate," Li Xuanzhen replied nonchalantly. He harbored a genuine interest in the auctions of this world. In his previous life, he had been a pauper, entirely devoid of any opportunity to engage in such events. Now, although he found himself in a similar financial predicament, his martial prowess had ascended significantly, and he was eager to witness the intricacies of this world's auctions. "Very well, my lord," Feng Qiaoru acquiesced, pleased to learn of his intention to attend the auction. Chapter 64. An invincible path ahead. After confirming his attendance with Feng Qiaoru, Li Xuanzhen pondered his next course of action. With the auction slated for the evening and ample time remaining, he considered going shopping. However, he had already exhausted the treasures of the Zhenbao Pavilion in Fujing City, rendering such an endeavor pointless. Thus, the only viable pursuit left was cultivation. Though he had already attained unparalleled strength in martial arts, this power was merely formidable within the confines of a single county. Beyond the county lay the national government, and beyond that, the imperial capital. Beyond the capital, there existed numerous great empires, and above these empires, one could only speculate what might be found. Recalling memories from his past life, he recognized that his current capabilities placed him at best in the lower middle tier of this world. He could not afford to be complacent or arrogant. Diligent cultivation remained imperative. Even though his own practice seemed negligible compared to the enhancements provided by the system, this did not serve as an excuse for negligence. Furthermore, he had recently acquired the formidable martial technique known as I Xing Jiayu, specifically tailored for unparalleled warriors, which he had yet to practice. He had not yet reached the pinnacle of this world and could not allow himself to grow lax. With these thoughts in mind, after finishing his meal, Li Xuanzhen retreated to a cultivation chamber on the 3rd floor. He settled upon the jade couch in the room, which was illuminated by an open skylight, and began to commune with the celestial bodies above. Harnessing the fiery essence of the great sun, Li Xuanzhen diligently cultivates his physique. Immersed in his training, he senses the vast energies of the cosmos, the wandering force of the great sun. This is a unique energy that can only be engaged through specific methods. It is only through mastering the art of shifting stars and plucking the moon that Li Xuanzhen can harness this power. Unbeknownst to him, in this world, Those who have attained invincibility in martial arts find their paths abruptly severed. At this juncture, individuals must carve their own way forward. The experiences of predecessors serve merely as references, while the remaining journey must be one of personal exploration and pursuit, seeking a glimmer of light amidst the darkness. He strives tirelessly to refine both body and spirit, aspiring for a harmonious perfection that befits the term invincible. Most who reach this realm find themselves in a state of confusion, for there are no established techniques available for learning. Each must forge their own path, creating a practice that resonates with their essence. The predecessors faced similar challenges, embarking on their journeys of self-created techniques. In this domain of martial invincibility, no single method universally applies. Only fragmented experiences and elusive insights remain to be grasped. It is a road of self-awareness, a quest to establish one's martial aspirations, a step towards enlightenment and divine connection. Should it be revealed that Xuanzhen possesses a universal technique applicable to all within the realm of martial invincibility, such news would undoubtedly astonish the world and incite envy across the land. Esteemed martial families and imperial powers would stop at nothing to acquire this invaluable method, for its rarity lies in its adaptability to all, illuminating a path for those lost in the pursuit of martial excellence. In light of the unique nature of this realm, an individual's innate talent for cultivation is of little consequence. Naturally, those who ascend to this level possess exceptional abilities, akin to dragons among men. However, what truly matters in the realm of invincibility is the nature of one's character. This essence, intangible and immeasurable, eludes quantification and assessment, let alone refinement. It is intrinsically linked to one's life experiences, psychological and physiological makeup, familial upbringing, and every interaction and utterance encountered throughout one's life. This complexity renders the essence profoundly enigmatic. Consequently, character is often regarded as the foremost trial in the path of cultivation, a challenge stemming from the existence of this realm of invincibility. While on the surface, this stage appears to focus on the physical and mental fortification of the body and spirit, preparing them for a transcendent leap. It is, in truth, far more intricate. Both body and mind are bound by their respective limits in this domain. What constitutes perfection? Each individual's definition of perfection varies, leading to a myriad of interpretations. In the realm of martial arts, the pursuit lies in the ultimate perfection. This perfection, however, must resonate with the individual's intrinsic definition of true excellence. Before contemplating its attainment, one must first comprehend what perfection embodies in their heart. The subsequent step is to ardently chase this pinnacle of flawlessness, yet akin to the moon that waxes and wanes, and the human experience filled with joy and sorrow. True perfection remains an elusive ideal. Nevertheless, the path of invincibility in martial arts demands an unwavering quest for such perfection, presenting a profound paradox. This endeavor imposes rigorous demands on one's character, unless one conquers the inner demons and achieves authenticity. Many may falter at the threshold of invincibility in their quest for ultimate perfection. Xuanzhen, in his practice of the art Yixing pays no heed to the nuances of inner excellence, but focuses solely on the cultivation process itself. With an unwavering commitment to physical training, he inadvertently progresses toward the peak of corporeal prowess, ultimately reaching that enigmatic threshold. The extraordinary and fearsome aspects of this journey remain unknown to Xuanzhen, as he has not yet traversed the broader world to grasp the significance of the invincible realm. Lacking any formal guidance or mentorship from esteemed martial families or sects, he has stumbled his way to his current state of being, enveloped in a haze of ignorance. In this formidable phase of martial trials, he has encountered the remarkable technique of Yixing, which allows him to attain the pinnacle of physicality through dedicated practice. However, beyond this corporeal mastery lies the daunting challenge of mental transcendence, a realm he has yet to navigate. Presently, Xuanzhen remains oblivious to the nature of the obstacles he faces and the actions he undertakes. The method of physical perfection suffices for his current cultivation, while the pursuit of mental excellence shall be addressed in due course. Seated cross-legged upon a jade platform, Xuanzhen engages in the practice of Yixing. From the celestial bodies above, a cascade of extraordinary energies descends upon him, facilitating the gradual refinement of his physical form toward its utmost potential. At this juncture, within his dantian, 9 stars have emerged, each illuminated by the system's influence, radiating brilliance that surpasses the gentle glow of the moon and the intensity of the sun. This phenomenon signifies Xuanzhen's remarkable leap beyond the 9-star threshold of martial dominance, instantly elevating him to the realm of invincibility. His method of cultivation resembles a game modifier, bypassing traditional practices to elevate him to the highest limits. This unique approach to training is exclusive to Xuanzhen, for those endowed with a system possess an inherent audacity. As time progresses, he continues on his extraordinary journey. Gradually, nightfall approaches. The time for the Tiansheng auction house event draws near. Yet Xuanzhen remains immersed in his cultivation, alone. Outside, Feng Xiaoru naturally refrains from disturbing him. Meanwhile, the owner of the prosperous inn, Xuanzhen, who has long prepared the carriage and all necessary arrangements, patiently awaits outside the VIP hall. Although he is aware that the auction is imminent, he remains unfazed, knowing he must await the arrival of his esteemed guest. As for how many others at the Tiansheng auction house are waiting for this individual, it is not his concern. His sole duty is to wait quietly until night fully descends, as the stars begin to twinkle and the full moon rises in the sky. Sensing a shift in the power he absorbs, Xuanzhen finally opens his eyes, slowly attuning himself to the changes within his body. He feels an indescribable transformation, a pure sensation akin to having undergone a baptism, a ritual of purification. Xuanzhen ponders this but finds no clarity. Looking up, he realizes the once translucent skylight above has surrendered to the deep darkness of night. Is it already evening? This is troubling. He promised the little deer he would attend the auction. It is uncertain whether it has commenced. How unfortunate. He is known as a punctual and trustworthy young gentleman. Hastily, Xuanzhen exits his chamber. At the imposing doors, he pushes, and they swing open, revealing the two maidservants standing guard outside. "Greetings, my lord," they intone, performing their customary obeisance. However, Xuanzhen finds himself too preoccupied to appreciate their aesthetically pleasing etiquette. With a mere wave of his hand, he descends the stairs hurriedly. Upon reaching the second floor, he notices Feng Xiaoru alone in the dining hall, indulging in delicacies. Why is it that every time he encounters the little deer, she is eating? A fleeting thought crosses his mind, but he swiftly dismisses it, shaking his head. This is not the time for such musings. He had promised to attend the auction with her, and now he fears her reproach for being late. Amidst the maidservants' formal greetings, he strides directly to the dining hall. As he enters, Feng Xiaoru rises and bows upon seeing him. "Greetings, my lord." "Please, no formalities," Xuanzhen gestures dismissively. "Little dear, has the auction commenced as you mentioned this morning?" "It is my duty to inform you, my lord, that the auction has yet to begin. Everyone is waiting for you. Until your arrival, they would not dare to start," Feng Xiaoru replies matter-of-factly. Hearing this, Xuanzhen breathes a sigh of relief. Since it has not started, he has not broken his promise. Reflecting on this, he wonders if his presence alone holds such significance that the auction cannot commence without him. Xuanzhen felt a tinge of excitement. It was delightful to see that those from Fujing City still held some respect for him. He remarked calmly. Upon hearing this, Feng Xiaoru remained silent. In this fantastical realm, reverence for the powerful, particularly for one who could determine the fates of others, was merely a fundamental norm. To Feng Xiaoru, all of this seemed entirely natural, not only to her, but also to the maidens who overheard the conversation between Xuanzhen and Feng Xiaoru. Their thoughts mirrored the same sentiment. Moreover, they harbored additional musings, particularly regarding Xuanzhen's striking handsomeness. His robust physique exuded an irresistible masculinity. If only he could notice one of them. Yet, what could a mere maid aspire to in the eyes of such a distinguished figure? The thoughts of these dreamers, too timid to even entertain their fantasies, were lost on Xuanzhen. At that moment, he refrained from lingering. "Very well, let us depart," he stated to Feng Xiaoru. "Understood, my lord," she replied. Xuanzhen then took Feng Xiaoru and exited the esteemed building. Upon stepping outside, they encountered the innkeeper, Xuanzhen, who awaited them respectfully. "Greetings, my lord." "Greetings, Miss Feng," he said, approaching with a courteous bow. Xuanzhen responded indifferently. "My lord, Miss Feng, the carriage to the Tiansheng auction house is prepared. Shall we set off now?" Xuanzhen inquired with utmost reverence. "Lead the way," Xuanzhen replied succinctly. "Very well, please follow me," Xuanzhen said, guiding them outside the inn. At that moment, the inn was devoid of other guests. Since Xuanzhen had taken residence in the VIP wing, Xuanzhen had dispersed all other patrons, ensuring that the entire establishment now catered solely to him. This was a ploy by Xuanzhen to curry favor with Xuanzhen. Unbeknownst to him, Xuanzhen had inadvertently commandeered the entire inn. As he walked, he found it odd not to see anyone other than the staff, but he dismissed it, perhaps attributing it to the off-peak season. He paid little mind to the notion that he was the cause. Feng Xiaoru, aware of the situation, thought it only natural and harbored no ulterior motives, nor would she enlighten Xuanzhen about it. Such matters were trivial. Upon reaching the inn's exterior, they beheld a grand carriage drawn by 9 horses, resplendently stationed outside. These horses, tamed spirit beasts, each held a worth of 100 low-grade spirit stones. The opulence of the carriage was unmistakable, evident even from its exterior. The entire carriage is crafted from exquisite golden silk nanmo, with its connections forged from dark gold and adorned with gold and jade, exuding an air of opulence that remains refreshingly original. Upon seeing this carriage, Xuanzhen felt that the luxury automobiles of his previous life paled in comparison. Pulled by 9 majestic horses, the carriage spans over 100 square meters. Resembling a mobile palace, its exterior commands respect, while the interior is even more lavish. Xuanzhen never imagined he would one day ride in such a magnificent vehicle. He could only express his admiration for this life of unrestrained wealth. Please forgive me, my lord. Time is short, and I could only arrange for this carriage pulled by lesser horses. I beg for your understanding. If you grant me a little time, I will surely provide you with a carriage drawn by superior spiritual steeds, Xuanzhen humbly implored. Regardless of his own performance, he deemed it necessary to seek forgiveness, believing that a touch of humility was never amiss. Hearing Xuanzhen's words, Xuanzhen felt a twinge of annoyance. Could it be improved? Was this carriage not satisfactory? Did Xuanzhen think him inexperienced? Although he felt a bit displeased, he maintained his composure and replied coolly, I am not one to indulge in luxury. This suffices. Indeed, my lord speaks wisely. Given your esteemed status, only a carriage pulled by extraordinary spiritual beasts would befit you. It is truly a blessing for these steeds to serve you. Xuanzhen flattered. Xuanzhen chose to ignore him. The praises of an old man held little allure, unlike the charming and delicate words of a lovely maiden. That will suffice. Let us depart, he instructed, stepping into the carriage. Xuanzhen, who had also entered but was positioned nearest to the door, did not dare to delay and promptly commanded the coachman outside to set off. The carriage, resembling a royal palace, glided along the grand avenue of Fuling City, making its way towards the Tianxing auction house. Outside the auction house, a throng of prominent figures from Fuling City awaited in silence, none daring to enter and sit within. They stood outside the meeting hall of the auction house, eagerly gazing down the road for Xuanzhen's arrival. Among these distinguished individuals were the nominally highest-ranking city lord of Fuling City, the true authority and strongest figure, the manager of the treasure pavilion, Yan Jia, a martial arts true immortal, as well as members of the 8 influential families of Fuling City alongside other notable leaders of potent factions within the city. These eminent figures, who occupied the highest echelons of Fuling City, now resembled humble attendants, collectively awaiting Xuanzhen's arrival outside the Tianxing auction house, all considering it a matter of course, with not a single soul daring to voice a complaint, even though considerable time had elapsed since the originally scheduled auction. Not only is there an absence on the surface, but deep within, there is an even greater trepidation. The weak are naturally subservient to the strong. This is an unassailable rule of the world. To transcend such rules, one must ascend to the pinnacle of strength. However, even upon achieving such supremacy, certain conventions remain inviolable. These conventions constitute the fundamental principles of existence. The strongest are also beneficiaries of these rules. Should they be broken, the strongest may cease to be so. If one is no longer the strongest, they cannot alter the rules. This presents a paradox. Currently, in this world, all individuals are fervently pursuing greater power. No one desires to change the rules. Even Xuanzhen, this outsider who traversed into this realm, has acquired a system and is solely focused on enhancing his own strength, with no intention of altering the established order of this world. He has not yet reached that moment or that level. Even if Xuanzhen were to reach a certain limit in the future, what thoughts might arise then remains unknown. Chapter 65, Sikong in summary. All the prominent figures of Fuling City, the elite echelon, are presently gathered outside the Tianxing auction house, awaiting Xuanzhen. This is a natural occurrence, and one that this group willingly accepts. No one perceives any discord. Time passes gradually. Among those waiting outside the auction house, not a single person has voiced a hint of dissatisfaction. All await in silence, until a full moon ascends from the horizon to shine brightly overhead. A sound of approaching horse-drawn carriages echoes from the main road outside the auction house. They have arrived. The area around the Tianxing auction house has long been secured, allowing entry solely for this group, the yet-to-arrive Xuanzhen, and that old man, Xuanzhen. The sound signifies either the arrival of the esteemed individual or Xuanzhen himself. The greater likelihood points to the former. Soon, a luxurious carriage emerges into view. As it draws nearer, the crowd's spirits elevate. Upon reaching the entrance of the Tianxing auction house, it comes to a halt. Xuanzhen disembarks first. Observing his descent, the crowd stands respectfully at the side, aware that the esteemed individual remains within the carriage. Subsequently, several beautiful maidens open the carriage door, revealing the figures of Xuanzhen and Feng Qiaoru. As they alight from the carriage, the assembled crowd bows deeply, addressing them with utmost reverence. Greetings, esteemed sir. Greetings, Miss Feng. In the face of this scene, Xuanzhen, accustomed to such displays, reveals no change in expression. Feng Xiaoru, who initially found it somewhat disconcerting, has also adapted over time. Thus, as the crowd expresses their veneration, both Xuanzhen and Feng Xiaoru maintain an air of indifference. No need for such formalities, Xuanzhen gestures dismissively. At his words, the crowd straightens, all maintaining a posture of utmost respect. I am Zhou Yuan. Greetings, esteemed sir. Greetings, Miss Feng. A middle-aged man pushed through the crowd and approached Xuanzhen and Feng Xiaoru directly. He bowed once more. This Zhou Yuan was, of course, the supervisor of the Tiansheng auction house. Feng Xiaoru had met him previously when she came to deliver elixirs for auction. Sir, this Zhou Yuan is the supervisor of Tiansheng auction house, Feng Xiaoru informed Xuanzhen. Oh, is that so? Xuanzhen's expression shifted subtly. It was this very individual who had granted Feng Xiaoru 10,000 low-grade spirit stones, which had provided him with the initial capital he needed. Although those 10,000 spirit stones had come from his own pledged treasures, it was still a significant assistance. Xuanzhen vividly remembered the joy he felt upon receiving those stones. Yet now, those 10,000 low-grade spirit stones held little value in his eyes. What he currently lacked most was the currency of the system's marketplace. The currency of the real world was merely a supplementary resource, not something he was desperately in need of. Presently, the system's marketplace currency could only be acquired through check-ins, and it remained uncertain whether additional channels would be introduced in the future. Sighing inwardly at this thought, Xuanzhen maintained a neutral expression. Zhou Yuan, is it? He nodded. Upon hearing his name spoken by Xuanzhen, Zhou Yuan felt an inexplicable delight. It was the first time this esteemed individual had shown such warmth towards someone, confirming that he remembered Zhou Yuan's name. Clearly, having Miss Feng introduce him made a difference. Others present, witnessing Xuanzhen utter Zhou Yuan's name, were filled with envy, particularly Qi Siming. He had been in frequent contact with the esteemed individual and Miss Feng, yet Xuanzhen had never spoken his name. It was truly enviable that Zhou Yuan, having met Xuanzhen only once, had received such recognition. Yes, sir, I am Zhou Yuan, the supervisor of Tiansheng auction house. It is a collective honor for all of us at Tiansheng to have you attend our auction today. On behalf of everyone here, I extend our heartfelt gratitude to you, Zhou Yuan said humbly and appreciatively to Xuanzhen. Indeed, Xuanzhen replied, acknowledging Zhou Yuan's eloquent speech with a nod. Now, my time is limited. Has the auction commenced? It has begun, and I shall escort you inside at once, Zhou Yuan responded eagerly. As the auction commenced, Zhou Yuan led the way, leaving the other prominent figures from Fuxing City, including Yin Jia, with no opportunity to converse with Xuanzhen or introduce themselves. They felt a sense of regret for missing such a valuable opportunity. Naturally, they bore no resentment towards Zhou Yuan, as he was also a half-step martial true immortal. Nor could they harbor any grievances against Xuanzhen. That would be tantamount to courting disaster. Under Zhou Yuan's guidance, Xuanzhen and Feng Xiaoru arrived at an expansive private room, spanning several hundred square meters. The room was adorned with an abundance of furnishings, indistinguishable from any ordinary abode. The sole exception was an expansive wall replaced by a magnificent floor-to-ceiling window. Beyond this window lay a vast auction venue, with a private chamber perched above, providing a commanding view of the proceedings below. Rows of seats filled with prominent figures from the illustrious city of Fusheng occupied the space beneath. Although there were other private rooms available, few dared to sit alongside the esteemed Xuanzhen, for none would presume to equate themselves with such a distinguished presence. Even if the other rooms were slightly smaller, no one possessed the audacity to challenge this hierarchy. It would be tantamount to courting disaster. Upon entering the chamber, Xuanzhen was accompanied by a retinue of maidens from the Xinglong Inn, soon joined by another group of attendants from the Tiansheng auction house, all devoted to serving the esteemed gentleman and the young lady, Feng Xiaoru. The atmosphere in the room transformed instantly, filled with the sweet fragrance of cosmetics and the gentle rustle of silks. Xuanzhen settled comfortably on the grand sofa, surveying the scene before him. Reminiscent of a beauty pageant, he marveled at his own standing, relishing the luxury of being surrounded by such beauty. A life of decadence he found immensely pleasurable. Taking her place beside him, Feng Xiaoru occupied the secondary seat. Almost immediately, maidens presented exquisite tea, attending to their needs, while others lit delicate sandalwood incense, enveloping the room in a serene and fragrant ambience. At that moment, through the expansive window, Xuanzhen beheld a young woman ascend to the auction stage below. She possessed striking features, her eyes reminiscent of crescent moons, and her smile radiant as a blooming flower, exuding an ethereal grace that belied her youth. From his vantage point, every aspect of this woman was laid bare before him. Xuanzhen's eyes sparkled with intrigue. It had been ages since he had encountered someone of such exceptional quality. even considering his past life on Blue Star. While her beauty may not have reached the pinnacle, it was her overall allure that captivated him. Xuanzhen, somewhat face-blind and unable to discern beauty in the traditional sense, typically focused on a woman's demeanor and inner essence. Yet here, he found a woman whose grace and appearance were equally remarkable, leaving him feeling profoundly enlightened and enchanted. At that moment, the young woman acknowledged the private chamber above with a graceful bow before addressing the esteemed guests gathered for the auction. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this impromptu auction. I am Sikong Yi, the chief auctioneer of Tiansheng Auction House, and I shall be your host for this event. In the private room where Xuanzhen resided, a floor-to-ceiling window afforded an unobstructed view of the outside world, allowing the sounds from beyond to permeate in. However, the reverse was not true. The interior remained concealed, and its sounds were contained. Although the exact mechanism behind such design eluded understanding, it was evident that the construction of such a suite must have come at a considerable expense. At this moment, the enchanting voice of Sikong Yi resonated within Xuanzhen's chamber. Upon hearing this bright, crystalline, and refreshing tone, Xuanzhen felt invigorated. What a remarkable presence! Not only was her exterior captivating, but her voice was equally melodious. Sikong Yi's appearance and voice perfectly aligned with Xuanzhen's aesthetic sensibilities. Since his arrival in this world, he had yet to encounter such an exquisite beauty. Xuanzhen felt himself almost intoxicated. Yet, he quickly regained his composure. While the woman was indeed stunning, his ambitions within this realm extended far beyond mere romantic pursuits. His goal was to ascend to the pinnacle of the world, and some women might inadvertently obstruct that path. Whether Sikong Yi was such a woman remained to be seen. Below, in the auction hall, Sikong Yi had begun to introduce the first item for bidding. Ladies and gentlemen, behold a weapon forged by the Iron Clan, known as the Xiankong sword. It is classified as a high-quality yellow-tier item, with a starting bid of 100 low-grade spirit stones. Bidding increments are flexible. The auction begins now. As soon as Sikong Yi's announcement concluded, the crowd awaited eagerly. Yet, an extended silence ensued, with no one stepping forward to place a bid. Sikong Yi, confronted with this unexpected scene, was momentarily taken aback. Having hosted nearly 100 auctions, she had never encountered such a situation. Logically speaking, the auction price set for the high-quality yellow-tier Xiankong sword was exceedingly reasonable, and the weapon's quality was assured. Given it was crafted by the Iron Clan, renowned for their expertise in weapon forging, such items had historically incited immediate bidding wars. Why then did the attendees remain so conspicuously silent, as if they had all agreed not to bid? Sikong Yi was perplexed by the unfolding events, but soon she noticed that the individuals seated below were involuntarily glancing up at the private room, seemingly awaiting something. Suddenly, realization dawned upon her. They were all waiting for the esteemed figure above to make a bid. Who could this person be, to instill such awe in the prominent figures of Fuxing City, rendering them hesitant to place their own bids, all awaiting the judgment of this esteemed individual? Instantly, curiosity sparked within Sikong Yi regarding the identity of this distinguished patron. Meanwhile, in the upper room, after Sikong Yi commenced the auction, Xuanzhen temporarily diverted his attention to the items being presented. However, after a brief period, he observed that the anticipated fervor of competitive bidding was conspicuously absent. Instead, silence reigned, akin to a classroom under the watchful eye of a strict teacher. What could be the reason for this? Xuanzhen found himself bewildered. Could it be that auctions in this world are always conducted in such a manner? The naive Xuanzhen felt perplexed. Chapter 66, Xianwang Academy. However, Xuanzhen soon realized that the assembly of individuals seated below was intently focused on his private chamber, evidently awaiting something. It dawned upon him that this gathering was anticipating his bid. They were unaware that Xuanzhen held no interest in the Xiankong sword, nor did they fathom that he would refrain from bidding. They were all awaiting Xuanzhen's decision. Only upon his expression of disinterest in the sword would they dare to place their bids. Otherwise, none would risk offending him by making an offer. Having grasped this understanding, Xuanzhen, aside from marveling at the pressure his presence exerted upon them, turned to a maid within the chamber and instructed, "Go and inform them that I have no interest in this Xiankong sword." In the system, this Xiankong sword was merely a yellow-grade weapon of decent quality. Xuanzhen had already synthesized a complete set of the Xuanwu ensemble, rendering him utterly indifferent to such a sword. Moreover, as a weapon, it would yield nothing but failure if used for synthesis, and since it was singular, it could not be utilized for that purpose. Thus, he was naturally disinterested. "Yes, my lord," replied the maid, who then exited to convey his message to the audience outside. Shortly thereafter, an auction staff member appeared within the auction house, declaring to the attendees, "The lord has no need for this Xiankong sword." Upon hearing this announcement, the crowd finally relaxed and began to place their bids. 150 low-grade spirit stones, declared a middle-aged, portly merchant, whose bid represented a significant increase over the initial auction price. As soon as he spoke, others eagerly followed suit. 200, 300, 450. Those interested in the Xuanzhen sword vied for the opportunity to bid. In no time, the price escalated to 500 low-grade spirit stones. At this juncture, the number of bidders had dwindled considerably. 500 low-grade spirit stones was already an inflated price for the Xuanzhen sword. Beyond this point, the bid would no longer correspond to the sword's inherent value, as none in attendance were fools. While the Xuanzhen sword was commendable, it was not extraordinary to the point of being indispensable. Thus, those remaining were merely individuals who genuinely desired the sword or had specific needs for it. Ultimately, the bidding culminated with the price of 590 low-grade spirit stones. The final bid was placed by the same middle-aged merchant who had initiated the bidding, offering 600 low-grade spirit stones. At this stage, 600 low-grade spirit stones represented a pinnacle price. Faced with this amount, the other bidders conceded, for after all, it was merely a yellow-grade spirit sword, not an extraordinary spiritual artifact, and did not warrant an all-out effort to acquire. Thus, in the end, the middle-aged, rotund merchant purchased the Xuanzhen sword for the considerable sum of 600 low-grade spirit stones. This price far exceeded the intrinsic value of the Xuanzhen sword itself, ensuring that the Tiansheng auction house would reap substantial profits. The first item up for bid had indeed experienced a remarkable success. As the auctioneer, Xikong was also set to gain a considerable advantage from this transaction, and thus a smile graced her lips. 600 low-grade spirit stones, going thrice, she proclaimed, striking the auction hammer. Congratulations to Master Zhu for securing the first item of this auction, the Xuanzhen sword. Xikong announced with a smile. Zhu fuming, the head of the Zhu family, one of the 8 prominent families of Fuxing City, wore a broad smile as well. Although he had expended 600 low-grade spirit stones, a price far exceeding its actual worth, Zhu fuming was unfazed by the expenditure. As the wealthiest individual in Fuxing City, he commanded over 1,000 shops and controlled a lucrative trade route connecting Fuxing City to surrounding counties. Collecting tolls along this route brought him daily fortunes, rendering the mere 600 low-grade spirit stones insignificant in his eyes. The Xuanzhen sword was of particular use to him, and he was determined to possess it. Others, unaware of Zhu Fuming's motivations for acquiring the sword, recognized that at 600 low-grade spirit stones, the price had surpassed their own budgets. Lacking compelling reasons to outbid him, they naturally refrained from further contesting Zhu Fuming's claim. After all, it was merely a high-quality yellow-grade spirit artifact, and there were certainly more treasures to come. Most importantly, however, was the coveted Baodan. Everyone was aware that this auction featured the highly sought-after Baodan, a fact that prompted competitors to prepare for an intense bidding war, whether for the Baodan's intrinsic value or to curry favor with the esteemed individual associated with it. As the auction progressed, the Xuanzhen sword was claimed, and another item was presented upon the auction stage. This time, it was a golden statue encased in a glass dome. Xikong stepped forward to enlighten the audience, saying, "Esteemed guests, this item is the elite auction piece of our Tiansheng auction house for this quarter. It is a consciousness statue from the Bing division of the Xian Huang Academy. Its purpose is to unlock the brain's hidden potential. For martial artists at the pinnacle of their cultivation, visualizing this statue can significantly enhance their chances of ascending to the realm of true immortals." As she elaborated, the starting bid was set at 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. Her words immediately captivated the attention of all present. Although silence reigned, the audience's gaze instinctively fixated on the golden statue. The name Xian Huang Academy, Bing Division, consciousness statue astonished everyone. Not to mention, Xikong's final remark, that this was a treasure that could augment the chances of ascending to true immortality, left a profound impression on all. Among the crowd, aside from the esteemed proprietor of the treasure pavilion, who was a true immortal in martial arts and held no pressing desire for this statue, the other attendees were all martial artists of peak cultivation. Their natural aspiration was to ascend to the realm of true immortals in martial arts. However, reaching this coveted state was not a trivial pursuit. While it was not as arduous as the subsequent realms, which posed even greater challenges and stringent requirements, those of lesser talent might find themselves forever halted at the pinnacle of martial arts, with no hope of advancing to true immortality. Thus, the emergence of such a treasure, capable of enhancing the success rate of ascension, stirred the hearts of the vast majority present. Yet, despite their excitement, when Xikong announced the starting bid, not a single soul dared to make an advance offer. Everyone awaited the opinion of that esteemed individual. If the esteemed one had an interest in this artifact, none would dare to compete. The crowd remained in silent anticipation. Xikong, observing the hushed auction hall, comprehended the situation and joined in the waiting. Simultaneously, her curiosity about the mysterious dignitary deepened. What manner of person could command such respect that even the prominent figures of an entire county, faced with the temptation of ascending in martial arts, would not dare to overstep their boundaries? What terrifyingly noble personage was this? Thoughts swirled in Xuanzhen's mind. Before long, the earlier staff member reappeared. The esteemed one has no need for this statue. Upon hearing this, a wave of relief swept through the previously silent auction hall, calming the hearts of all present. Since the dignitary had no interest, the stage was now set for a fair and spirited bidding war. The ensuing price battle for this consciousness-enhancing statue, originating from the esteemed C-class of the Xianhuang Academy, would far surpass that of the previous item, the Xiankong sword. The majority of attendees were now intensely eager. Once the staff member departed, the auction floor erupted with calls for bids. 1,500 low-grade spirit stones. 2,000 low-grade spirit stones. 2,600 low-grade spirit stones. 3,000 low-grade spirit stones. 4,000. 5,000. The initial bids increment by mere hundreds, but soon escalated to increments of 1,000. Rapidly, the price soared to nearly 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. The atmosphere in the auction hall became animated, with participants fervently vying for their bids. Meanwhile, Xuanzhen, seated in a private room above, watched the fervent exchanges below with a sense of bewilderment. Was it truly necessary to compete so fiercely for a mere statue that promised to enhance the chances of ascending to true immortality, having already vanquished martial tyrants? He found it perplexing that such fervor was directed towards a relatively modest goal like true immortality. Xuanzhen felt a sense of confusion, particularly because Xikong had mentioned two terms during her introduction of the item that were unfamiliar to him. In the realm of the Xianyuan Academy and the Bingzi Institute. What do these terms signify? Their mention momentarily suspended the auction, eliciting a palpable shock among the attendees. Intrigued by this reaction, Xuanzhen, embodying a diligent spirit of inquiry, turned to Feng Qiaoru and inquired, "Little dear, what exactly are the Xianyuan Academy and the Bingzi Institute?" Feng Qiaoru, well aware of Xuanzhen's somewhat naive disposition and his detachment from worldly affairs, was neither surprised nor puzzled by his question. She proceeded to elucidate, "My lord, the Xianyuan Academy is the premier institution of our Shenshao Empire, established specifically to cultivate various official powerhouses for the empire. The distinguished individuals emerging from it occupy various high-ranking positions within our realm. For instance, out of the 5 great generals of the empire hail from the Yizhi Institute of the Xianyuan Academy. Moreover, the majority of city lords and provincial governors, apart from those honored by the empire, are also alumni of the Xianyuan Academy. It can be said that the Xianyuan Academy serves as a preparatory camp for our officials and is the cradle for 70% of our formidable talents. Even members of the imperial family study at the Jiazi Institute of the Xianyuan Academy before inheriting their positions. Our current ruler was once a student there in his youth. Furthermore, the Xianyuan Academy is a place where exceptionally gifted youths, lacking influential backing or cultivation resources, can rise to prominence. The academy is divided into 4 institutes, Jia, Yi, Bing, and Ding. The Bingzi and Dingzi institutes are open to the common populace, requiring neither wealth nor power, as long as one passes the entrance examination. They may study at the Xianyuan Academy and receive training and resources. Every 3 years, a major examination is held, and based on the results, those who excel may be assigned to govern various cities or hold official positions. Thus, the Xianyuan Academy represents the best avenue for the upward mobility of those from humble origins. As Feng Qiaoru meticulously explained the significance of the Xianyuan Academy, Xuanzhen absorbed her words and began to grasp the concept. It was akin to the educational institutions of his past life on Blue Star, encompassing primary, secondary, and tertiary education, culminating in job placements upon graduation. The existence of such an institution in this world hinted that its societal structure was not entirely feudalistic and devoid of merit. Contemplating this revelation, Xuanzhen could not help but feel a sense of wonder. Indeed, in a world that has evolved over countless ages, despite its veneration for martial prowess, there exists a channel for the common people to ascend, which could be seen as a form of self-regulation within the world. However, the ultimate aim remained to identify and elevate those with exceptional martial talent, maintaining the reverence for martial supremacy. However, for the common folk, the existence of such a pathway to ascendancy serves as a beacon of hope, a reason to dream. It also contributes to the stability of the world's governance. The Jia Academy is the exclusive institution of the royal family. But what of the Yi Academy? Xuanzhen inquired. My lord, the Yi Academy is rather unique. Although the Jia Academy holds the nominal position of the first royal academy, it is well known that the true leading academy, teeming with formidable talents and future powerhouses, is the E-Academy. This is because the E-Academy is the epitome of elite education. Students from the Ding Academy, upon passing rigorous assessments, may become scholars of the Bing Academy, which is specifically designed to cultivate exceptionally gifted individuals. The E-Academy, on the other hand, only admits the top 100 performers from the Bing Academy, following their annual evaluations, amidst a sea of thousands of candidates. It is indeed a matter of selecting one from 100, not to mention that these thousands are already prodigies, carefully chosen. Thus, the students of the E-Academy are the creme de la creme, the brightest of the bright. Among the 18 leaders of the empire, 10 hail from the E-Academy of the Xianhuang Institute, with the remainder being scions of major sects and noble families, Feng Xiaoru elucidated. Upon hearing Feng Xiaoru's explanation, Xuanzhen gained a deeper understanding of the Xianhuang Institute, finding it quite intriguing. It embodies a notion of gathering the world's talents for one's own use, akin to ensnaring all heroes within one's net. Xuanzhen mused that he would certainly wish to visit the Xianhuang Institute when the opportunity arose. Pray tell, where is this Xianhuang Institute located? Xuanzhen further inquired. Your Excellency, the Xianhuang Institute's main campus resides in the imperial capital. Additionally, each of the 18 national governments has its own branch, totaling 18 branches. Every year, during mid-spring, these branches conduct admission examinations, attracting aspiring young scholars from across the realm, all eager for the moment they might leap like a carp over the dragon gate. Presently, it is March, and in 2 months, the admissions will commence. The closest academy to us is the branch of the Qingyang national government, Feng Xiaoru remarked, noticing Xuanzhen's keen interest in the Xianhuang Institute and thus sharing more details. Xuanzhen, intrigued by Feng Xiaoru's words, began to contemplate visiting the Qingyang national government to witness the spectacle that would unfold. As he pondered this, the auction hall below saw the bidding for a spiritual statue from the Bing Academy of the Xianhuang Institute reaching an astonishing price of 35,000 low-grade spirit stones. The final bid settled at this figure, though there were others who wished to bid higher. The one who called out this price, Wu Ruyang, the lord of Fuxing City and a half-step martial true immortal, offered a rationale to the crowd. Esteemed guests, let me have this one. Upon acquiring this statue, I shall ascend to the realm of martial true immortal, after which I can register at the Qingyang branch of the Xianhuang Institute and subsequently procure more statues to distribute among you all. This time, grant me this favor. Wu Ruiyang is a student of the Dingzi Academy at the Xuanquang Academy. Due to his prolonged stagnation in achieving the realm of true immortal in martial arts, he has been assigned the position of City Lord in Fuxing City. Although the identity of the City Lord of Fuxing City holds a certain prestige, it ultimately amounts to little more than that of a county magistrate. A county offers scant resources to Wu Ruiyang, and thus, despite years away from the academy, he remains untranscended in the realm of true immortal. However, should he acquire the statue of divine consciousness, he could forego its intended purpose of visualization and instead shatter it to harness the power within. This would significantly enhance his chances, with an 80% likelihood of stepping into the next realm within a short span. At that point, he could regain his standing within the academy, ascending to a higher echelon of students. With a certain cost, he could amass numerous such statues, which serve both as tools for continuous visualization and as catalysts for direct destruction. Upon Wu Ruiyang's explanation, the gathered individuals understood this implication and subsequently refrained from further bidding. The statue of divine consciousness, as Wu Ruiyang articulated, is indeed a rare treasure outside, yet within the internal trading platform of Xuanquang Academy. It is merely an item attainable at a certain cost. Given Wu Ruiyang's assurances and his status as a half-step true immortal, the strongest among the participants, they chose to extend him a courtesy by ceasing their bids. Thus, the final price for the statue settled at 35,000 low-grade spirit stones. This outcome aligned with the interests of the Tiansheng auction house, as this price sufficed. Had Wu Ruiyang attempted to persuade the crowd at the onset of the auction to acquire the statue at a significantly lower price, he would have risked offending the Tiansheng auction house. Behind it lies the formidable treasure pavilion, and even if he ascended to the realm of true immortal, he would lack the stature to contest with them. Hence, it was prudent for him to advocate for a price that benefited all parties involved. Wu Ruiyang secures the statue. Others gain a promise, and the Tiansheng auction house reaps its profits, resulting in a harmonious resolution where no one suffers a loss. This represents a reluctant compromise. Chapter 67. The contest for the treasure pill. Not everyone possesses the same stature as Xuanzhen. When Xuanzhen expresses a desire to purchase an item, none dare to bid against him. Even the Tiansheng auction house would not demand payment, willingly offering the item to him. Gaining the friendship of a martial arts overlord far outweighs the trivial matter of spirit stones, which the Tiansheng auction house would scarcely regard. Of course, This ignorance stems from their unawareness of Li Xuanzhen's true prowess in the realm of invincible martial arts. Otherwise, both the treasure pavilion of the county city and the Xuanzhen auction house would have long since dispatched representatives to initiate contact with him. After all, an invincible powerhouse can dominate the county city and even leave a mark in the national government, becoming a legendary figure for a lifetime. This is the stark reality of this world, where martial prowess reigns supreme and the law of the jungle prevails. Once Wu Ruiyang concluded his remarks, he stowed the consciousness statue into his possession. The auction proceeded to the next item. At that moment, Li Xuanzhen gazed at the auction floor below, intrigued by the withdrawn consciousness statue. What exactly is this consciousness statue, and what does it signify that it was produced by the C Division of the Xianhuang Academy? Li Xuanzhen inquired. The consciousness statue is a method of cultivation within the Xianhuang Academy, explained Fang Qiaoru. The mentors of the academy periodically create these statues imbued with spiritual power. Such statues significantly benefit cultivators below the true immortal level. As for the C Division's production, there are two types, one crafted by the A Division, created by ultimate martial artists, and another from the C Division, made by invincible martial artists. The C Division's origin signifies that the statue was crafted by an invincible martial artist. Meanwhile, the A Division statues can directly influence the training of martial overlords. However, the statues from the A Division are typically reserved for internal use, accessible only to the Academy's outstanding students, and cannot be purchased externally. What circulates in the market are solely the consciousness statues from the C Division. Nonetheless, even these statues are quite rare, obtainable only through a powerful establishment like the Xuanzhen auction house, which has the support of the treasure pavilion. Upon hearing Li Xuanzhen's question, Fang Qiaoru offered a detailed explanation. Li Xuanzhen, having grasped the implications of the consciousness statues, asked, "Can martial overlords create such statues?" Fang Qiaoru shook her head in response. "No, they cannot. The process of creation demands a considerable amount of spiritual energy, which martial overlords lack. Only those who surpass invincible martial artists, whose spiritual energy has been refined, can produce such artifacts. Is that so? Then why don't the invincible martial artists outside create these consciousness statues themselves?" Li Xuanzhen probed further. Fang Qiaoru replied, "That is not feasible. The method of creating these consciousness statues is a closely guarded secret of the Xianhuang Academy, one that outsiders cannot master. Members of the Academy would not divulge this knowledge either. Should this information leak, both the mentors and students involved would face the Academy's wrath. Moreover, even if someone were to create one, no one would dare to purchase it. They would be unaware of its quality without the Academy's endorsement. And if the Xianhuang Academy were to catch wind of it, it would lead to trouble. Hence, the sole avenue for acquiring these consciousness statues is firmly in the hands of the Xianhuang Academy, and no one dares to contest it." Fang Qiaoru shook her head in disagreement. "Isn't this monopoly?" Li Xuanzhen came to an understanding. It seemed that the Xianhuang Academy in this world was quite adept at business, relying on patent barriers to establish a monopoly and conduct exclusive trade. If anyone dared to infringe upon this patent, rather than pursuing legal action, they would be dealt with ruthlessly. Indeed, this was a fantastical world, rife with violence. Yet, upon further reflection, Li Xuanzhen found himself less perturbed by the brutality. For if he were in charge of the Xianhuang Academy, he might well adopt the same approach. After all, the allure of violent monopoly was undeniably tempting. While Li Xuanzhen conversed with Fang Qiaoru, Sikong Yi had already begun to introduce the third auction item. "Gentlemen, the third item up for bid is the very reason many of you have gathered here today, provided by Miss Fang. We present a precious elixir crafted by a master alchemist, the water spirit elixir." Sikong Yi clapped her hands, and soon a glass treasure chest was brought onto the stage. Inside the transparent chest, illuminated by golden silk, lay a pill radiating a blue halo, ethereal in its aura, the water spirit elixir of superior quality. According to the alchemists at Xuanzhen auction house, this water spirit elixir could enhance the cultivation speed of a true immortal in martial arts by 50% for a duration of 1 month. It was advised that cultivators beneath the status of true immortal refrain from consuming it, as it would waste the elixir's efficacy and could cause irreversible harm due to their inability to withstand its potency. The auction house recommended that the elixir be used by those who have just ascended to the rank of true immortal, as they would maximize its effects, solidifying their foundational martial arts within a month and potentially elevating them to a higher realm. Sikong Yi elaborated on the effects of the water spirit elixir that Fang Qiaoru had presented to Zhou Yuan, alongside the appraisal from the alchemists of Xuanzhen auction house. The efficacy was evidently remarkable. Every attendee present, regardless of their status, widened their eyes in awe at the sight of the elixir within the glass chest, coveting it intensely. Since all present were below the rank of true immortal, The prospect of a pill capable of stabilizing their foundation and possibly advancing them to a higher realm was irresistibly enticing. As for Zhou Yuan and Yin Jia, the only two true immortals from Fujing City, they were conspicuously absent. Their status necessitated discretion, and moreover, the items up for auction held no value for them. Their presence today was solely to welcome Xuanzhen, otherwise, they would not have attended at all. As the only two true immortals present, none in the crowd could compare to them, and they typically remained elusive. It was only for Xuanzhen that they made an appearance. At this moment, Xuanzhen sat within the private chamber, listening to Sikong introduce the elixirs below. He had not anticipated that the water spirit treasure pill, synthesized through his system, possessed such a plethora of effects. Observing the individuals seated below, each one became increasingly exhilarated upon hearing Sikong Yi's words. Even before the auction commenced, the atmosphere was already thick with the scent of competition and fervor. Initially, the attendees had merely intended to support the esteemed Xuanzhen, planning to spend a sum to acquire the elixir as a means of ingratiating themselves. They were entirely unaware of the specifics regarding the elixirs or their effects, only cognizant of their value as precious concoctions. However, upon witnessing the elixirs firsthand and hearing the endorsement of their efficacy from the Tiansheng auction house, they grew restless, their eyes betraying an unmistakable yearning as they prepared to stake everything to secure the water spirit treasure pill. The significance and allure of this elixir were unparalleled for these individuals. The previous incident involving the city lord Wu Ruoyang of Fujing, who had attempted to persuade the crowd with promises and prestige to lower their bids, could not possibly recur. This particular treasure pill was far more valuable and rare than the spirit consciousness statue, which merely enhanced the success rate of becoming a true immortal warrior, not a guarantee of success. Sikong had not explicitly stated it, but all present understood that this was indeed a foundational elixir. The attendees were seasoned warriors, having immersed themselves in martial pursuits for years, and many harbored the potential to ascend to the realm of true immortal warriors. Yet, the apprehension lay in their inadequacies. They feared that, upon ascending, they would lack the foundation to maintain their newfound status, leading to a decline in their realm and relinquishing their aspirations of becoming true immortal warriors. The water spirit treasure pill, as Sikong had articulated, could stabilize their realm and establish the foundation for becoming a true immortal. Should one obtain this elixir, not only could they ascend smoothly to the realm of true immortal warriors, but they might even elevate to a higher tier. Even if such elevation were not guaranteed, it was clear to everyone present that this treasure pill could ensure their foundation as true immortals. Now was the time for fierce competition. No one possessed the stature to expect others to yield graciously. Moreover, since this elixir was proffered by the esteemed individual, there was no possibility of it being retracted. This implied that they could bid freely without awaiting the esteemed individual's approval. Everyone was poised, eagerly anticipating Sikong Yi's announcement of the base price to commence the bidding. The starting price for the water spirit treasure pill was set at 10,000 low-grade spirit stones, with no limit on increases. No sooner had Sikong Yi's words fallen than the crowd erupted with eagerness to bid. 20,000 low-grade spirit stones. The first bidder, the head of one of the 8 prominent families of Fujing, doubled the price in a bid to intimidate the others with his presence. Yet, his strategy quickly faltered. No one paid heed to his so-called aura. 30,000, 40,000, 60,000. Individuals were incrementally raising their bids by tens of thousands, with some even escalating their offers by as much as 20,000. The initial bid from the first homeowner was swiftly overshadowed, leaving him in the dust. He barely had the chance to revise his bid before he realized the price of the elixir had surged to an unattainable level for him. Although this homeowner belonged to one of the 8 prominent families, his own assets were merely in the range of several tens of thousands of inferior spirit stones. By the time he comprehended the situation, the price of the Shui Ling Bao Dan had already surpassed 100,000 and was racing towards several 100,000. With his financial standing, even wagering all his cash along with some fixed assets would not suffice to procure this precious elixir. Consequently, he could only fall silent, his expression grim, as he felt a profound sense of despondency. Meanwhile, the others were oblivious to his plight, each one fervently continuing to bid. Numbers flowed from their lips in rapid succession. Soon, some could no longer keep up with the escalating prices, and one by one, they withdrew, leaving the first bidder alone. Ultimately, only 2 contenders remained in the fray, with the price having climbed to 150,000 inferior spirit stones. The remaining bidders were Wu Ruoyang, the lord of Fujing City, and Quan Mumming, the head of the foremost family in Fujing City. The two were locked in a fierce contest, neither willing to concede. Chapter 68. The grand finale auction item. As the lord of Fujing City and a graduate of the Xianhuang Academy under the auspices of the Qingyang Kingdom, Wu Ruiyang could be classified as a public servant. With his position, connections, and considerable personal strength, he had amassed a substantial fortune over the years. Although his foundation fell slightly short compared to some long-established families, in the context of the auction, such a foundation holds little value unless it can be converted into tangible wealth. After all, the auction house does not concern itself with one's lineage. They are solely interested in the currency. Unless one possesses the overwhelming strength of a high-ranking official, one's so-called foundation is largely disregarded. Moreover, when compared to the resources of the auction house and the treasure pavilion behind it, the heritage of the families in Fujing City pales in comparison. Thus, the competition in the auction was purely a matter of financial prowess, an unadulterated contest of wealth. Wu Ruiyang understood this reality, and therefore, he bid without hesitation. In his quest to ascend to the realm of true martial immortals, he was prepared to risk his entire fortune. However, his remaining opponent, Quan Mumming of the Quan family, the most distinguished clan in Fujing City, was not an easy adversary. This individual was every bit Wu Ruiyang's equal and, in certain respects, could even overshadow him. As a branch of the powerful Quan family from Yufei County, they maintained connections and business dealings with the main Quan family. Additionally, having been established in Fujing City for over a century, they represented one of the oldest families present at the auction. A century-old lineage signifies immense wealth. Thus, facing the relentless pressure from Quan Mumming, Wu Ruiyang found himself in a state of considerable distress. The Quan family, undeterred by the formidable figures backing them, belonged to an illustrious lineage themselves. In this fierce contest over the precious water spirit elixir, both parties were locked in a bidding war, each striving to outbid the other until one could no longer afford to continue, resulting in their inevitable defeat. The victor would emerge solely based on financial prowess. Neither Wu Ruiyang nor Quan Mumming entertained the notion of persuading the other to withdraw. Firstly, neither was inclined to concede willingly, and secondly, such an action would undoubtedly incur the ire of the esteemed figure above, for they were contesting a precious elixir coveted by that very individual. From the perspective of that venerable personage, a higher bidding price was undoubtedly desirable. Any compromise that led to a lower price would surely displease them. Both men, astute and seasoned, would never engage in such folly. Hence, the only recourse was to engage in a straightforward monetary contest. Meanwhile, high above the fray, Xuanzhen observed in astonishment as the water spirit elixir he had offered began to soar in value amidst the fierce bidding below, nearly reaching 200,000 low-grade spirit stones. He was taken aback by the realization of its worth. Had his elixir, previously traded at a mere 10,000 low-grade spirit stones at the treasure pavilion, truly been undervalued? His expression darkened as he grappled with the disparity. Although he understood that auction prices do not necessarily reflect market value, the difference was staggering, over tenfold. Xuanzhen resolved to confront the manager of the treasure pavilion after the auction, not out of a desire for monetary gain, but to assert his integrity and prevent others from perceiving him as a gullible fool. This was a matter of pride. As Xuanzhen seethed with dissatisfaction, the auction continued unabated. Following Quan Mumming's audacious bid of 198,800 low-grade spirit stones, Wu Ruiyang's eyes blazed with indignation. This price far exceeded the typical market value of a single elixir. While elixirs are indeed precious and rare, they typically command prices in the range of several thousand stones, with even the more ordinary varieties often priced around 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. Although this water spirit elixir had been validated by the Tiansheng auction house as being of superior quality, its worth should have capped at around 100,000 low-grade spirit stones, a figure previously influenced by the competitive nature of the bidders, perhaps even reflecting a desire to curry favor with the esteemed individual above. However, to Wu Ruiyang's astonishment, when the majority of bidders withdrew, Quan Mumming unexpectedly matched his bid, significantly raising the stakes, which he deemed excessively audacious. Thus, the price surged to an astonishing 198,800 low-grade spirit stones, far beyond Wu Ruiyang's financial capacity. While he possessed considerable savings, he had already expended several thousand spirit stones on the prior auction of the Divine Consciousness statue. The remaining funds available for purchasing the elixir amounted to a little over 180,000. Wu Ruiyang had not anticipated that this sum of inferior spirit stones would be insufficient for acquiring the coveted elixir. However, that scoundrel, Quan Mumming, had audaciously set the price at 198,000 inferior spirit stones, an amount far beyond Wu Ruiyang's means. At that moment, when Quan Mumming declared the staggering price, Wu Ruiyang was nearly compelled to rise and vociferously berate him. Yet, he restrained himself. In an auction, bids are made based on one's financial capabilities. It was not the fault of others that he could not meet the price, nor did he possess the right to cast aspersions. To lose face would be to show himself as someone who could not accept defeat or abide by the rules, a reputation he could ill afford to tarnish. Thus, with reddened eyes, he cast one last glance at Quan Mumming, sighed deeply, and resigned himself to his fate. 198,800 inferior spirit stones, going once, going twice, going thrice. Bang! The auctioneer's gavel struck the table. 198,800. Sold. With that, the transaction was finalized, and the elixir known as the True Spirit Treasure Pill was sold for the remarkable price of 198,800. Although it did not exceed 200,000, this figure stood as the apex of the current small auction. Unlike the grand auctions held in the county city, where spirit stones are as plentiful as cabbages, even reaching into the hundreds of thousands, this price was still monumental within the confines of Fueying City. Thus, the auctioneer and the behind-the-scenes team at the Xuanzhen auction house were thoroughly satisfied with this outcome. Meanwhile, Quan Mumming, the head of the Quan family, who had secured the elixir, was now inundated with congratulations. Congratulations, head Quan, on acquiring such a precious elixir. The path to true immortality is within reach. Many praised his audacity in purchasing the elixir at nearly 200,000, marking one of the most significant events in Fueying City in recent years. Indeed, I still admire head Quan for his financial prowess. Only a family of such stature could afford such an expense. If it were me, even with the desire to bid, my purse would be woefully inadequate to meet the price. The Quan family truly lives up to its reputation as the foremost family, and I hope head Quan will continue to support me in the future. There were certain influential families present, eager to curry favor with Quan Mumming. Yet these individuals were not among the upper echelons of Fueying's society. Members from the 8 prominent families also came forth to extend their congratulations. Eventually, all had gathered, though a hint of bitterness tinged their words. While their expressions remained composed, anyone present could discern the subtle undercurrents of their sentiments. Wu Ruiyang has also arrived, displaying an air of sophistication. Even if one finds themselves at a disadvantage, it is imperative not to appear defeated, lest one becomes the subject of ridicule. The auction house suddenly buzzed with activity. However, the attendees understood that this was not a venue for idle chatter. After exchanging a few words, they promptly returned to their respective places. The final item for auction, the piece de resistance of the evening, was about to make its entrance. No one was privy to the identity of this ultimate offering. In such impromptu auctions, participants are typically informed of only a handful of items and some basic details. Unlike grand auctions that advertise extensively in advance, providing comprehensive information about all items, these smaller events do not warrant such expenditures. The Xuanzhen auction house in Fueying City, hosting such a modest auction, naturally refrains from incurring unnecessary costs. There is simply no need. Promotion aims to attract clientele. Yet with the prominent figures of Fueying City present due to Xuanzhen's influence, such efforts are rendered superfluous. It would be counterproductive and could even offend Xuanzhen. Thus, for the fourth and final item, no one had any inkling of what it might be, not even Xuanzhen, who lacked the interest to inquire. This lack of knowledge inadvertently piqued his curiosity about the last item. He contemplated whether it might be something he desired, and if so, he would not mind bidding on it. Attending an auction without securing a single item would be rather lackluster. One ought to participate, at least in a nominal way. The ambience of mystery surrounding the forthcoming item captivated the interest of all present, including Xuanzhen. This served as a means of enlivening the atmosphere at the Xuanzhen auction house. After all, it is well understood that the final item in an auction is expected to hold the highest value. At present, the auction featured a water spirit treasure pill, valued at 198,800. What could possibly surpass this treasure? Curiosity was palpable among the crowd. At that moment, a maid approached the auction platform, bearing an object draped in golden silk. Once the maid set it down and departed, Xuanzhen addressed the audience. Esteemed guests, the upcoming auction item is indeed the final piece for today. I trust you have all heard of this item. Moreover, I am confident that it will evoke immense interest among you. Without further ado, please behold our last auction item, the authentic volume of Shanghai Lu. With that, Xuanzhen unveiled the golden silk drapery, revealing a crystal-clear box. Within lay an unassuming book. Yet, upon hearing Xuanzhen's introduction, no one in attendance would dare to consider this book ordinary. Conversely, upon the introduction by Xuanzhen, the mere utterance of the words Shanghai Lu incited a wave of astonishment among those present. No one anticipated that such a momentous auction item would surface at today's event. This is none other than the Shanghai Lu, a treasured tome chronicling the extraordinary secrets of the world. Has the Xuanzhen auction house lost its senses? Who among the attendees possesses the means to bid on such a significant artifact? Moreover, even if someone could afford it, could they safeguard it? This tome pertains to the arcane arts of the world, coveted not by the common folk. Although the attendees are not ordinary individuals, each wielding considerable influence. Possessing the Shanghai Lu, and, worse still, having it publicly auctioned off would be an invitation to calamity. An innocent man may suffer for possessing a treasure. In the eyes of true power brokers, these individuals are hardly more than mere brawlers. As the commotion subsided, clarity dawned upon the gathering. This Shanghai Lu is not meant for auction. Even wealth cannot secure it. This is a gamble that risks entire families, even cities. They cannot afford such stakes. Nor do they wish to. Were it a complete collection of 9 Shanghai Lu, containing the genuine wonders of the world, some might abandon everything to take the chance. However, a solitary volume, devoid of the others, holds little allure for them. It is a possession that brings no utility and merely invites covetous eyes, potentially leading to ruin. Once everyone regained their composure, it became evident that this was not an object they could covet. Sikong Yi, standing on the stage, observed the shift from chaos to silence below and understood the sentiments of the crowd. Frankly, she too was perplexed as to why the auction house would present such an item. The occasion, the stature of the attendees, and the invited guests hardly matched the grandeur of the Shanghai Lu. Setting it forth, one must question not only who could afford it, but who would dare to bid. A profound silence enveloped the room, and Sikong Yi realized that no one would place a bid. Yet, as the host of the auction, she had to muster the courage to declare the opening price for the Shanghai Lu. The genuine volume of the Shanghai Lu begins at a starting price of 10,000 low-grade spirit stones, Sikong Yi announced. This price took many by surprise, not because it was exorbitant, but rather because it was surprisingly low, far beneath the value of the Shanghai Lu. This tome encapsulates one of the 9 secrets of heaven, which are indeed extraordinary arts of the world. A single world-class technique can establish an empire, standing shoulder to shoulder with the rarest treasures of the realm. For those present, the allure of such an item was immense. However, despite its value, the absence of bids stemmed from a shared desire to survive. After Sikong Yi's proclamation, the hall remained silent, with no one daring to speak. Moments passed, and just as she resigned herself to the thought that the Shanghai Lu might go unsold, a voice emerged from the upper box. 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. This tome of the Shanghai Lu has been purchased. The voice emanated with an authoritative weight, imbued with an irresistible might. Those present below, upon hearing this pronouncement from above, were momentarily stunned. Yet, it was not long before they regained their composure. It was that esteemed individual. That illustrious figure had made an offer. That venerable personage wished to acquire the Shanghai Lu. At this moment, a flurry of thoughts raced through the minds of the onlookers. Indeed, such a tome, in this very moment and place, could only be procured by that particular individual. Given his formidable prowess, he was far more capable of bearing the weight of purchasing this tome than they, the mere minnows, could ever hope to be. Should one of them, who were not even figures of true martial immortality, attempt to acquire the Shanghai Lu, they would undoubtedly have to fear the possibility of being forcibly robbed, or even losing their lives. However, this distinguished individual was different. He was a martial overlord. One who could directly confront the illustrious Mei family of June City, in the presence of a martial overlord. The value of a tome such as the Shanghai Lu hardly warranted the involvement of truly significant figures. Moreover, the average person would not dare to challenge this esteemed individual. Even if someone were to covet the tome from him, it would most likely culminate in a cordial negotiation, yielding a mutually agreeable price, rather than descending into a life-or-death struggle. Thus, for the esteemed figure above, this tome was indeed worth acquiring. The crowd quickly grasped this reality. Meanwhile, on the auction stage, Sikong Yi, upon hearing Li Xuanzhen's bid, exhaled a sigh of relief. Thankfully, the item had not gone unsold. In that fleeting moment, Sikong Yi also comprehended certain truths. The auction house had presented the Shanghai Lu knowing full well that no one in Fujian City could afford it, nor would anyone dare to place a bid. Now, Sikong Yi understood that this tome was prepared specifically for that distinguished individual. The auction house was indeed seeking to curry favor with him, offering an item that was destined to remain unsold, yet was of considerable value to that esteemed figure. In exchange for his goodwill, it was a shrewd transaction. Enlightened, Sikong Yi surveyed the room after Li Xuanzhen's bid and noticed that while whispers filled the air, no one else was inclined to bid. Thus, Sikong Yi realized that the final item of the auction, the Shanghai Lu, had already found its owner. The esteemed individual had bid 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. Was there anyone willing to bid higher? As Sikong Yi scanned the crowd, he discerned no intent to raise the bid. Without delay, he proclaimed, 10,000 low-grade spirit stones, once. 10,000 low-grade spirit stones, twice. 3 times. With the final strike of the auction hammer, the price of the Shanghai Lu was secured. Congratulations to the esteemed individual for acquiring the Shanghai Lu. Upon finishing his announcement, Sikong Yi felt a profound sense of relief. Truth be told, upon learning that the last item was the Shanhai Lu, he had been perplexed by the upper echelons of the auction house's reasoning. Fortunately, it was now concluded, and the Shanhai Lu had been sold. His task was complete. Sikong Yi possesses an extraordinary constitution. Otherwise, under such an atmosphere, anyone else would be drenched in sweat. Yet, her forehead remains flawlessly smooth, radiant, and translucent, with skin of unparalleled perfection. Not a trace of perspiration, nor a single visible pore can be discerned. Such a physique, combined with Sikong Yi's striking appearance, alluring charm, and melodious voice, renders her an ethereal beauty, capable of enchanting nations and bewitching cities.